You are listening to Supreme Magus, Chapter 11, Oh One Dumb Genius, Part 1. Isn't the water cold, Mommy? Have you become a mage like Uncle Lith? Lyria asked, incapable of speaking louder than a whisper. Hush, my child, go back to sleep. Jolia caressed Lyria's small head, and her mesmerize made the child lose consciousness. My baby. Jolia literally cried a river that entered Lyria's nose and mouth, emitting a gurgling sound. I won't let anyone hurt you. I'm doing this because I love you and I can't bear the thought of living without you. In her mind, the image of her long-dead daughter overlapped with Lyria, as Jolia repeated the same words she had said before taking both their lives. The water flooding the small lungs also sucked the child's life force and replaced Jolia's suffering with the ecstasy of the feed, giving her a pleasure that made the entirety of Magur fade away for a few precious moments. It was then that Abominus, Lyria's steed whenever she played in the fields of Lucia and her bodyguard the rest of the time, came out of the pile of toys next to the door. His cloaking ring hid both his life force and smell, while the orichalcum mouthpiece that covered his fangs was imbued with enough darkness magic to kill an elephant. The Rai exploited the undead's feeding frenzy to bite at her neck, decapitating Jolia with a twist of his powerful jaws, while the magic of the mouthpiece destroyed her body. The water disappeared along with the White Lady as the stolen life force returned to its rightful owner. Lyria gasped for air, crying for her mother at the top of her lungs, while Abominus emitted a long, guttural howl that reached the Tron woods, alerting his pack. Oh fuck! With no more time to lose, Quero opened Rena's door just a split second before a few hundred kilograms of red fur and unbridled fury jumped on her back, ripping her spine out. The vampire emitted a pulse of darkness magic that sent Abominus flying, and turned his fur into a sickly shade of green. Don't worry about me and kill them. Quero's spine was already fixing itself, but the injury needed a few seconds before healing enough to allow her to move again. Brago rushed inside while Rena still stared dumbly at the two intruders without stopping to breastfeed her child. The room started to spin, and suddenly there was blood everywhere. Nalrun's flight stopped abruptly a few hundreds of meters from Celia's home, but he didn't slow down. He just curled up in a ball, using air fusion to roll faster and earth magic to remove all obstacles from his path. He didn't need his eyes to perceive magical formations or the presence of undead. He could feel that the house was surrounded through the scales covering his anteater-like body. The only reason why the undead had yet to finish their job was the several arrays that Protector had left to guard his family. He wasn't a warden as good as Lith, but Falul's help in setting them up had made the formation a tough nut to crack. Yet without someone to protect them, the arrays could be easily dismantled, and Protector had built them only to give Falul the time to arrive. They were meant to stall, not to kill. One of the undead noticed the car-sized incoming cannonball and tried to stop it. The moment the Razar felt his momentum decreasing, he raised his scales to expose their razor-sharp edge and infused them with air and darkness magic. The enemy could stop his advance, but his rotation speed was unaffected by the living obstacle. The vampire realized that the cannonball had turned into a blender when the scales started to slice at his forearms after making short work of his fingers and palms. The creature kicked the curled-up Razar with all his strength, sending him flying in the middle of a group of armed undead who would quickly put the unknown enemy down. No one expected a golden shoot to appear in midair, allowing the Emperor Beast to keep rolling toward Celia's house, while all they could do was to dumbfoundedly stare at the hard-light construct. Their surprise grew when, instead of crashing against the defensive arrays and making the undead's job easier, Nalrund passed through them. The magical formation recognized his energy signature and offered him no resistance. Celia, is everyone all right? Nalrund had a hard time talking instead of taking down the closed door. Thank the gods you're here. Tell me that you've brought reinforcements. Celia let him in, closing the door quickly to not let the children see what was waiting for them outside. Yes, of course. I called Falul Protector. Who cares about them? I'm talking about the kings of the woods. Celia cut him short, pointing at the very direction he had just come from. Are you telling me that you managed to forget about the 3 emperor beasts and 4 small armies of magical beasts who you could have asked for help? Celia clenched her own head, with frustration so hard that she would have cut her skin if not for her very short nails. I'm sorry, but after Falul said that it will take her a while to get here, I rushed here to protect you. It was the only thing I could think about. No matter how true those words were, Nalrund still felt like an idiot. Excellent, now you can die with us. Crash and Slash have been howling until now, but those bastards have hushed the area around the house. Celia slumped on a chair, wishing that werepeople were as smart as magical beasts instead of humans. Neither the Rye nor the Scheif liked how Celia had named them, but after making lots of damage to the house while playing with the children, they were too afraid of the alpha female to emit so much as a whimper of complaint. "Are we really going to die, Mom?" Lilia, the oldest sibling, said while tugging at Celia's leg. "No way. Mom is just a bit stressed because your uncle made a huge mistake." She took Lilia in her arms, inwardly thanking the hush spell which also prevented the kids from hearing the sound of the collapsing arrays. "Can't you project a symbol in the sky with light magic, something to call for help?" "Like what? I never spent time with the kings, nor did we agree on a distress signal." The more he spoke, the dumber Nalrond felt. All that grieving and those inner monologues about not letting history repeat itself didn't teach me anything. I relied so much on Protector and Falloul that I never bothered arranging a single safety measure for my new family, he thought. "Do it anyway, it's still better than nothing." Celia snapped her fingers in front of his eyes to force him to focus more on reality and less on hindsight. Nalrond did as instructed, emitting a pillar of golden light that reached over 100 meters, 328 feet of height. "Good job." Celia put Lilia down and then made sure that Fenrir, her youngest daughter who was less than 1 year old, was firmly strapped to a sash on Slash's back. Then she checked all the weapons she had and knocked an arrow in her bow. "Now you'd better weave your spells before the door exploded," signaling that before had just expired. Chapter 11:02 Dumb Genius Part 2. "You two bring the children to the woods. We'll cover for you." Celia released the arrow just to watch it being deflected by the nearest undead's enchanted protection, while more of Knight's soldiers ripped out the windows from the outside. Celia cursed her useless bow, regretting for the first time in her life to have never learned magic. Her hunting knife was enchanted, but with her speed, she had no chance to beat even a skeleton in close-quarters combat. "You've heard her run." Nalrund's eyes blazed with black and white mana as the enemies swarmed the house. Slash and Crash would have gladly obeyed if only they could find an opening in the undead's formation. They had even put Lilia and Laren on their backs, but unless something happened, running away would only put the children in pointless danger. Nalrund pushed Celia on top of Crash, while he helplessly watched their house being torn apart. As the walls crumbled and the first wave of enemies hit him, Nalrund released the very spell that he had learned from Dawn during her fight against Lith Daybreak. It was a mix of light, fire, and darkness magic that generated a wave of dark energy, followed by a volley of fiery constructs shaped like snakes. The darkness engulfed the room, sealing even the undead's mystical senses while the hard light constructs attacked from every side. The spell turned the Rizar into a one-man army, while the light blooming from the shadows made him look like a rising sun. Each tendril of light moved akin to a new limb, coiling around his enemies and paralyzing them. The heat coursing through the constructs was so intense that the undead's regenerative abilities couldn't keep up with the damage fire magic caused, making it impossible for them to escape the construct's grip. The darkness spreading from the Rizar destroyed their protections first and then seeped inside their blood cores. One after another, the undead disappeared in a puff of smoke, and the tendrils of light started to chase a new target. The magical beast decided that the chaos following the Tier 5 spell was something enough and ran towards the Tron woods, hoping that the rampaging Rizar behind them would keep anyone from noticing their escape. A few hundreds of meters above the ground, Night looked at the mess unfolding in front of her eyes, wondering how could her plan have gone so wrong. "I spent weeks planning this attack, waiting for the moment when only small fries are around and studying the Queen's core routine. Heck, I even disobeyed Mom and messed up with the council, yet this is all I got," she thought. The team she had sent to kill Renah had yet to report. Her sister Dawn seemed to have infiltrated her ranks to sabotage the mission, and the complexity of the arrays protecting Lith's home was beyond her wildest expectation. What kind of madman put so much effort into protecting a frigging cottage, and what the heck is that array? Uriel's hexagram spread its blue light above the house, thwarting Knight's plans over and over again. Right after completing the several arrays necessary to seal air magic in the area surrounding the Verhin household, and to keep the noise from the attack to draw unwanted attention, Night had cast one of her personal Tier 5 darkness spells. Shadow Maelstrom was supposed to put the house's barriers to the test, if not even bring them down in one fell swoop, yet it had been absorbed by Uriel's hexagram before it could deal so much as a scratch. Then she had unleashed another powerful spell, Seismic Blast. It was a mix of fire and earth magic that should have damaged the defensive array's focus point and breached through the barrier, but the hexagram had absorbed it as well. I have no clue how that thing can eat my best spells as if they are candies, but I don't like it. After every spell, not only did the array's light grow stronger instead of weakening, but also the points of the star lit up one after another. Now only 2 of them are off, and I really don't want to know what happens when all 6 points are charged. Damn it! The attack was supposed to be the undead version of the Famer mines, with me killing everyone without leaving a trace nor witness, but it's taking forever. Her fight with Balker and Darius's attempt on Floria's life had given her an idea. The human stupidity had already given birth to a monster like the god of death. All she had to do was to replay those events, pin the blame on Darius, and then lure Lith in her fold before he could get over the grief on his own. She had made sure that, if interrogated, the people she had sent after Camilla would lead Lith back to Uriel's father. With his known deals with the Dusk Court, the Archmage was the perfect scapegoat. As for Lith's family, her plan had been to kill them all swiftly, before anyone noticed, recreating the scenario that had given birth to the blood Magus and destroying Lith's faith in those who he considered his trusted allies. Her plan would allow Night to humiliate the Council, weaken the kingdom, and erase the humiliation of the Horsemen's defeat at the hands of the Abominations at the same time. Her sources in the Council had reported Night how Xenagrosh cared for her little brother, making the Horsemen eager to kill the Dragon Abomination while wearing Lith's face. On top of that, Night wanted to put to the test Baba Yaga's theory about hybrids, and Lith was the perfect specimen. By the Red Mother, Night cursed as a blast coming from Lith's house sent her crashing onto the ground. I get that taking down the array surrounding the Verhin's house is hard, since the Queen's core is barricaded inside. I can sort of understand that the Huntress is still alive, thanks to arrays left by her husband. What really doesn't make any sense is how the heck the 3rd house is still standing. With each passing second, the risk of Night's plan failing increased dramatically. She had underestimated the time and effort that both Lith and the Royals had invested in defending the Verhin household, making its defenses so sturdy to resist even the combined efforts of her army. She couldn't afford to help the teams attacking Zinya's and Celia's house, because the 3 units of the Queen's Corps who had taken refuge inside not only blasted anything that came too close to the house, but they were also waiting for an opening to call for reinforcements. "We don't know," a hapless undead she was lifting by the neck said. "The Yavel household has no arrays nor mages, yet everyone we sent there died." "Then send more. I can't waste any more time on fuck," Night cursed at the light pillar coming from Celia's house. Just a second later, her swearing reached new heights. After hearing Abominus's howl, the other magical beasts patrolling the area had relayed the message and spread the alarm. What started as a single voice spread like wildfire until it reached the woods and turned into a chorus. Chapter 11, 03 Mistakes and Failures, Part 1. Night had warned her agents that Lucia was called the Graveyard for a reason. A single mistake could spell death, and the light pillar marked the 5th mistake the undead had made in just a few minutes. Each still-standing house was a mistake, and things were about to get worse. Until that moment, the red eyes of the undead had been the only light visible for kilometers after Night had darkened the skies with her magic. Yet now the woods had come to life, and countless yellow eyes shone from the darkness of the tree, reflecting the light from the golden pillar. Zinya's house, a few minutes earlier. Night had patiently waited for the first opportunity when all the households were defenseless, leading the attack herself to make sure that everything went without a hitch. Yet no plan survived contact with the enemy. Dawn had followed Baba Yaga's instructions, never sharing with Night that Lith was already bonded to a cursed object. The bright day had also avoided mentioning the Razar's existence, assuming that either Lith had killed him, or that Nalrond had resumed chasing her in his foolish quest for revenge. On top of that, Night couldn't have predicted that Night Professor Zagar Vaster would be visiting the Yavel household. The recent series of events had destroyed the old professor's self-confidence, making Vaster think that the White Griffin didn't need him anymore, and that it was time to retire. Lith becoming an archmage was the only silver lining in a streak of unlucky years. First Balker had killed dozens of his precious students, then Nalar had almost destroyed the White Griffin, causing Uriel's death and almost leading Quilla on the path of self-destruction. Every time one of his pupils needed him, Vaster failed them. Such thought had eaten at him from the inside until even his marriage fell apart. I'm really sorry for bothering you so often. It's late, so maybe I'd better go, Vaster said, yet his short legs refused to stand up from the chair. You never bother me, Professor Vaster. Lucia is a wonderful place, but it's quite lonely after sundown. Unless my neighbors visit, I spend my evenings alone while the kids play with their pets. Zinnia pointed at the huge magical beast curled up in front of the fireplace. Please call me Zogger, or at least just Vaster. Her constant use of honorifics embarrassed him. I'll do it only if you stop calling me Miss Yavel. Zinnia chuckled while covering her children with a blanket. They had fallen asleep while hugging their fuzzy friends, who in turn refused to leave the room until the stranger left. That would be inappropriate. I'm old enough to be your father. Vaster looked into the magical beast's big, round eyes and saw in them a reproach that actually came only from himself. And I'm old enough to hang out with whoever I want, Professor Vaster. Now, would you mind telling me what's weighing on your heart so much lately, or do you prefer more empty chatter? She said. It's about my students, Vaster sighed. It all started with those idiots following Darius destroying Floria's career, then the undead invaded our land, and now Quilla has quit the White Griffin. I'm tired of seeing fools destroying the lives of promising mages out of petty grudges. Tired of power-hungry buffoons waging a war after another just to fill their pockets. Tired of seeing good mages drift apart from the kingdom because we fail them in their hour of need. Vaster slammed his fist on the table, yet it didn't produce a single vibration nor a sound. The professor had managed to cancel the impact with first magic in the nick of time. People hurting people is how Magus spins. You have no fault in that. As for your students, did you play any part in their misfortunes, or did you do everything you could to help them? She asked. I did everything in my power, but in the end it amounted to nothing. I might as well sit on my thumbs all day and nothing would have changed, Vaster said with a deep sigh. You're dead wrong about that. If you feel so bad after doing your best, imagine how would you feel if you didn't even try. Failure is an integral part of life. It's painful sometimes, but in the long run it helps us to improve, Zinnia said. Please, if that was true, with all my failures I should have become so powerful that Manohar would be nothing compared to me, yet it's the opposite. Vaster's rage gave him the strength to get up. I meant to improve as a person, not as a mage. Otherwise I should be a Magus at this point. Zinnia never stopped giving him a warm smile and making him feel like a jerk. Vaster was born a noble and a powerful mage. After doing whatever he wanted for all his life and even reaching the peak of his profession, he found complaining about the unfairness of life with someone like Zinnia beyond ridiculous. She had been blind from birth, and her parents had treated Zinnia as a tool, forcing her to marry an awful man to ensure their own happiness. Vaster just felt powerless, whereas Zinnia had been powerless all her life and a prisoner in her own home. I'm really sorry for my tantrum. I'll take my leave now. Vaster attempted to cast a warp steps, but nothing happened. What the heck? The communication amulet in his breast pocket was silent, all the runes on its surface inactive. After failing to retrieve his equipment from his dimensional item, Vaster felt a cold shiver running down his spine. How many entrances does the house have? He asked while looking out the nearest window. Just the front door. Zinnia had never heard him with such a cold voice. For the first time since they had met, Vaster scared her. What about windows? Is there a wall thinner than the others? He couldn't see anything due to the clouds, which in his experience never bode well. This is a house, not a fortress. It has plenty of windows to let the sunlight in, and I've no idea about the walls. What's happening? Zinnia moved near her children while Vaster chanted one spell after another. His hands moved so nimbly that he even managed to place potions on the table without disrupting his fingers tracing hand signs. The small professor started to hum with power as his body glowed from the energy burning within. He took a golden wand out of his pocket, moving it from the door to the windows non-stop. The energy inside him had become so powerful that it crackled, emitting from time to time small bursts that resembled bolts of lightning. Seconds stretched into minutes until a thick mist seeped from under the door, slithering on the floor like a living being. Vaster flicked his wand, and the mist turned into ashes. Then the door was burst open, and so were the windows as unknown assailants entered the living room. Each one of them was taller than Lith, and emitted such a powerful killing intent that Zinnia had to bite her cheek to not faint. She sweated bullets, feeling her knees buckling from the pressure those things exerted. Yet she was determined to not abandon her children, and Vaster's calm gave her hope. Chapter 11, 04 Mistakes and Failures, Part 2. Another flick of the wand unleashed his Tier 5 spell, Dark Dimension. Vaster's eyes turned black, and every speck of light disappeared from the room, making Zinnia think that she had gone blind again. The darkness spread throughout the room, and when the undead tried to move forward, they discovered that the energy surrounding them was so thick that it was akin to moving through mud. A mud that seeped inside all of their orifices, flooding their bodies with darkness magic until nothing was left. To those staring at the scene from the outside, the lights inside the house had just flickered. Yet 5 elder undead had disappeared, whereas the humans still stood there as if nothing had happened. Vaster drank the potions he had left on the table while looking in the eyes of the flabbergasted undead who were staring at him from the broken windows. A beam of golden light cut the female undead short and her head off. A split second later, all those who had met Vaster's gaze joined her in death, their bodies burning under the effects of the golden wand he wielded. Zager Vaster was more than a short, overweight mage. He was a royal forgemaster, a spellbreaker, and after the undead invasion had started, he had even joined the Queen's Corps again. The golden wand was the latest weapon developed by the joint efforts of the Balker Department, the royal forgemasters, and Manohar. The enchanted tool was capable of turning Tier 4 and 5 spells into the next best thing to sunlight. Each beam consumed a lot of mana and lasted for a split second, but the amount of light it produced could kill any undead if the beam hit a vital spot. Aside from the royal guards who aided Lith at hundreds of kilometers away, only a few selected individuals had won. The second wave of undead avoided Vaster's line of sight and broke through the walls. Thanks to their enhanced senses, they didn't need to see the human to pinpoint his position, and by moving in a straight line they were certain of taking him by surprise. Vaster didn't even flinch while he activated his Tier 5 spell, Night Parasite. The dust and debris that covered the undead came to life as darkness magic filled them to the brim. Black sand filled their eyes and mouths, while the rocks turned into small worms that dug through the flesh of their victim. The small worms didn't even try to pierce through the heavily enchanted armor the undead wore. The magical constructs simply became thinner until they could slip through the mesh. Zinya's house rumbled due to the attack damaging some of the bearing walls, but it held. 10 elder undead had entered and died, so the leader sent 20 for the third wave and watched them die the moment they stepped inside the living room. "Fuck discretion, bring down the house," he yelled. Flaming stones the size of a car crashed inside the Yavel household before exploding. Streams of darkness, magic made the walls crumble under their own weight, while earth magic produced a quake that turned the cozy cottage into a pile of rubble. "Someone reports, Lady Knight, that we're done with our task," the leader of the third squad said just a moment before his body turned into cinders. The debris fell to the ground, revealing a silvery sphere underneath. It shapeshifted back into a professor uniform from the White Griffin Academy, and Vaster wore it with pride despite the many injuries he had sustained. Behind him, Zinnia, the children, and the beasts were unscathed thanks to Vaster taking the brunt of the damage while focusing his armor to protect them. To keep his focus and endure the pain, he had bitten his lower lip so hard to almost cut it off. Yet despite the dangling flesh and the cracked bones, he made no mistakes while weaving his next series of spells. "Ignore the old fool and focus on the others. They are his weak point," the second in command said with a smug grin before Vaster blew his head off. "He's right," Zinnia said while comforting her children during what she assumed were her last moments. "I'm dead anyway, Zager, whereas you are a powerful mage with powerful tools. Please, take my children and run away." "Shut up. How could I call myself a mage if I can't even protect the happiness of a single person?" Vaster's voice was firm, but his knees buckled up. At his age, minor abuse would quickly weaken his body. "I never begged in my life, so excuse me if I suck at this," he said while looking the magical beasts in the eyes. "Keep this stupid woman behind me and run away at the first opportunity you get. Are we clear?" The beasts nodded, looking at him not with suspicion anymore, but with the respect and deference they would use for their alpha. That sight made Vaster regret to have always considered beasts as his inferiors. Even though his left eye was burst open, even though his lower lip was hanging by a thread, none of the undead dared to come close or speak. Vaster took off the cork of another body-enhancing tonic and gulped it down, uncaring for the poisoning that stacking the effects of so many potions caused. He had never been tall nor handsome, but his talent for magic was the real deal, and he had worked hard since a tender age while the rest of his peers fooled around. So, when he had become an archimage at 25 and everyone considered him the greatest healer of his century, it felt natural to him. It was simply the proper reward for all of his effort. Yet shortly after he had reached the peak, life had thrown him down. Marth first and Manohar later made every one of his achievements look like child's play. Vaster, who had once been considered a candidate to the title of God of Healing, had become a joke before he could even notice. The same people who before begged to have just a minute of his time would ignore him in favor of his rivals. After years and countless failures at regaining his lost status, Vaster had resigned to his destiny as third best healer, to be judged for his physical appearance, and to every single one of his feats to be dwarfed by those of his more talented colleagues. All of that had changed after meeting Zinnia. He was used to people being nice to him until they got what they wanted, yet even after regaining her sight, Zinnia would always speak to him with the same kindness she had when she was blind. Even after meeting Lith, Marth, and several other healers, she still looked at him with the admiration she had when he was still the second-best-looking man she had ever seen. When Zinnia had asked Vaster to follow her recovery, he had gladly accepted. From that moment onward, she would often call him, not to ask for favors or talk about her rehabilitation, but to chat with him and make sure of his well-being. Helping Zinnia to deal with the lawsuit against her in-laws for custody, and then to manage her money made him happy like it didn't happen in years. Chapter 11, 5 Nights Offer Part 1. After having failed to achieve the title of Best Healer of the Kingdom, to become the headmaster of the White Griffin, after having failed as a father and a husband, Zogger Vaster had finally found his first place. Someone he could make a difference for, someone who didn't treat him like a bag of fat and gold. By threatening Zinnia, the undead threatened the only success he had left, and the only person who didn't call him because they needed something or because Manohar and Marth weren't available. The undead unleashed one Tier 5 spell after another, exploiting Vaster's inability to use movement spells due to the arrays and to dodge because of the innocents that he was trying to protect. Much to everyone's surprise, not only did he survive, but he also returned each one of the spells in kind. The other assault teams had to send reinforcements due to Vaster's death, count quickly coming close to the 3 digits. Vaster's only remaining eye scoured the battlefield while he kept chanting with the aid of his armor to move his broken arms. Please don't turn away, Zinnia. My life might be nothing but a streak of unremarkable failures, but I want someone to at least witness how I died. After all the terrible things I've done in my life, for both my country and for myself, give me the opportunity to be remembered for the one thing I did right. Vaster thought, regretting that the use of magic kept him from entrusting his last message to her. What the heck is that guy? He's taken enough spells to level a mountain, yet he's still standing and our marks are still alive. The fourth in command said to the new leader. You idiot, that's no man. That's a mage laying his life on the line. Keep underestimating him and you'll die like the others. Don't assume that just because he's on his last leg a mage is easy prey. Give it your all, the leader said. She shapeshifted into her Grendel form, wielding a blade bigger than a man and raising its hilt at her eye level in a sign of salute from a warrior to another. Vaster trembling hand raised his own short sword, returning the salute right before sucker-punching the Grendel with his golden wand and turning her into dust. How dares she think about honor after they used an army to attack a family of civilians? Vaster gritted his teeth and prepared for a new assault. A raging sun exploded right under his feet, turning the rubble into molten stone and charred wood. The pungent smell and the heat hindered the undead's heightened senses, forcing them to check for survivors in person. Good gods, what is this thing? An undead said while witnessing a silvery blanket shrink back into a suit of armor and revealing that most of the people it had protected were still alive. Whatever it is, it's mine. The new leader couldn't hear Vaster breathe, and there was blood coming out of his ears, mouth, and his empty eye socket. The guy is dead, and his armor is ready to be imprinted. The undead leader ignored the sobbing of the woman and her children, focusing on the priceless artifact at hand. Don't worry, pal, I will not repeat your same mistakes. If you didn't waste your armor to protect that sow, you would still be. Vaster's hand moved like a snake, grabbing the undead's leg and unleashing a Tier 3 darkness spell. Something so weak and slow would have never killed an elder undead if not for being released on contact and manipulated with surgical precision. A diagnostic spell allowed Vaster to find the ghoul's heart and focus the spell's full force on it. He's still alive. The warning of the surviving undead made his allies unleash the spells they had at the ready on the fallen professor until they had no more left. Everyone was so focused on the apparently immortal man that the encirclement broke, allowing the magical beasts to run away towards the woods. Not having to protect others anymore, the armor wrapped around Vaster's body, repelling the spells as if they were just spring rain. Its full form didn't resemble a griffin like a royal armor, nor a dragon like Lith's. The silvery armor looked exactly like Zagar Vaster did during his heyday, like a man full of confidence and pride. It was the most terrifying thing the undead had ever seen. It was all he managed to say as he reached the nearest undead in a single step. I won't let you touch them. Between the armor and the potions, Vaster moved as fast as a bullet and shattered his own leg in the process. His body couldn't endure such high-speed, powerful movements anymore, but his spirit refused to die. I'm not done yet. His short sword pierced the undead and unleashed the spells it held, killing him on the spot. Vaster's arm was nothing more than splinters puncturing his flesh, but the armor kept following his orders, chasing down the undead who were now running for their lives and killing one of them with each swing of his blade. Lith opened a warp steps after another while looking at his communication amulet and hoping for good news. Come on, light at least one rune. I can't be in several places at the same time. I can't abandon Renaa, but even though my house is much more protected, it's also much more isolated. What the heck is Nalron doing? He thought, unaware that the Rizar was still fighting for his life. Tista said she would take care of Renaa, and without Solus, I'm not at my full strength. I'll have to trust my sister and go home to pick up Solus before assessing the situation. After preparing all my life for a moment like this, I can only hope it was enough. Ever since Lith had joined the academy, every time the Royals or Marchioness de Star had offered him rewards, Lith had always asked for two things: materials for his research and strengthening the protection of his house. Over the years, the combined efforts of Lith, the Queen, and her corps had made the Verhan household the next best thing to a small fortress. It was the reason why even Night had failed to break in and slaughter everyone. Yet Lith lacked the means to do the same for the others, forcing him to improvise. Renaa's house. The room started to spin, and suddenly there was blood everywhere. Brago the Ghoul had no idea what was happening until Magur became dark. Who the heck are you? Senton asked while watching the undead's head spin in midair before it turned into ashes. A blond man wielding a glaive had rushed inside the room, holding their daughter Lyria in his free arm. The blond man was 1.9 meters, 63, tall, with yellow eyes and thick sideburns that reached his chin. He wore a green hunter suit apparently made of leather that stuck to his skin, revealing the bulging muscles underneath. My name's Reaper, and this is the Harvester. Another swing of the glaive cut Quero the vampire asunder while his movements were still impeded by his healing spine. Sorry for the delay, but I had to deal with the air sealing array first. Chapter 11:06 Nights Offer Part 2. The darkness imbued within the Harvester hurt the undead, but wasn't enough to kill him before he could call for reinforcements. Are you insane? Senton retrieved Lyria while Renaa covered herself and picked the triplets between her arms. Why did you let him do that? My mother and my father live here as well, whereas there's only one of you. How do you plan to protect all of us? All part of the plan, Reaper guffawed as he retrieved Abominus with spirit magic and healed his wounds. What's a king without his court? He tapped the ground with the Harvester, opening several warp steps that let the shifes of his pack enter the house and hide in strategical spots. This is no longer their trap, but our own. Yet there is no safe place on the battlefield, so we'll move your family to the woods. Another dimensional corridor opened, bringing the humans to the safety of Lifebringer's tribe that was waiting for them. Reaper silently looked at the undead bursting from the windows and the doors of the house, uncaring to hide their presence anymore. The mission was all that mattered to them. The King of the Woods couldn't agree more with them. As long as he kept the undead unaware of Renaa's escape, the enemy would split their forces and waste manpower in a fool's errand. Only once everyone was in their place did the slaughter begin. Lith sighed in relief seeing Renaa's rune become available again, yet his good mood didn't last long. His last warp steps had failed, and so did that he had attempted to open a bit farther from his home, forcing Lith to fly to his destination to not waste more mana. Those bastards sure did a thorough job. Even Dad's fields are covered by an array. The realization made him turn into his hybrid form so that when air magic failed him, his wings kept him from crashing on the ground. Thank the gods you're here. I need you to pick me up, Solus said through their mind link from the ground. Lith swooped down and collected the inconspicuous stone that was Solus's disguise. Without air magic, she couldn't either use the amulet to communicate or fly to reach him. The moment she slipped on his finger, Solus used their mind fusion to share with him all that she had learned from the tower's mirror hall while waiting for his arrival. The scenario she showed him went beyond his worst expectations. He had thought that the assault had been Darius's way to get even with Lith for ruining his plans in the Famer mines, but a human archmage had no way to recruit so many undead troops. In the images Solus had collected before perceiving Lith's arrival, Zinya's home had crumbled, and Celia's was seconds away from being razed. Only Lith's house was still standing, yet Uriel's hexagram had already absorbed 4 powerful Tier 5 spells, so its protection was as good as gone. Your family is safe thanks to the men of the Queen's Corps taking refuge inside your house and keeping the undead from messing with its defensive arrays. But until we don't get rid of the air sealing formation, they can't call for reinforcements, Solus said. Lith nodded and took the black eye of Trouble the Balor out of his pocket dimension in a blaze of emerald flames. Unlike normal dimensional items, an Omni pocket could ignore the effects of a dimensional sealing array if its master knew how. Lith started to weave a spell that he had hoped to never use, while using Invigoration to recover the strength that he had lost after opening so many warp steps. When he reached Lucia's outskirts, an appalling scene appeared in front of his eyes. Only a crater was left where once Zinya's house was, and no life force could be perceived. Celia's house was standing only thanks to Nalron's light mastery, but judging from the enemies swarming around the place and the Rizar's dwindling strength, he didn't have much time left. To make matters worse, a figure donned in black prevented him to move any further. "This isn't how I pictured our first meeting, but it will have to do," Night said while flying thanks to the wings of her black crystal armor resembling her lost adamant equipment. She had taken the body of a young girl barely past 15, about 1.65 meters, 55, tall, with blonde hair and brown eyes. There was nothing remarkable in Night's host except the madness in her eyes and her feverish voice. Lith ignored her ramblings and unleashed one of the final sunsets stored inside his Tier 5 magic, holding ring against the unknown madwoman. Night didn't even attempt to dodge the black flames that hit her with their full force, and yet didn't left so much as a scratch on her body. "Was that domination?" Lith asked, realizing that he couldn't afford to underestimate his enemy, no matter how dire his family's situation was. "No, she simply used her darkness magic to stop yours and resisted the flames. Beware, though, she used no spell, just fusion magic." Solus had a hard time believing her own words and estimating the enemy's strength. "Are you kidding me? This woman is weak-ass." Lith could see with life vision that his opponent had barely a yellow core and the prowess of a woman who had barely started training for a few months. "Mana Sense agrees with your estimates, but that's what happened nonetheless," Solus said. Lith tried to kill the woman with war, but she dodged his attacks with the minimum necessary movement. Night had the highest host turnover rate among her siblings, so she was used to fight using a weakling. "I wanted you to see a bloodbath, maybe even a few heads on a pike, yet this should work as well." Night giggled like a little girl talking to her first crush while she danced around the angry blade. "After all, you can't get past me, and even if you somehow managed to do it, you would have me at your back and my army in front of you. Many have already died and more will fall if you keep struggling. Surrender and accept to become my host. If you do, I promise that your family will be saved and that I'll not hurt you during our first night. Much." Night's words and her black crystal armor allowed Lith to figure her identity. "Are you the Black Knight?" Lith stopped fighting only to give Solus the time to verify his suspicions. "Nailed it in one, my dear husband." Night shapeshifted into her real body, discarding her host's appearance. She now looked like a young woman in her mid-20s, about 1.7 meters, 57, tall, with ebony skin that seemed to devour all light and full lips that highlighted her sensual smile. She had silver waist-long hair and round eyes without pupils that shone like moons. Her body was covered by a skin-tight black suit of crystal armor that left only her head exposed, yet she was no less charming than if she was wearing a cocktail dress. "I have bad news and I have worse news," Solus said. "The bad news is that you were right. We're against Dawn's little sister, and we both failed to sense her real powers because her host hid her. The worse news is that despite her host is way weaker than Akala, for some reason Night is even stronger than Dawn." Chapter 11, 07 Demons of the Fallen Part 1. "My guess is that Night's strength depends on the lack of sunlight. Just like Dawn feeds upon the light element, Night is likely to feed upon darkness," Solus thought. "And just like Dawn's undead were immune to sunlight, Night seems to be immune to darkness magic. Lith completed the phrase for her. I'm much better than any woman you'll ever meet. My knowledge surpasses that of any creature you met. And with me, you'll experience intimacy as no one else can offer you. We'll become one in mind and body, as the lovers you heard about in legends. Night once again attempted her pitch. Been there, done that. Lith cut her short and pointed his finger at the woods. Now get out of my hair, because once my armies get rid of yours, once the air sealing arrays are gone, I'll kick your ass with all the might of the kingdom at my side. What army? Night turned around, noticing the 4 tribes of magical beasts coming out of the Tron woods, and exposing her back to Lith, who didn't miss the opportunity to backstab her. War pierced through armor and flesh until its hilt struck the black crystals, yet the horsemen seemed to barely notice the inconvenience. Do you really call that bunch of fleabags an army? Magical beasts can barely put up a fight against the undead. Night chalked on her words as War's enchantments attacked her from the inside, ravaging both her flesh and mana core. Orion didn't lie when he said that those struck by his masterpiece wouldn't live long. Unlike a normal weapon, War had the ability to twist energy on contact, making it possible to turn the very body of its victims against themselves. The counterflow ability allowed the blade to infect with its own energy signature, any means that a powerful creature might employ to mend their wounds, and use them as a weapon. The Black Knights tried to fly back and escape the angry blade's bite, but Lith charged forward, making it impossible for her to pull War out. I said armies, plural. Lith threw Solus's stone gauntlet onto the ground, while it held both the Black Eye of Trouble, the Balor, and the only Tier 5 necromancy spell Lith had ever created, Demons of the Fallen. Neither the undead nor the beasts cared for the small crater the impact created, at least until the ground below their feet started to shake. Just like she had failed to take into account Lith's meticulous defenses of his home, Night had also overlooked that while Lucia was known as the Graveyard, Lith's home was known as the Death's Door. Over the years, many people had tried to harm his family, and all of them had failed. Most of the time, the Verhins didn't even notice the members of the Queen's Corps or the magical beasts killing the intruders from the shadows. Lith's relatives were also unaware that he had left precise instruction to turn the flesh of the assailants into first-class fertilizer, and to bury their bones nearby the house with earth magic, leaving no trace of the deed. The ground split, and only the hush arrays surrounding the area kept the inhuman screams of a few hundreds of skeletons that rose from their grave from breaking the silence of the night. The horsemen scoffed at the sight of the lowest species of lesser undead, and so did her soldiers, at least until black streaks spread over the dirty ivory of the skeletons, and an emerald glow replaced the red light of undeath in their eyes. The Black Eye of a Balor had the ability to draw and focus the darkness element to the point of turning a lesser undead into a greater if applied to a single corpse. Lith had no use for someone with free will who might refuse his orders, whereas lesser undead were blindly loyal. Demons of the Fallen used the Black Eye as a focus to conjure an endless stream of darkness element, while splitting the energy between all the skeletons to keep them from achieving sentience. The eye amplified the effect of the necromantic spell, allowing the black mana not only to form blood cores, but also to flood the bones with darkness element and turn them into deadly weapons. The skeletons attacked recklessly, strong of the innate resistance to most elements that they shared with their enemies. Their touch was akin to a Tier 3 darkness spell, making physical contact torture for Night's soldiers. Spells did little to no harm to the demons of the Fallen, while physical damage was quickly repaired by the constant flow of necromantic energy. The elder undead had already their hands full facing the beasts, and the arrival of reinforcements only made things worse. Unfortunately for them, the worst had yet to come. Once the skeletons' bones turned pitch black, their shadows rose from the ground, acquiring a third dimension. They had white holes where the mouth and the eyes were supposed to be, while their faces were twisted in a grimace of wrath. Instead of attacking their owners like demons of the darkness would, the shadows wrapped around the black skeletons, replacing their lost flesh and clothes. The demons didn't look like the skeletons' original owners so much as people from all the Garland continent. Some looked like farmers, others had their appearance resemble a full armor, a few were barbarians wearing nothing but clothes made from animal fur. All of them stared at the enemy with undying rage. The white of the shadow's eyes mixed with the green light of the undead, giving the demons emerald irises and white pupils. Both burned so brightly that the newborn army painted the fields nearby the Verhin household an eerie green. Night had no idea what was going on and no time to analyze the situation with her mystical senses. War's bite kept ravaging her body and Lith gave her no quarter, leaving the control over demons of the fallen to Solus while he focused solely on the horsemen. The undead on the ground didn't fare any better, with the beast armed with darkness-infused weapons attacking from the front and the shadow army attacking their back. Night's servants had been caught in a pincer maneuver. Don't falter, the shadow's range is just their arm length, and the beasts can only use elements that do us little damage. Take the shadows down with your weapons and the beasts with long-range spells, Voya the Banshee said. She was supposed to become one of Night's chosen once the battle ended. The horsemen had yet to replace those killed by Balker and Manohar, because sharing her strength with new chosen would weaken her. Night's host was barely more than human, so she had preferred to keep as much power as she could to herself. Voya's command was simple, but there were no rookies among those who had taken part in the assault. Her words allowed them to recover from the surprise, and the centuries of battle experience did the rest. They split into two fronts, fighting back-to-back to leave no weak spot in the formation. Both sides of Night's troops cast a volley of spells against their respective enemy to slow their advance and thin their numbers. Chapter 11:08 Demons of the Fallen Part 2. The beasts dodged or blocked them with earth magic, while the demons didn't budge and took the spells head-on. The shadow that comprised their body neutralized the darkness element, whereas everything else simply went through them, as if they were just illusions. The moment the demons charged at the undead's front lines, the green of their eyes moved to their hands, shape-shifting them into the weapons that the souls possessing the skeletons were more familiar with. Be them a great axe or a kitchen knife, the emerald weapons took the undead by surprise, allowing the demons to push the enemy's blades away long enough to break through their ranks and made their formation crumble. Demons of the Fallen wasn't just a Tier 5 darkness spell. It also mixed spirit magic to call upon the shadows that always followed Lith and to bestow upon them weapons. The conjured blades were weak and brittle, lasting one single exchange before shattering. Yet together with the element of surprise, they gave the demons the opportunity they needed. Demons of the Fallen not only required to accumulate a huge amount of darkness magic and to feed it to the black eye of the Balor to be amplified, but it also required the caster to focus solely on its creations. Solus couldn't conjure the necessary energy due to her inability to use invigoration on her own, and Lith couldn't afford to control so many creatures at once to keep them from consuming in a few bursts the spirit magic that comprised their bodies. Together, however, they had no such problem. Lith took care of the main enemy while Solus focused on their army and protected the eye. Without it, demons of the Fallen would crumble. Only the might behind the black eye could provide the steady flow of darkness magic necessary for the skeletons to be more than a pile of bones, and to protect them from darkness magic. Enough, Night slashed at her own midriff with a knife hand, cutting her body asunder. With her other hand, she took a black prism out of her core, shaping it like her prized spear, thorn, and lunged at Lith's heart. The two combined moves allowed her to escape from War's assault and forced Lith away. Now I understand how you beat my sister, but I'm different from her, Night said, while crystal tendrils rescued and reattached her lower body. I have almost no chosen left, and without the sun, the entirety of Magur is my playground. Unluckily for Lith, her analysis was spot on. Even though Night's host was weaker than Akala, even though she had lost the Black Rose armor and the Thorn Spear to Balker's chaos magic, her strength still outmatched Dawn. Now that the horseman had stopped goofing around, Lith found himself forced on the defense. Without Solus, he had to strategize alone. He couldn't follow the mana flow in Night's body to predict what spells she would use, and the skill gap between them only made things worse. Falul outmatched Lith, yet even from their brief exchange, he could see that Night would probably give the Hydra a run for her money. The spear had the range advantage, and each lunge would produce a pillar of darkness bigger than Lith's body, forcing him to perform ample movements to dodge each strike and miss all the openings that Night left open to taunt him. On top of that, the black pillars wouldn't just fade away. After missing their target, the energy mass stopped in midair, forming a massive sphere that just waited for Night's next command. Fuck me sideways, she can use spirit magic as well and way better than I do. Night's darkness magic is as fast as a bullet, and she's leaving her spells around to strike at me from behind. If not for full guard, I would have already lost, Lith thought. Cease this pointless struggle and surrender. Otherwise, with a flick of Night's wrist, several of the black spheres darted toward Lith, attacking him from every side. He stopped flapping his wings and used spirit magic to speed up his fall, escaping from the encirclement in the nick of time. His 4 eyes burned with the mana of 4 different elements as he unleashed the Tier 5 version of checkmate spears. Ice lances as thick as trees with emerald streaks all over appeared around Night, each one striking at her with the strength of a speeding car. She recalled the black spheres to herself, but the solid matter mixed with spirit magic resisted darkness magic's effects. The kinetic energy the spears carried made them move fast and hit hard enough to crack the horseman's crystal armor, taking away big chunks of her flesh with each hit. At the same time, Lith charged at Night while using War's world mirror ability to channel all the stray energy from the horseman's spells, and his own in a vertical slash that split her asunder. Smart and resourceful, I think I'm in love. Her two of spoke as nothing had happened, and her left arm lunged with Thorn from point-blank range, giving Lith no time to dodge. The black pillar that originated from the spear had the destructive power of a Tier 4 darkness spell, the kinetic energy of a meteor, and the piercing power of Thorn. It turned Lith into a black shooting star that crashed onto the ground, opening a crater several meters deep. No matter how much you damage my meat suit, dear husband, fixing it takes me little effort. I don't care for my host's pain, and her life is meaningless to me. The only way you have to beat me is to make me run out of mana faster than you do. Alas, the night is my element, and I'm not going to give you a single breath for free. The horseman kept her word and resumed her attack while Lith had yet to get up. Small bursts of red flames that were the equivalent of blood for his hybrid form came out of his eyes, mouth, and ears. He had managed to remain conscious only thanks to the combined protection of War's world mirror ability, his boosted skinwalker armor, and a last-ditch hard light construct. Together they had taken the brunt of the damage and kept Lith's heart from being punctured. His knees wobbled, but Lith still managed to dodge Thorn and to get as much distance as he could from Night. Hang on, I already gave the demons the order to take down the air sealing array first, but the undead are protecting the focal points of the formation with all their might. Solus knew that between the lack of air and dimensional magic, the horseman had a tremendous advantage over Lith. He had barely a decade of battle experience, whereas Night had spent centuries, if not millennia, wreaking havoc and fighting the most powerful creatures on Magus. Without dimensional magic, Lith couldn't use most of his tricks, and he had no way to win a contest of strength against one of the most powerful relics in existence. Also, flying using only his wings wasn't easy since he had them for barely less than 2 years, and he spent most of his time in human form. I'm trying everything I can, but I don't think I can stall Night for long, Lith replied. Even with a bright blue core, I'm no match for her in a one-on-one fight. I've only got 2 aces up my sleeve left, so wish me luck. Chapter 11, 09 Uriel's Legacy, Part 1. Lith darted in the air, thanking his latest breakthrough for the second set of wings. Despite the fact that they were nigh atrophied, they still gave him a bit more speed and enhanced his flight stability. I love when they play hard to get. Night chuckled as she lunged with her spear and emitted another black burst of energy. Her laughter died when a light pillar struck her from above, making her plunge several meters underground. The light element carried so much heat that her black crystal armor turned red, and enough kinetic energy to give her the impression of having been swatted by a giant. Lith had yet to become a light master, but he had learned how to cast up to Tier 3 offensive light magic spells and how to mix them with fire and spirit magic. Are you a one-trick pony or what? Because unless your ramblings count as an attack, you're boring me. Lith's banter would have been much more effective if he didn't run away. Night laughed while regrowing her hair and repairing her skin. Do you want me to stop going easy on you? I'm fine with it. The horseman unleashed her Tier 5 spell, Ice Coffin. Suddenly, a swarm of black crystal daggers filled the air, each one of them enveloped in a frost aura so cold that it started to snow. It wasn't their razor-sharp edge, nor the darkness energy they carried to make them lethal so much as their ability to stick to their target. Dodging them all was impossible, and once one of the daggers hit, the frost aura would fuse the ice crystal to its victim's flesh. The cold would suck away the heat just like the darkness imbued within 8 at the life force, leaving the target of the spell no way out. Not even Lith's bright blue origin flames could fully defend him from the swarm. For each dagger he vaporized, 2 more would form from both the steam and the water condensed due to the spell's frost aura. Ice Coffin needed but a few seconds to paint the Skinwalker armor black, turning Lith's flight into freefall as life abandoned his frozen limbs. Thanks for the lesson, sucker. I'll do my best to learn this spell, Lith said, leaving Night with her mouth agape. She could see with life vision that, for no apparent reason, the ice daggers had left his body, allowing Lith to recover with invigoration the strength he had lost. The horseman focused on her spell, discovering that somehow the water element had been drained from Ice Coffin. Without its key component, the spell had faded away. After Balker, now even Lith can use domination. Knight couldn't believe that both the husband she had chosen could be so alike. It doesn't make sense. He has no streaks in his hair, and even if he has a black-colored eye, he failed to dominate any of my attacks so far. Why should the blue eye be any different? She thought while unleashing her Tier 5 spell, Stardust. A wave of light magic infused with darkness flooded the sky, moving toward Lith's house like a tsunami. That way, even if he dodged, the spell would still hit the defensive formations of the house and weaken them further. Only when the light element disappeared, and Stardust fell apart, did Knight remember why she had avoided using big spells until that moment. "Oh shit," she said when she noticed that now 5 out of 6 points of Uriel's hexagram now burned with power, leaving only one missing. "Thank you so much." Lith flew above his house, outside the range of the air sealing array. He called upon his best Tier 5 air spell, Mjolnir. A bolt of lightning as strong as a natural one descended from the skies and hit Lith's house for no apparent reason. Yet this time the horseman didn't let Lith's nonsense fool her. Mjolnir had disappeared just like starlight, lighting the missing point of the blue hexagram that surrounded the Verhin household and activating its full effect. This doesn't bode well, Knight thought. Now I understand why Lith taunted me to use powerful spells, and why did he run away. He was trying to use my own mana to fuel that knockoff Silverwing's hexagram. The only question is, what the heck does that thing do? What the heck does that thing do? Captain Locrias, the man in charge of one of the 5-man units of the Queen's Corps tasked with protecting the Verhins, asked. After the undead's initial assault, all 3 teams had sought the protection of the array system after rescuing their respective marks. Between the arrays and the arsenal that each member of the Queen's Corps carried with themselves, Locrias had managed to keep the house safe until Lith's arrival. After the arrival of the magical beasts and the demons of the fallen, the captain had focused on helping his allies to stall as long as he could until Martianus Distar sent reinforcements. It's a very powerful weapon. Elena tried and failed to remember how Uriel's hexagram worked. Lith had explained it to her many times, yet Elena had never needed to employ any of the house's defense systems. She knew how to activate the array, but she had forgotten what it did. She knew that the hexagram could stop up to 6 different elemental spells, and that was the reason why she had used it to block Knight's most powerful attacks, leaving the rest to the array system and the soldiers of the Queen's Corps. "I get that," he grunted. "I'm just asking why you don't unleash it and why Fallow's apprentice attacked it. So far, that thing helped us against Knight, and your son is supposed to be under the Hydra's protection. We won't resist long if you hold your punches, or if that wormling turns traitor." "How dare you?" Roz's anger almost scared the captain. "That's not a thing, that's a person who's risking his life to protect us." Hearing such disrespectful words towards his son while watching Lith engaged in a deadly battle was more than Roz could handle. "I didn't mean to offend anyone, it's just that beasts look and sound all the same to me. I had no idea that he's a male." Captain Locrias's words only added fuel to Roz's rage fire, forcing Elena to intervene. "Hold tight, this might hurt," she said while wielding the seemingly common wooden spoon that actually hid an orichalcum core and enough mana crystals to control all the arrays around the house. "What do you mean it might hurt?" the soldiers asked in unison. Elena couldn't remember for her life if the hexagram would attack a single target or an area of effect. Yet she had seen Lith completing the formation after luring Knight near the house. She focused on the horseman and ordered Uriel's hexagram to attack her. The array followed Elena's will and shape-shifted into the Tier 5 Warden spell, Immortal Fetters. A swarm of chains of blue energy struck at Knight, who countered them by creating a thick barrier of darkness magic. The power behind the chains, however, belonged to 6 Tier 5 spells that the array had woven in the form of high-density energy. Chapter 11, 10 Uriel's Legacy Part 2. Darkness needed time to corrode such a construct, whereas Immortal Fetters needed only a second to unleash its effects. The chains seeped inside the horseman's body, ignoring the crystal armor and weighing her down with the power of a Tier 5 gravity spell. At the same time, the 6 elements stored inside the chains flooded Knight's body, creating a mana flow opposite to her own, and making it impossible for her to use magic. "What the heck is this?" The horseman plunged to the ground as her wings were no longer capable of sustaining her weight. Her armor now felt as heavy as a mountain, and moving her spear required her full strength. Her superior battle experience had become useless, since even performing a feint required a swiftness of movement she no longer had. Instead of answering, Lith took a full breath and unleashed a jet stream of bright blue origin flames at Night. He couldn't use them before since origin flames required close range, and they didn't move faster than he could hurl them. On top of that, every failed attack with origin flames would leave Lith breathless and create a perfect opening for a long-range weapon like Thorn. Now, however, Night couldn't dodge and her spear moved so slowly that Lith could follow its movements. The horseman channeled the darkness magic that flowed through her real body, the black crystal embedded in her host's chest, to conjure another thick barrier. Immortal fetters slowed and lessened the energy flow, but it was still enough to block most of the flames. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Achieving a bright blue core at such a young age is a rare feat. Night felt no pain and focused solely on conjuring as much power as she could to get rid of the pesky chains. Immortal fetters had the power of 6 Tier 5 offensive spells and 1 true magic array, but a horseman's mana core could do much more. On top of that, Uriel's hexagram couldn't absorb any more spells to recharge the chains, whereas new darkness element fueled Night's abilities by the second. It was only a matter of time before the fetters lost the tug-of-war against the living corruption that the Black Knight was. Lith hurled one stream of origin flames after the other, but between the crystal armor and the black aura, they inflicted little damage. Then, he used war to decapitate the horseman, just to see a crystal tendril reattach the still mocking head. Has anyone ever told you that to destroy a cursed object it takes the power of a guardian, and that the horsemen are above any living legacy that any race can make? Night laughed at his efforts and lunged her thorn in a cross counter. She had no need to defend. No matter the damage, as long as her crystal remained intact, Night would always return whole. Lith cursed his bad luck as Thorn pierced through his left shoulder and wing, turning them both into shreds. With finesse off the table, the horseman had no problem turning the battle into a slugfest. She didn't even try to dodge, preferring to collect her strength for the moment when Lith put his weight into the strike, and then hitting him back while was pierced her flesh. Such a suicidal tactic would have been impossible for someone without an almost immortal body, something that Lith had never faced whereas Night had spent centuries exploiting. "What's the matter, dragon boy? Are we not feeling so hot anymore?" the horseman said with a cruel grin on her face. While Lith used invigoration to recuperate, she managed to stand up. Thorn remained at her side while Night focused on amplifying the effect of the darkness magic coursing through her body to get rid of immortal fetters. Soulless analysis. Lith hated to admit it, but Falwell was right. That fight had made it clear how codependent they were from each other. Against opponents beyond their level, Soulless needed his power and shrewdness as much as Lith needed her ingenuity and tactical expertise. Things aren't going well on my side either. Our enemies are elder undead, not small fries. They know the importance of the array to stop our reinforcements and are giving their lives to protect the seal. As for Night, there is no mana geyser we can draw power from, nor does she have a weak point that we can exploit. Yet there is a way. Stop aiming for her host and focus on her crystal core. She can endlessly regenerate her host, but her power core can be overloaded or damaged. Dawn had to run away when our combined origin flames cracked her crystal, Soulless said. What do you think I've been trying to do until now? She moves the damn crystal, and because she has the same energy signature of her host, I can't pinpoint it, Lith replied. Well, here's my plan, Soulless explained. She needed to say just a few words before Lith could follow her reasoning and connect the dots. He took a deep breath of invigoration, using the energy to supercharge the last final sunset stored inside his magic holding ring. Darkness magic again? Has the damage to your brain made you forget who you're fighting against, or are you just clutching at straws? Night said, as she used a powerful stream of darkness element to counter the raging river of black flames that was burning the grass and charring the ground around her. Once again, the horseman's ability to conjure massive amounts of darkness element made her immune to one of the undead's innate weaknesses, and protected her from the Tier 5 spell, as if it was just a spring breeze. To do that despite immortal fetters, however, the Black Knight had to stop eroding the chains and focus solely on her barrier. She saw Lith taking another deep breath and strengthened the darkness shroud even more in anticipation of the second wave. Do what you want. I can do this all night. War pierced the barrier's core, using its world mirror ability to scatter the darkness and cutting her short. Night cursed as the black flames melted the nearby stones and finally reached her armor, damaging more than just her host. Yet she needed a single swing of thorn to push the angry blade away and renew her protection. Just like Lith wanted, even someone as skilled as Nye would create an opening while carrying out a serious attack, so Lith exploited her move to counter with War, piercing Knight's chest exactly where her crystal core was hidden. As Solus had said, the crystal core had the ability to conjure and harness the protective darkness magic, not the host. That meant that Lith just had to force Knight to use so much energy that he would be able to follow its flow back to the source. Knight shivered in pain due to War's bite and struck back, but Lith had already stepped back. She failed to understand his strategy until Lith used the deep breath knot for invigoration, but to hurl a jet stream of origin flames along the path opened by War. A path clear from flesh and crystal armor, leading straight to the exposed living legacy that was Knight's real body. The shiver turned into an agonizing scream as the origin flames attacked the enchantments that gave her life. Chapter 11 Blood for Blood Part 1. Any damage Knight's crystal sustained couldn't be healed just by spawning prisms nor by absorbing darkness element. Only time could fix the horseman. On top of that, every small injury on Knight's real body weakened both her physical and magical abilities. Nice trick, but I won't fall for it a second time. Let's see which one lasts longer, if your crippled life force or the daughter of Baba Yaga, Knight said with a crazed laughter. Has anyone ever told you that your puny flames lack the kick of the real deal? Knight tried to move her crystal core behind the protection of her flesh and armor, while Lith hurled another stream of bright blue fire. It hurt her a lot, but it was far from killing her. Damn it, she's right. I might win in the long run, but I don't know if my life force can endure using origin flames so many times. My breath is that of a wormling, not of a dragon, he thought. The pillar of violet origin, flames the size of a skyscraper that struck Knight instead, was the real deal. The stream of fire the horseman with the strength of a collapsing mountain and threw her in the air as if she was just a rag doll. How dare you attacking our family? Xenogrosh's roar made Lith's house tremble despite all the arrays protecting it. The shadow dragon landed with the grace of a ballerina and the fury of a storm. She stood over 30 meters, 100 feet, tall, with her mouth brimming with fire and her 4 eyes lit by chaos magic. Thanks for freeing me, you moron, Knight laughed at Xenogrosh's blunder. Unlike Lith, her flames had enveloped her whole body and destroyed immortal fetters. I don't fear a single dragon. I've got a set of carpets and curtains made from skinning you oversized lizards. Your presence does nothing but give me the ingredients I need to reforge my weapons. How dare you inflicting us pain? Kigan, the blood wind of the desert, dismounted from the dragon's back and turned into a black phoenix so big that his wingspan covered the starry sky. He unleashed a stream of violet origin flames that intercepted Xenogrosh's and hit the horseman who was still trapped inside the first pillar of fire. The moment the 2 streams of origin flames met, they turned white and lit the night like a small sun. The 2 beasts had mastered origin flames to the point that they could make the conflicting energies merge rather than collide, creating a combined attack that the abominations called primordial flames. I fought a guardian in the past. A couple of hybrids are not oh shit. Knight cursed her big mouth as several people jumped off the dragon's back, each one shape-shifting to a size similar to Xenogrosh's. How dare you make us bleed? A male figure turned into a 28 meters, 92 feet, long leviathan who conjured a tidal wave of chaos and water magic that destroyed Knight's host and decimated her army at the same time. Lith, Solus, and every single sane person who witnessed the fury of the abominations felt a mix of awe and fear running through their bodies. The powerful mana flow coursing through Lith's body protected him just like the arrays shielded his family. But the aura the hybrids emitted was so powerful that many in Lucia fainted for no apparent reason, while others experienced life-scarring nightmares. How dare you taking what's ours? A female figure turned into a griffin, who unleashed all the life maelstrom stored inside her body at once, making the skies scream with thunder and the ground tremble with a quake. Death is not enough to pay for your crimes, but it'll have to do. A man turned into a Garuda, a gigantic feathered humanoid with 2 sets of wings on its back, the head of a black eagle and talons instead of feet. A second burst of life maelstrom met the first as a female Fenrir appeared as well, joining the attack. Baitra wasn't with them simply because she was busy erecting a barrier around the entirety of Lucia, to protect it from the effects of the fury of her companions. What the heck? Lith and Solus couldn't believe their own eyes. Under any other circumstance, they would have wondered why so many creatures had assembled just to help him, or what reason could drive them to such fury. Xenogrosh had already shown them how much she cared for her relatives, but the other abominations were no dragons. Yet their anger matched Xenogrosh's, and so did their power. Their combined might was more than enough to kill Night. Lith could see the black crystal cracking as Life Maelstrom turned the spells empowering the living legacy against herself. The silver lightning struck from the inside, while origin flames and spells damaged the horseman from the outside, covering her surface with cracks. The shockwaves of the attacks had killed every single undead and destroyed the ceiling arrays. The beasts and the houses survived, only thanks to the silver barriers enveloping them. Enough! A voice more ancient than the night itself resounded as a white barrier shielded the collapsing crystal and warped it to safety. The fury of the 6 colossal beasts had been so stunning that no one had noticed the small hut running across the battlefield on what looked like 10 meters, 33 feet, long chicken legs. You've really outdone yourself this time, child. Baba Yaga's voice was cold, but the kindness with which she rocked the dying horseman between her arms was akin to that of a mother with her sick newborn. Unhand our prey, blood mother, or we'll make sure that your name on a gravestone will be the only thing left of you. Xenogrosh said, as 7 black pillars appeared from the sky, setting up for the chaos array their combined presence conjured. Are you really sure this is what you want? I'm aware of the Master's plan, of how they focused on restoring the powers of the direct bloodline of the Guardians to match their respective parents if needed. On reviving the 4th ruler of the Flames to provide you with weapons and armor that dwarf those of most Guardians in the case they try to interfere with your ascension. A clever plan indeed. Yet I see that many of you still wield outdated crap, and your power is far from that of a real Guardian, Baba Yaga said. So what? There are 7 of us and 1 of you. We prepared to fight our parents and you are nothing compared to my old man, Sierra the Fenrir said. I'm Baba Yaga, child, and I'm standing inside my mage tower. Solus could see that, unlike her, Baba Yaga's hut was capable of moving and absorbing the surrounding world energy even in absence of a mana geyser. It provided her with much less strength than the crystal mine, but it was better than nothing. Moreover, the phenomenon made it harder to conjure the world energy, weakening all breathing techniques, origin flames, and slowing down the recharge of the life maelstrom. I admit that I can't take you all by myself, but if I go all out and put my life on the line, I'm confident I can kill 2, if not 3 of you before attempting to escape. Worst case scenario, I'll die after having your numbers. Chapter 11, 12 Blood for Blood Part 2. Best case scenario, I'll survive after crippling your strength. Can your plan survive such losses? Can you give up on your companions' lives just for this? After all, no one died, I made sure of it. No harm, no foul. Before answering, remember that you have gained your new bodies for a little more than a year, whereas I mastered my skills before most of you were even born, Baba Yaga said. Xenogrosh and the others pondered her words, yet never stopped weaving their best spells nor building their power. She's right, we grow stronger by the day, learning ways to combine our respective innate skills that probably the Guardians themselves ignore due to their past grievances. Each one of us is a member of our family and an unreplaceable asset, she thought. Apologies are not enough, Kigan the Phoenix said. Your daughter messed with our family and we can't just sit idly until she does it again. This isn't just about insignificant things like turf or money, this is about blood. His body turned into a living mass of black and violet flames, as the abomination put his life on the line with the next attack. What if I promise you that she'll never do it again? Baba Yaga said. What good is your word when Night defied your orders countless times in the past? Ikos the Garuda said. We can trust you, not her. Well said. Baba Yaga activated creation magic, dismantling Night's crystal core while keeping her alive and fixing her at the same time. This spell that you all can read will prevent her from attacking the Verhin household again. Mom, please no. Night had no tears, but she cried nonetheless. She could feel the spell removing part of her free will, making her less than a person and more like a thing. You brought this upon yourself, child. Back when I fought Salark for you, I exploited the fact that, despite her great power, she is just one person and has many things to attend. There was only so much time she could waste on me. This time not only did you go against my will, but you also angered 7 beings who have surrounded us and are willing to die. This is a small price for survival, Baba Yaga said. It's not enough, Xenagrosh said. She could ask her siblings to attack in her stead or find a loophole in your spell by striking at the people nearby. No matter how strict a command is, there's always a catch. Baba Yaga looked around, noticing that the abominations protected more than Lith's house. Celia's house had been restored, the beasts healed, and even the village of Lucia had been enveloped in a silvery barrier. I fail to understand the reason for your generosity, but what about I change the spell so that night will become unable to harm directly or indirectly anyone who resides in Lucia? I can also promise you to order my other horsemen to do the same. They are not like night. They never went against my will and always respect my orders. On top of that, know that in the case any of them breaks my oath and attacks this place, I will not intervene again. You have my word, Baba Yaga said. It's not enough. We demand blood for blood. Nothing less is acceptable, Hushar the Leviathan said. What more do you want then? Baba Yaga had weaved her best spells, but she could feel the chaos array empowering the abominations and weakening her. She wasn't afraid of death so much as of abandoning all the children that still needed her. Yet she couldn't let Night die without at least trying everything she could. If the abomination dared to take her daughter away from her, she would make them pay. She never learned because you never punished her. Hushar was among the oldest among the 7 hybrids and knew Night very well. Kill the horseman's host while they are still bonded and make her experience our pain. That and the restricting spell will be enough to sate our anger. This time we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. The next time you mess with our family witch, there will be no talking, only fighting. I couldn't agree more. Baba Yaga changed the slave spell on Night's core, turning Lucia and all of its inhabitants into something beyond the horseman's reach even in her dreams. The Black Knight screamed and cried as part of her was forever changed. The pain of her maimed free will, however, was nothing compared to the physical agony that the death of Night's host caused to her. She could feel the agony of every single cell, and for the first time in her life, Night experienced the suffering of the living without the protection of darkness fusion. By the time Baba Yaga was done, the physical damage the crystal had sustained dwarfed in comparison with the mental scar that the punishment left on the horseman's mind. Baba Yaga returned inside her hut to repair the crystal and then warped away, soon followed by the abominations. Solus, what the heck did just happen? What's this plan Baba Yaga talked about, and how can the 4th ruler of the flames be still alive? Lith dispelled demons of the fallen and retrieved the stone gauntlet. He couldn't shapeshift back into human form in front of the members of the Queen's Corps. I have no clue. We are missing a lot of pieces of the puzzle, like the identity of the 4th ruler or what the Master can do with the Abomination Guardian's hybrids. Before answering any of that, we must check on the others. She pointed at the crater where once Zinya's house was. Lith stared at the still-smoking rubble while fearing the worst. The death of his neighbors would be more than collateral damage. It would be the proof of how little he cared about protecting Camilla's family and mark the end of their relationship. Free country of Lamarth, beyond the eastern borders of the Gorgon Empire and the headquarters of the Master, a few minutes later. I have good news and better news, Tezca the Warg Abomination hybrid said. The good news is that I'm finally getting accustomed to my body enough to be once again a dimensional mage worthy of his title. The better news is that we have a new member of our family. Do you remember Nandi, the Eldritch Minotaur I told you about? Not only has he decided to join our ranks, but thanks to his orc half, he can also solve all our mana crystal-related problems. We don't have to look around for an orc shaman, nor care about how they manipulate crystals anymore. Nandi is a living mana geyser that can provide us with all the answers we need. I don't give a damn about crystals. Today you all failed me with your foolish actions. You've jeopardized decades of hard work, and for what? Pride? Justice? Honor? The Master said while squeezing what looked like a black tennis ball. I know that you're angry, but... I'm not angry, I'm livid. How could you be so stupid to go against Baba Yaga when none of you still has their equipment? When aside from Xenagrosh, everyone else has yet to fully integrate their monster side with their abomination half, the Master roared. Chapter 11:13, A Mage Among Gods Part 1. The Master couldn't believe that beings millennia old could also be so stupid that they would face Baba Yaga with outdated artifacts. Unfortunately, adamant was rare, and to equip a single creature the size of any of the Guardian's bloodlines required tons of enchanted metal. After Xenagrosh purified adamant to its utmost limit with origin flames, its quality increased tenfold, yet its mass decreased by the same amount. The master couldn't afford to go into battle with the Guardians without giving the abominations the best money could offer. Davros was so rare that even eldritch abominations older than the Guardians had just accumulated a few ingots. Enough for a man, but barely enough to cover one of Xenogrosh's talons after she shapeshifted. The master had given up on finding enough Davros to make equipment and relied on the black market for a regular supply of adamant of. The Gorgons living in Ligaon's lair produced the priceless metal simply by breathing on grass, making it inexhaustible. The Guardian would put batches of adamant on the market from time to allow powerful forgemasters to put their abilities to the test and improve their skills. But this is a story for another day. You're being unfair. Xenogrosh stepped forward to protect Tezca from the master's fury. We did it only for you. Lith is not only my little brother, he's also precious for your plans. On top of that, his family was under attack and... Nice try, but I don't believe you. The master had the hologram of Lith's hybrid form fighting Knight appear in the middle of the room. The organization had the resources to get their hands on Captain Locrius's report the moment he submitted it. An unknown necromancy spell, an army of magical beasts, origin flames, and even an array powerful enough to make a horseman bend the knee. Verhin didn't need your help. He would have found the path to victory on his own. He always does. The master replayed the images in a loop, sighing with admiration and envy. Nandi did his best to read the room, but both his instincts and sharp mind failed to make sense of the events unfolding in front of his eyes. No matter what appearance the monster abomination hybrids took, they were titans, whereas the master was just a human. No matter how powerful the master's mana core was or how tall they were, in front of immortal beings that descended from the Guardians, anyone else looked like an ant, something that should stay quiet and pray to not get stomped. The master, instead, acted like a disgruntled father reprimanding his unruly children, and the abominations couldn't even look them in the eyes. Maybe spending too much time alone drove me mad, and Baba Yaga suppressed it while I lived with her because this doesn't make sense, Nandi thought. I'll play along for a bit longer before taking my leave. Nandi, the master's voice snapped him out of his reverie. Are you sure of your decision? From what I understand, you bear the mark of Baba Yaga's firstborns, and my organization doesn't get along with her. I can't afford to waste time and resources on an unreliable ally. I need to know where your allegiance truly lies before admitting you among our ranks. Answer me, and answer me honestly. Would you be able to treat the witch as an enemy if you were to meet her on the battlefield, or does your past relationship cloud your judgment? I don't know how you know about the mark, but my personal business is my own. Whatever I decide to do is only up to, Nandi attempted to say. Kneel. A single word from the master was enough to bring the powerful Minotaur to his knees, needing sheer willpower just to keep his head from hitting the ground. How stupid do you think I am? A wave of the master's hand made Nandi feel like his body was on fire. I created the process that gave birth to you monster abomination hybrids. I knew your body better than anyone else the moment I laid my eyes on you. Baba Yaga may have given you her blessing after merging your two halves, but she did a poor job. How does the master know what happened, and how can Baba Yaga's work be considered sloppy? Nandi could feel both his black and monster cores going into disarray, causing him unspeakable pain, yet his curiosity burned stronger. You are not the first returner we got here, a clone who bested his original and took their identity. I've devised arrays to defend this place from the likes of you, and spells that allow me to identify those who knock at my door. The master said. I give you my word that I won't kill you, no matter your answer, but I need to know. Where does your allegiance truly lie? What do you expect me to say? I barely know you and your plans, whereas I lived with Baba Yaga for months, sharing her bread and teachings. Of course I won't fight her without a good reason. Nandi said amid grunts as he tried to break free of the master's control. However, if what Tezca told me about you, and if what even Baba Yaga told me is true, I'll gladly join your side. If the two of you clash, the best I can promise you is to assist neither, but only if you plan on helping me and not just exploiting me. Sounds fair. A snap of the master's finger deactivated the arrays, allowing Nandi to stand up. That's it, do you really believe me? The Minotaur blurted out, unable to repress his surprise. A creature as powerful as you has no need to lie. If you really wanted to harm me or escape, all you had to do was to manipulate the world energy in the room and stop my arrays. The master said, surprising Nandi even more with his accurate understanding of the Minotaur's abilities, despite the fact that they had just met. Of course, if you did that, the second set of arrays would have put you down for good. Welcome to the family, Nandi. Your role will be to make us a crystal mine and use your abilities to feed your siblings with world energy. You have no idea how much power it takes to fully develop your bodies. What you have is just the beginning. The Master activated 2 Tier 5 spells, Life Master and Master Scalpel. They were respectively the upgraded versions of the Scanner and Chisel spells. Together, they allowed the Master to stimulate Nandi's life force so that his 2 natures harmonized even more and his power rose to new heights. See, the witch's treatment wasn't bad for a newbie, but she failed to take into account that hurting your body mixed your life forces in a chaotic way. They don't have to just flow together. They must become one or you'll never reach perfection. I won't alter your life forces, but by studying them, I can devise methods that will allow you to tap into the best abilities of orcs and abominations without being hindered by their respective limits. The Master said. Thanks, I'll get to work immediately. Nandi instinctively gave the Master a small bow. He didn't respect people for their race, only for their knowledge, and the Master had proved to have plenty. Chapter 11:14, A Mage Among Gods, Part 2. Number before that, I have another task for you. Do you know what this is? The Master showed the black tennis ball to Nandi. No, but I can feel powerful chaos energy coming from it, the Minotaur said. Correct. This is a mass of abomination tissues that I have collected from all of your siblings. Thanks to their knowledge and the mystical instruments Baitra made for me, I've altered its life force so that not it's identical to mine. The Master snapped his fingers, revealing 3 of his gene tanks derived from the blueprints of Arthan's madness hidden behind the wall on their back. Each one of them was big enough to comfortably accommodate an emperor beast and filled with a purple translucent liquid. The gene tank on the left was packed with rough-looking young humans. The one on the right was occupied by abominations, while the middle one was empty. This sphere is the best next thing to what would happen to my tissues if I turned into an abomination. I'm going to absorb it and then enter inside the gene tank. The nutrients bath will provide me with everything I need to survive the metamorphosis. The human scum will supply extra life force in the case something goes wrong, while my failed artificial abominations will sustain my other half. If things go as planned, I'll become the first human abomination hybrid, the Master said. You can't be serious. Xenogrosh stepped forward. There's a reason why we always delayed the procedure. Even with all of our precautions, the success rate is barely around 60%, and you have a single attempt. What if your body can't withstand the chaos energy? What if the living matter of the sphere takes over your mind and body? You would die, and our decades-long plan would fail. First, with Nandi providing me with endless world energy, the abomination tissue should always be sated. Without the drive of its hunger, the tissue is nothing but a mindless being. Second, you should know better than anyone how skilled I am. I believe that if you and Nandi work together to keep me stable, the success rate will be 100%. Last but not least, I'm tired of waiting. Tired of seeing my human body unable to follow my mind's prowess. Even if I die, the creature that will emerge the tank will still retain my memory and knowledge. If you take your time to nurture it, you'll lose a father, but you'll gain a sibling. The Master always resorted to Xenogrosh's troll core to recover from the ghastliest of wounds. The limitless light energy it produced only needed her body to ingest food to produce endless vitality, making her healing spells almost as good as invigoration. But Dad, Baitra tried and failed to speak, her eyes watery. No buts, how could I call myself a mage if I can't even protect the happiness of a single person? I know that you did what you did to protect me. You endangered your lives because of my weakness, and for that, you have my eternal gratitude. Zagar Vaster, the 3rd greatest healer of the Griffin Kingdom, also known as the Master, brought the black sphere to his chest, letting it seep inside his body. Thanks, Baitra. If not for your Dominator armor, I would be already dead. Thanks, Xenogrosh. If not for your healing magic, it would have taken me days to recover instead of seconds. Kigan, Sierre, Hushar, Ikos, Nelia. Thanks for your teachings that made me into a better man and mage than I'd have ever been on my own. You may be all older than me, but you've lost sight of what living really is for so long that I had to teach you how to walk, eat, and even use a bathroom. It might sound silly of me, but I've always considered you as my children. Whatever happens to this body, take good care of yourself. Professor Vaster entered the gene tank only when he could no longer stand the agony of the chaos energy eating at his body. He had never planned on growing fond of Zinnia, nor to put his life on the line along with decades of hard work just to save her life and her children's. Yet in front of the undead, Vaster had found himself incapable of running away. After losing his seat as the best healer of the kingdom, After losing the love of his wife and children due to his attempts to best his competition that kept him away from home, Vaster had given up on life for the ideal of helping mankind to reach the next evolutionary step. However, he couldn't love an ideal. An ideal couldn't smile at him and make him feel appreciated. While facing death, Vaster had discovered what really mattered to him. He was still ready to die, but only because he couldn't stand his empty life anymore. Zagar Vaster felt the purple fluid flooding his body, yet allowing him to breathe as the fight to determine whether the man or the abomination would prevail ravaged his body. Erna's household, a few hours before the undead attack. After hearing Lith speak about making good memories with Camilla, and after Nalrond had dumped all girls in the group to ask Brina out, Quilla Ernas decided that it was time to get back into the game. As the Rizar had so impolitely reminded her, she had a suitor who had been waiting the last few months for a call. On the one hand, it flattered her. On the other hand, she was afraid of making the date happen. Before taking a decision that she might regret, Quilla had summoned her closest friends to the war room, which just meant bringing her sisters inside her private quarters after activating all the necessary arrays to keep parents and house staff from overhearing her plans. I never dated anyone outside the academy, so I'm at loss for ideas. Floria, you dated in the army. I could use your advice about what I can talk about with an ex-ranger and first-class weirdo. Freya, your lifelong streak of one-night stands should provide me with plenty of material about how to end the date without Morok making a scene. Let's start with something simple. Where can I bring him for dinner? Quilla said. Wow, do you really think that's what our love life amounts to? Floria said. Am I just an encyclopedia of how to handle weirdos, and is Freya the Empress of shallow relationships to you? Well, you dated a human-beast abomination hybrid who's also an awakened and who shares his body with a pretty woman. I don't see anyone getting weirder than that. Quilla shrugged. Also, between Callian and your exes, you can point me exactly at what not look for in a man. As for Freya, I've seen loaves of bread last longer than her relationships. Floria and Freya gritted their teeth, but they didn't attempt to deny anything. No matter how heavy Quilla's words were, they were also true. If he spent too much time as a ranger, then a fancy restaurant is off the table. Morok has probably little manners and no taste for gourmet food. You can't go to a tavern either. It would make you more like drinking buddies than two people dating, Floria said. Chapter 11:15 The Healer and the Beast Part 1. My suggestion is a cozy family restaurant, a place with a nice ambience and good food where Morok's weirdness will still stick out like a sore thumb but will not get you kicked out, Floria said. Excellent idea. Which establishment do you recommend me? Quilla asked. In case you forgot, I've only recently got dismissed from the army. I only know several canteens and the fancy restaurants where my past dates brought me to. I never dated people outside our social status except for Lith. Too many complications, Floria shrugged. Freya, tell me you've got good news for me, Quilla said. The weather is nice and the temperature warm. Together with the full moon, it should make the evening perfect for a date. Freya pointed at the clear sky. Not that. I want you to recommend me a place, or at least how to get out of it with class if things go badly. Quilla slapped her forehead in frustration. Sorry, but except during my time as assistant professor at the academy, I always picked up men in taverns. Easy to find, easy to dump. It's amazing what loneliness can make you do after you drink enough liquid courage, Freya said. From my experience in breakups, just be straightforward. Tell him that he's not the person you're looking for as a partner, and that it's better to remain friends. Most men don't understand subtler signals, and sometimes, to accept rejection, they need to get their asses kicked, so wear a nice dress and bring a weapon along. Out of desperation, Quilla called Tista, who suggested to her a few restaurants in the Distar Marquisate. They are all nice establishments where I dined with my colleagues after I graduated from the academy. Lith was far away enough that men would muster enough courage to ask me out, but his name still instilled enough fear to ward off idiots, Tista said. By the way, I'm honestly surprised by your bravery. My brother told me awful things about Morok, and he's actually an emperor beast. Are you sure to have considered all the possible implications? Good gods, I just want a date, not babies. Besides, he was a human just until a few years ago, and if you spend a bit of time with him, you'll notice that Morok isn't much more insufferable than most guys who asked me out, Quilla said. Are you sure? I mean, the Griffin Kingdom is full of nice guys with no beast blood in their veins. You could have anyone, Tista said. My money could have anyone, Quilla scoffed. But maybe you are right and finding a nice guy is easy. Why don't you ask your boyfriend to introduce me to some of his friends? You know that I don't have a boyfriend, Tista blushed in embarrassment. My point exactly. Thank you for your priceless advice about how to stay single. Quilla hung up the call and arranged her date with Morok at the gluttonous Scorpicore, named after the ex-lord of the Forest of the White Griffin. Scarlet the Scorpicore enjoyed its cuisine so much that thanks to her repeated visits and the amount of food she consumed each time, the owners had earned enough money to turn a small diner into a proper restaurant. Even after her departure, the establishment was still famous for its jovial ambience and large portions. They had no problem serving emperor beasts in their original form, so a shape-shifted creature like Morok was bound to go unnoticed. Hopefully, Quilla decided to wear a red blouse to emphasize her light pink skin, a silver necklace to draw attention to her slender neck, comfortable pants for a quick escape, and Bloodbind, the twin adamant chains Orion had crafted for her, just to be safe. Morok was pleasantly surprised by her lovely attire, just like she was from seeing him dressed like a normal person for the first time since they had met. His long black hair with 4 streaks of different colors was clean and held in a ponytail. His beard was kept short and well-groomed, giving him a mature look. He wore a light overcoat over a white shirt and brown linen pants. The only odd thing in his looks was his eyes, one red and the other blue. Looking good, Quilla said, trying to break the ice. Morok was afraid to speak and say something inappropriate, while Quilla felt more awkward by the second. Thanks, but it's all thanks to Adjetter the Drake, my new mentor. He beats the crap out of me on a regular basis, often for reasons I suspect are completely unrelated with my apprenticeship, but at least he knows how to dress, Morok said. By the way, you look... He took a brief pause to look at his own right hand, where he had written all the words to avoid, while the left contained a list of things that they could talk about. Stunning, the combination of red and silver sure draws attention to your neck. Thanks, now let's get inside before we lose our reservation. Quilla walked through the door first, bracing for impact. The gluttonous Scorpicore looked much better than she expected, making Quilla inwardly thank Tista for her suggestion. The inner walls, the furniture, and the floor were all made of solid wood. The interior was comprised of 2 rooms, both with square small tables with 2 chairs each, distanced enough to allow the clients to have enough space to guarantee their privacy. Only natural fires lit the place, giving it a feeling that to commoners would remind them of home, whereas to Quilla reminded solely of her missions on the field. Since she had become 12 years old and had enrolled in the White Griffin Academy, the fire had become something she used only in her spells. In a way, the lack of magical lights helped her to relax. The date felt akin to an exploration mission of uncharted territory to her, so the fire set the mood right. Everything from the restaurant to the man in front of her felt alien. I didn't expect it would take you months to set our date. Did Fallow really gave you so little free time, or are you here only because you lost a bet? Morok noticed how tense Quilla was, and tried to crack a stupid joke that unfortunately wasn't too far from the truth. No free time and no bets involved. Quilla blushed a little, mistaking the joke for Morok's usual bluntness. It just... What can I offer you tonight? A nice-looking waiter in his middle 30s saved her from the embarrassment. He wore a simple white shirt, black pants, and a brown waistcoat. I don't know, man. I'm new here, so I'd start with a menu. Morok didn't like being interrupted, even less having to trust a stranger's taste about his food. I can suggest you. Menu, dude. One of those pieces of paper with stuff written all over that are usually on the house. Do you want me to draw you a picture? The waiter raised his hands in apology and handed them 2 menus before walking away. That was rude, Quilla said. Yeah, I know. The guy is free to give me the food he wants as long as he's the one paying for it. Morok nodded, glad they were on the same page. Chapter 11:16, The Healer and the Beast, Part 2. I was talking about you. That poor guy was just trying to do his job, Quilla sighed. Oh, that was all Morok managed to say. An awkward silence ensued until they ordered and received their food. It took Morok a few bites to collect himself and say, I'm curious about what led you to leave the academy and search the guidance of an emperor beast. I mean, your family is loaded, your father is a hotshot in the Knight's Guard, and the few times we spoke in Kula, you always talked about your plans of becoming a professor. It wasn't an easy choice to take. Quilla felt flattered by the fact that he still remembered those bits of conversation after so many months, and together with the good food, it helped to break the glacier between them. I never wanted to become a soldier, a fighter, or to deal with danger on a daily basis. My only dream was to become an academic and to spend my days between teaching and magical research. The only problem with that is that bad things keep happening. First Balker and then Nalar scared me so much that it took me a long time just to muster the strength to get out of bed. She shuddered at the memory of Uriel's blood spattering everywhere after she had cut his throat. I hear you. I was no longer a student, but I had to face Balker's army 3 years in a row, and I always came out alive by the skin of my teeth. Morok shuddered as well, inwardly thanking the Great Mother for Balker's disappearance. 3 times, Quilla almost choked on her food from the surprise. Yeah, I joined the army at 16, and as a ranger, I was dispatched twice to protect the members of the royal family, and once to protect the students of the Black Griffin. I always fought on the front lines, and seeing so many people die changes you forever. No offense, but compared to Balker's army, Quilla was nothing, Morok said. None taken, but I wouldn't call it nothing, Quilla replied. Sure, all the members of the expedition choose to go to Quilla, whereas Balker's anniversary was akin to an inescapable divine punishment, but it was still terrible. Quilla has been my wake-up call. It helped me to understand that even though I had managed to get out of my bed, I never stopped running. The academy wasn't my new home so much as my fortress that kept danger away. I didn't stop training because I lacked time, but because I lacked the will to fight. Quilla and meeting Baba Yaga taught me that the only way to avoid danger is to live under a rock, Quilla said. That's not true. Just mind your own business and take a quiet job. Lots of people enjoyed peace for years, even when Balker was still active. It's just a matter of the choices you make, Morok said. Yeah, the problem is that I'm not like those people. I was born an orphan, and my adoptive family means the world to me. Mom is an archon, Dad is an official in the army, and no matter how much they deny it, my sisters are natural-born fighters. I tried to do what you say, but it only made me feel isolated from their lives and incapable of helping them in time of need. Whenever their line of work put them in danger, I was more a burden than an asset. I gave up of my career in the academy because I'm tired of running away and always seeking the protection of others. The undead invasion is not going to disappear because I wish it so. Sooner or later, our enemies will knock at the door of my family, and this time, I'll be ready for them. Quilla stabbed the dumpling in her plate as if she had a vendetta against it. What about you? Weren't you supposed to retire from the army and start your own noble household? It's complicated, Morok sighed, taking a pause so long that Quilla was about to change the subject. When my mother discovered I was a hybrid and my old man an emperor beast, she kicked us both out of the house. I spent my youth traveling the kingdom with my father, a six-eyed asshole named Glemos who never taught me anything but magic. During that time, I wondered what I had done wrong for making Mom hate me. I couldn't understand why all the other kids had parents and a home while I only had the road. When I became 12, my father brought me to the Crystal Griffin Academy, and after I got admitted, he disappeared. Long story short, hearing all the marvelous stories of my classmates about their families made me want to become like them. Everything I did after graduating brought me closer to my goal. I joined the army, the association. I took the ranger job that no one else wanted and succeeded where no one else could. I thought that with enough merits I could achieve everything I ever wanted. Money, respect, a place to call home, and in due time a family. All I got with the title of Baron instead were a bunch of responsibilities, people who only wanted my money and enough paperwork to bury a dragon. It took me months to set my pride aside and admit that I had wasted years of my life to chase the dream of a twice-abandoned child. That being a noble wasn't what I really wanted. Morok took a bite of his steak, adding a bit more green pepper sauce. Quilla could relate with him, even feel lucky in comparison. Even with all the bad things that had happened to her after she had enrolled in the White Griffin Academy, she had never been alone. Yet just like him, she had only recently discovered that the path she had chosen to walk would never bring her any happiness. Quilla had asked Fallow's guidance for the same reason she had accepted that date. Instead of taking the safe but unhappy route, she wanted to take some risks and understand what she truly wanted. What about Adjatar, your mentor? How did the two of you meet? Quilla decided to move to a less depressing topic. Morok told her all about his 3 days bender with his usual honesty, making her laugh when he quoted his first conversation with the Drake after he had sobered Morok up with invigoration. Good gods, you really are crazy, she said after listening to the part where Fallow had kicked his ass. Hilarity made her eyes water. Too often people mistake being nice with being good, Morok shrugged. I've been alone for too long to care about being nice, but I'm a pretty decent guy. Yeah, right, say that to the waiter. I thought that Emperor Beasts were pretty picky with their apprentices. Between your rough start and the fact that you don't even want to become an awakened, I'm surprised Ajatar took you in, Quilla said. He was surprised as well when, after returning from the desolate corner of the blood desert Falul warped me to, I asked for his help. I'm still not interested in becoming an awakened, but just like you, I can't stand idle while the undead attack the only home I have ever had. Morok replied. Chapter 11:17 Do's and Don'ts Part 1. I may not be part of the army anymore, but the kingdom is my birthplace, and the magical beasts community is the closest thing to a family I have. Ajatar agreed to take me in after I offered to help him protect his turf. Between undead beasts preying on their kin and the undead who fail to infiltrate human cities to feed, awakened lords have their workload increased because humans do not care for what happens in the wilds as long as it doesn't threaten their lifestyle. Besides, I needed something to do while waiting for your call, Morok said, making her chuckle. At the second course, they started to chat about their respective apprenticeships, sharing stories about their hardships and successes. After years spent hiding her activities from mostly everyone she knew, Quilla had a good time speaking freely. Even at the academy, she rarely opened up to someone about her research. Laymen wouldn't understand a word of what she said, whereas competent mages would gladly steal her ideas. The field of magical research was very competitive, and even inside her own team, everyone only looked after themselves. To make matters worse, her talent often made others jealous. Male mages in her same field avoided Quilla like a plague, while nobles only sought her to become magical bloodlines, and for the power that being close with the Erna's household would provide them. Morok was rude and often foul-mouthed, but he didn't seem to care about her being a better mage or even having a better mana core. His only reaction to learning she would probably achieve a violet core was to propose a toast. Are you really okay with not being awakened? This way you'll be stuck with a blue core your whole life, whereas awakened can achieve a violet core and use spirit magic. It's pretty awesome if you ask me. Quilla felt tipsy for having drunk a bit too much. Morok was a heavyweight, and she had got carried away following his lead. If there's one thing I learned in my brief time as a feudal lord, is that with more power come a lot more responsibilities. I don't want to be forced to join the council, and being just a true mage is an excellent excuse to skip the spirit magic class, he said, making her laugh hard. That wasn't even funny. You should really stop drinking. I guess you're right, Quilla said after noticing that people were staring at her and she couldn't care less. I need a detoxify spell, but I'm having trouble focusing. Do you mind giving me a hand? Getting rid of alcohol from the bloodstream required, but a Tier 1 spell that Morok promptly administered. Its only side effect was the dire need for a bathroom to literally flush the wine out. While the sobered-up Quilla rushed to the lavatory, Morok used her absence to pay the bill in advance, giving the waiter both a generous tip and an apology. Like Master Ajatar always says, even beasts act like humans when they live among them, whereas I act like neither a human nor a beast, just like a prick, he thought. Before leaving the gluttonous Scorpicor, Quilla had to drink an entire water jug to make up for the lost fluids, but aside from that, her mind was as sharp as ever. Once outside, Morok put his hands in his pockets so as to casually offer his arm to her, which she casually failed to notice while they walked towards the city's warp gate. You know, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have ever thought that you were adopted, Morok said after checking the notes on his left hand. Why do I act as stuck-up as purebred noble? Quilla felt slightly annoyed at the idea of having become like those she hated the most. Not at all. I briefly met your parents in the past, and you remind me of them a lot. I always thought you had gotten your mother's looks and your father's talent, Morok said. Thanks, it means the world for me. The idea that she could pass for her beloved parents' child was the best compliment that Quilla could ever hope for, and made her puff her chest out with pride. In the past, to express how fitting she was to her bloodline, Morok would have said that he found Quilla almost as beautiful as Freya and as muscular as Floria. After Falul's training, Quilla had gained a few kilos of pure muscles and become a couple of centimeters thicker in every direction, but not in a sexy way. How many times do I have to tell you? The Drake's voice still echoed inside Morok's head. If you use the mother as a benchmark, it sounds like a compliment. If you use the sister instead, it sounds like you wish you could bang the other woman. I'm not worthy of your teachings, Master Ajatar. Morok had even kneeled to the Drake after realizing how wise his mentor was in all truly important aspects of life. Ajatar had accepted to teach his pupil about the do's and don'ts of dating only, because he was sick of Morok treating him like a wretched creature who knew nothing about women. The realization that such lessons had garnered him the tyrant's undying gratitude, whereas teaching Morok the secrets of true magic had left little to no impression, made the Drake wish someone would beat his disciple in the head until it started to work properly. By the way, what happens when you give back a fief? Did you lose your merits as it happens to those who failed to become lords? Quilla asked. In the Griffin Kingdom, when a mage asked for a noble title and its lands, they would be granted full authority over their chosen fief for a trial period while the previous lord of the region taught them the ropes. Being a genius in magic didn't mean to be also capable of ruling a piece of the country. The mage needed to study the kingdom's laws and to prove their ability as both politicians and administrators. To become the permanent ruler of their fief, the mage had to be at least as capable as the person they were going to replace. In case of failure, the mage would keep their title and be assigned a smaller territory to see if they could manage it on their own. I didn't fail, young miss, I backed out, Morok snorted. I got my merits back and exchanged them for the title of Great Mage. This way I get all of the money and none of the hassle. Wait, are you really a great mage? Quilla's voice held so much incredulity and so little admiration that it managed to dent even Morok's thick skin. Yeah, this might sound odd to you, but risking your life for the kingdom on a daily basis for years is valued a lot more than sitting on your ass all day and wait for enlightenment like academics do. He took his deep green robe out of his dimensional amulet and shoved it in her face. I didn't mean to belittle your achievements. I can only imagine what you went through while you worked as a ranger in the wilds. It's just... Quilla didn't know how to express her feelings without sounding like a female Morok. Chapter 11, 18 Do's and Don'ts, Part 2. It's just that it stings at your ladyship's pride that despite your unparalleled genius you are still a mage, while Lith is already an archmage, and even I am a great mage, he said, taking those rude words out of her mind. Yes, oh gods, am I so easy to read? She asked while looking at the deep green fabric with envy. Usually no, but the fact that you ignored my arm, and yet you are sticking to my robe like a tick, is a big tell. Morok had been trying for a while to retrieve his high uniform from Quilla's hands, but she refused to let it go. I'm so sorry, she said while he stored the clothes back. Sometimes I let my competitiveness get the better of me. No need to apologize. Since you find my robe so charming, next time I'll make sure to wear it. I like clingy women, he said. Next time, don't get ahead of yourself, hotshot. Her communication amulet drew her attention, cutting Quilla short. Recognizing Orion's rune, she feared the worst had happened. Her father never called so late without a good reason. Thank the gods you're all right, Orion said the moment he saw her face. Now listen to me because I'm in a rush. The undead attacked your mother's assistant and Lith's house is likely to be under siege. We've lost all contacts with their detail. What, we need to? You need to return home as soon as you can. It's not safe out there. Orion cut her short. If this is Darius's revenge against Lith for messing with the attempt on Floria's life, then you might be his next target. Remember that Velen hates you the most. There's no telling what he might do. I'm going to Lucia with the royal guards. If I didn't drag him in our mess, Lith's family would have been safe. Get home now. Orion hung up the call while Morok opened a warp steps to the nearest gate. Awakened or not, all Emperor beasts could use true magic, and they didn't need chance nor hand signs to cast spells, whereas as long as she held her amulet, Quilla was a sitting duck. For the first time in her life, she realized how big was the gap between true and fake mages, making her wish someone could awaken her. Your father is right. With our fancy clothes instead of armor, we're an easy target. Morok shoved her to the safety of the local branch of the association, unaware that Quilla wore one of Orion's skinwalker armor. I'm going to see if my master can provide some help. Call me the moment you know something, and I'll do the same. He warped away before she could answer. That was a good move. Now I have an excuse to call her again and ask for a second date. Sure, the abrupt ending killed all my chances of a good-night kiss, but I doubt I would have got it anyway. Man, going back to school is definitely making me smarter, he thought. That was a dick move, Quilla thought. Exploiting a crisis just to have an excuse to call me again. The only silver lining is that it kept him from asking for a good-night kiss again. That would have been awkward. Village of Lucia, Verhin household now. Despite his exhausted state, despite the many still open wounds on his body, and the almost tangible strain that the repeated use of origin flames had put on his cracked life force, Lith's mind was blank. Discovering the truth about Knight's assassination attempt on everyone he loved, Xenogrosh's arrival, and the consequences of the truce between Baba Yaga and the abomination hybrids were all big news. On top of that, each one of those events had so many possible implications to be mind-numbing. Yet Solus was right, there was no time to stop and think. They first had to make sure that everyone in the family was safe and sound. Lith retrieved the stone gauntlet and deactivated the black eye of the Balor. Demon of the Fallen ceased as abruptly as it had manifested, making the spirits of the dead warriors fade away and the skeletons they had inhabited crumble. Even though Demons of the Fallen's power was undeniable, there was a reason why Lith had saved it only for times of emergency. Not only did it require an amount of darkness and spirit magic so great that it forced Lith to use invigoration while casting it, but the spell would also destroy the corpses it used as foci. Lith had followed Balker's example, sacrificing his creation's lifespan in exchange for explosive power. To cast Demon of the Fallen again, he needed another batch of well-preserved skeletons. Lith took flight and used Solus's mana sense to perform a quick head count. His parents and little brother, Aaron, were safe inside the house along with 3 units of the Queen's Corps, one of which he had never seen before. I thought there were just 2 units. I guess the Royals assigned me a 3rd squad after I left the army, he thought. A quick flight allowed him to find Renaa, Celia, Zinnia, and their respective families deep in the Tron woods. Lifebringer the Kirin, one of the kings of the woods, had remained behind to protect them while the other kings joined the fight. Tista was there as well, giving her all to treat Nalron's injuries. Lith had barely the time to make sure that everyone was present and accounted for when several golden warp gates opened along with even more violet gates right outside the area where until a few seconds ago the air-sealing array was. Royal guards swarmed out the golden light, while Emperor Beast, whose size rivaled with that of the abomination hybrids, came out the purple light, each one wearing enough adamant to build a house. Great, too much and too late. I can't face the royal guards in my wormling form. I need to get out of here. Lith warped away, using healing magic to mend his wounds before returning to the scene with his human appearance. His exhaustion and the damages left on the skinwalker armor matched that of someone who had fought several undead to save his girlfriend and had warped his way there. "Why the heck did it take you so long?" Lith said with a snarl. He had no need to pretend to be angry and surprised because that was exactly how he felt. "We're sorry, Lith," the man who wore the insignia of a captain of the royal guards on his sleeves said. His helmet opened and disappeared, letting Orion Erna's talk with his voice without the armor's distortion effect. "Royal guards are always on standby, and we mobilized the second we received Camilla's distress call. But without coordinates for the exit point, it took a few trial and errors to find an unprotected location. We couldn't use steps because they are too expensive and too small. Using such means of transportation would have just offered the enemy an easy target," Orion said. "Alas, we're late for the same reason and more," the creature in front of Lith said. It looked like an enormous red feline with a long mane coming out of its spine, along with several long, jagged bone spikes. Chapter 11:19, The Calm After the Storm Part 1. 2 long horns came out from the Crimson Emperor Beast's shoulders, protecting the sides of its head. The long tail allowed it to balance its weight while the creature stood on its hind legs, while the violet feathered wings on its back looked too pretty for such a feral creature. Lith recognized Fila the Behemoth's voice, the beast's representative in the council and leader of their faction. "The kings of the woods signaled us the presence of the horsemen of the Black Knight, so we needed to assemble a force that could take on her and her siblings. Baba Yaga's children help each other in times of crisis, and we couldn't afford them to escape," Fila said. "Otherwise, we would only achieve an empty victory and be forced to wait for their return. If we want to put an end to their threat, they must be destroyed or at least captured." Despite his anger, Lith couldn't refute the logic of both humans and beasts. Royal guards needed to swarm a place before the enemy could dispel their gates, whereas beasts could protect their arrays, but they needed first to assemble a force capable of matching that of the horsemen. Without Uriel's hexagram and my countless tricks, Night would have made a short work of me thanks to the dimensional sealing array. Even if the beasts charged blindly, Baba Yaga would have appeared anyway, and I doubt that anyone but the abominations could strike such a good deal from her, he thought. "What in the God's name happened here?" Orion asked while looking at the crater where once Zinnia's house was, at the ruins of Celia's home, and at the ground surrounding the Verhin household that had been upturned by the demons rising from their graves. "Indeed, we received the call but a few minutes ago," Fila said. A horseman's power is great, but not even them can bring this kind of destruction in so little time. At the wave of the hand of their respective commanders, Emperor beasts and royal guards spread out in search of enemies or survivors. Feeling reassured by the presence of such a mighty force, Captain Locrias of the Queen Corps came out of Lith's house and started to tell everyone about the events he had witnessed. The description of the mysterious wormlings and its army's battle prowess left Orion flabbergasted and made a smug expression appear on Phila's snout. When the captain reached the part where Alina had unleashed Uriel's hexagram, her surprise matched Orion's. When he told them about the 6 odd-looking emperor beasts that had beaten Night to a pulp, and even forced Baba Yaga to bargain for her life, both Orion and Phila thought that Locrias had gone mad from the shock. Meeting a single member of a guardian's bloodline was a rare event, but 6 of them at the same time was something unheard of even in legends. Only the accurate description of Baba Yaga in her mother form and of her tower, along with Lith's family testimony, saved Locrias from a thorough medical examination. I still can't understand why those monster abomination hybrids helped me without asking nothing in return, Lith thought. I get that Xenogrosh considers me a member of her bloodline, but I doubt that her companions feel the same way about me. Yet their rage was as genuine as it was groundless. The hybrids kept talking about their pain, their blood, their family. No matter how tight the ties between them are, I refuse to believe that Xenogrosh considers me part of her family after briefly meeting me once, Lith thought. Maybe they consider your family members to be abomination hybrids as well since you all share the same blood, Solus thought. You could be right, but I'm pretty sure everyone is safe and sound. Their words made no sense. Lith checked his communication amulet, sighing in relief as he noticed that no communication rune had disappeared. I'm really sorry, Scourge, Sentinel the Garmer, who had replaced Protector as leader of the Rye Pack, said. Her fur was covered in blood despite both her skinwalker armor and the use of invigoration. She still lacked a front leg and several fangs that even the breathing technique needed time to replace. We thought about opening a warping array to transport you here or summon reinforcements, but to open such a long-distance gate open would have required all the kings and kept them away from the battle. Even with the weapons you provided us with, we couldn't let our magical beasts' brethren go to battle alone. The undead are too powerful for them, and the chances to rescue Renaz's family would have been near zero. No need to apologize, Sentinel. Lith took lots of food out of his pocket dimension that the Emperor Beast wolfed down to accelerate her healing process. You did the right thing. Arriving here faster would have been pointless if my pack died for it. While the royal guards fixed the fields and the beasts took care of their injured, Lith reached Tista and the others in the woods to bring them home. Your little army came just in the nick of time, Nalrun said while still in his Rizar form. He had lost his left arm and most of the scales on his back were either broken or missing. Despite Tista's best efforts, he had so many open wounds that his body looked like a bloody railroad map. There were too many undead, and every time they touched me, I could feel my life force abandoning me. Why is he still like that? Lith asked in surprise. An Awaken's breathing technique was supposed to heal even such ghastly wounds in a matter of seconds. Because he's on the verge of dying, healing his life-threatening wounds drained Nalrond of nutrients. After I made sure that Renaz was all right, keeping him stable and feeding him potions was the best I could do, Tista replied. His life force is compromised from the injuries he sustained, the darkness magic that the undead used, and the mana abuse for using too many spells. It's taking me everything I have just to keep his cores from breaking due to the built-up strain. I can't even allow Nalrun to lose consciousness, or he might not wake up. Lith examined the Rizar with invigoration, noticing that Tista was right. Using light magic to accelerate the absorption of nutrients would further compromise Nalrun's body. Without an external source, invigoration would break down his flesh and bones to heal him, resulting in death. To make matters worse, both Nalrun's mana cores and life force were in critical conditions. I'm sorry to bother you, little brother, but have you seen Professor Vaster? Renaz pulled his shoulder to get Lith's attention. Why the heck should I care about him? The professor is probably in the safety of the academy drinking wine, whereas Nalrund here is dying. Lith snarled at his sister's tactlessness. You don't understand. The professor was here. How do you think Zinnia managed to survive? Renaz's words struck Lith like a punch, giving him one more piece of the puzzle but raising more questions than they answered. Zinnia is heartbroken and has never stopped crying. She thinks that he died to protect her or that the undead took him prisoner. Chapter 11:20, The Calm After the Storm Part 2. Lith called Falul to deal with Nalrond while he contacted the missing professor and the academy. Headmaster Marth didn't like being bothered so late at night, but the moment he heard Lith's report, he moved as fast as he could. You must thank Quilla the next time you see her, child. Falul was back in her human form, using the spell Quilla had traded with her to inject potions and tonics straight into Nalrond's bloodstream. Not even a Waken can heal so many wounds at the same time. We're healers, not miracle workers. The Hydra used her breathing technique, Lifestream, to scan the Razar's life force and remove the darkness magic poisoning it before stabilizing his condition. Just like a pseudo-core needed mana pathways, a mana core required life force to remain stable. Too many severe wounds would destabilize the life force of an individual, putting their mana core at risk. On top of that, massive doses of darkness magic did more than just inflicting physical wounds. If untreated, darkness magic would infect its victim's body and core alike. It was how Lith had unwillingly created a greater undead back at the academy, and how Protector's core had cracked during Balker's attack. Falul focused on cleansing the darkness plaguing her apprentice, and on closing all of his open wounds, thanks to the constant stream of nutrients the potions provided him with. Stabilizing Nalrund's life force allowed his 2 mana cores to recover as well, but only once he could safely fall asleep did Falul sigh in relief. She kept injecting potions in his bloodstreams non-stop, while inwardly thanking both the wonders of alchemy and Quilla's ingenuity. Don't heal him any further until he gets some rest. Between the combat and the healing spells, his body can't endure any more mana, Falul said before going back to take care of the other injured. She couldn't afford the council to discover that a member of the fabled werepeople lived next door to her. All races were still looking for a way to get access to the fringes, and very few would respect Nalrund's privacy. Even the other elders of the Beast Council would spare no efforts to squeeze Nalrund's secrets out of him. You bring me terrible news, Lith, Marth said while checking his missing colleague's whereabouts and last known position. Vaster is too old to face a threat the caliber of a horseman. Not even Manohar could, and he's much younger and madder. Lith informed the royal guards about the professor being MIA right after bringing Renaz and Zinya's families to his own home. Everyone was so pale that they seemed to be on the verge of a nervous breakdown. The only silver lining was that, thanks to the presence of the magical beasts, the children were calmer than their parents. Please, you have to save Zagar. Zinya needed sheer willpower to not cry and keep her children calm. He was on his last leg when we ran away. You have no idea the monsters he faced alone only to protect us. If anything happens to him, it would all be my fault. Alina was still scared to death, but seeing her daughter and granddaughter safe allowed her to be the rock the others needed to survive that night. Don't worry, Zinya. If Professor Vaster is still alive, Lith will find him. Alina pretended to pat her son's shoulder while she actually checked that the injury Knight had inflicted him earlier had properly healed. Are you and Camilla all right, son? Yes, we're both perfectly fine. I left Camilla with the royal guards and I had plenty of time to recover, Lith replied. Thank to the gods. Raz hugged every member of his family, making sure they were okay before letting them go. The only thing that kept me from having a stroke when those gigantic creatures appeared was that they were on our side. Then he turned towards the small pack of magical beasts that served as both steeds and bodyguards for the children. I've never been so happy to have you annoying, drooling, fur-shedding beasts around the house. Thank you very much, guys. You saved my little girls. Abominus and the others didn't like Raz's words much, but his heartfelt gratitude touched their hearts and the big stakes that came with it won their stomachs. You can stay in Trion's room as long as you want, Zinya. Consider this as your home. Alina tried to send at least the kids to bed, but Zinya refused to let them out of her sight. Are you still there, Lith? Marth's voice coming from the communication amulet drew everyone's attention. I've got good news and better news. The good news is that Vaster's last known position is right outside Lucia, so he must have managed to escape. The better news is that I'm certain he's alive and well. I've just received a message he sent a few minutes ago. Vaster says that he'll take some time off to recover from the wounds he sustained, and that he'll be back to work in a week tops. May the gods bless that man. Unlike Manohar, he always leaves a message and his contact information before taking a leave of absence. Can I please see the message? Zinya jumped up, taking the amulet out of Lith's hands. I'm sorry, miss, but I've no idea who you are and that's classified information. Marth's surprise only got worse as more and more calls popped on his amulet to inform him about Knight's attack. Only at Lith's and Orion's request did the headmaster share the recording with them. In the hologram, Vaster had taken care of reproducing most of his injuries. A patch covered his allegedly missing eye, a splint kept his right arm still, and thick bandages covered most of his body. "Hey, Marth, I hate leaving you in hot waters out of the blue, but I've just fought several undead, and I got out of there alive just by the skin of my teeth. My apprentices have already treated my wounds, but it'll take me some time to recover and some more to fully rejuvenate my body. I've sent you all the paperwork for the next week and arranged the material for my lessons so that my substitute should have no problem following the program. Just one thing before I doze off. Please tell Zinnia Yavel that I'm all right and that I'm sorry for letting her down. Vaster out." "How dare you say that, Zogger? You almost died for me and yet you apologize. Why did you call your boss instead of me?" Zinnia said, yet the recorded message remained frozen. "Please calm down, Miss Yavel," Marth said, realizing his earlier blunder. "Professor Vaster is a battle-hardened veteran, a royal forgemaster, and one of the best spellbreakers I've had the pleasure to work with. Whatever are the reasons for his disappearance, I'm sure he'll contact you as soon as he can." Even though Headmaster Marth could face a dragon with a still heart, he had no idea how to deal with a woman's tears. Having no wish to be dragged in Vaster's personal business, he pretended to have an important call he couldn't miss and hung up. This makes no sense, Lith thought. Vaster couldn't escape with the air-sealing arrays, and based on how Zinnia described his conditions, it would have taken Falul to save his life. How could the professor get away and heal enough to leave a message that fast? Chapter 11:21, Scalewalker Armor Part 1. As Marth has just said, Professor Vaster is a man of many talents. Maybe he forgemastered something capable of bringing him to safety in the case he lost consciousness. Solus pondered. After all, Zinnia is no healer, and we both know that injuries can look way worse than they actually are. A mage doesn't survive as long as Vaster did without picking up a few tricks along the way. I mean, we are far from having the knowledge that royal forgemasters share, and yet our equipment allowed us to hold our ground against night. Vaster could easily have an armor as powerful as war. By the time Protector returned home, Celia, the children, and the beasts were fast asleep in Lith's room. By the Great Mother, Scourge, I would have never thought that the day would come when I envied your paranoia. Ryman had spent almost an hour just looking at his asleep children and checking their bodies with invigoration before leaving the room. If not for the magical books and the equipment you provided to the other kings over the years, Nalrond would have died, and with him my family. Paranoia or not, this doesn't answer an important question. Why didn't you call us for help, Lith? Quilla asked. Once dimensional magic had been restored, the royal guards had escorted Camilla and the Erna's sister to the Verhin household. Because I had no idea what I was about to face, and I didn't want to endanger even more people, he replied. Let's be honest, Quilla, even after training with Falul, your combat experience is limited. I knew that without dimensional magic or very powerful equipment, defeating an undead is hard. It's the same reason why I didn't contact Freya. No dimensional magic means no quick way out of a fight and no tricks. Physical strength becomes crucial, and as regular humans, your bodies would crumble after a few hits. You wouldn't even be able to cast a single spell. The two women had to admit that chanting in the middle of the battlefield was suicidal. To use their true power, mages required time and space to prepare their spells. Then what about me? Floria said. What point did it have turning me into an awakened if you didn't even trust me enough to stand by your side in moments of crisis? I didn't call you simply because I didn't want to break our cover. You're now very powerful, almost as much as me. But do you really think that your family would have opened the Erna's gate for you knowing about the attack? Even if they did, how would you have explained your abilities afterward? I can shapeshift into a wormling, but you only have your face. I knew about the Queen's Corps units protecting my family and acted accordingly, Lith said. You're right, Floria sighed. The moment Camilla called for help, Dad called all of us back home and put the mansion on lockdown. Freya and I were already there, so even if you called us, reaching Lucia would have taken us too much time. I still can't believe Archmage Darius did all this just because of what happened at the Berlin mines, Camilla said. He put an entire village in danger and attacked innocent civilians. I hope that Archon Ernas finds the proof she needs to bust his ass into jail forever. For once Uriel's dad is innocent, Lith said, drawing the attention on himself. He then explained the details about his meeting with Knight, how the entire attack had been an attempt to turn him into a madman like Balker and induce him to become her host. After meeting Dawn, I checked the royal archives about the horsemen. While Dawn is completely focused on following the mission that Baba Yaga gave her, and Dusk likes to pull strings behind the undead court scenes, Night is batshit crazy. She doesn't care about being seen or about the number of casualties. The Black Knight considers everything like some kind of sick game of which she makes the rules and then forces you to play at. In her case, immortality didn't give her wisdom, but rather made her indifferent to the consequences of her actions. Night has no rush to complete her assignment, and everything she does is just her way to relieve the boredom that her long life causes her, Lith said. Then he told the others about Xenogrosh's arrival, and the deal the abominations had cut with Baba Yaga. Are you telling me that if not for Vaster's visit, my sister and her children would be dead, just because they happen to be your neighbors? Just saying those words made Camilla shudder in fear. Yes, Night carefully planned everything and waited for the perfect opportunity to strike. The only thing she failed to predict was Vaster's frequent visits, and that only because he considers all humans beneath her, I think. Do you mind leaving us alone for a while? Camilla cut him short. The Verhan household was filled to the brim with guests, leaving Tista's room the only place available to hold their meeting. Tista, Protector, Falul, and the Urnas could feel the tension in the room. They left without saying a word, just making sure to hush the walls to give the couple privacy. Please tell me that you weren't about to question our relationship, Camilla said the moment the door closed, and Lith conjured a hush spell of his own. I wasn't, but I expected you to do it. Tonight, your family went through a lot, and all because of me. I failed to predict Night's attack, and I didn't even bother putting the slightest protection around Zinya's house despite I knew that something like this would have happened, sooner or later. In your shoes, I would be furious at me, and I can't blame you if you are. At this point, I'm a liability to you and to all those you love. Lith could read the anger in Camilla's eyes, yet he didn't shy away from her gaze. Lith was well aware of having failed her trust beyond reason. Gods, I can't believe you're such an idiot, she lashed out, but not how he had predicted. You and Vaster are cut from the same cloth, always whining about failing someone or about not being strong enough to bend Maugre to your whims. Bad things happen, and expecting to always be 10 steps ahead of life is just moronic. I'm not saying that I'm not scared by Night's threat or at the idea of another attack, but surely I'm not going to blame you if that happens. You and Vaster gave my sister sight, then you helped Zinya to get her children back and even got her a house. Vaster took care of her finances while your relatives showed her what a real family is. You two have given her a life and the opportunity to enjoy it to its fullest, yet you keep thinking that nothing is ever enough because you set your bar so high that you're never happy. Do you have any idea how many attempts on her life my job caused? How many times she would have risked her life if she didn't live right next to you, making every mercenary in their right mind turn down the job? Chapter 11:22, Scalewalker Armor Part 2. Because I do, and believe me, being Gianni's assistant garnered me a lot of enemies. My role as a royal constable gives both me and Zinya the right to have a detail, but not to be protected by the Queen's Corps, let alone an army of magical beasts, Camilla said. I still failed to. Say that again, and I swear to the gods that I'll slap you. She put her hand on his mouth, shutting him up. This very night, I opened up to you about my exes and told you how hard it is for me to trust people. Do you think I take any of this lightly? No, I don't, but I never accepted to date you because I expected you to be a god. I dated you because you seemed to like me despite my flaws and because you cared for me. Has any of it changed after Night's attack? She opened her hand enough to let him reply. No, but... Then answer me this. Did you provoke Night in any way? Did you bring the undead army here? Did you ask the beasts to give Zinya's family a lower priority compared to yours? Camilla asked, receiving a streak of no in reply. Then how could I possibly blame you? You're a victim as much as Zinya. I blame that living legacy bitch for playing with the lives of so many innocent people. I blame that senile fart of Baba Yaga for not turning her precious daughter into a chamber pot at the first signs of madness. I blame the kingdom for not investing more resources to protect its civil servants' families with a few decent arrays. Bottom line, I blame a lot of people, but not you. Now that we have made a few things clear, what do you have to say to me? She said. I'm sorry for doubting you, Lith said with an awkward smile. Wrong, tell me that you're all right and that the next time you meet Night, you'll beat her crazy ass until she's dead. Camilla hugged him, making sure for the umpteenth time that Lith wasn't hurt. I'm all right, and that the next time I meet Night, I'll beat her crazy ass until she's dead, he said. Good boy. She ruffled his hair playfully before pushing Lith down on the bed and giving him a long, deep kiss to forget for a moment about that frightful night. Wait, he pushed her away, trying to get up. Too soon, she asked without even hiding her disappointment. No, but this is Tista's room. She'll kill me if something happens in here. Solus's tower a few days later. The kingdom had gracefully taken care of the reconstruction works of both Celia's and Zinya's houses. Between construction workers and mages, it had taken barely a couple of days to return everything as it was before the attack. Under Camilla's and Gianni's insistence, Zinya's house received a few magical home appliances and basic defensive arrays, while Falul took care of reinforcing the defensive system of Celia's house. The Hydra felt guilty for letting down so many of her disciples, and even her godchildren. Falul connected Lith's, Celia's, and even Zinya's house with an underground tunnel so that if anything cut dimensional magic off, they could all find shelter in the most protected building. Are you really going to do it? Floria asked. Yes, I'm aware that this is the only block of adamant I got, and that it hasn't been long since Falul's lessons about forgemastering ended, but my new Skinwalker armor is long overdue. Lith replied. Until a few months ago, I had no clue how to tap into runesmithing's true potential, nor did I have the blueprints to craft a decent armor. But now, I can finally put Zalgrish's forge to good use. The silver lining in Knight's attack is that once Falul gives me my mission, it will not be just her protecting my home, but the entire Beast Council. On the other hand, however, it means that failure is even less of an option than it already was. If I don't prove my wisdom, Falul will stop teaching us magic, and I'll be back being a rogue awakened. Sure, Fila and Ragu might offer me an apprenticeship, but I don't trust any of them near Solus. If they find out about Menadian's legacy, the undead will be the least of my problems. Lith placed his hand on the adamant forge, making it shapeshift into the form of a suit of armor resembling that he was looking on a royal forgemaster catalog. During the last few months, he and Solus had spent most of their free time experimenting with the runes the Skinwalker armor's pseudo-cores were comprised of. Only 2 out of 4 pseudo-cores were made of pure mana, while the rest required ingredients. Thanks to their ability in shaping cores, however, they had been able to imitate the effects of the ingredient-generated cores with their mana, and to test how altering their rune strings would affect the final result. Putting their theories into practice always required them to spend part of the resources they had stockpiled, because simple mana lacked the properties of the real deal, like the ability of the Thunderbird's plume to amplify energy-based effects. Useless to say, by the time they were done with their experiments, their orichalcum reserves ran dangerously low, and lots of people had received a brand new Skinwalker armor. Thanks for letting us spectate, Lith, Quilla said. As a fellow forgemaster, you've no idea what it means to me seeing what a mage with a tower can achieve. On top of that, I never witnessed an awakened forgemastery, and I'm curious to see how different it is from my own. You're welcome, Quilla. It's not like you can learn anything from this demonstration. Solus and I have already determined which runes we'll use for the enchantments, which will be engraved on the armor, and how to split different abilities among the cores. Without such information, all you're in for is a light show, Lith said with a chuckle. Unless you are his lovely, gorgeous big sister. Not only do I have access to their notes, I also got one of their best prototypes of Lithwalker armor. Tista grinned from ear to ear as her clothes turned into a suit of silvery armor embedded with several magic crystals. It resembled Lith's hybrid form so closely that it gave everyone the impression Tista could shapeshift as well. Scalewalker armor, it doesn't allow people to turn into me. That would be creepy as heck. Now stand back, please. Lith signaled them to move away as the forgemastering lab became enveloped with a blue light that isolated both him and the armor from the rest of the room. Thanks to Zalgrish's forge, Lith didn't need Zekel's help to shape the armor, only his own willpower and imagination. After checking that every single detail, from the elm resembling his hybrid form to the joints being properly reinforced, the preparation phase began. The adamant forge was a block of solid metal so big that Lith could have made at least 3 armor and a couple of weapons out of it. Unfortunately, to do that he would have to use the adamant in its natural state. Chapter 11:23, Scalewalker Armor Part 3. Lith shapeshifted into his hybrid form, taking a deep breath while Solus erected several barriers to protect every part of the tower from the origin flames. The mystical fire didn't discriminate between enemies and allies, burning everything on its path, be it physical in nature or not. Without a proper set of protections, the amount of origin flames necessary to purify the adamant would damage the tower and cause a great deal of pain to Solus. Lith slowly exhaled a soft stream of origin flames that engulfed the armor inside out. Ever since Lith had quit the army, he had devoted himself to learning how to control origin flames and how to enhance their purifying ability while suppressing their destructive effect at the same time. Due to the lack of time between all his other magical research and taking care of his personal life, he had still a long way to go before mastering them, yet Lith had already learned more than enough to tap into the full potential of Zalgrish's forge. With each breath, the suit of armor that at the beginning was big enough to accommodate a giant became smaller and thinner. Along with the impurities, the forge would lose mass and shrink accordingly. Instead of spewing flames non-stop, Lith would stop from time to check the quality of his work. This way, he wouldn't miss when the origin flames had not spread evenly or had affected the exterior part of the armor more than the internal. Such mistakes would have compromised the quality of the final product if not for Zalgrish's mastery over metalsmithing. All Lith had to do to fix the flaws in his job was to shapeshift the armor again so that it would restore its original proportions. It's as boring as watching paint dry, but Lith has no other way to purify the armor and study origin flames at the same time. Tista said to the others via mind to not disturb his focus. Nalrund and the Urnas found the process far from boring. Under Lith's control, the mystical flames danced around the adamant and seeped into it, moving akin to a living being, sometimes even giving the spectators the impression to see visions of primordial times, back when Magur was still a lava planet. Lith used his willpower to adjust the density of the origin flames, changing their temperature when necessary, and with it their color. Tista found the purification process boring because she had seen it countless times, whereas to anyone else it looked like a black dragon dancing with fire fairies. Either I find a way to get Zalgrish to spill the beans about how he can make metal shapeshift, or I'll have to practice a lot to avoid making so many mistakes, Lith thought. We can do both things, yet I'd like to point out how this is the first time we're working on adamant, so I'd say that you're doing a wonderful job. As I would say, progress not perfection. As Camilla would say, you're an idiot, Solus giggled. Lith hated when both the most important women in his life agreed on something, because it usually meant he was dead wrong. I'm never wrong. Being wrong is for idiots, may Marie Curie forgive me. I'm starting to sound like Manohar. The terror the thought inspired made Lith stop whining and return focusing on the task at hand. By the time Lith had finished purifying the suit of armor to perfection, the mass of metal had been reduced to the point of having the proper density and size to cover Lith's hybrid form, while having a bit of metal to spare. Lith used it to reinforce the joints and made sure that they properly distributed the weight of the armor. The final result left even Solus in awe. By my maker, Lith, check the armor with invigoration. The metal looked like the purest and most polished silver, yet some part of it perfectly reflected the light, while others completely absorbed it. Fuck me sideways, guys, you must see this, Lith said, causing Nalrund to swear. I've got no invigoration nor a wand. Care to elaborate for me? Despite the Razar had worked hard to become less edgy, he still resented Magur for not giving him a shred of spirit magic. Nalrund was the only one in the group incapable of using forgemastering spells, and it made him feel like an outcast. This is how a purified orichalcum armor looks through invigoration. Solus used the tower's abilities to project a hologram where the world energy seeped and spread evenly inside the metal. This instead is how the purified adamant looks like. The hologram changed, showing several vortexes where the world energy accumulated inside the armor, but failed to condense enough to form a proper energy core. After being treated with origin flames, the metal almost behaves like Davros. Alas, almost is not enough, Solus sighed. Indeed, Lith pondered on the discovery. We can say that orichalcum is akin to a cyan core and adamant to a blue core. After refining the core to bright blue with origin flames, I brought it close to the violet level of the Davros, but that's it. That's it, my shiny ass, Solus said. This means the armor will be much more powerful than we expected, but also that crafting it will be much more difficult. Luckily, we have valiant helpers. Solus made chairs and tonics appear for everyone. You can count on me, just tell me what I need to do, Floria said. I'll need you to fuel a few things with your mana, leaving Solus free to help me in the most crucial moments. Lith said, handing to everyone a copy of the Academy spell necessary to conjure world energy inside a magic circle. The spell was simple enough that even Nalrond, who had studied fake magic from Lith's Academy book, managed to learn it at a first glance. The others had no need for it since their experience with Forgemastering made the spell second nature to them. After making sure that the purified adamant couldn't be further improved without compromising its stability, Lith took 7 violet mana crystals out of his pocket dimension and cast the bonding spell. Each gemstone was as big as his fist and cut to resemble a diamond. After spending the last few months in the tower mines, the purity of the mana crystals that Orion had gifted Lith for saving his daughters had further increased, but they still didn't have a tinge of white in them. Lith had chosen to use Orion's crystals rather than the orc shaman's, because not only had it reached a shade of violet so bright that it made him hope for the best, but also because its size allowed it to spawn new violet crystals more easily compared to smaller gemstones. Another flaw in my original design of the Skinwalker armor is that I kept using a single crystal. Normal Skinwalker armor are made of cloth, while mine is made of metal. To tap into the adamant's ability to boost its own defensive properties when imbued with mana, the armor needs a proper energy source. Lith thought. The armor started to float in midair, while the 7 gemstones followed its every movement, orbiting around the armor like planets with their sun. Chapter 11:24, Scalewalker Armor Part 4. The bonding spell produced several blue threads made of pure mana that passed through the crystals and the armor over and over again. With each passage, the crystals closed in the armor until they touched its surface. The metal seemed to turn liquid, offering no resistance to the gemstones that sunk in until only their top remained visible. Bonding was one of the many Forgemastering spells created by fake mages that employed the best next thing to spirit magic. Each blue strand worked as both a mana IV that allowed the energy from the crystal to seep into the metal, preventing its rejection, and as stitches, keeping the two together until the end of the process. Lith took such effects for granted, whereas Nalrund had focused his studies on such branches of Forgemastering in the hope of unlocking spirit magic. Lith placed the 7 gemstones in pairs, on the shoulders, arms, and hips of the armor, leaving the 7th for the neck area. Being bonded at the same time, the crystals created a collective mana circulatory system that spread evenly throughout the whole armor. Isn't it too much? I get that you are strong, little brother, but 7 violet crystals are a tough cookie to infuse anything with even a single spell, Tista asked. As long as Lith didn't need her help, Solus kept projecting the hologram of how the Scalewalker armor appeared on Mana Sense to allow the others to better follow the enchanting procedure. In any other circumstances, you would be right. With my old skill, it would have been impossible, but that's what runesmithing is for. Lith replied while drawing several strings of mystical runes in the air. The first set of his choosing seeped inside the armor, bringing with it Lith's energy signature. The mana from the runes and the world energy released by the crystals slowly merged together until they couldn't be distinguished anymore. To reduce the rejection of his mana, Lith had poured in the set of runes so much energy that he needed to use invigoration before moving on to the second set. At this point, a Forgemaster would need to take a break, and without runesmithing, it would be too long a time for the incantation to succeed, Quillo explained to Nalrond. The good thing of the preparatory phase is that there is no rush, allowing even us fake mages who are unable to quickly restore our energy to split the process into smaller steps. The following 6 sets of runes required much less focus and energy, yet Lith had to use invigoration 2 more times to engrave them. The second set amplified the strength of the pseudocores, while the third set would disperse the excess energy during an all-out fight. Together, they would allow the adamant to better channel the energy that the enchantments would release and reduce the stress that the boosted pseudocores would experience. Even with the mana circulatory system, holding too many powerful spells would otherwise weaken the metal over time and cause the imbued cores a mana overload. The fourth set of runes would allow the armor to replenish its energy reserves faster than normal. The runes absorbed the surrounding world energy and would aid the mana crystals to empower the pseudo-cores once put in their place. The fifth and the sixth set would respectively absorb part of the kinetic and magical energy that would hit the armor during a fight, turning them into a protective energy field. The seventh and last set would cloak both the pseudo-cores and the rune formations, making it impossible for any regular Forgemaster to study them. From his last trade with Orion, Lith had learned how to protect his secrets. Floria's father had given him a true masterpiece like war, but had made sure that no one, not even Lith, could reproduce it, whereas the workings behind Lith's skinwalker had been easily unraveled. Once he was done with the runes, Lith took a tonic and a short break to save as much invigoration as he could before the enchantment process started. He took all the ingredients he needed out of his pocket dimension, studying them carefully. A normal skinwalker armor needed 4 pseudo-cores, but his scalewalker armor had to do better than that. Lith prepared the pelt of a polymorphic monster species known as a skinwalker that would give the armor its morphing abilities. Then a few Hydra's scales gently offered by Falul that would improve the hardness of the metal, while keeping it flexible. Also, he set a bowl of slime goop to use it as a stabilizer during the various forgemastering steps, a petal of the golden phoenix flower that the Dryads had gifted him years ago, and a thunderbird's plume to boost the base material's defensive properties. Thunderbirds had sturdy feathers as hard as iron, and their affinity to lightning granted them a natural electromagnetic field capable of weakening most attacks. The last ingredients to forgemaster a scalewalker armor were the pseudo-core of a dimensional item to store the clothes that the armor would reproduce, and a pseudo-core holding the matrix of the full guard spell. Solas's help usually makes such spell useless to me, but now that she's regaining her body, I can't force her to sacrifice her personal life just to act as my bodyguard in the case I'm attacked, Lith thought. By imbuing full guard into the armor, I will remove its cast time and the need to focus to keep the spell active during a fight. My only regret is that the aura will be visible, but adding gold to cloak it would weaken the adamant and make the process even harder. If I had more than one forge, I could make a recon armor and a battle armor, but since I'm no spy, the battle version takes priority. After a light meal and some rest brought Lith back to his peak condition, he refined the ingredients. The process required to channel his mana inside each one of them, enhancing their magical properties while destroying their physical forms. In the past, Lith would use the released energy to form pseudo-cores, but now he knew better. He let the energy from the Skinwalker pelt and the Hydra's scales to merge with his mana, forming the runes of his choice before assembling them into pseudo-cores. By the Great Mother! The spectators looked with awe at the 2 rainbow-colored spheres in front of their eyes that were so similar yet so different. The Skinwalker's ability to shapeshift made it capable of changing colors as well, giving its pseudo-core a dull light. The power of all 7 elements filled Falul's scales instead, making the resulting pseudo-core emit a vibrant light as it absorbed world energy and split into its components. Lith sighed while looking at the golden phoenix petal before burning it with his mana. Each flower was a priceless treasure, and he had only a few left. The petal produced a string of fiery runes that assembled to form what would be the Scalewalker armor power core. Powerful enchantments and runes needed Lith's mana to work, whereas crystals could provide the armor solely with world energy. The power core would not only fuel all enchantments, but also hold the other pseudo-cores together, keep them from clashing with each other, and turn the world energy into mana bearing Lith's energy signature. Chapter 11:25, A Forgemaster's Pride Part 1. The plume of the Thunderbird produced a yellow pseudo-core that was comprised of pure air element. The static discharges that the golden orb emitted became less and less frequent as Lith rewrote part of its natural runes to make it more stable. All the runes related to the emission of electricity are a waste of mana. I only need those that create the protective magnetic field to boost the Scalewalker armor's defense, Lith thought. As for the pseudo-core of the dimensional item and the spell matrix of full guard, Lith knew them so well that he needed but a thought to form them. Then he merged the 5 cores together, using the slime good from time to time to reduce the rejection effect that the different energies caused. Slimes were incredible creatures with amazing vitality and capable of adapting to any environment. Once dispersed inside the forgemastering spell, the goop produced a fine mist that saturated the 5 pseudo-cores and harmonized their magical wavelength, allowing Lith to make them overlap with minimal effort. Solas, Lith said. On it, Solas redirected part of the world energy coursing through the tower to form a blue circle of light that engulfed the adamant armor and the pseudo-core that started to orbit around each other. Violent arcs sparked between them as the world energy from the adamant flowed into the pseudo-core's mana and vice versa. The arcs soon stabilized, forming a cycle that made matter and energy resonate with each other. Lith took out his orichalcum hammer, now reforged with runes and a violet crystal while Solas wielded her own, and charged both hammers with world energy. Guys, the moment Solus starts helping me, I need you to take over the circle. She already did most of the work, you only have to keep it stable and fueled. Tista, Floria, be ready to use invigoration on yourself or the others as soon as they need it. I have only one shot at this, so let's make it count. Lith didn't wait for an answer and struck at the pseudo-core with his hammer, using the combined effect of the mana in his body, and that stored inside the hammer to force the armor to accept the foreign energy. The strike released a pulse of blue light so violent that it almost knocked everyone but Tista off their feet. She knew how Lith worked and had braced for impact, while the others had never witnessed anything like that. It will be like that every time one of the hammers hits. Keep channeling world energy or the following blasts will destabilize the circle, Tista said via the mind link. Thanks for warning us in time. The others would have liked to give Tista a piece of their mind, but the moment they saw Solus move her hand, they focused solely on their duty. Ever since Solus had gained a deep Cyan mana core, her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Yet even with the help of runesmithing, she still lacked the mana necessary to overcome the resistance that the adamant offered. While Lith took care of merging the armor and the core with his superior might, she fixed all the imperfections that the process caused in the pseudo-core with her finer mana control. The technique allowed them to both improve their chance of success and to greatly reduce the time that each forge-mastering process required. Wielding such powerful energy took a great toll on both of them and needed a constant use of invigoration. Time was of the essence because the more Lith used invigoration, the less effective it became. The hammer blows flowed into each other in a symphony of silvery clangs, producing a raging storm of blue light. With each hit of Lith's hammer, the pseudo-core would go deeper inside the armor, but the world energy that coursed through the adamant opposed to the process with such strength that it caused deformations in the core, compromising the integrity of the spells it held. With each hit of Solus's hammer, the bumps and indenture from the previous clash would disappear, shaping the pseudo-core into a perfect sphere again. She had to make sure to preserve and fix all 5 cores at the same time so that they could withstand Lith's working. During that time, Lith replenished his body with mana and injected part of it through the runes. That way, the energy coming from the armor couldn't mess with Solus's work due to being temporarily synced with their energy signature. Lith and Solus complemented each other, allowing them to focus solely on their respective task without the fear of any external variable. Their combined forge-mastering technique not only required the power that only a mage tower could provide, but also 2 mages to work as one. By the time the Scalewalker armor was complete, Lith was running on fumes and Solus had to give up on her energy form to keep the tower from collapsing. I think that congratulations are in order, little brother, Tista said amid pants. Your work looks like a masterpiece. Yeah, but I expect to be properly compensated. Nalrund laid on the ground, trying to catch his breath. Without us, you would have never succeeded. Do you really think I allowed you guys to spectate just out of the goodness of my heart? Lith replied with a sneer. We never worked on adamant before, and I assumed that we might encounter several unexpected complications. Based on my experience, however, it should have been nothing that a squad of powerful mages, most of whom practice forge-mastery at that, couldn't solve. Worst-case scenario, Solus would have focused on keeping the process on hold while we brainstormed the issue. You sure know how to make your friends feel appreciated, Freya said. Does your brilliant contingency plan involve a good meal? Because I'm starving. My plan involves all the food and drinks you can eat plus the time for a hot shower. Every time I push myself to my limits, I sweat bullets and I can't appreciate a good meal while smelling like a wet dog, Lith said. Everyone went to their respective room, replaying the forge-mastering procedure in their heads while pondering if they might be able to do the same. Soon, they all came to the same conclusion. No matter what I do, it's impossible. I would need to have several powerful mages to replace the mage tower in the process of conjuring and fine-tuning such a huge amount of world energy. On top of that, with Solus's help, Lith can exceed the limits of his mana core, crafting items that go beyond what a bright blue core can do. I wonder if Orion Dad has a violet core. They thought almost in unison. The more they thought about it, the more everything seemed unfair, tainting admiration with a fair share of envy. Being friends, however, instead of ruminating such thoughts behind Lith's back, they told him to his face. Sure, it must be nice having both a mage tower and origin flames. That's the same as cheating since not even Dad can purify metals with such ease, Quilla said, expressing the grievance of every single forge-master on Maugr. Indeed, meeting Solus saved my life in more than one way and provided me with the best partner I could ask for. Lith had no problems admitting they were right. Chapter 11:26, A Forgemaster's Pride Part 2. His heartfelt words made Solus so happy that she didn't mind skipping the meal due to the inability to assume her human form. The light wisp snuggled against his head like a small bird. As for my hybrid form, it messes with my love life and makes me a monster, but at least it comes with some perks. Right, Floria? Lith looked her in the eyes, making most of her envy and that of their sisters melt like snow under the summer sun. During happy circumstances, it was easy to forget that such blessings were actually a double-edged sword. Over the past few months, Floria had come to terms with Solus's existence and didn't resent Lith anymore for keeping his other half a secret. Yet she still lacked the courage to ask some important questions like what part Solus had played in their past relationship and how much of it she had shared. The uncertainty still made it awkward for Floria to remain alone with Lith. There is no way to ask them if we ever had some kind of threesome. Just thinking about how they shared their mind and Lith's body is embarrassing enough, let alone asking details of their arrangements about intimacy, she thought. Later, while the others rested inside the tower, Lith went to Fallow's lair to ask her opinion about his work and understand how safe his secrets were. By the Great Mother, it must be nice having free access to Origin Flames. Can you do the same thing for me? Fallow didn't know about the tower, but she could recognize perfectly purified adamant when she saw it. The black and white shades of the metal that made it similar to Davros were hard to miss. Yes and no. Yes, I can, but no, I can't assure you the same quality in the final product. Lith then explained to her the peculiar forge he had employed and his current limits. Goddamn liches. The Hydra had yet to meet Zalgrish, yet she couldn't stand him already. They already have the best stuff, and usually it's because they have more meat on their bones than morals in their head. That said, don't worry about it. My forges don't shapeshift, but I know how to handle adamant. We'll just have to alternate melting and purifying to keep the metal's composition balanced. What do you think of my Scalewalker armor and how is the cloaking of my workings? Lith asked. I think that technically, producing such a powerful piece with a blue core is impossible. The crafting is a bit rough, and the enchantments could have been balanced better, but it's still an impressive work for someone without a legacy. As for the cloaking, you gave the standard runes a good spin of your own. If you weren't my apprentice and I had no idea of how you work, I would have had a hard time studying your armor. I like how you used my scales to enhance the armor's ability to deflect impacts rather than just hardening it. Professor Wainmeyer is right. You're truly talented for forgemastery, Fallow said after thoroughly studying the armor. Thanks. Did we make the right choice in crafting an armor rather than a weapon? Lith asked. Most certainly. I don't know how you made the Scalewalker armor, just like I don't know how this Orion made war. Yet while I'm certain that I can make something much better than your piece if I give it my all, crafting a better blade would be a challenge. On top of that, even if I managed to match War's power, my piece would still lack the pseudo-conscience that Orion's feelings imbued the sword with, and the abilities that come with it. Unless you have lots of money and materials to commission a masterpiece to someone even better than I am, crafting an armor was the perfect choice. It allowed you to experience working with adamant and to put your technique to the test against the second most powerful metal on Maugr. To be honest, I'm surprised you succeeded at your first attempt and a bit disappointed that you didn't come to me for help. Right now, your forgemastering technique has few secrets to me, and sharing them would have been a small price to pay to not waste the only adamant forge in your possession, Fallow said. Which means that either those secrets are truly valuable and likely to be related with Solus's powers, or that Lith's pride is so big that it clouded his judgment. He doesn't seem the arrogant type. Lith has never hesitated to ask for my help in the past, so I bet that his forgemastering prowess is somehow related to Solus. Gods, I wish he trusted me a little more. No matter what she is, Solus is my apprentice as well. I would never hurt either of them, she thought. Lith had pondered a lot about asking Fallow's help for the forge, but doing it would have meant to give up on the tower's world energy and the dual hammering technique. He had decided to try on his own not because of blind pride, but to gain precious experience. No one could teach Lith how to master the tower's abilities. It was something he had to do on his own. No matter if the experiment succeeded or failed, understanding the limits that he and Solus had while in the tower came first. It would influence the way they developed their forgemastering techniques and determine the heights they could reach. Lith didn't ask Fallow's help because he had gambled on their skills and on the help of those he already had entrusted with the secret of the tower. Despite all Fallow's nice words, she was still a dragon and a forgemaster at that. Lith believed that, after reaching the limits of their talents, any sane mage would kill to get their hands on Menadian's legacy. I'm sorry, Professor Fallow, but few or not, those secrets are still important to me, and I don't share them lightly. On top of that, I've often learned more from my failures than from my successes. I don't want to become as good as you, I want to surpass you. If I start relying on you to forge my most powerful pieces, I'll never grow out of your shadow, Lith said. Don't set the bar so low. Fallow felt flattered by those words and gave him a warm smile. I'm just a good forgemaster. You should aim for someone like Menadian or Bytra like I do. Surpassing my father was nothing but a stepping stone. We must aim to become rulers of the flames. They were forgemasters so powerful that even the crumbs of knowledge they decided to share with the rest of Magur allowed the forgemastering art to reach new heights. My bar is not low, Lith shook his head. If you are just a good forgemaster, then so is Orion, and I'm less than mediocre. I know Menadian and Bytra just by name. There are none of their creations that I can study, whereas you show me marvels on a daily basis. Your skills are the real deal, and your teachings have allowed me to master adamant on the first try. I will always be grateful to you for all that. Chapter 11, 27 Plots and Schemes Part 1. Lith stood up and gave Fallow a deep bow that she accepted with a graceful nod of her head. Then I hope that my next request doesn't come out as rude as it sounds to my own ears, she said with a sigh. What do you need? Lith asked. Information. I have heard a lot about you from Scarlet and Protector, but you've never told me about yourself. As you know, I'm soon going to ask you to prove your wisdom. Wisdom is not intelligence. There is no clear-cut test for it. What's wise for some, others might consider it foolish. To give you a mission on which we think alike, I need to know you better. I want you to tell me about your life, your goals, your ideals, everything you think I should know about you, Fallow said. This might take a while, Lith sighed. Fallow conjured 2 comfortable armchairs, hot tea, and plenty of pastries. The Hydra did all she could to put him at ease, yet Lith needed 2 cups of tea before opening up to her. Griffin Kingdom, Zedros the Wyvern's lair. The first wyvern lived on the top of the Golden Crown Mountain, near the south border of the Keller region. It was a peak so high that it was always surrounded by clouds that, whenever there was a storm, thunders would paint its glaciers a golden color, giving the mountain its name. Zedros's cave was hidden by a thick cloud layer, generated by one of the many protective arrays that the beast lord of the region had set around his home. Yet such trick couldn't hinder the foresight of the eyes of Menadian. Usually, the mana imbued within the mystical clouds would keep techniques like life vision from finding the entrance to the lair. But to Scarlet the Scorpicore's pince-nez, the entirety of the underground cave system appeared as clear as the day, even while she still looked at it from outside. Zedros was much older than her, and allegedly the best light master in the Griffin Kingdom. The Scorpicore had come to him looking for answers, yet what she saw raised even more questions. Even though Zedros is known to be more a trickster than a deceiver, I can't trust him. I'm not even a lesser dragon, so his greed might get the better of his sympathy, Scarlet thought. She took her council amulet out of her dimensional item and informed several of her friends about her position. That way, if anything happened to Scarlet, her disappearance wouldn't go unnoticed. She grinned at the sight of Zedros snarling in contempt while looking at her via his surveillance system, unaware that the eyes of Menadian allowed her to do the same. Scarlet kept her Emperor Beast form that rivaled that of the Hydra in both physical might and aerial maneuverability. What do you want? Zedros's voice held no warmth as he replied to the unexpected visitor knocking on his array. Nice to meet you too, Zedros. We need to talk about council business. After a few seconds with no answer, she added, Are you going to open the door, or do you want me to call Fila? Mentioning the name of the behemoth leader of the Beast Council struck more than one nerve. Zedros considered himself a dragon, and as such, he held in contempt all other species of emperor beasts. Yet the ones he hated the most were those who came from a guardian's bloodline as well. The idea that a lesser griffin had beaten him, taking the throne that was rightfully his, still haunted Zedros's dreams. The defeat had been both political and physical since after losing the election, Zedros had challenged her to a duel. The behemoth had pummeled him so long and so hard that only Tyrus's punch dwarfed the memory of that pain. Just like drakes lacked origin flames, behemoths didn't inherit Tyrus's life maelstrom, but they shared the full physical might of their parent. The idea that both mother and daughter had easily bested him had deeply hurt Zedrose's pride, making him even doubt for an entire day that lesser griffins were inferior to lesser dragons. After that, he had recovered from the sad hungover and swore to never drink again. The array disappeared, and the rocks blocking her way became ethereal as the wyvern emitted a low growl in reply. "What do you want, cat?" Zedrose said while looking down on her from his golden throne placed on top of a mountain of gold coins. Now that he had fully recovered from the wound that Tyrus had inflicted him almost 2 years ago, the wyvern didn't hesitate to showcase his riches and artifacts to belittle the unwanted guests. If the creature stood on hind legs, Zedrose would have been over 165 meters tall, with his long neck taking a quarter of his height and ending into a long reptile snout as big as a barrel. His tail was about 1.67 meters, 56, long, ending with a thick bone spike that resembled the sting of a giant wasp. 2 golden membranous wings extended from his forelegs, connecting his little fingers to his hips. The wings were a few shades paler compared to the scales that covered Zedrose's upper body, and made the wyvern shine like a masterfully cut gemstone under the mystical lights illuminating the cave. The raw splendor of the emperor beast was further emphasized by the shining mass of wealth beneath him, making most of his visitor cower I fear at the sight of their host. Unfortunately for Zedrose, the Scorpicore wasn't one of them. Scarlet was unfazed by his theatrics. Her eyes wandered along the room, allowing Menadian's eyes to count the coins and appraise the artifacts. "I really hope I'm the one nearest to his lair when this guy loses it and gets himself killed. I could renovate my labs with all the gold and platinum that he pointlessly hoards," she thought. "You are still as tacky as always, lizard." His insult rolled off Scarlet, who wasn't ashamed of her upbringing as a common house cat, whereas her words struck at the wyvern's ego like a meteor. "I'm not a lizard, I'm a wyvern." Zedrose's roar made the cave tremble, and several coins fell from the top of their piles, producing a jingle. "Ligon was a lizard, and you are Ligon's offspring, hence you're a lizard as much as I'm a cat," she replied. "What do you want, cat?" Zedrose couldn't argue her logic, only curse at the father of all dragons for being obnoxiously open about his origins. "In case you haven't noticed, the beasts are now at war with the undead. I'm here because you never answered the council's call and because since we're fellow light masters, I could use your advice," Scarlet said. "I didn't answer because I'm not interested. There's nothing to gain from this war. On top of that, I've already my hands full with my beloved apprentice." Zedrose's lips curled up in a cruel grin, making Scarlet shudder. "What do you mean you're not interested? They attacked one of your precious wormlings and you gave Lith your word to help him," Scarlet said. "I upheld my end of our bargain by supporting his plea to become part of our council. It is him who betrayed me," Zedrose hissed with fury. Chapter 11, 28 Plots and Schemes Part 2. "That traitorous fake dragon promised to call me in the case he faced a horseman, yet he kept night for himself. He called Falul instead of me because she lacks the guts to merge with a powerful relic. Isn't one Omni pocket enough for that bastard?" Actually, Lith had promised to call the wyvern if he met Dawn again. With his family at stake, Lith had called only those he knew that would focus on killing the horseman rather than worrying about taking her alive. An Omni pocket? Scarlet was flabbergasted. Back when she had met Solus, she had a yellow core, making the Scorpicore assume that a cursed object that weak had to be some kind of failure. Yet only the most powerful artifacts, like Baba Yaga's horsemen, possessed an Omni pocket. Suddenly, Lith defeating Dawn didn't seem impossible anymore. "Hi, Aunt Scarlet, long time no see," Cedra, Falul's youngest son and Zedrose's apprentice, said. The young Hydra was now over 6 meters 20 tall, with 3 fully developed heads, and judging from the space between the necks, a 4th was about to grow. Yet it wasn't the sudden development that Cedra had undergone during the past year that turned Scarlet's shock into outrage so much as the sight of his blue core now awakened. "By the Great Mother, Cedra, I always knew you weren't as smart as you thought, but I would have never guessed you could be this stupid." Scarlet roared at the wyvern while spreading her wings in an act of defiance. Zedrose inwardly gloated, hoping that the Scorpicore would be so stupid as to attack him inside his own home, while surrounded by enough arrays to take down a small battalion of Awakened. "What do you mean, stupid? Unlike you and my mother, Master Zedrose recognized my talent at first sight. He awakened me right after taking me in as his disciple, and since then I've grown stronger than you can possibly imagine." The eyes of Cedra's 3 heads glowed each with a different color, showing the early signs of dominance. "No, you idiot. He turned you into a slave. For the next 100 years you belong to him, and even your mother can't oppose his judgment. The reason why no one offers their apprentice to be awakened right off the bat is that anyone with half a brain would refuse, Scarlet said. That's not true, that Lith, Cedro attempted to say. Lith was already awakened, you moron. Your mother only judges him as a member of the council, but she has no power over his right to live. If she kicks Lith out, he can ask another Emperor Beast to take him in, whereas if Zedros kicks you out, you're dead. Scarlet cut him short. Master Zedros would never do such a thing. He even offered me to become his harbinger and teach me the secrets of light mastery. Cedra tried to sound confident, but he stuttered the entire phrase. Why shouldn't he? That way, Zedros gets a permanent slave who cannot disobey any order nor hide anything from him, including all the powers of your bloodline, you moron. Cedra's stupidity kept shocking Scarlet to the bone. Why do you think your mother never taught you anything? Because secrets can be stolen and entire legacies can be squandered by a single idiot who flaunts their techniques just to look good. Cedra's three mouths opened and closed several times as he tried to find a single fault in her logic, yet no word came out. For once, his tongues remained as still as his brain. The young Hydra turned to the Wyvern, who didn't even bother denying Scarlet's allegations. Relax, child. 100 years goes by pretty fast. Either you decide to become my harbinger or not. You have my word that as long as you behave, I'll let you get out of here alive, Zedros said. Cedra shuddered at those words, glad for the first time in his life to be as ignorant as he was foolish. Zedros was going to squeeze everything he knew, and that meant that Hydras would likely mark Cedra as a traitor and kill him the moment his apprenticeship ended. The Wyvern had forced him into a corner, leaving him no choice but submission. All other roads led the young Hydra to a lawful death, either at the hand of his master for attempting to escape, or at the hand of his kin for his stupidity. As for you, Cat, if you want my help, I expect to be properly compensated. I would love to ask you for Menadian's eyes, but only death can remove your imprint. Zedros sounded truly sad as he expressed his inability to kill Scarlet and get away with it. Yet we can still come to a deal. Tell me where to find another piece of Menadian's set, or find me an ownerless working Omni Pocket. Either of them will buy you all lessons about light mastery you might ever need, and even the release of this moron from my service. Council's law allowed to pass a disciple to another master, but only if all parties agreed. Are you really that ignorant? Scarlet scoffed. There is no such thing as Menadian's set. She crafted each one of those pieces to help her best disciples to overcome their limits and kept only the fury for herself. After her death, her apprentices scattered throughout Maugr to hide from the monster who had stolen the fury, fearing that the creature would come for them as well. No one knows where they went. Even I found the eyes by chance, Scarlet said. I don't care how hard it is to find them. Those are my conditions. Of course, feel free to tell Falul that in the case her disciple has an accident, I'm willing to trade her son for his Omni Pocket. As for our esteemed leader, tell Fila that I'm not going to participate in your battle against the undead, until she gives me her reassurance that the Beast Council will oppose the motion that would allow the abominations to join us as peers. Those bastards have always treated us as food, killing most of my most promising heirs. If not for them, I would have already found a way to evolve into a dragon with my children's help. Zedros couldn't forgive Xenagrosh for restoring her dragon form after willingly abandoning it, nor the master for having led his son Gadorf on the path of forbidden magic. Zedros firmly believed that the end justified the means, but to him, feeding upon the mana of inferior races was an unforgivable act. The first Wyvern had been glad to hear about Gadorf's death. He considered it a fitting punishment for tainting his bloodline. The idea to agree with Zedros on any subject caused Scarlet such a disgust that, for a moment, she reconsidered her position. Yet he was right. Letting the abominations join the council was too dangerous. No one had listened to Scarlet back when she had petitioned to take action against the master, considering him like nothing but another madman. Now that his abomination hybrids had proved to be capable of taking Baba Yaga head-on, the elders of the council were torn between fear and hope. Fear that by trading knowledge and resources with the awakened, the abominations would become unstoppable. Hope that between Bytra's crafts and the might of the hybrids, fake mages could no longer threaten the awakened supremacy. Chapter 11:29, Thinking Ahead Part 1. I'll let Fila know. Scarlet turned around to leave, but Cedra stopped her. Aunt Scarlet, please, don't abandon me here. You dug your own grave, child. I can only hope you find it comfortable, she said with a stone face and a flat voice. Scarlet's heart actually ached at the idea of his death. Cedra was indeed stupid, but all she could see while looking at him was the hatchling that followed her everywhere and believed to go unnoticed while hiding under her own mane. Yet showing any concern for him would only make Zedrose raise his price. Cedra tried to speak again, but Scarlet shoved a handbook in his mouth. Those are the laws that regulate the relationship between a master and their apprentice. Study them as if your life depends on it, because it surely does, Scarlet said before leaving for good. Lustria County, Fallow's lair. After the meeting with Lith was over, the Hydra summoned Freya to discuss her future. There was only so much that Fallow could teach her before the bond between them became too deep. Freya wasn't like Lith, who the Hydra helped out of friendship and curiosity, nor like Quilla, whose unparalleled talent for light magic had helped Fallow to deepen her understanding of the elements. I wish one of my children had her talent and honest passion for magic. The more Fallow got to know her, the more she regretted Quilla being a human. Instead of just teaching her small stuff, I would make her my assistant and heir, securing the Hydra bloodline for the next generation. Master Fallow, I'm here as you requested. Freya entered through a dimensional array and gave the Hydra a deep bow, interrupting her train of thought. Please sit down, we have much to discuss. Fallow pointed at her the comfortable armchair where Lith had been until a few minutes before. Freya looked at the chairs, the tea table, and the pastries before swallowing a lump of saliva. She had been expecting another long and boring lesson about forgemastering, not the perfect setup to get the boot. Did I do anything wrong? Freya's legs refused to move, fearing that once she sat down her apprenticeship would be over. Nothing of the sort. Fallow gave Freya a warm smile that failed to reassure her. Freya went to her chair, feeling as if the ground under her feet shook more with each step. The reason I asked you to come over is that I taught you all I could, without compromising the secrets behind my core techniques. Nalrund is still teaching me light mastery. Lith is about to step into the next phase of his apprenticeship, and Quilla has proven her usefulness by helping me improve many of my spells. I still need all of them, and I plan to help them develop their talents, whereas I don't know what to do about you, Fallow said. I did everything you asked. Freya jumped up, unable to stay seated. During the last few months, I've learned more about forgemastery than most students of the Academy in 1 year. I've shown you my ability with both pure spirit magic and mixing it with the other elements. I even helped you to improve the dimensional arrays of your lair. What more could I have possibly done? A wave of Fallow's hand made the chair move forward, hitting Freya's knees from behind and forcing her to sit down again. You are just forgetting the part where you don't like forgemastering much, and you have reached your limit with the spirit magic you can use with just your wand. You have my thanks for the arrays, but as the recent attack has demonstrated, dimensional magic is easily disabled, Fallow replied. I really admire your talents, and that's why I brought you here. I don't see you progressing much further without becoming an awakened, nor do I feel right about making you my harbinger. You are a young, capable woman who should spend her time discovering what she likes and what she wants to do about her life. Becoming a harbinger is a lifelong commitment that I don't think you are ready to take. You should return to your home and take your time to plan your future. Do not rush things. Ask your father to find you a master who can teach you offensive spells that would complement your dimensional abilities, travel Magur on your own, take part in the court's life. Your possibilities are endless. Are you kicking me out? Freya managed to say without making her voice quiver. No, I'm telling you that we've reached a crossroad. One way leads you to freedom, to a long and maybe not happy life where you can do whatever you want. The other, instead, leads you to either become my harbinger or to lose your life the moment you realize you made the wrong choice and you want to back out, Fallow replied. What do you mean? I mean that I'm not making you my harbinger anytime soon. You are free to stay here and receive my teachings, but your development is limited by your non-awakened state. On top of that, due to the nature of our contract, you would be stuck with all the responsibilities that the position implies without any of the power. Tier 4 true forgemastering is identical to that used by fake mages, but my Tier 5 belongs to the Hydra bloodline. The moment I teach you any of that, your fate is sealed, Fallow said. I understand and I thank you for your concern, Master Fallow, but I've decided to stay. My father is a busy man, and the only way to become his apprentice would be to either join the Knight's Guard or become a royal forgemaster, Freya said. Both are lifelong commitments toward a kingdom that has failed its most loyal subjects too many times to be trusted. Life in the royal court is not for me. Just the idea of lying and scheming every day of my life makes me want to puke. As for finding another master, after seeing what Awakened can do, the higher I would get, the more I would regret not having taken the chance to tap into my full potential. I'm tired of feeling useless. When my mother and Uriel were dying between my arms, I would have given everything to be as good as Lith and be capable of saving them both. Down in Berlin mines, I could save my life only at the price of abandoning my sisters. When the undead attacked Lith's house, he didn't even consider calling me for help because I'm weak. I didn't tell him, but those words hurt me more than any wound ever did. I know that being weak is not a crime, but it's more than I can take. If Darius attacks my family again, I want to be able to make the difference. I could never live with myself if I were to lose someone I love again just because I don't have the strength or skill to save them. That moron, Morak, told my sister Quilla some of the wisest words I ever heard. A long life is pointless if you don't have something to live for. I prefer a short life where I do what I think is right rather than spending what time I have left filled with regrets. Chapter 11:30, Thinking Ahead, Part 2. Are you sure you don't want to take some time to mull over my words before making your final decision? Falul asked. I've had years to mull over my life. I don't seek the power of a harbinger because I find any pleasure in serving you, but because it's the only path that will allow me to give my life a meaning, Freya said. Excellent answer. Falul nodded, giving Freya a wooden chest the size of a shoebox. Why are you giving me a gift? Freya opened the chest and found a heavy hammer made of adamant wrapped inside a silk cloth. That's not a gift, it's your Forgemastering hammer. I told you that my Tier 5 magic is nothing like the Academy. To learn Hydra techniques, you need a better tool than that flimsy wand. Falul stood up and led Freya to her personal forge. Lith's tower at the same time. Lith had left Falul's lair through another warping array, because the Hydra didn't want to force any of her apprentices to share with the others information about their personal life, unless they wanted to. How did it go? Solus asked. Falul had summoned only Lith to keep his recollection of the events of his life from being altered by Solus's perception. Like most people in his life, the Hydra had a hard time understanding where Lith finished and Solus started. Lith looked around, making sure that everyone was still asleep before activating their mind link and sharing with her everything that had transpired during the last few hours. I'm sick and tired of hearing how creepy I am, Lith thought as his eyes turned golden and Solus's turned dark. Well, that was interesting. Solus pondered what she had just learned, trying to guess what kind of mission the Hydra could assign to them. How are the others? Lith said. Still dead tired. Falul's ban on invigoration whenever sleeping is an option sure slows things down, Solus replied. They spent the time until everyone woke up by practicing light mastery. Lith had perfected its first 3 tiers, but he still found it difficult to shape and control complex constructs. Solus, instead, was close to perfect the internal control layer of the high-tiered spells, but her constructs kept being frail. Nalrund had offered to explain things in detail to them, and even to teach them powerful spells, but they had refused. Solus and Lith didn't even share their progress with each other because just by looking at their constructs, they could see that their way of using light mastery was different from each other just like it differed from Manohar's, Dawn's, and Nalrund's. They feared that by comparing notes, their technique might lose its unique edge. Like all high-level disciplines, light mastery could develop in different ways based on its user. Nalrund woke up first and prepared breakfast for everyone. I still don't think there is such thing as a test of wisdom, he said after hearing Lith's story. I mean, whatever task she assigns to you. It would just demonstrate your ability to follow orders, whereas Falul would need a way to determine if you are capable of wielding the power that she is passing on to you without becoming its slave. That's what I believe as well, Lith nodded. I'm pretty sure it will be something apparently simple but actually convoluted, like it happened when the Council had me fighting that monster, the Menios, who is invincible as long as it touches the ground. Worrying about it now, it's pointless, Tista said. You can't solve a riddle you don't know. I'm more interested in hearing about Nalrund's and Quilla's respective dates. What was your partner like? Do you think there will be a second date? Both of them choked on their tea, burning their tongue and needing a healing spell before being able to answer. My date went well, but I don't think that I'll see Brina again, Nalrund said. Why is that? She is a sweet girl and Renat thinks the world of her, Tista said. Several reasons. First, Brina made it clear that she's looking for someone to settle down with, and I'm the wrong person for her. Unless I tell her about my hybrid nature, I would be playing with her feelings, but doing that would compromise the safety of Celia's family. Everyone knows that I live with them, and if Brina lets anything slip, my life with them would be over. Also, she didn't take well to discovering that I'm a mage. Between the undead attack and seeing me use dimensional magic, Brina told me that my life is too exciting for her, Nowron said. I'm sorry to hear she dumped you, Tista patted his shoulder. She didn't dump me. Brina is just looking for someone with a less complicated background who enjoys the quiet life of Lucia, Nowron replied. Which means that she dumped you, Freya said. Welcome to the club. Being a mage is a curse upon your social life. If you decide to become a noble, leeches will swarm you, whereas if you live dangerously, everyone will treat you as a monster. What about you, Quilla? How did Morok take you giving him the boot? Nowron said, eager to make people stop spreading salt on his wounds. My date was a bit odd, but I didn't give Morok the boot. Yet. The room went into an uproar bigger than after Lith had revealed Solas's existence to them, which irked Quilla to no end. What? Why? Lith looked at her as if she was insane. Maybe she got her brain hurt while practicing shapeshifting. Freya checked Quilla's life force for any sign of alteration. Let me get this straight. Quilla pushed her sister's hand away the moment she recognized the chant. Celia is free to marry an emperor beast. Camilla can date whatever Lith is, whereas I'm the crazy one just because I hang out with the only person outside my family who doesn't treat me as a freak. Morok's not a person, he's an insufferable prick, Floria said. Maybe he is, but at least he's a prick who says everything to my face rather than my back and doesn't care nor for the Ernaz's riches nor the difference in our magical talent. Do you know how hard it is to find someone like that? Quilla asked. Almost impossible, Lith said. Rarer than a golden fly, Tista sighed. I've yet to find a single one like that, Freya said, leaving Floria in the role of the bad guy. Fine, I give up. Tell us about your date, Floria said. Quilla didn't leave out a single detail, yet she blushed a lot while admitting her envy for Morok's achievement of the great mage status. I don't know if I'll see him again, but if I do, next time spare me the theatrics. A few days later, life in Lucia had gone back to normal. All the traces of the undead attack had been cleared up, and Renah finally found the courage to go back to her own home. Celia and her children had returned to their household as soon as the reconstruction had been completed, while Zinnia needed more time to recover from the shock, and so did her kids. Chapter 11:31 Council Duty Part 1. Zinnia remained in the Verhin household until Professor Vaster contacted her to apologize for his sudden disappearance. She could tell that there was something different about him even by just looking at his hologram, but she was too happy seeing him safe and sound to care for small details. Mom, Dad, Kami, I'm leaving in a while. Falol has just contacted me about the details of my apprenticeship, and she says that until I'm done with this task, she won't teach me anything else, Lith said while playing with Aaron and Lyria. Where are you going and how long will you stay there? Alina asked. I don't know, Mom. This isn't your usual fetch quest, but a trial of wisdom. It could take hours, days, if not even weeks. Lith shrugged. What if something happens again while you're gone? Roz asked. Well, the Beast's Council has assured me your protection, and I've got that huge dragon's contact rune on my amulet. I'm going to call her the moment I see any of your amulets become unavailable, so keep them always at hand, Lith said. Are you going alone, or does Falol allow you to have companions? I could ask for a leave if you need my help. Camilla didn't like the idea of hearing from him only through the amulet like it happened when Lith served as a ranger. She had gotten used to dine together, to listen to his snoring while falling asleep, and to him being the last thing she saw at night and the first in the morning. With her work as a royal constable, Camilla found the routine reassuring. On top of that, she liked the fact that Nowron was the only other man in the group even less. The idea of Lith spending so much time with Floria or Freya made her stomach turn into a knot. I don't know that either. Falol only told me to pack my stuff and to be ready to leave as soon as she's done with the preparations, which is quite odd since there is no place in the kingdom, and beyond that I can't reach with a simple warp gate, Lith said. I don't care about your wisdom. If something bad happens or if the test is unreasonable, get back home in one piece. It's the only thing I ask of you. Camilla hugged him tight, feeling as if Lith was going in a place where she couldn't follow him. I couldn't have said it better. Alina joined them in the embrace, quickly followed by Roz. Not to be that guy, son, but have you recharged all of the house's defenses? You know, just to be safe, he said. Yes, Dad. I even replaced the mana crystals fueling the arrays with others bigger and of better quality. Also, I've notified my absence to the royals who promised to increase your detail until my return, Lith replied. If push comes to shove, I can always get back here with the tower warp. Let's hope that wherever I'm going there is a mana geyser nearby, otherwise I'm really screwed, he thought. Much to everyone's surprise, it took Falul hours to summon Lith to her lair, calling him in the middle of the night along with only a few members of his group. Lith, Tista, Solus, and Floria had received the call as well while the others had followed them only out of curiosity. I know this is an odd time to hit the road, but soon everything will be clear. Falul took 3 yellow-collared potions out of her dimensional item and injected their content into their bodies with Quilla's spell. Solus, you'd better hide because this is an official mission for the Council, and soon a few people will get here to help you moving. What's in the potion? Tista asked, feeling a little unwell after the administration. The cure to Giera's plague. Even though you're all awakened, it's better not to take any chances, Falul said while Solus quickly slipped at Lith's finger. Are you really sending me to Giera? Lith was flabbergasted. No, the Council is sending all of you to Giera. I don't know anyone on the other side of the ocean, and I needed their help to arrange your journey, Falul replied. I don't speak a word of whatever Giera's language is called. How am I supposed to communicate with the locals? Lith asked. Don't worry, I got that covered. Giera became a shithole because those assholes of the Guardians on the other continent hate Tyrus's guts and never introduced her universal language with the excuse of preserving traditions. Falul couldn't believe how someone could be so ancient and yet so petty at the same time. Are you saying we all speak Tyrus's language? Floria said. Well, yeah. How do you think we achieved such a long-lasting peace? People have much better chances of going along when they are able to understand each other without the need of learning dozens of languages. Falul nodded. Who cares about the language? I want to know why they are allowed to go there and we're not. Quilla's thirst for knowledge knew no bounds. The idea of meeting a society where most people had magical powers, and to have the possibility of comparing notes with countless experts, made her feel butterflies in her stomach. Again, this is council business. You are no awakened, and I wouldn't even send Tista or Floria if they didn't belong to Lith, Falul said. What do you mean belong? Floria and Tista asked in unison. He awakened you, hence you're his responsibility for the next 100 years. On top of that, you also followed Lith in his apprenticeship, so he has the duty to make sure that you don't abuse advanced powers like shape-shifting and spirit magic. The Kings of the Woods not only have a duty toward their packs and turfs, but they are also helping the Council to keep Lith's family safe, whereas you have no bonds that can keep you from running away, Falul said. Is it safe for me to spectate? Nowrund words made little sense to the others but Lith and Falul. Yes, as long as you don't do or say anything that can betray your identity. Now be quiet. We've got guests. Falul pointed at some blinking runes of her warping array that had suddenly become visible to the naked eye. The Beast's Gate network worked on a voluntary basis because it gave direct access to an Emperor Beast's home. Each warping array worked akin to a communication amulet and could be easily updated to add new contact runes. Such runes identified the caller and its spatial coordinates, working as a double-layered security system. Only the beast who owned one of such arrays could contact another, and they could open a gate only after receiving the authorization on the other end of the dimensional tunnel. Both parties could cut the communication off the moment they detected foul play, and activate their lair's defenses against the intruders who had eventually managed to sneak in. This way, killing a lord of a region also caused the destruction of their warping terminal, and even forcing them to open one would lead to a sure demise. Chapter 1132, Council Duty Part 2. The contact rune on the warping array belonged to Phila the Behemoth, the leader of the Beast's Council, and one of Lith's biggest fans. As a member of the Lesser Griffins, the idea of a wormling sharing so many aspects in common with true dragons made her hope that a way to tap into their progenitors' true powers actually existed. She had no idea that Lith had no blood relationship with Ligon, nor that all the amazing feats he had accomplished that she attributed to a dragon's innate abilities were actually due to his bond with Solus. Looking good, kid. How is the old snake treating you? Phila hugged Lith with so much strength that she squeezed the air out of his lungs. The behemoth's original nature was that of an emperor beast, so her human form was just a projection of how Phila imagined she would look like if humans had decent taste in women. Phila looked like a woman in her late 30s, but she was actually 453 years old. She was 1.91 meters, 63, tall, and had a muscular yet curvy figure that seasoned warriors and women alike envied her. Phila's waist-long chestnut hair had streaks of silver, black, and orange all over, forming a multicolored tress that reached the small of her back. She had an oval face with delicate features, yet her bearing was usually that of a battle-hardened general. That day, however, by looking at how tightly she hugged Lith while ruffling his hair and kissing the top of his head, one would think she was an aunt meeting her favorite nephew after a long separation. Between the warm welcome and the height difference, Lith really looked like a kid. To her, anyone below 100 years of age could barely be considered a cub, and she was very protective of all those she recognized as members of her kin. Remember that in case you change your mind, Aunt Phila has always a spot open for you among her apprentices, and a few batches of adamant that could really use purifying. She let Lith go, who was uncertain if to complain about the harassment or ask some of the adamant as compensation. Elder Phila, it's nice to meet you again. Thanks for everything you are doing for my family. Lith did neither of those things and gave her a deep bow instead. In his experience, it was easier to catch adamant by using honey rather than vinegar. It's nothing, kid. You. Only then did Phila notice that besides Falul there were other people who were staring at her with eyes wide open and not out of respect. Why didn't you tell me we would have guests? Phila's voice became cold, and her demeanor turned into that her position in the council required, but too late for it to matter. There's no we. I have guests, Elder Phila, and you are among them. Falul laughed her ass off. Besides, I wanted to introduce my other apprentices to you. So, are these the members of your makeshift academy? Phila ignored her friend's laughter and sniffed the pups one by one. Too many humans, I only have hopes for these two. She pointed at both Tista and Nalrond. You should do like your brother and turn into a wormling. He has already awakened you, so once when you transform, there should be no problem teaching you how to master origin flames as well. The gods know how hard it is to find someone capable of purifying metals for a reasonable price. I'll do my best, Tista said. As for you, young man, being the only true beast in the bunch, it's your duty to uphold our race's honor. Work hard and get yourself awakened soon. Each year you stay like this means reducing your awakened lifespan of 10 years or worse. Yes, ma'am. Nalrun could feel her gaze piercing him and hoped the behemoth wouldn't somehow notice that he was a hybrid as well. Now be quiet, kids. Your life depends on it, Phila said, making all the remnants of her good aunt vibes disappear. Another rune of the array lit up, and this time even Falul lost all of her usual warmth, making everyone understand how important their next guest was. Or better guests. The two figures who walked out of the array were the guardian of the Griffin Kingdom and the guardian in charge of the council's activities. Due to their territorial nature, Ligon couldn't step inside Tyrus's turf without being invited and accompanied by her. How many times do I have to tell you that he's not my son? Ligon said in response to Phila looking at his human appearance, and then at Lith in search of any resemblance. Ligon had taken the appearance of a lean albino man in his mid-30s, 175 meters, 59, tall, with snow-white hair and skin. His eyes were purple and had a vertical pupil. He was wearing a lab coat over a set of pitch-black clothes. Do you realize that the more you deny it, the more you give credit to those rumors? Tyrus giggled. She wore the uniform of the Royal Constables and looked like a woman in her mid-20s, 1.76, 59 meters tall. Tyrus had shining gold hair braided into a tress long enough to be twisted and knotted above her head, resembling a crown, and her silver eyes sparkled like stars under the magical lights in the cave. After meeting both Dawn and Night, Lith couldn't help but think that somehow they were related to the Griffin Guardian. Yet while they incarnated a different aspect of the day, Tyrus's hair shone like the sun and her eyes looked like twin small moons. Is there a reason why Baba Yaga is called the Red Mother and Tyrus is the Great Mother? Maybe the lore is wrong and Baba Yaga actually descends from Tyrus, or at least was her apprentice, Lith thought. The two guardians emitted such a powerful aura that all the arrays inside Falul's lair became visible and small flowers sprouted from the rocky ground. I'm really sorry to have failed you, Captain Ernest. Tyrus took Floria's hands in her own, giving her a small bow and the Emperor Beasts a stroke. A guardian bowing to a human was an unprecedented act. If there's anything I can do as a constable to help you, let me know. I also hope that once your trial is over, you'll reconsider your decision to quit the army. The kingdom is always short of good people, Tyrus said. I don't blame you for what happened to me, Your Majesty. Floria's body kneeled on its own in the presence of the first queen and founder of the kingdom. I was aware that the enemies of my family would try to destroy my career at my slightest mistake. Darius is just one of them, and even if you take him out, someone else would take his place. I'm grateful to you for letting me live in a country where people determine their own destiny rather than being puppets in your hands. On top of that, even without the trial and without Darius, it was only a matter of time before my awakening forced me to quit the army. At least this way I have no regrets, nor do I have to abandon a promising career in order to face this new challenge. Wise words for someone so young, Ligon nodded. Chapter 11:33, A Change of Scenery Part 1. I'm glad you'll take part in this journey, young Ernest. For too long the burden of responsibility has forced you to grow while worrying about others. To achieve true power, however, one must learn to be egotistical when needed. Ligon took a small wooden box out of his pocket dimension that contained 4 pins the size of a button. I'm just lending them to you, so I expect to get them back upon your return. He put 1 pin each on Tista's and Floria's collar of their shirt, giving the remaining 2 to Lith. You should always remember that a hybrid counts double. Ligon looked at Fila, but winked at Lith. What the? All 3 of them suddenly had a splitting headache that brought them to their knees. Countless words and idioms they had never heard before flashed into their minds, making them speak what sounded like gibberish, but actually was a mix of dozens of different languages. A dimensional library of that size can be unpleasant at first, but you'll get used to it, Ligon said. Dimensional libraries, do they even exist? Freya asked. Yes, child. Asking your friends to waste months to learn and practice multiple languages that they are going to use just for a few days would be beyond cruel. Each one of those pins holds the necessary knowledge to fluently speak all the languages on the Giera continent. Ligon loved seeing the thirst for knowledge burn in the eyes of youths. How is that even possible? I'm a dimensional mage myself, and so is my teacher, but I've never heard or even thought of such spell. Freya hogging his attention made Falul, Fila, and Tyrus scowl. The Emperor beasts because they found it improper for a youngling to address a guardian in such a casual way. And Tyrus because she knew that, with the right audience, Ligon would talk non-stop for days. That's because you're a fake mage. Dimensional magic needs to be mixed with spirit magic to create a mind link with the storage space through a complex system like that the libraries use to index their books, Ligon said. Are you saying that you can create mind links with things as well? Freya knew what he was talking about because the Ernest's library used a similar device. The thought that spirit magic, forge mastery, and dimensional magic could work together in such wonderful ways reassured Freya to have made the right choice by not giving up on her apprenticeship with Falul. Now step back and stay quiet. This might be rough. A wave of Ligon's hand made everyone get away from him, leaving him enough space to turn into his true form. His dragon body now stood over 30 meters, 100, tall, covered in black scales larger and thicker than a tower shield. Each one of his fingers looked like a pillar and ended in a claw bigger than an adult man. His colossal size made it impossible to look at him as a whole from so up close, so they could only look at one limb at a time. Ligon had burning yellow eyes with a vertical pupil, giving him a feral look only tempered by his calm. He had dark, bony protuberances on his head that resembled a crown, and a set of enormous membranous wings came out from his back. The beat of his heart sounded like war drums, and each breath he took produced gales so strong that Tyrus had to conjure a barrier to protect her subjects from the unrestrained might of the father of all dragons. A split second later, the air in front of Ligon tore apart, and a dimensional tunnel as big as the entire cave appeared. On the other end of the rift, a being of similar power and appearance scoffed his contempt. Took you long enough. Are you getting old, or did you waste time with another of your ramblings? Fennegar the Leviathan said. His serpentine body lacked humanoid limbs and was covered in pristine white scales. Fennegar's size rivaled with Ligon's, and his ocean blue eyes were filled with fury and malice. The resemblance went so far that he even had horns on his head that formed a crown, but made of golden curved bones that resembled fish hooks. On top of that, 2 massive horns came out from Fennegar's temples, giving the Leviathan a demonic look. Gusts of ocean salty breeze blew from the portal, carrying the fury of a storm that only Ligon's presence kept from sweeping all those present away. The heartbeat of the dragon blocked the noise of the thunder just like his breath negated the wind, making the lair silent and safe. You're wrong as always, Fennegar. I just had to make sure that those poor souls wouldn't die out of the plague that your incompetence unleashed nor lose their minds trying to understand the gibberish that your people dares to call a language, Ligon replied. While the guardians exchanged colorful insults, Lith noticed a couple of figures standing right behind the Leviathan on the other side of the dimensional rift. "How long will they argue, and who are those people?" Lith asked Phila, who in turn looked at Tyrus. "They'll go at it until they get bored. As for those people, they'll be your handlers on the other side of the ocean. Only Guardians can open such long-distance warps, and only the Council has the means to contact them," she said. "There is more than one council." Tista's voice trembled at the idea. "Each continent has its own council just like it has its own guardians," Tyrus replied. "Awaken like to keep things simple and care only about the places they can actually interact with. Each continent has different customs and languages, making travels impractical at best." "Then why am I being sent there?" Lith asked, and this time it was Falul to reply. "Because even though we don't know what you are exactly, you're still a hybrid. It stands to reason to assume that once you reach 20 years of age, you might be forced to choose between one of your three natures. Soon you'll be 19, and I want you to experience firsthand how the Beast's society works. Here on Garland, it would take you too long to meet enough members of our race to understand how different our lifestyle is from the humans. On Giera, instead, the plague only affected the humans, giving the Beasts the opportunity to thrive and even establish their own country. I want you to go there and live like one of their own." Falul's kindness moved Lith. Even in his paranoia, he had always assumed that either his life forces would have merged or that he would remain human. The Hydra, instead, had taken failure into account and wanted him to experience both worlds in case he needed to make a choice. "Except how to fight them, I know very little about abominations, but I'm pretty sure that if you ask Xenagrosh, she'll gladly give you a tour," Falul said. At those words, the Hydra's lair fell silent. "I've heard about your lost daughter, Ligon." Feniger wore a cruel grin, enjoying the discomfort that name inflicted on the dragon's face. "After you failed her, I'm not surprised you're sending one of your hatchlings here. I'll take good care of him, better than you could ever do." Chapter 1134, A Change of Scenery Part 2. "He's not mine, and you know it. Now let them pass. We had enough of your yapping." Ligon didn't lose his composure and stepped away from the gate first. The Leviathan didn't like how the dragon had easily brushed off his words, yet he cleared the way as well. "Do communication amulets work from a continent away?" Lith said. "Regular amulets don't cover such distances unless you boost them with enough mana. On the other hand, your council's amulet has a white crystal that makes it powerful enough to work in every corner of Magur," Tyrus said. "The people you leave here will keep seeing your rune unavailable for all the duration of your stay in Giera." The group felt disheartened at the thought of being unable to talk with their respective families until they remembered about Solus's tower warp. They had no idea if it had limits, but they were eager to find out. "How long do I have to stay there?" Lith asked. "Until you feel there's nothing more you can learn. This is a matter of wisdom, Lith. You can't schedule things, you just have to let them happen. Remember what I told you about the Violet Core and stay on your guard." "There are plenty of Zedros going around," Falul said while thinking about her stupid son and the news that Scarlet had brought her. The Hydra feared that Cedra's poor judgment had sealed his fate, and she wanted to keep Lith from making the same mistakes. The group stepped through the dimensional tunnel, feeling as if they had entered a different world. Everything from the smell of the air to the ground below their feet felt alien. "This is akin to when I went back to Lucia from the extreme north of the kingdom, just 100 times worse," Lith thought. On the other side of Magur, there were a handsome man and a frail, old-looking woman waiting for them. "Which one of you is Lith?" the man asked while moving his gaze from Tista to Lith. Recognizing someone awakened from an early age was easy, yet the gap in beauty and power between them made it hard to understand which one of them was the master. "I'm Lith Verhen, hybrid and member of Garland's Beast Council. Nice to meet you." Lith used only titles that would make sense in every corner of Magur, and gave the stranger a small bow to keep Solus from being discovered by a breathing technique. "I'm Arendone the Jormungandr, Lesser Leviathan, and leader of Giera's Beasts Council." He looked like a man in his early 30s, about 1.88 meters, 63, tall, with light blonde hair streaked of green, yellow, and blue all over. He had clear green eyes and a cleft chin that emphasized his gentle features. Together with his muscular body and charming smile, there was enough to make most women turn their heads at his passage. He wore a plain white shirt and a pair of brown linen pants over leather shoes that made him look like a farmer rather than one of the strongest beings of Giera. Aaron returned the bow while looking at Lith's companions. Luckily, Falul's lessons included council's etiquette, and it didn't change according to the continent. Awakened lived long enough and had enough resources to travel across the ocean if they wanted. They had established common rules ages ago, and a protocol to help those who wanted to move to or just visit a foreign land. These are my Woken, Tista Verhin, my sister, and Floria Erna, a good friend of mine, Lith said, referring to them with the term that the council used to define people whose life belonged to their master for 100 years. Nice to meet you, sir, the girl said in turn while giving him a deep bow. After a brief exchange of greetings, Lith turned toward the human woman, discovering that she had fallen asleep while leaning against the wall. "Oh gods, I'm so sorry," she said with a big yawn after Aaron woke her up gently. "It's just that I don't take a break in months," and the Leviathan's squabble with the dragon was soothing compared with the constant yelling of hundreds of voices that haunts my office every single day. "I'm Jirwin Isar, human representative of the council." She gave them a small smile, revealing to be much younger than she looked like. Jirwin wasn't old so much as exhausted and too thin. She had bags under her eyes and lots of wrinkles were due to exhaustion making her fall asleep over her paper-filled desk more often than on her bed. Lith estimated that in better times Jirwin would look like a woman in her late 40s, but in that moment she seemed to be at least 20 years older. She was about 1.75 meters, 59, tall, with dirty white hair streaked blue, yellow, and orange all over. Jirwin wore a blue robe with an elaborate design that after stress had made her lose too much weight was now so large that it made her look like a beggar wearing second-hand clothes rather than a powerful mage. "Is the situation in human cities that bad?" Lith asked, unable to contain his curiosity after noticing how differently the two council leaders seemed to fare. "It's worse," Jirwin sighed. "People are never satisfied by nature, and I never planned of becoming a feudal lord. Giving orders to powerful mages is easy, instructing grown-ups that behave like small children, it's not. Do you know why my hair looks like this?" She pointed at the gray mop on her head. "This is what happens when you suffer from mana abuse for too long. The same happened to my body. I just need a few days of rest to recover, but it's nigh impossible. Those bastards want to be treated like adults, but they expect others to take care of their problems, just like my teenage children." "I'm sorry, but why didn't you just ignore them?" Floria asked. "We tried that at the beginning, and the result was the death of 1/10 of the survivors. Half died in riots for food, the other half committed suicide thinking that we abandoned them." Jirwin clawed her hand in her hair, resisting the urge to pull them out. "We didn't get to choose who would survive, child. Most of the remaining humans are those who were naturally immune to the disease. Only a few survived because an awakened saved them. Humans of Giera have lost everything. They are prone to violence and depression. There are countless things that we could try if we were dealing with rational people, yet our subjects are all but. There are not enough awakened to repopulate the Giera continent, and with each person we lose, humans get closer to extinction." "Why do you say it as if it's a bad thing?" Aaron laughed. "Worst case scenario, you are going to migrate to Garland. And leave everything to you beasts and plant folk." Fury lit Jirwin's eyes, restoring part of her youth. "I would lose my home, my finely tuned labs, and worst of all, I would need to start from scratch in the other council." "Again, it sounds good to me." Aaron's feral grin told Lith that the Giera's council wasn't any better than Garland's. Chapter 1135, Rigia Part 1. "If you're supposed to live like a beast, you should also look like one. Come on, show us your other face," Aaron said to Lith, who shape-shifted into his hybrid form. "Interesting." Fennegar's voice resounded for the first time since Ligon had closed the gate. "You really are an unknown hybrid, and I'm the Lord of Discovery." "Didn't you call me one of Ligon's hatchling?" Lith didn't like the Leviathan nor his mood swings. Based on Fallow's lessons, priceless knowledge had gotten lost just because Fennegar didn't bother keeping records of his work. "I'm sorry about that. I said it only to piss off that old coot. Ligon's lecturing tone brings out the worst in me." "He always talks as if he's the smartest guy in the room," Fennegar snorted. Everyone else exchanged awkward looks but said nothing. Reminding the Leviathan that Ligon was the Lord of Wisdom would have only made things worse. "Yet I didn't lie about what I said earlier. I can treat you really well. If you allow me, together we can discover the secrets behind your existence." "Thanks but no thanks. I don't plan on staying in Giera long," Lith said while giving him a deep bow. "I'm no idiot," he actually thought. "If Fennegar gets obsessed with me, he will not allow me to leave until he is satisfied just to discard me the moment he gets bored. On top of that, there's no telling what he would do with such knowledge." Suit yourself. The Leviathan's eyes became two fiery slits as he warped everyone away. There would be nothing wrong with sending us to my domain if that wasn't actually my home. Aaron stomped his foot in anger. Pissing off a guardian right off the bat is never a good move, kid, but for that, you have my respect. Thanks, I guess. Where are we? Lith asked. Welcome to Righia, one of the main cities of the Beast's empire. Aaron waved his hand at the woods surrounding them, flabbergasting his guests. You call this a city? Floria couldn't see a single building as far as the eye could see. There were several paths cutting through the green grass that had been carved with earth magic, but aside from that, there was no sign of civilization. Yes, Aaron nodded. This is a city that beasts made, not humans. We have no need for gardens because the world is our garden. We have no need for houses, we have lairs. Follow me. The Jormungandr led them on a stone path, along which they encountered several road signs filled with so many words that one might think they contained a poem. The truth, however, was that each sign provided simple indications, but repeated in several different languages. The group was able to read them all thanks to Ligon's pin. They worked exactly like Saluspedia, allowing the knowledge they needed to flow in their minds with but a simple thought. The road sign they were currently following led to the housings. Tista looked around with life vision, discovering that the woods around them brimmed with mana. There was nothing special with the vegetation, whereas the ground shone bright. Aaron brought them to a small hill that their mystical senses revealed to be heavily enchanted and protected by several arrays. Despite the fact that it looked like the perfect place to hunt rabbits, the ground was sturdier than most city walls they had ever seen. In case you are wondering, everything is protected with a special earth sealing array. It doesn't block dimensional magic, but it keeps our enemies from making the ground collapse on our heads, Aaron said while opening a small hole in the hill with a wave of his hand. Enemies? Tista was flabbergasted. The humans are barely alive and the undead have migrated. Do beasts wage war on each other? No, but the fall of humans caused the monsters' population to increase dramatically, and their foolish attempts to awaken people created more abominations in the last few months than how many are usually born in decades. On the one hand, abominations helps us to keep the monsters in check. Both species suffer from endless hunger and destroy the environment, so the moment they meet, only one survives. On the other hand, however, cities are nothing but a grocery shop to both of them. Sometimes an abomination becomes the ruler of a monster army, and that's when things get ugly. Chaos magic cuts through any defense easily, and the monster's innate abilities make them too strong for humans, while their numbers allow them to overpower magical beasts. So you live underground because it's safer and easier to repair. Lith agreed with that logic. No, we do that because we're not trying to rebuild the human civilization nor to imitate it. This is our civilization, child. Aaron shook his head, making Lith even more confused than he already was. Yet the moment they entered the underground lair, everything became clear to them. The ceiling had been enchanted so to let the sunlight pass freely. It spread its warmth to both the ground and the air, which didn't smell of humidity nor moss. Thanks to earth magic, there was no need for pillars, giving the place a wide and spacious look that didn't feel like being underground at all. When they looked up, they could still see the sky. Around them, there were several small buildings and roads that went deeper in the ground. Except for a few magical beasts, the entry hall was empty. I admit this is nothing like I expected a city to be. Where is everyone? Lith asked. It's early morning, the busiest moment of the day. Aside from children and craftsmen, everyone else is outside doing their job, which leads us to a very important question. How do you plan on contributing to our community? These are dangerous times, and we have no food or houses to spare for those who aren't willing to pull their own weight, no matter their race. Aaron said. Shouldn't you first explain to us the laws of your city and then maybe show us our house? Floria asked. The laws are simple. Don't steal, don't kill, don't do harm. Aaron gave each one of them a small stone bead. In case you are the victim of a crime, put a bit of your mana in the stone and it will emit a sound all beasts can hear. Help will arrive in a matter of seconds. I know you're all awakened, but I prefer to play things safely. You're not allowed to kill humans without our permission, even if you think they deserve it. As for your housing, it depends on your role in society. Guards live here. He pointed at the small buildings nearby the entrance. Mages are free to live wherever they want as long as they build and take care of their homes. You can exchange your service to the community with furniture and other luxury items. If you want to mingle with humans, they live in their own district, Aaron said. Why did you relegate them in a single district? Lith couldn't believe that beasts would do such a thing, and he was right. We didn't. Most humans had no idea we could speak their language, let alone shapeshift. Between the plague's aftermath and so many sudden revelations at once, the shock led them to isolate themselves. Chapter 1136, Righia Part 2. Some of them dared to answer our hospitality with demands and contempt, as if we're pets supposed to obey to a master. We kicked those people out in the wilds, which made things worse for those who remained. Even after all this time, only a few of them have realized that the world as they know it is over. They are scared of us and have a hard time understanding our way of doing things. At first I let them grieve, then I forced them to come out of their shell and earn their living. If you want to work with humans, you can teach them your language, work in the nursery as police officers or healers. It's up to you, Aaron said. What about working as forger-master? If you give me the right materials, I could craft a few tools that would make everyone's life easier. Lith described to Aaron home appliances like stoves, central heating, self-cleaning toilets, and tap water he could provide. Interesting ideas, Aaron nodded. For an emperor beast, all those things require but a snap of their fingers. But to magical beasts or humans, they could be really useful. You would become a Magus here if humans could still bestow such title, and if I allowed you to make such tools. What do you mean? You just said that they could work, Lith asked. Yes, but they would work against everything we're trying to do here. Aaron shook his head. This isn't the Garland continent, and those people are not at peace. They belong to different countries that warred against each other for centuries. Those humans have different beliefs and speak different languages. The people we host here are survivors who are trying to overcome the shock of losing everything they had while resisting the urge to pin the blame for the plague on their neighbor and jump to their throats. I didn't give them water because that way they have to rely on us or on those with enough magical power to conjure it. It leads them to open up and seek help instead of drowning in self-pity. I didn't give them heating because they must learn to appreciate what they have now instead of obsessing with what they lost. Also, every time they ask one of us to sleep in their home to provide them heat with magic or simply by snuggling on our fur, their fear of the stranger fades a bit. Trust is something that can only be built slowly, and sharing hardships is the best way to do it. Your inventions would be great for a community, but right now we only have a crucible of different individuals that will drift apart the moment they won't need each other anymore. Lith pondered Aaron's words, finding them true. Thanks to this pin, I can speak most of Giera's languages. Do you need an interpreter? He asked. What a wonderful invention. For a split second, the Jormungandr's eyes shone with envy while looking at Ligon's gift. Sometimes I really think that we draw the short end of the stick with our guardians. As for the interpreter, there's no need for it, but we could use someone capable of teaching the Great Mother's universal language to the different communities. Aaron called a Tyr, bull-type magical beast, who gave them a tour of Righia on the way to the human district. The Tyr spoke a different idiom from Aaron, allowing Lith's group to notice that each time they needed to access to a new language, the sudden flood of information caused them a brief headache. The city was quiet, with no carriages moving along the roads nor the bustling activity of the merchants. Money had no meaning to beasts. In their society, only food and resources mattered. Don't you have things like bakeries or restaurants here? Floria asked. She could see plenty of arrays, mana crystals, and short-distance city gates spread throughout Righia. Despite the presence of several magical marvels, she had yet to see a single shop. Those who like bread are free to make it, and to eat you must first capture your prey. Why would someone bother to cook and serve you instead of eating themselves the fruits of their labor? Menno the Tyr replied. Tista couldn't argue with his logic, but at the same time, she found the city of Righia to be glum and cold, at least until they moved out of the fortified zone and entered the workshops district. Huge magical labs of all disciplines replaced the small buildings assigned to those on guard duty. From their open doors, Tista and the others could see groups of people too beautiful to be humans who discussed different magical topics and exchanged their workings with each other. Arrays, alchemical tools, artifacts, and even spells were shared in broad daylight, making the group stop more than once to listen to those conversations. Beasts had no problem divulging spells up to Tier 4, except for those belonging to gravity and spirit magic. Dryads and other plant folks had turned their homes into open gardens that, along with their ability to freely move through the ground, provided Righia with fresh air, flowers, and fruits free for the taking. Children of all races ran and played in the middle of the road, stopping only from time to drink from the fountains placed at every city block. Each one had 3 taps, providing a different potion instead of water. A pink one for healing those who got hurt, a purple one for providing body enhancing to allow everyone to play on equal footing, and a white one of nutrients that tasted like honeyed milk for those who got hungry. We should ask for the recipe, Lith thought after tasting the nutrients potion. No offense, Solus, but yours tastes like raw eggs blended with minced meat. Much taken. Sorry if I'm no cook, and if when I devised it, I was more worried about keeping you alive rather than to offend your sophisticated palate, Solus replied while pouting. If you need silver, the mines are located in the South District, while if you need mana crystals, you have to go to in the deep end of the North District. Menno showed them how to operate the warp gates. Unlike those that Lith used in Belias, there was no security system. Even reaching the crystal mines required but a simple touch on the holographic display. The only problem was navigating successfully the language menu. Do you really give both crystals and silver for free? Lith tried to sound polite, but the disbelief in his voice made it clear that he considered such a policy stupid beyond belief. Of course not. You go there, explain why you need them and how much you're going to take. Then, only if your request is approved do you get to take exactly the amount requested under supervision, Menno said. Isn't it dangerous to build a city so close to a crystal mine? After her experience in Famer that had led to her awakening, Floria didn't feel comfortable being so close to such a powerful mana geyser. I mean, raw crystals and spells don't get along well. A single undercover enemy could blow them up. On top of that, a sudden pressure on her shoulder cut Floria short. Chapter 11, 37 Secrets and Plots Part 1. Crystal mines are not bound to awaken people. Otherwise, the secret of awakening would have been discovered centuries ago by miners and crystalsmiths. Lith increased the grip on Floria's shoulder while using a mind link. I know you must be scared, but don't forget that this kind of blunder can get us killed. Our mines are no way a liability to the city, miss. The Tier had waited for Floria to complete her sentence, but after a while, he had gotten bored. Righia has been built here exactly because of the presence of both metal and gemstones. This way, the city is completely self-sufficient and can withstand both the rigors of winter and sieges. On top of that, mines only form in presence of exceptionally powerful mana geysers. Lord Aaron harnessed the world energy it produces to fuel not only all the defensive arrays of Righia, but also all kinds of magic cast within the city. Try casting a spell. Anyone will do. Lith performed a small Silverwings hexagram, and much to his surprise, it didn't fade the moment he stopped fueling it with magic. The mana flowing through the ground seeped into the formation, accepting it as part of the city and keeping it stable. This is amazing, all three said in unison while Solus could only think it. It is, Menno nodded. That's why houses are easy to build yet as safe as a royal palace. You're free to set your own home arrays without the need for crystals to fuel them. It reduces the maintenance magical formations need to a minimum. Also, don't worry about the mines, miss. They are protected 24/7 by our best arrays and ancient emperor beasts. By the way, we've arrived at our destination. This is the district you're going to live in. The Tier nodded with its snout at their surroundings. Unlike the city blocks they had seen until that point, there were a lot of empty spaces. Aside from a few houses of odd design, the rest of the buildings were made of wood and surrounded by lush gardens. Is this the human district or just that of the awakened? Tista could understand the beasts being wary of strangers, but she still considered such treatment rude. No, this is just the closest unoccupied space we got. You can go deeper in the city if you like your privacy, but then you'd be completely isolated, the Tier said. Before Menno left, they exchanged their communication runes, and then the three started to pick the spot for their temporary home. This is the first time that you keep your hybrid form for so long. How does it feel? Solus asked, while Tista and Floria discussed whether to build one house each or just live all together. It feels weird, Lith replied. Walking on my talons instead of using shoes is uncomfortable while seeing everything through 4 eyes is making me dizzy. I can look at different things at the same time, but the split vision makes me sick. Hey, lil bro, is it fine for you and Solus if we live all together? Tista asked. Sure, Lith nodded after asking her. Excellent, then we need a tall building like those in Belias, Foria said while making the rocks from the ground rise until they touched the ceiling. This big, Lith was flabbergasted. There's only 3 of us. What need do we have for a 10-story building? Don't worry and follow our instructions, Floria winked. Thanks to her upbringing, she had seen lots of palaces in the past. It allowed her to shape one wall after another, giving the overall structure a dignified look rather than the magical caveman vibe the homes of their neighbors had. While Floria took care of the structure, Tista weaved several arrays that enveloped their new building. A hush array to not be overheard, an earth-blocking array to keep the rock from being tampered by others, and the array she had developed to not be spied in her room by someone with life vision. It generated constant waves of heat, mana, and vibrations that blocked all kinds of mystical senses that she was aware of. Looking at it from the outside, Lith had to admit that such a building would have not been out of place even on Earth, and that after placing a few defensive barriers, it would meet even his paranoia standards. Great job, Floria. We just need to ask one of the plant folks to put a bit of green in our lawn and maybe on the roof to make it perfect. By the way, why there are no windows on lower floors? It reminded Lith of one of those office buildings with their own parking garage. First, no vegetations. There's no telling if plant folks can communicate with it or use them as surveillance devices. Second, get in and you'll understand. Floria winked again, giving him a warm smile like during the old times. Well, Floria seems to have forgiven me. Let's hope our cohabitation doesn't make things. What the heck is this? Lith's train of thought derailed when he saw a huge hole right in the middle of the building. Officially, this is our first layer of defense. We'll pretend to live on the upper floors and shape them accordingly. The truth, however, is that we'll live in Solus's tower, Tista said. They are right, Solus thought. The rock blocks regular sight while the other arrays block mystical senses. I can use the world energy coming from below to assume my tower form. The process took longer than normal, because even though the girls had chosen the nearest spot to the mana geyser, Solus absorbed the energy bit by bit to not arouse suspicions. Solus, can we tower warp home? Lith asked. I think so. She popped into her humanoid form, happy to be able to talk again. But gathering the energy for the jump might take a while. Aaron's array replenishes the world energy in the ground the moment it gets consumed, but it's likely that if I drain it too much or too fast, he will notice. That's why I formed the tower slowly. On top of that, if I have to keep a low power output, our mines will barely get any energy, and so will our defensive systems. I don't care about that stuff. Prioritize restoring the tower core and your own. After that, just keep enough energy for an emergency warp just to be safe, Lith said. Excellent idea, girls. Now it really feels like at home. No duh, little brother. Tista hugged Solus, checking if she had enough energy to form her body properly. I never liked cleaning, cooking, or decorating. This way I've got my personal chef, my comfortable bed, and my best friend, the full package. Lith snorted at those words. He appreciated his sister's ingenuity, but not her agenda. About that, I have something to ask you too, Solus said to Floria and Tista. Usually, outside of the tower, the only person I can talk with is Lith. Now, however, we know how to create a mind link with spirit magic. I would like to keep it open with you as well at all times, so that I can talk to you and feel like a part of the group, rather than just an extra. Chapter 11, 38 Secrets and Plots, Part 2. Fine by me? Floria yawned as the familiar place allowed her to relax. Gods, with all that sunlight, I almost forgot that we departed past midnight. I feel so sleepy. Of course you can, Solus, Tista said. Just remember that we are not Lith. A too intense mind link could give us mana poisoning. Don't worry, I'll be very careful, Solus felt on cloud 9. For the first time in her life, she could share her thoughts and feelings freely. She wouldn't be just a voice in Lith's head anymore. I don't know you, but all this traveling made me hungry. Who's in for our first breakfast in Giera? My treat. And when I say my treat, I mean Lith's, Solus giggled. The motion was unanimously approved, because cooks didn't have voting rights. Falul's lair at the same time. Tyrus and Ligaen left the moment. The gate closed to return to their respective duties. The members of the Queen Corps protecting Lith's house had reported the full conversation between Baba Yaga and the Abomination's hybrids. Tyrus had been glad to discover that one of her lost sons was alive, but on the other hand, it made the situation with the Master even direr. Whoever it is, they know everything about Guardians thanks to our own children. The Master knows our powers, where we live, and even our habits. His hybrids are weak compared to us, but 7 of them are too dangerous, she said to Ligaen via their mind link. I agree. As it is, we only need Salark to take care of all of them by ourselves, but as Baba Yaga said, their power grows by the day. I doubt we can summon the other Guardians from Giera here without triggering another war with them, Ligaen replied. You keep collecting all the data their spells left on Lucia, and I'll examine them right away. Between my research with Balker and seeing them in action, I think I'm getting closer to finding a cure for Zorith, my daughter. Falul had no idea that the Guardians had agreed with her plan of sending Lith to Giera, because they were aware of her ulterior motive, and because they had more of their own. Ligon needed an excuse to come to Lucia and collect the residual energy traces of all the abomination hybrids. That's it, they're gone on council business, but what about us? I thought you were supposed to test us as well, Freya said. I mean to, but you're all too different and I don't know you very well, Falul sighed. The problem with wisdom is that unless a crisis arises, arranging a scenario for a single person is already hard, let alone 3 of them. What if I give you one? Nalrund asked. What do you mean? There's no need to feign ignorance. You know that where people live inside fringes and I'm no exception. I could go back to my village and bring the others along with me, Nalrund said. Why would you do that and what would that prove? Falul said. Before I can start living again and planning my future, I need some closure. A fringe exists only as long as Magur needs a secluded space to pursue its agenda. If I'm the only survivor, then it should have disappeared the moment I left. Yet if the fringe is still there, it means that either my tribe is not extinct or that Magur is not done with me and be more willing to communicate. By telling you this, I'm showing you my trust to you and the others. Maybe it's not wisdom, but it's still something. On top of that, if we find the fringe, I'll show my companions how to access one of them. Meeting Magurs might allow them to grow as persons, and if you take Freya as your harbinger, you can ask her to share such knowledge. Falul pondered both Nalrund's words and intentions. I would love to go with them. Only a handful of awakened ever stepped inside a fringe, and the few that returned to tell the tale always changed for the better. Yet I can't leave Lucia without breaking my promise with Lith to take care of his family. Nalrund knows it, so it's obvious that he doesn't want me to come. It's too soon to say if he's wise, but he sure is cunning, she thought. I agree with your proposal, but before taking my final decision, we also need to hear Freya's and Quilla's opinion. Fringes are dangerous places for those who are not born there, and they have the right to refuse, Falul said. Are you sure you want me to come? Freya asked. As a potential harbinger, you can't trust me more than you do Falul. I bet there's a reason why your people didn't take guests easily, and once I learn about it, I will not be able to defend your secrets. That's exactly the point. Nalrund gave her one of his rare little smiles. Falul has respected my privacy so far, just like she respected Lith's, Solas's, and yours. She could have extorted the Forgemaster wand from you or Solas's abilities from any of us, yet she didn't. I think it's time for me to return the favor, and for you to realize how much you'll lose by becoming a harbinger. Only fools never doubt. His care for her flattered Freya, just like his words struck at her like a hammer. Damn it, I know nothing about royal forgemastery, so I always assumed that aside from my silver wand, Falul couldn't hurt Dad much. But if she gets access to my memories, then Falul will learn everything I know about Solas and about Menadian's legacy. Becoming a harbinger might give me the ability to follow my friends, but will I still have friends once I become a liability for both Lith and the Erna's household? How could I possibly be this stupid? She thought. What about me? Quilla had never thought that Nalrund would show so much consideration for any of them. Even though the Razar spent most of his time in his human form, he seemed to trust only other hybrids. Nalrund had spent much time with the Erna's sisters, yet he didn't share with them much about his past, nor did he teach them light mastery, no matter how many times Quilla asked him. How come you suddenly trust me so much? If I ever started growing on you, you sure made a heck of a job to hide it. I don't really trust you or your sisters because I never needed your help in time of need. So far, you're just colleagues to me, if not fair-weather friends at most. After months of living in Lucia, Nalrund's habit to never mince words didn't change. Good gods, he's almost as rude as Morak. The only difference is that Nalrund is much more reasonable, Quilla thought. Yet I've come to at least respect you as mages and as people. I've never seen anyone with so much genuine passion for the study of magic like you, Quilla. People usually consider magic either as a means to an end or as a weapon, whereas you love experimenting even on the most insignificant spells. I didn't miss how you stare at me every time I use light mastery, trying to understand its secrets, nor how hard you work to match our Awaken's companions' results in the study of spirit magic despite the limits of your wand. Chapter 1139, Odd Neighbors Part 1. I think that it's a shame you can't become an Awakened because you're born for magical research. I'm thrilled at the idea of what you could achieve if you had the long life and the access to the seventh element that only awakened have. I hope that the Fringe can give you this chance, Nalron said. Also, I respect you and your sister for keeping all of Lith's secrets, even though you'd have a lot to gain from doing otherwise. I'm taking a leap of faith in the hope you two will do the same for me. Well, our Nalron sure is full of surprises. Falul clapped her hands, drawing their attention on her. I approve of your idea. Freya, I understand that your life has not been easy, but you've been too lucky to be as lost as you are and have so little faith in yourself. Maybe you'll be as lucky as my grandmother and you'll find what you need in the Fringe. Quilla, I agree with Nalrond. You deserve a chance at awakening. Yet I hope that even if it turns out to be impossible, you'll not consider becoming an undead. I can't argue with the power of liches, but I think they are those who lose most of themselves in the process. Splitting your soul doesn't just give you immortality, it also means to put away a part of yourself in a place where no one, not even you, can ever find it again. If you decide to make this trip, let me know and I'll arrange your departure for tomorrow morning. I advise you to get a good night's sleep, and then to put your business in order before you leave. I'm sure that having a guide helps, but fringes are dangerous places, and unlike Nalrond, you'll be unwanted guests. Falul is right, Nalrond nodded. I can get you in, but Magur might treat you as intruders. Just one question. Did Akala reach the Fringe on his own? Freya asked. Yes, it's one of the reasons why we trusted him. We thought that Magur had recognized him as our kindred spirit, as it had always happened in the past. Well, that means that either Magur fucked up big time with him, or that maybe your people and Dawn are not so different, Freya said. What? Nalrond clenched his jaw and fists, feeling as if those words tainted the memories he had of his village. Think about it. Freya's voice held no malice, just cold reasoning. You belong to a hybrid race who wants to become whole by harmonizing your human and beast essence, correct? Correct. The same can be said for Dawn. She wants to erase the undead's weakness to sunlight, and to do it she needed a partner. By merging with Akala, they became a hybrid as well, not like Lith but like you and Solus, Freya said. You're right. Solus told me that with her mana sense she could perceive two cores in their body, Akala's mana core and Dawn's power core. The edge in his voice disappeared as Nalrond understood her reasoning. Exactly. My point is that they merged into a human artifact hybrid whose goal is to reach perfection. If I'm right, then the key to a horseman's task may lay in harmonizing the host's essence with Dawn's. Maybe Baba Yaga is right. Maybe the reason why Magur didn't do anything against Dawn when she attacked your village is the same reason why the planet did nothing against those abominations and is interested in Lith. Maybe Magur really is experimenting on hybrids, Freya said. If you are right, then it means that all the people who reached our village were kindred spirits to Dawn, and that she has Magur's attention as well. Nalrond's words disturbed everyone, yet they sounded too plausible to ignore them. That's a creepy thought if I ever heard one, but even mulling it all night long will bring us nowhere, Falul said. If the Fringe is still there and you get to speak with Magur, however, that's a question worth asking. Nalrond, I'll see you here tomorrow at sunrise. As for you girls, please, remember that this is a dangerous task that might accomplish nothing, but endanger your lives. Nalrond is the only one that can get in and out of the Fringe safely, so don't follow him unless you're sure it's the right choice. City of Righia, Giara Continent. After breakfast, Floria went out on her own to clear her mind. On the one hand, she was excited at the idea of visiting another continent. On the other hand, however, being forced to leave her home to follow Lith spread salt over her wounds. Gods, I can't believe after all that Jackass Darius did I'm the one gone on exile, Floria thought. I've thought long and hard as to how even the score, but even with Mom's help, I failed to find a way that didn't involve getting my family into trouble. A direct attack would be idiotic, and without any proof of his involvement in the Berlin mines coup, the law is by his side. I hate the idea of Darius getting away with it as much as I wanted to kill him when he used Uriel's name to cover his sorry ass. Unfortunately, the only thing I can do right now is to bide my time and wait for an opportunity to put Falul's teachings into action. Anything else would be just playing into his hand and ruining Mom's hard work. During her stroll through Righia's streets, Floria noticed that distinguishing between the home of a magical beast, an emperor beast, and a plant folk was easy. Magical beasts still retained most of their feral nature and had no use for things like windows or doors. They lived in small artificial caves with just one room and one entrance, the size of which depended on them having a family or not. Emperor beasts, instead, due to their ability to shapeshift and use all the elements, liked to build for themselves more complex structures. They had no use as well for most humans' rooms like a dining room or a living room. Emperor beasts needed solely a place to sleep and used the rest of the space to arrange their magical labs. Their housings rarely extended upwards on multiple floors. Beasts preferred to dig underground to keep the nature of their research hidden. Plant folks, instead, made their homes entirely out of vegetation grown and shaped according to their will. They had no walls nor rooms since plant folks had no concept or need for privacy. The most complex buildings resembled stilt houses that were mostly used to host the plant folks' guests. Floria's neighbor, however, had created a building almost as big as her own with ample windows, several floors, and a solid structure that could easily accommodate dozens of magical beasts at once. On top of that, even during their brief stay, she had noticed a constant flow of people belonging to all races, some of which she had never seen before, that came and went from the building. Maybe the rest of the city looks so dead because it's early morning, but at least there is someone who seems to be sociable. I wonder if I can join the party or whatever they are doing there instead of brooding alone. Chapter 11, 40-Odd Neighbors, Part 2. Floria walked to the entrance, finding that it had no door. She knocked on the wall, drawing the curious looks of those still on the ground floor. A humanoid figure appeared out of the vines that comprised the door's frame, taking the appearance of what looked like a bush shaped like a man by an expert gardener. He was a thorn, the plant folk born from bushes, that she had met back in Kula and Larul. They had no definite form and could shape their bodies at will as long as they didn't exceed their mass. "Are you lost? The human district is quite far from here." He tried to sound as calm and reassuring as he could, even taking a form that the stranger could better relate to. "Thanks for your concern, but I'm not lost. I'm your new neighbor, Floria, and I've come to say hi." She offered her hand, yet her polite gesture received a contemptuous sneer from all those present. "My name is Claudrin. Welcome to my garden of knowledge, Floria, but don't do that anymore. No one likes to be examined with invigoration at the first meeting, and many are not as forgiving as I am," he replied while inviting her to come in. "I'm so sorry, I wasn't trying to examine you. I'm new here like real new, just a few hours. How did you know I'm an awakened?" Floria turned to a shade of purple while trying to explain her blunder. "You are not afraid of us, and you are far from the human district, so you're bound to be awakened. Your ignorance about our customs would explain why you keep looking around trying to make sense of this place," Claudrin said for his guests to hear. Once they were reassured that the human harbored no ill intentions, they resumed what they were doing. Some read books while others had vines coming out of the walls connected to their ears. "What's a garden of knowledge?" Floria asked. The fall of the human race on Giera brought disorder in the balance between the races. Without them, monsters encounter no resistance when pillaging the lands to increase their numbers, beasts have no way to learn magic if not by studying, and us plants have lost our only source of entertainment. He sighed. "Beasts are good at many things, but arts aren't among them. Without the humans, plant folks lack the social interaction we need to not devolve into mindless predators. Your society helped those like me to find purpose in their lives. To stop monsters from reaching a number we can no longer contain, we need more emperor beasts, but only a few magical beasts manage to evolve each year. With the sudden increase of our enemies and so much land to cover, the survival rate of young emperor beasts dwindles. Gardens are places where beasts and plant folk come to study magic up to Tier 4 freely, in the hope to increase their chances of awakening or at least their combat prowess. We also have a great collection of music and art pieces we've managed to salvage from the ruins of most big cities." "Is that what those vines are for?" Floria pointed at the several beasts with their ears plugged. "I wish. Each book is written in a different language, and there are so many languages that translating and printing each book in all languages is impractical. It's much easier to have the translation read out loud and stored inside a magic crystal," Claudrin said. Floria walked along the aisles filled with books for a while until the headaches forced her to stop. Each time she read a different language, Ligon's pin filled her mind with the knowledge she needed to understand it, but there were so many that the process never stopped, causing her great pain. Gods, I would have never thought that just the fact that everyone speaks the same language would make so much difference in the quality of life. Tyrus is probably the most unappreciated guardian on our continent, she thought. After a while, she found out that the two continents had most spells in common, and even managed to find a few useful techniques she had never heard about. Can I copy them? Floria asked Claudrin. The knowledge here is free. Even humans can come here and try to learn magic. We have prepared the fake magic section for them, but they are so scared that they rarely come out of their homes if not to work. Where is the Tier 5 section? She asked. Gardens are for beginners while workshops are for masters. Neither plant folk nor magical beasts can use all elements, so there is no point in having such spells here. On top of that, Tier 5 spell are forbidden for those who aren't recognized by the council. They are too dangerous, the Thorn said. Floria took note of all the relevant spells she found and noticed how stressed everyone was. Magical beasts had a limited lifespan and weren't used to spend it fighting monsters every single day. They were supposed to hunt, practice magic, and sleep, while now they had become soldiers. The plant folks had nothing of the flirty and carefree attitude of those living in the kingdom. With their regenerative abilities, they had no fear of death, but the lack of social interaction made them cold and cruel. Meanwhile, Lith had left Solus with Tister in the tower to take a stroll on his own. Keeping his hybrid form for so long had proved to be mentally tiring. Lith had to be always careful when he touched anything or anyone to not harm them with his claws. He had no problem fighting as a wormling, but living as one felt awkward if not alien. Lith wasn't used to the weight of his 2 sets of wings, nor to the sound of his voice in that form. This isn't like my sexy role plays with Kami. Claws and talons are a hassle, not to mention how complicated it is to eat without lips. No matter how well suited to fight this form is, it's damn uncomfortable to live in. For the first time in his life, Lith appreciated what being human meant. Rigia was truly a masterpiece of magic, with natural sunlight coming from the ceiling and a fresh breeze keeping the air clean, but it still felt like a prison. Not even the smell of flowers from the plant folks' houses, and that of spring water from the several small lakes made him feel better. Wait a minute, what the heck do they need ponds for? Water is usually condensed with magic, and creating underground rivers is a security nightmare. After noticing a small group of odd-looking creatures coming out of the lake, Lith greeted them before asking for an explanation. Our channels are safe, you're just being paranoid, a female humanoid near the pond said, giggling at his worries. She was about 1.78, 5'10", meters tall, with shoulder-length emerald hair and eyes. Sky-blue scales covered her from head to toe, turning of a pale white in the abdomen area and the palms, making it impossible to guess her age. All the humanoids had faces with no nose nor ears. They breathed through gills on their necks and heard from 2 small holes on either side of their head. They had no lips either, leaving the row of pearly teeth in their mouth partially exposed at all times. Chapter 1141 Merfolk Part 1. Lith assumed the odd creature was a female due to breast-like bumps on her chest, and because her build was slender than those who looked like males. Her voice sounded as if she spoke while gurgling water, giving it a funny sound. All of them had webbed fingers ending in small claws that, due to their bright colors, were clearly venomous and fins coming out of their spines and hips. You can't conjure water if the air is too dry, and not all creatures feed on red meat or vegetables. Fish are necessary to add variety to our food stockpiles and to help humans to grow properly. At those words, Lith opened his eyes wide open in shock. He would have never expected an evolved fish to feed their kin to other races with a smile on their faces. Protector snarled every time he saw a wolf fur, and even after he had evolved from a deer into a Kirin, offering venison to Lifebringer meant looking for a beating. By the Great Mother, why are you looking at me so funny? She giggled again. But now the gurgling had almost disappeared, allowing him to hear a pleasant, feminine voice coming from her mouth. What kind of emperor beast are you people? Lith tilted his head in confusion. At those words, the blue-scaled individuals looked at Lith as if was dumb, blind, or both. Some even laughed, calling him names. We're not emperor beasts. She shook her hair, making Lith wonder if its seaweed-green color was due to the life in the deep or to her affinity towards mana. I probably sound like an idiot to them already. In for a penny, in for a pound, he thought. Where people then? Also, do your green hair have a meaning? He asked. The crowd erupted into laughter, but this time there was no contempt in it, just hilarity. Man, I thought you were some kind of a rude prick, but you're just as ignorant as a baby. From what hole have you crawled out from? A lean man with flaming red hair offered Lith a big fish in what he assumed was a peace offering after the earlier rude treatment. I wouldn't call the Garland continent a hole, but I must admit I've never seen your kin earlier. Lith gave him a small bow as a thank you and stored the fish inside his pocket dimension. Whatever his guests were, They stared in awe at the phenomenon, looking at Lith with newfound respect and admiration. "Are you really one of the children of the Great Mother? I mean, your Merspeak is flawless." A man over 2 meters, 7, with shoulder-length purple hair named Zhen asked. "No, I'm not blood-related to Tyrus, but I live in the Griffin Kingdom," Lith replied, making them burst into laughter again. "That's what he meant, silly. I'm Kalia, and I'm glad to be your first merfolk." She placed her hand on his shoulder while sweeping her hair in a way that spelled trouble. Lith had no idea that the combined effect of Ligon's pin that made him able to speak like a native of the ocean, his seemingly draconic appearance, and the casual flaunting of magical items made him quite attractive to most species. "I know it sounds like a stupid question, but what's a merfolk?" Lith smiled with his eyes since his mouth was still covered in scales and gently took her hand off his back. "Fish people, sea dwellers, mermaids, I'm sure that even in the kingdom they have plenty of tales about us." Kalia stepped forward, entering Lith's personal space. "I always thought they were just legends. On top of that, in those stories, you are depicted as creatures with the upper body of a human and the lower half of a fish," Lith said. "Well, humans always like to tinker with the truth, and we usually prefer to stay away from them," said another woman with a friendly voice, sky-blue hair, and a plump appearance. "We are a proud race, but our magic sucks. It's the reason why we aren't considered one of the main races, nor do we have a seat in the Awakened Council. Aside from water and light, we cannot use any other element while underwater. Air would either create bubbles or zap our friends, fire and earth don't work, and darkness attacks even water so it disappears after a couple of centimeters." "Nice to meet you. My name is Lith and I'm a hybrid. What is exactly your role in the community and where do you live?" he said. "A long time ago, the elves ruled the earth, the beasts the skies, and the merfolk the waters. Over time, however, the elves' inability to awaken and their low fertility made them lose their supremacy to humans," a short man named Mal said. "Awakened mages can multiply their numbers both by breeding and by taking disciples, whereas each dead elf is an unreplaceable loss. By the time the two species clashed for resources, the humans won the war by attrition. Because of that, we lost our spot on the surface. We're not like magical beasts whose bodies are so strong that normal weapons inflict them no harm. Unlike elves, humans were afraid of our appearance and were unwilling to trade with us. Underwater, it's impossible to mine crystals or extract metals, so our only source of such materials became sinking cargo ships. That until dimensional amulets and gates were created. After that, our need to come to the surface to train, and the lack of resources forced us to hide underwater and emerge only in safe zones protected by the few beast allies we managed to make." Mal scratched his purple hair in embarrassment. "The problem is that we don't have much to offer to the beasts, so, until the humans disappeared from Giera, the only ones who helped us did it out of the goodness of their hearts. Now, however, there's plenty of space above. We act as scouts for Righia, following the migration movements of the monsters, and provide our allies with plenty of food and natural treasures from the deep. In exchange, they are trading magic and minerals with us, giving our people a place to stay. We are the first to move into this district, but soon others will come." "I'm sorry, but aren't there plenty of uninhabited islands? Why not just live there?" Lith asked, noticing that something odd was happening. As his hosts dried, their scales disappeared, turning into the whitest soft skin he had ever seen. Soon all the merfolk turned in a bunch of stark-naked albinos with red eyes and hair of bright colors. "Well, at least the Little Mermaid's lower body is good for more than just fried fish. One thing's for sure. Even if after they dry up they look like humans, the merfolk have no way to blend among humans without shapeshifting." He thought as 2 of his eyes stared at Kalia's face, while the other 2 explored the rest of her lithe body for academic purposes. "That's what we usually do to practice magic, but high-tier spells like dimensional magic require labs to be safely experimented. On top of that, even to perform the simplest crafts with forgemastering or teaching our youths, we needed tons of materials," Kalia said. Chapter 1142, Merfolk Part 2. Yet without resources, we couldn't craft the proper tools, and without tools, we couldn't learn powerful magic and acquire resources. We've been stuck in this vicious cycle until the plague, Kalia said. Lith pondered their words, finding them to be as ugly as they were true. Every lab needed to be shielded by external influences, and each failed experiment usually exploded. I didn't have most of such problems because of Solus, yet I can't even count the number of times one of my experiments would have killed me if not for the tower's protection, he thought. We are masters at using water and earth magic to create artificial underground flows. We use them to make Righia completely self-sufficient and to travel safely from our city to here. We even created a thermal bath to keep the humans clean, Mal said. I would love to visit your underwater city one of these days. Righia is way too boring for my taste. Lith wasn't thrilled at the idea of teaching the kingdom's language to a bunch of strangers, nor did he care to fight and protect Righia from the monsters. I thought that dragons didn't like water because it dampens the heat of your bodies and it temporarily weakens you. Rem, the plump woman said. I'm not a dragon, but that's a theory I'm willing to test. As I said to you earlier, I'm a hybrid. The real issue will be breathing underwater. Lith put his scaled arm inside the cold water, feeling slight discomfort. The moment he pulled it out, he felt it heavier than usual due to the water trapped in between his scales that were now of a duller color than their usual pitch black. It took them a few seconds to evaporate the water, and a few more for the dulling sensation to disappear. I stand corrected. Maybe I'm a dragon. Lith shapeshifted into his human form and emerged his right arm again. This time his enhanced physique didn't even feel a tinge of cold. I'm sorry for the rude question, but are you a human or a beast? Suddenly Kalia seemed to have lost most of her interest, and now looked at Lith with suspicion. Both, I told you, I'm a hybrid. Lith could tell by their gazes that the merfolk had a deep-seated grudge against humans, and he could easily understand why. I bet that beautiful people like Kalia or Zhen would be captured and sold as slaves, no matter if it's illegal. The others would be either treated as pets by nobles or turned into ingredients by mages, my money on their blood having a high affinity with water magic. It was nice to meet you, Zhen said, but his tone didn't match his words. Now we're sorry, but we got to go. The merfolk disappeared in the pond without even saying goodbye, almost expecting Lith to try and capture them. That went well. The good thing is that they said that the deep is full of natural treasures. If I can trade some dimensional amulets for them, I could net a huge profit. The bad news is that if Kami hears about another woman who finds my scales hot, she'll never let me hear the end of it. Lith was surprised that despite Kalia's stunning beauty had made him thoroughly check her out. The moment she had touched him, the only thing Lith could think about was Camilla. Just like when he had met Falul, whenever Lith saw someone beautiful, he would compare them to his girlfriend and find them lacking. Not because Camilla was that gorgeous or graceful, but because she filled the void in his heart. If I really feel this way about her, then I can't hide Solus for much longer. The more I wait, the more it will hurt her, Lith thought while returning home. The several layers of array cast by 3 different persons were a hassle to get through, but the reassuring kind of hassle. Lith could bypass those made by himself with a thought, but for the others, he needed to input a password with spirit magic. By mixing spirit magic with arrays, not only was it possible to cast them faster, but also to add further levels of complexity and protections. Falul's lessons had provided all the members of the group with a knowledge exclusive to those born in awakened bloodlines. Learning about the 7th element had expanded their horizons and helped to strengthen their foundations. By understanding the importance of spirit magic and the role it played in all spells, even fake mages could better understand the limits of their magic and find ways around it. Back inside the tower, Lith found Solus and Tista fast asleep in Solus's room. So much for staying awake and get used to the new time zone. I would love to give them a scare to teach them a lesson, but dreams are the only way Solus has to get glimpses of her past. If I were to interrupt something important, I would never forgive myself, Lith thought. Griffin Kingdom, city of Yardra at the same time. Tryon Proudstar, once known as Tryon Verhin, sat in the lounge of his favorite bar, the Golden Unicorn, drinking his alcohol slowly enough to not get drunk, but fast enough to dull the constant pain that haunted his heart for months. Floria had kept her word, and she didn't mess with his career, which made things even worse for him. Tryon had now been promoted to 2nd lieutenant, but he felt no joy in it, considering it too little and too late. My little brother started his military career with a superior rank and ended it as a major after barely 2 years, a position that I might be able to reach only before retirement. Tryon sighed, yet there was no bitterness in his thoughts, just regret. Battling the undead courts for so long has shown me how stupid I have been all my life. Sure, magic gives people a great advantage, but it's also a great burden. So many mages died in front of my eyes in the front lines to protect us regular soldiers. I've been a fool thinking that I was the only one working hard to achieve my goals. Each one of those mages came from a pampered life, yet by hearing their stories and watching their sacrifice, I realized how hard the path of magic is. Lith worked that hard ever since he was able to walk, doing everything they did and everything I had to do at the same time, yet he didn't whine all the time as Orpal did. It wasn't easy for Tryon to admit his mistakes, but time and good friends had lifted from his eyes the veil of hatred that he had inherited from his older brother. Families are complicated, so I won't argue with you about getting along with your brother. Yet I don't see why you cut all ties with your parents. Even you admitted that they never mistreated you, nor did they think any less of you because you weren't born a mage. If your brother is an ass, you have every right to be mad at him, but he's an archmage ass nonetheless. By giving up your family name, you've cut ties with loving parents and given up on countless advantages. Chapter 1143, Burden of the Past, Part 1. Do you have any idea how far you might have got in the army if your name was Verhin? Almost everyone he knew had said such a thing to Tryon more than once. Tryon would have liked to object that he wanted to rely solely on his talent, but that would make him a hypocrite. He and his colleagues whined on a daily basis about how easier it was for noble kids to become officials and wished they came from better families. Thanks to Lith's achievements, Tryon's family was now one of the most respected and influential among the new magical bloodlines, yet he had renounced all the power that the Verhin name bore just because of blind pride. I should change my name into Moron Dumbstar, Tryon thought. Only when I heard about Mom and Dad being besieged by the undead, after waiting hours to know if they were all right, did I realize how stupid I have been. The army refused to disclose any information to me because I'm not part of the family. I had to wait until the news came out on the army's interlink to know what had happened. I never picked Mom's contact rune, so even now that I've got my own communication amulet, I can't talk to her. What could I tell her anyway? Saying sorry now that Lith has become an archmage and his family is under royal protection would seem opportunistic at best. My new brother and my niece don't know me because I never bothered being part of their life. Heck, I don't even know if after 2 years I've got a new sibling or... Do you mind if I sit here? A nice-looking woman said. There were plenty of empty seats that laid in the bar, so picking the spot right next to him had to be a pickup line. Tryon nodded as an adrenaline rush cleared his head and allowed him to take a good look at the stranger. She was about 1.61 meters, 53, tall, with shoulder-length light brown hair and eyes. Judging by her long pencil skirt and white shirt with a few small ink stains on its cuffs, she had to work in an office. Long day at work? He asked while casually touching his breast pocket and activating a device that would buzz in the presence of undead. The woman was very cute, but a bit too pale and with huge bags under her eyes. Tryon suspected her of being a thrall fishing for information, so he took care of not letting her touch him. You have no idea. She yawned, stretching her slender limbs and making her breasts push against the soft fabric of the shirt in a way that dried Tryon's throat despite his paranoia. I'm just done with overtime, and it's the 3rd time this week that I have to stay up late. I'm sorry if I bothered you, but I need a drink and I'm afraid of being alone. Gods, reading reports about undead all the day plays tricks on your mind. She emptied her glass in one gulp, ordering a refill and something to eat. Hearing her story put Tryon at ease. Those days, many people sat beside him because the uniform he wore made them feel safe, and after looking around the bar, he had to admit that in the woman's shoes he would have done the same. Only drunkards and thug-looking men were left at that hour, making even a respectable bar like the Golden Unicorn a dangerous place for a woman. Proud Star? The woman giggled so hard reading the tag on his breast pocket that she spilled part of her drink. Let me guess, you picked it up yourself after one drink too many. Guilty as charged. My name is Tryon, nice to meet you. He gave her a small bow, regretting how easy it was to guess the shameful origin of his family name. It takes a drinker to recognize another. Jurla Silvermoon at your service. She blushed while saying her family name whose cringiness rivaled Tryon's. And you dared to laugh at mine? This is a textbook case of the pot calling the kettle black. Tryon smiled while pretending to check his amulet's notifications and requesting a background check on her. Guilty as charged? She giggled, echoing his words. The worst spent money ever. I promised myself countless times to have it changed, but it costs too much and money is always short. Same here. The similarities between them were too many to just be a coincidence, but the background check came back negative. According to the Army intel, Jurla worked as a clerk in a mid-sized merchant guild. She earned more than him and even had access to better intel thanks to her position in the administrative department. Whatever she wanted, it wasn't money nor information. They started talking about their daily life between a drink and a steak sandwich because Jurla was starving. She never asked him anything about his work. They only did small talk about their respective birthplaces and where they lived. "Did you hear that, Master? He's not a Verhin and doesn't live in Lucia," Jurla said once they were alone to one of her pockets, triggering a blink that brought them on top of a tall nearby building. "Which means that he's not protected by my mother's oath." The Black Knight came out of the pocket in her crystal form, using all of her mystical senses on Tryon to determine if his blood shared the same power as Lith's. Tryon tried to call for help, but an air-sealing array blocked the communications. "Don't be afraid, I've no intentions of hurting you," the horseman said. "Otherwise, before learning that you cut all ties with your family, I couldn't have even come close to you. Do you know who I am?" "Baba Yaga's mad dog, the horseman of chaos," Tryon said while leaping down the building. The enchanted uniform would save his life, and with the air-sealing array, Knight couldn't warp nor fly. Unfortunately for him, she could still use spirit magic, rescuing him with but a thought. "I wish the second nickname was true," Knight sighed, now regretting as much as Dusk did their inability to use chaos magic. "I need a host, and a powerful one at that. I can make you into one of the most powerful mages the Griffin Kingdom has ever seen. I can give you all the power, the money, and the respect you've always wanted. The only thing I need from you is to know what do you think about your family. They are wonderful people, and I've let them down too many times to buy your pitch." Tryon pressed the alarm button non-stop, yet nothing happened. "One final question. If I told you that your brother is actually a hybrid and that I can unlock the power lying dormant in your blood, what would you say?" Knight asked. "That Baba Yaga made you out of shit rather than a mana crystal because you're full of it. My mother would never cheat on my father. Never." Slandering Alina had been the final straw. Tryon pulled a wand out of his belt and several fire seeds. Alchemical tools, each one of which could produce a fireball with the same power of a Tier 3 spell cast by a great mage. Chapter 1144, Burden of the Past Part 2. The darkness darts killed Jurla on the spot, leaving Tryon flabbergasted. "I thought that Knight would protect her, giving me the time to escape, yet she abandoned Jurla like trash. No matter, someone is bound to notice the bursts of fire." Tryon threw a handful of fire seeds at the horseman and jumped down the roof again. Unfortunately for him, Knight grabbed the seeds in midair with spirit magic the moment Tryon tossed them, keeping them from exploding. "Pity, I pegged you for an ambitious lad who would jump at the opportunity of getting even with his family, not for a mommy's boy," Knight said as a tendril of spirit magic touched his uniform and activated the blank slate spell. Tryon's uniform temporarily lost his imprint, making the fall lethal. Knight destroyed Jurla's body and put the fire seeds back into his pocket along with the darkness wand in his hand before leaving, staging what looked like a drunken suicide. Necromancy fixed Tryon's body so that the only damage left on it was that the used charges of his wand would have caused. Knight had made her homework. Tryon's envy for Lith was well known for years, and so was his guilt for abandoning his parents in their hour of need. "The only way I've left to get revenge on Lith is to get a host who will slaughter his family of their own will. That way, I'll be akin to a blade in their hands and not responsible for their actions. Let's hope it goes better with the other brother. I would love to see the terrified expression of the Verhins while they get ripped apart at the hand of their own son. On top of that, if every one of them has the potential to evolve into a wormling, I could help Mom with her research. So many birds with one pathetic human." Solas's dream now. Sometimes, during her sleep, Solas would remember bits of her past so deeply etched into her brain that they had left a permanent mark even after being destroyed. Before Lith found her, she had been forced to give up on everything that made her human just to prolong her existence. Just like Lith, she had been born thrice. The first time as a human, the second after Menadian had turned her into a hybrid, and the third when her bond with Lith had allowed her to awake from the slumber she had put herself into to make her damaged core last as long as she could. Yet even if Solas managed to repair both her bodies as her mana core regained its full strength, her memory remained broken. There was no trace of the person she once was, and she had no recollection of her life as a human or a tower. To make matters worse, most of the memories she regained through sleep were about insignificant aspects of her past. Like hammering a piece of Davros to give it the proper shape, but without having any idea where it came from or how the technique worked. Is it really possible that I was exactly like Lith? Why there is no memory of a boyfriend, a girlfriend, or even a single damn friend? Solus thought while watching herself refine crystals, smelting metals, or casting spells. Sometimes she used fake magic, others she used true magic, leaving Solus flabbergasted. I guess I was everything now I criticize Lith for. My life was all work and magic, that's why I died alone. I had no friend that knew about the tower or me. No one cared about my disappearance. Solus started to sob. Her sadness was so deep that honey-hued tears streamed from her energy body's eyes. The mana that comprised the tears quickly dissolved into specks of golden dust that made Solus look as if she cried pure light. In response to her emotional distress, the vision changed into that of a sunny morning where she was looking into her closets to pick up a dress. Some looked funny like Roman togas, others were gala dresses in use centuries ago, and she even had a few casual clothes. All of them were tailor-made and heavily enchanted. For a moment, Solus hoped that her past self would look in the mirror. In all her dreams, she saw the world in a first-person perspective, so the only part of her body she could clearly see was her hands. Much to her disappointment, her past self not only didn't look in the mirror, but it also turned out that she hadn't picked the sleeveless dress with a knee-long skirt for a date, but just to take a walk around the tower. Alone. By my maker, how could I be so self-centered? There was nothing in my life but fancy clothes and work. Compared to me, Lith is a people person. At least he loves his parents, whereas I didn't give a damn about them. She started to hiccup in her sleep so hard that it almost awoke Tista. Almost. Once again, the vision changed, but Solus didn't even bother looking at it. Only when she heard someone else crying as well did she dry her tears and looked up. In the new dream, Solus was walking along an unknown corridor in what she assumed was the lair of an emperor beast. Everything was too big for human standards, and aside from the necessary for magical experiments, the place was empty. It reminded her of both Falul's lair and Scarlet's lab because it was filled with wonders yet devoid of warmth. "Mommy, why are you crying? Did I do something wrong?" Those words froze her in terror. Did I have a daughter? What kind of monster I was for forgetting something like that? Solus's fear turned into shock when she realized that the small, high-pitched voice she heard was her own. "It's nothing, dear. One of Mommy's friends just passed away, and it makes me sad." Menadian wiped her tears with a sleeve and tied her long hair that had covered her face until that moment in a ponytail to keep it from being drenched in more snot. Her long hair streaked with the 7 colors of the elements all over. Menadian was my mom. The ancient Magus looked like a woman in her early 20s as she bent down to pick Solus up and made the baby sit on her lap. "This isn't a beast's lair but our home, my home before the tower. It looks so big only because I'm a small child," she thought. "Aunt Loca?" baby Solus asked. "Lacra, sweetie, not Loca. And no, thank the gods, she's fine." Menadian chuckled, blowing her nose before kissing the baby's head while holding her tight. "Uncle Valoran is gone, sweetheart. You will not see him ever again," Menadian said. "What happened to Uncle Val? Why did he have to go?" The affection in her own voice surprised Solus. "Did I just call the first king uncle? When did this happen and how old I am?" she thought. Menadian opened her mouth, but no words came out. Not even a master of deception like Gianni would have found the words to explain to such a young child that after Arthan's death, Valoran had stopped using the breathing techniques Tyrus had taught him. Without them, his white core had stopped burning world energy instead of life force, and it had taken death just a few decades to collect a prize that was never meant to be hers. Chapter 11, 45 White Cores and Crystals Part 1. He was just tired and really, really sad. Now he can finally rest easy. Menadian sniffed again while thinking about all the pain and anguish Valoran had gone through because of a single mistake. Back then, it wasn't Tyrus to choose the new ruler of the kingdom, but Valoran himself. The first king had faked his death after ruling for over a century, because he firmly believed that his long life and Tyrus's help had made him unfit to understand the needs of his people. Mages wanted more power, commoners wanted more freedom, and nobles wanted everything to stay as it was. The moment Valoran realized that he was against the change as well, he abdicated. According to his heart, the kingdom was perfect, but his reason knew better. There was no such thing as a perfect state, just the fairest compromise under the circumstances of a given time in history. The kingdom had grown by leaps and bounds under Valoran's rule, and it had become a utopian country compared to before its unification. Fair laws, no slavery, and a justice system that held even nobles accountable for their actions. The problem was that fair was a relative term, and that, over time, nobles had found countless ways to bend the new rules. Even though Valoran recognized most of those issues, he hesitated to enact the necessary changes because his attachment to the past kept him from worrying about the present. Some of those laws had been written with the help of his best friends. To him, changing them meant to destroy their legacy, to admit to himself that the people he had trusted the most had been wrong. He found it difficult to punish nobles as well because they were all descendants of the men and women he had handpicked to rule the kingdom beside him as its pillars. Killing them, or stripping them of their titles, would erase the bloodlines of those who had shed their tears and blood with him on the battlefield for years. As the kingdom thrived and its people grew in number, Valoran recognized fewer and fewer faces, making him feel like a relic of a forgotten era. His memories and Tyrus were the last things he had left from his human life. His direct descendants were still alive, but unlike him, they became older and died if an accident befell them. Valoran lacked the strength to alter his own legacy, so he made one of his children the ruler and helped them from the sidelines. His heart bled with every new law and every time the borders moved, because the kingdom changed faster than he could accept it, yet Valoran still rejoiced in seeing his people happy. It gave him the strength to accept the burden and isolation of power. Arthan's madness, however, had destroyed all the confidence Valoran had in his ability to judge people. He felt responsible for putting Arthan on the throne and for forcing Tyrus to publicly execute their great-great-grandson after exposing his crimes. She knew that Valoran would suffer, but the Guardian also wanted to show the people of the kingdom that no one was above the law, not even the royals. After Arthan's death, Valoran had stopped using Mother Earth, Tyrus's breathing technique. Unable to recognize the kingdom he had built anymore, with all his direct descendants dead, and the burden of having failed to stop Arthan before thousands of innocents died, he had lost the will to live. "Are you really sad too, Mommy? Please don't go away, I'll be good." Baby Solus had no concept of death, yet the thought of not seeing her mother terrified her. "Don't worry, baby girl, Mom is not going anywhere. I'll always be there for you, always." Menadian held her child tight, glad to not have been born a noble. In the awakened community, having children was one of the ways to keep ties with a world that became more alien to them by the decade. Valoran had stopped having children after abdicating to not cause problems with the line of succession. "Why is Mommy's hair of different colors while I only got silver and orange? I want green too," Baby Solus said. "I'm sorry, sweetie, but such things are decided at birth. You already have 2 streaks, and it means you're really talented." Menadian chuckled while looking at the little girl who played with her hair under the light, admiring its reflexes as if it was a multicolored gem. "Talented in what?" "Light and earth, the elements of creation. You'll make a great forgemaster when you grow up, just like your mom," Menadian replied. "What about green? Can I get it?" "Green is very, very rare. Only those with 6 affinities can reach it. Green is the color of mana, and mana is nothing more than the 6 elements mixed with our life force," Menadian said. "It's not rare. You and Aunt Loka have it. Even Dad." Baby Solus pouted, putting her long hair beside her mother's, and allowing Solus to notice that her human hair was of a shade of brown so light that it looked golden under the magical lights in the house. "Dad doesn't have it. It's just paint that dirties his hair because of his habit of scratching his head with the brush whenever he gets stumped with one of his pieces. Gods, that man should shower more often." Menadian laughed. "My mom was Menadian and my father was a painter. I wonder if he ever became famous and what kind of man he was," Solus thought. "Normal people have no elemental streak at all, just like Dad and even Uncle Valoran. Those like you who have high affinity for both the elements of creation are said to be blessed by the light, sweetie." Menadian conjured a hard light construct of Valoran wearing the royal armor and wielding the royal blade. Since he had been dead for decades, Tyrus would hold no funeral. Making sure that at least his memory would live on with her child was Menadian's way to pay her respects to the first king. In the hologram, Valoran looked youthful and happy, wearing a warm smile on his face. "Did you make those things for him, Mommy? They look silly," Baby Sola said. "No, dear, those are the sword and armor of Seaful," Menadian replied. "Who's Seaful, and why did she do such a bad job?" "Mommy is going to share a big secret with you, so you have to promise me to never tell it to anyone." With his death, the promise that Menadian had made to Valoran became irrelevant. Seaful is just another of Tyrus's names. After they got married, Uncle Valoran didn't like being forced to share her with the rest of Maugr. Awakened called her Tyrus, people prayed to her with the name of Great Mother, and with her duties as a guardian, she would often be away. So Uncle Valoran gave her a new name, Seaful, that only he would use whenever they were alone. I don't get it, baby Sola said. It's a human custom, my child. When we have a baby or a pet, the first thing we do is giving them a name. It distinguishes them from all the others and allows us to claim them as ours. How would you feel if someone else called me Mom? Menadian said. Chapter 11, 46 White Cores and Crystals, Part 2. They can't. You're my mom. Mine. Baby Solus treasured the few moments of the day she spent with her mother so much that she found outrageous even the idea of sharing them with someone else. Exactly. By giving her a name, he sealed their union, and Tyrus gave him those artifacts to make sure that Valoran would always return to her, no matter the enemy he faced. Menadian said. She doesn't love him much. She did a bad job. Maybe that's why Uncle Valoran was sad. Solus pointed at the sword with a confused face. It's the second time you say that. What do you mean? Menadian and her husband, Thrain, argued a lot because she would often bring Solus with her in the forge. Thrain often scolded the first royal forgemaster for not spending enough time with their daughter, and for teaching her too much about forgemastering and too little about everything else. While her husband wanted Solus to have a normal life, Menadian was proud of her daughter's magical talent and nurtured it daily. Solus already knew the basics of forgemastery, which made Thrain furious and Menadian wonder why she criticized a guardian's work so harshly. Red crystals are crap, orange are farts, and yellow are piss. A real forgemaster doesn't work with them, they just throw them away. Baby Solus repeated the words she had heard Menadian say many times to her apprentices while teaching them crystal smithing. Menadian turned to a bright shade of purple, thinking that Thrain had got a point. Yes, no. Please never say that again, especially in front of Dad. Menadian held baby Solus's face in her hands, forcing the child to look her in the eyes to understand how serious she was. Mom's hands are so soft and warm. The sleeping Solus kept crying, but this time it was out of joy. Menadian's love filled the void that she feared her first life had been. She finally knew her origins, and why in all of her memories she was so obsessed with forgemastery. I just didn't want to let Mom down, Solus thought. I'm proud and competitive even now, so it's no surprise that back then I did my best to shine above her many disciples. In one of my earliest memories, Mom said that she wanted me to become the next ruler of the flames. Probably I worked so hard because I didn't want to lose to my rivals, and I did my best to become the heir of her legacy. Yet those joyful thoughts raised unsettling questions. What happened to my dad, and why do I have no memory of siblings? I promise, baby Solus's voice snapped her out of it, but it's still a piss-poor job. Don't say that either. Menadian cursed her big mouth and promised herself to listen to Thrain more. Also, it's not a bad job. It's a masterpiece that even Mommy is trying to replicate to make her tower finally work. Then are red crystals good? Did you lie to your apprentices? The more baby Solus heard, the more confused she was. No, they are CR weak. Menadian bit her tongue to stop herself in time. Tyrus would never use weak crystals for her husband, just like Mom does for your clothes. Menadian tapped on the child's chest, who lowered her head, allowing Solus to notice that all the buttons of her dress were actually violet crystals. Those on the royal sword are actually white crystals, the most powerful gemstones a forgemaster can use and capable of replenishing their energy reserves almost instantly, no matter how many times you use them. Then why are they colored? Both Solus asked in confusion. As I told you before, mana is comprised of the 6 elements plus your life force. That's why it's emerald green. When you mix all the elements without life force, you get the white color. Menadian mixed with spirit magic some of the paint that Thrain had left around to give Solus a practical demonstration. This happens because the elements are perfectly balanced, but that doesn't mean that they are not there any longer. A truly powerful forgemaster can imbue white crystals with their own willpower and enhance a single element. The more the element is enhanced, the more it stands out. Menadian added brushstrokes of red, making the white become pink first and then bright red. It's stupid because red crystals are baby Solus attempted to say, but Menadian's glare stopped her. I'm sorry, Mom. It's not your fault, baby girl, it's mine. Anyway, changing a crystal's color doesn't weaken it in the least. Quite the contrary, it gives them incredible powers. Do you know that Mommy can barely make pink crystals? Mom is the best. Pink is better than red because red. Good gods, how many times did I say those words in front of you? Please don't answer. Menadian couldn't believe to have led her only daughter to repeat such a vulgar catchphrase as if it was a nursery rhyme. Lady Tyrus is incredible because she managed to make a white crystal turn bright red. It allows the sword to conjure even Tier 5 fire spells without its wielder to spend a shred of mana nor time to weave them. On top of that, even though Uncle Valoran had no mana streaks in his hair, as long as he held the blade, he was capable of using domination. The 6 colored gems bestowed upon him control over all the elements, while the white crystals on the hilt empower the enchantments the sword is imbued with. Why didn't Tyrus add a green crystal as well? Uncle Valoran is helpless against spirit magic, Baby Solus asked. She could have created a green gemstone by adding her own life force, but that would have made the sword unusable to anyone but her. Adding life force to a crystal is not only incredibly difficult due to its inanimated nature, but it also creates a permanent imprint, Menadian replied. By my mom, I mean Maker. That's how Thrud could cast so many powerful spells even though she is a fake mage, and how she defended against everything we threw at her. Lith and I have no white crystals, but if we learn how to infuse them with the elements, we could even add a gemstone for spirit magic. On top of that, since our energy signatures match, we wouldn't have the problem that Tyrus had with Valoran, Solus thought. Is domination that important? Baby Solus asked. Very. It's a secret technique that very few creatures know and that can't be used without a natural affinity to the elements. Thanks to my 7 streaks, I could use domination if someone teaches me how to. Uncle Valoran instead had no streaks, so even after reaching a white core, he couldn't dominate a single element without the sword. Menadian words confirmed Solus the existence of white cores, leaving her flabbergasted. I don't get it. How can a sword do what even you can't? You have colored hair. The child sounded already bored, more interested in playing than listening, but she craved her mother's attention more than anything else. That's the beauty of Forgemastery, the art that I hope one day you will inherit from me. Normal magic requires mana, discipline, and great willpower. Even creating one of my holograms is impossible to most mages, yet all amulets can do it. Do you know why pumpkin? Menadian asked. Chapter 1147, Preparations, Part 1. Baby Solus shook her head. She didn't understand a word Menadian said, but she pretended otherwise because she didn't want to disappoint her mother. Because once a Forgemaster finds the proper sequence of runes, any mage capable of executing the spells in the correct order can create an artificial mage that's programmed to do just a few things, but it does them to perfection. Runes have no stray thought, no distraction, nor do they make mistakes. This way, the Forgemaster that follows the blueprint only has to succeed once to create something that can exceed even their own limits. The pseudo-core provides the mana that the runes channel exactly in the way necessary to fulfill their purpose. Tyrus programmed the gemstones to use domination, just like I programmed the amulets to generate holograms. At that point, Solus hoped that the workaholic Menadian would give her a demonstration of such crafting technique. Much to her surprise, the first ruler of the flames prepared dinner for both of them and then tucked the young Solus in her bed before reading her a story. The fairy tale Solus had to listen to was cheesy, childish, and had to do with white crystals as much as any of Alina's recipes. Yet to her it was the crown jewel of that dream. Erna's household the day after. With Gianni and Orion busy doing overtime in an attempt to find an opening in Darius's plan, Freya and Quilla didn't even need to find an excuse to get away from home for a few days. Before departing, however, they had to make sure not to leave any loose ends. Mom, is there anything we can do to help you with your investigation? Anything at all? Freya asked during dinner. No, dear. The royal guards offer me plenty of protection, and since the king suspended him from the royal court, Darius had yet to make a single move, let alone a mistake. Thanks for the offer anyway. Gianni was glad that her daughters had never given up on getting even with Uriel's father, but she was even more glad that they hadn't lost their temper and ruined her hard work. Putting down an opponent of such caliber required patience. As long as Darius followed the law, the Ernas had to do the same or risk to play into his hand. Do you have any piece of news about my ex-guildmates? Freya said. Shutting the crystal shield had been painful, but it was the only possible move she had left. Wyra, Freya's ex-second-in-command, was now in witness protection, while the others had been relieved from their duty. Without any link with Freya, they would be at least free from Darius's grasp. All of them have left the kingdom. They didn't trust the nobles nor the army anymore, and losing their leader has been the last straw. The pain in Freya's eyes saddened Gianni, but she was actually happy of having got rid of them. Not only were they a liability to her daughter's safety, but Gianni also suspected that, for the right price, Darius might have turned against her, planting an assassin in their midst. Gianni told Freya about everything the ex-members of the Crystal Shield had done before leaving the kingdom. According to their information, they had moved to the Gorgon Empire, hoping that their status of mages would help them find a master and learn at least one specialization. "Thanks, Mom. Is it a problem if I go to the Blood Desert for a couple of days?" "It depends. Are you using the Kingdom's Gate network or the Beasts?" "The Beasts. Master Falul is sending us on a mission," Quilla replied. "Then it's just perfect. Falul will deal with Salark and Darius will lose your traces for a while. He's obsessed with you, Quilla. Floria's disappearance already made him falter. If you follow suit, he could panic enough to make a fatal mistake," Gianni said. "Darius is not the only one concerned about Floria, you know," Orion grunted. Those days, between the Cold War with Darius and his daughters spending so much time with the Hydra, Orion relieved his stress by playing with Lucky, the family dog who had evolved into a Rai. The unlikely magical beast now sat beside the lord of the house, begging Orion with his round, puppy eyes for cuddles and food. "Indeed, where is Mom?" Lucky whined while looking at his already empty bowl. Orion treated the Rai as one of his children, which meant regular exercise and a healthy diet. Ever since the dog had learned how to talk, people had the absurd demand for him to do more than sleep and eat all day. "He's right, where's my little flower?" Orion asked. "She's on another mission with Lith and Tista. If you want to know more, just ask her the next time she calls," Freya said. "At least they are not alone," Orion grunted. "What about you?" "We are accompanying our fellow disciple, Nalrund." "When are you going to introduce him to us?" Orion cut her short. "Your father is right." Gianni nipped their complaints in the bud. "In the last few months, you've spent a lot of time with that guy. We have the right to know your suitors and dispose of them if needed, as you did with that Morok guy." Realizing that even her mother expected her to have already dumped him made Quilla blush and Freya almost choke on her food to avoid saying, "I told you so." "Don't worry, Mom. Nalrund's not interested in us more than Quilla is interested in that oddball." Freya spread more salt on her soup and on Quilla's wounds. "Well, I want to know him nonetheless. I heard he can use dimensional magic, and if Falul has taken him in as an apprentice and Lith has yet to kill him, there must be a good reason," Gianni said. Voices about the light mastery spells Nalrund had employed against the undead had reached her ears, and Gianni could use a sane version of Manohar for her plans. The original had just disappeared once again, leaving her without one of her most precious assets. Orion gave them the most detailed map of the Blood Desert in his possession, the contact rune of the kingdom's ambassador in case they needed help, and a copy of the Code of Salark, also known as the Desert's Survival Guide. It didn't teach its readers how to find water or what signs to follow in order to reach a tribe. It only contained the laws people had to abide by unless they wanted an angry phoenix chasing them down. The following morning, after packing enough food to last for a few days, they reached Falul's lair, where a surprise was expecting them. "How could you tell him about the fringe?" Nalrund asked Quilla while pointing at Morok, who refused to leave. "I didn't. I just told Morok that I would go away for a while and that he didn't have to worry if my amulet goes offline. The last time it happened after the attack on Lith's house, he came to my house to make sure I was all right, and my mom unleashed the royal guards at him," Quilla said. Chapter 11, 48 Preparations, Part 2. "Heck, I bet that Morok doesn't even know what a fringe is," Quilla replied. "I don't know and I don't care," Morok said with an indignant look. "What I know is that one Lith is enough. I'm not letting this pervert alone with Quilla for that long. Everyone knows how this kind of thing goes. One man goes on a mission with multiple girls. Shit that leads to several life and death situations happens, and before you know it, a harem is born." "How dare you calling me a pervert? We've never met before. Besides, the stuff you're rambling about only happens in cheap bard tales," Nalrund said. "Can you look me in the eyes and tell me you never developed feelings for Lith after everything you got through together at the academy?" Morok asked Quilla, ignoring his alleged rival. "I sort of had a crush on him, but it had nothing to do with danger." Quilla blushed up to her ears. "Maybe Lith was too much of a gentleman or too young to take advantage of them, but I don't know nor I trust you. Hence I'm coming along," Morok said. "Wait, why did you ask Quilla about her feelings while taking for granted that I had a crush on Lith?" Freya managed to not blush, yet she almost failed to keep her right foot from hitting Morok's head. "Almost. You two are so edgy that either you've been separated at birth or you rubbed off your attitude on each other. Since you look nothing alike, I'll go for option number 2. Morak said, making Freya wish murder wasn't against the law. Tired of hearing such nonsense, Nalrund shapeshifted into his Razar form. Answer my questions. Are you really not aware of fringes, and are you coming just to protect Quilla from me? Like all werepeople, Nalrund's senses were so sharp that they allowed him to perceive even the aura of things like arrays and crystals even while he was in his human form. Once he turned into his other half, his perceptions could literally smell fear. Respectively no and yes, Morak said while looking Nalrund in the eyes and shapeshifting as well, matching his height. Leave me here and I'll ask my master to warp me to your same destination, and then I'll use all the powers of my species to track you down. His heartbeat is steady, no drops in the tone of his voice nor hesitation. He's telling the truth, Nalrund thought. From a man who's got nothing left to another, I respect your dedication, but I don't know nor trust you as well. I'm not bringing with me my own master. Why should I let a complete stranger follow me? He said. Because there's two of them and one of you. If the undead courts attack again, a single true mage can't ward off many undead, whereas two got a chance. Or maybe you were planning of running away on your own in the case something bad happens, Morak said. Those words made Nalrund join the blushing, but his scales kept it from being noticed. He had actually planned on looking out for number one. The girls, instead, felt powerless, remembering Lith's words about them being a liability in battle. Fake mages needed to chant their spells, which meant they couldn't talk nor use weapons because they also needed to use hand signs, whereas a true mage could do everything with their mind. On top of that, none of them could use a mind link without their royal Forgemaster wand, making any kind of silent communication impossible as well. Fine, you can come with us and make camp, but I'm not bringing you inside the fringe. I don't know if it's still there, but if that's the case, I'm not taking any chances. You could achieve enlightenment inside a fringe, and I don't trust you with more power than you already have, Nalrund said. Fine by me, but I have one condition, Morak said to Quilla. If this fringe thingy is not there anymore, it would be a waste of time to go there and back in a single day. During my stay in the desert, I met these nice merchants that gave me this. He handed her a small booklet titled Guide to the Most Romantic Oases. Did you really put up this farce just to ask her out? Nalrund couldn't believe his own ears. Of course, thanks for helping me look cool, brother. Morak winked with two of his 4 eyes. First, I'm not your brother. Second, Quilla is right here, hearing everything you say. Can you please forget that last part? You weren't supposed to know that. Morak asked Quilla while Freya laughed her ass off. Let me know if you need a ride back. Falul had enough of Morak for a week already, so she warped them to the lair of Asphodus the Rock. The Lesser Phoenix recognized Morak from his last travel and warped them to the closest landmark without even letting the group say a word. I don't give a damn about the warm hospitality between beasts in the desert. After that, Tyrant almost emptied my beer cellar. If he touches another keg, I'll kill him, he thought. Nalrund had no idea what had happened, nor did he care. The landmark gave him a starting point from which he could understand his position on the map. It took him just a few minutes before he could open the first of many warp steps that led them to their destination. After closing each dimensional corridor, the Razar used a dimensional spell that his tribe had invented to restore space and clear any trace of their passage. Even though he used no chant nor hand sign, Freya recognized it. Quilla, that's restoration, the spell you used to save our lives when Nalar sabotaged the training room for dimensional magic. I thought its only use was to fix dimensional rifts. Nalrund, what are you doing? She said. Dimensional mages can trace your steps and follow you. This spell that we call cover makes such eventuality impossible, Nalrund said, amazed by Freya's dimensional awareness. Really? That's amazing. She started to think about the possibilities that Nalrund's revelation implied and how to turn it into a weapon. More like terrifying when you're trying to run away, he said while opening the next dimensional corridor. Nalrund refused to take turns and did everything on his own so that no one else knew their path or destination. By the time they arrived, he had exhausted his mana. His body felt like he had run a marathon and his head pounded. That's it, the other asked in unison, giving him a splitting headache. All around them there was nothing but dunes. The dry wind of the desert carried a fine sand that made them cough until they used their skinwalker armor to cover their mouths and noses. I expected some big oasis overflowing with world energy or a choir of nymphs. This is underwhelming, Freya said. Morak was about to agree on everything, especially about the nymphs when he remembered that Quilla was right beside him and shut up instead. If that was the case, fringes would be easy to find. Nalrund clenched his head, trying to make the pain stop. Chapter 11, 49 Soul Projection Part 1. A fringe can be anywhere, and those who live inside usually destroy any kind of landmarks near its entrance to make it as inconspicuous as possible. Now please shut up and let me rest, Nalrund said. Morak hushed the area around the Rizar and kept talking instead. The guy has a point. You wouldn't give this place a second look if not for the weird wind that chills your bones despite the desert's heat. The wind isn't cold at all. It's hot and dry. On top of that, it's not just here, there's wind as far as the eye can see. Quilla pointed at the ever-shifting dunes around them. Agreed, we'd better keep ourselves hydrated or we'll faint from the heat. Freya used water magic to cool herself off and tried to conjure water, but the latter failed. Damn, I hope you guys brought enough water because all I have is alcohol and I don't think that's going to help us much, at least during the day. By the way, there's something off here. I can't feel the cold Morak is talking about, but the space is weird. It feels like someone put a wool on the entire area. If Nalrund could hear anything, his respect for Freya would have grown again. The entrance to a fringe had no distinguishing feature, and since Magur wanted to keep it hidden, only two kinds of people could find an access point. Exceptionally talented dimensional mages could perceive the alterations in the space around them, but they would never manage to pry open a fringe. Magur's backlash would make it the last mistake they ever made. Those with a high affinity with 3 or more elements instead would feel an imbalance in the world energy only in the proximity of the entrance. They wouldn't be capable of entering either, because the imbalance was just the consequence of the different density of world energy inside and outside the fringe. Nalrund inwardly thanked his companion for that sudden silence and started to use his meditation technique to recover his mana at a faster rate than any fake mage could. Despite the barrier dividing his life forces, the synergy between his 2 mana cores allowed them to hasten each other's recovery. Let's see if I can find our way in. Freya had no idea of the danger that such an act implied, and the hush zone made Nalrund unable to hear or warn her. Since we are going to wait for the sleeping beauty there, I might as well give it a try as well. Morak shape-shifted into his tyrant form, using his 4 eyes to draw the elemental energy inside his body and study it. Neat, now I'm the less talented one, Quilla thought, angry at herself because she didn't feel anything but the sun's heat and the wind drying her throat by the second. She conjured an array that lowered the temperature and increased the humidity by drawing what little there was in their surroundings, before taking out her royal Forgemaster wand. Based on what Falol said, it's a matter of being attuned with Magur. Spirit magic is the closest thing to world energy a living being can produce. Maybe if I manage to feel the fringe, I can sync with its energy signature and gain access. Quilla's plan was good, just like those of the others, and those of all the people who preceded her. What every one of them never took into account was that Magur had a will of its own. To enter a fringe, one had to knock at its door and politely ask for hospitality, not to pick the lock. After about an hour of failures, they gave up and conjured a few chairs to sit down comfortably. It's better if we save our strength, otherwise we'll need to rest as well before entering the fringe. Freya had still most of her mana, but the mental fatigue from deciphering the dimensional barrier gave her a headache. She could sense the space twirling around her finger at her every attempt, but there were no runes to manipulate, just a willpower so intense that Freya risked losing herself the moment they came in contact. I guess this is as far as I go, Morak sighed. It's too bad, I would have loved to. His sudden disappearance flabbergasted the girls, who jumped up to call Nalrund for help. Wow, it's much better on the inside. Morak reappeared, throwing them fruits that resembled Earth's peaches. They were sweet and juicy, quenching the girls' thirst for water but not that for answers. Did you just enter the fringe? Quilla said between bites. Stress eating always relieved her wounded ego. No, it just let me in. I didn't do anything, he said. How did you do it? Freya put the seed inside her dimensional amulet, hoping that the Urna's gardener might grow a tree from it. As I sucked elemental energy through my eyes, I started to hear voices, Morak replied. The more energy I took in, the stronger they become. For a moment, I thought I was going mad. Then why didn't you stop? Quilla asked. Because they didn't ask me to murder you guys or cut my throat. The voices just wanted to talk, Morak said. What did they say? They asked mostly dumb questions like who I am or what do I want. The rest was a long rambling about the meaning of life of which I didn't understand much, so I just listened. The voices disappeared a few minutes ago, and I thought it was over. But when they heard me thinking I would have liked to follow you inside, they invited me in. Morok gave Quilla a thumbs up as if she had helped him. Come on, it's easy. Morok disappeared again without leaving any trace of his passage nor a gateway. How the heck are we supposed to get in? Freya said, hoping that he could still hear them. I still have a way to go before regaining my full strength, but I'm surprised they managed to be quiet for so long, especially that moron. Nalrun took a few deep breaths before opening his eyes to prepare his nerves for the living nonsense that his unwanted guest was. Much to his surprise, Morok seemed to have gone and the girls to have become mute. Nalrun could see them move their mouths, but no sound came out. You idiots, what if someone attacked us? I would have been a sitting duck, he said, but the hush zone blocked every single word, forcing him to repeat himself once he dispelled it. Please stop being such a pessimist. Our line of sight is free for kilometers, and there's so much silence that we would hear a mouse trying to sneak up on us. More importantly, Morok entered the fringe a while ago and has yet to return, Freya said. That's impossible. Nalrun looked at her as if she had gone mad. You don't get inside a fringe just because you want to. Even those born inside of it like me need to be taught how to communicate with the dimensional barrier. Otherwise, it's impossible to get in or out. The process is so long that I'm not even going to teach you. Believe it or not, that's exactly what happened, Quilla said. Chapter 1150 Soul Projection Part 2. Nalrund refused to believe her and thought that Morok was just playing a prank on them. Blinking away was a cheap trick that anyone could do, whereas only a few selected individuals could commune with Magur. He extended his hands in a similar way to that he had used back when Falol had tried to teach him spirit magic. The fringe was right in front of him, and Magur's essence was so strong that it took him a single attempt to establish a link. 1,000 voices flooded his mind, some ancient and other new, yet he could understand them all. A normal person would have become mad or died of shock due to the flood of different personalities talking at the same time. The stronger one's ego was, the harder the impact would be. Resisting the stampede of foreign thoughts, experiences, and beliefs was impossible. Instead of fighting them, Nalrund let them flow while focusing on his own name. A single word that encompassed his past as well as his future. Once most of the voices disappeared, only one remained. It asked him several personal questions, some simple, others more complicated, but to each one of them he had to answer sincerely, no matter how painful it was. Why did you leave? Magur asked. For revenge, there was nothing left for me here, Nalrund replied. Then why did you return? To see my home one last time before moving forward and to help my companions. Nalrund's last answer gave him access to the Frin, and to the surprise it held. Are they really so important to you? No, but I hope they will be. Hope is all I have left. After Nalrund thought those words, he could see Morok standing a few meters from him, gesturing to the air as if he was having an argument with an imaginary friend. What the heck are you doing? Nalrund asked. Trying to convince this jackass of a planet of letting the girls in, or at least Quilla. After I got back in, I understood that it doesn't make sense to get out again until Great Mother Almighty. What's that? Morok pointed right above Nalrund's head. A giant figure resembling his Rizar half floated in midair, clawing at the human half while weeping nonstop. It's just my soul projection. Everyone gets one inside a fringe, even you. Nalrund looked above Morok's head just to see empty air. How did you do it? How did I do what? Never mind. Nalrund returned outside, too shocked to waste any more time. I've got bad news and I've got good news. The bad news is that you were right. Morok somehow got in, so we'll have to bring him along. The good news is that the fringe is still here and looks exactly like I remembered it. Which means that either some of my clansmen survived or that Magur decided it still has a purpose. Whatever the reason, before crossing over to the other side, I must warn you. Inside a fringe, you can't hide your true nature. If you decide to get in, you'll be forced to confront with a part of yourselves you've probably avoided your entire life. To make matters worse, it will be visible to others as well, Nalrund said. What do you mean? Is it something like reading the mind of other people with a mind link? Quilla asked. No, it's just that as long as you're inside a fringe, you are also under Magur's gaze. It causes a phenomenon that people call soul projection, which is the manifestation of how your mind looks like. It can't speak or interact with the physical world, but it can still reveal your true feelings and thoughts. If you still want to follow me inside the fringe, just take my hand one at a time. Nalrund closed his eyes and half of his body disappeared, as if an invisible blade had cut him asunder. Yet there was no blood nor visible wound, only faint traces of world energy where his missing body was supposed to be. The girls stared at him in awe, waving their hands in the empty space to look for a dimensional door, but finding only air. No matter how much she searched with her spells, Freya only sensed cold waves that became more intense the more she came close to Nalrund. The moment she touched his extended hand, Freya felt a sensation hundreds of times worse than that she had experienced while deciphering the barrier. Magus shared with her countless lives, forcing Freya to relieve every moment of them. Joy, pain, love, and hatred for people that she had never seen before flooded her mind until she simply forgot who she was, becoming just one mind in a crowd of many. With oblivion came peace, reliving Freya from the worries of the living. The sensation lasted barely for a second, but when she entered the fringe, her entire life flashed in front of her eyes. As her self-awareness returned, so did her memories, making Freya puke her guts out. Happiness faded quickly, whereas all the mistakes and failures that had scarred her in ways that even light magic couldn't heal them assaulted her mind at the same time, until life seemed too painful a burden to bear it anymore. "Careful with that blade!" Morok's voice snapped Freya out of it while his hand stopped hers before she could hurt herself with a combat knife that was now millimeters away from her throat. "I'm sorry, Uriel. I tried to resist Nalar's orders, but I wasn't strong enough. It's all my fault you died. I don't deserve to live." Quilla had bloodbind wrap around her own neck to break it with a single squeeze of the adamant chains. "For the god's sake, don't just stand there, Nalrund." Morok shapeshifted into his tyrant form, knowing that a flimsy human body had no chance to slow down the weapon, let alone stop it. He put the hand that wasn't grabbing Freya's knife between the chains and Quilla's neck, as if he wanted to strangle her. Bloodbind's sudden grip managed to crack the tyrant's hand, but thanks to his thick skin and dense muscles, Quilla didn't suffer a scratch. "Oh gods, I'm so sorry. You shouldn't have done it," she said, snapping out of it the moment she saw his pained expression and heard the sound of breaking bones. "It's nothing." Morok healed his injury with light fusion, yet refused to move his hand away until bloodbind disappeared under her sleeves. "At least I got to feel your smooth skin. You've got a pretty neck, you know." "What?" Quilla blushed. "No, I mean you really shouldn't. After what happened with Nalar, my dad always enchants our weapons so that they cannot wound a member of the Ernest family. Bloodbind can't hurt me nor Freya." "What about Freya's knife?" Morok asked. "Dad didn't make it. You saved her life." Quilla gave him a small bow of gratitude before turning to the Razar in anger. "Why the heck didn't you warn us? We could have died right off the bat." "I did." Nalrund was pale as a ghost. Bringing two people inside had taken a toll on him. "I told you that you would be forced to face an ugly part of yourselves. I just didn't expect that your wounds run so deep that they would endanger your lives." Chapter 1151, State of Sorrow, Part 1. "What do you mean?" Morok asked while returning human. The moment someone steps inside the barrier, their consciousness is assaulted by Maugers. Without the proper training, the mind of feeble beings like us gets crushed, and our personality disappears. To let the girls inside the fringe, I had to open a way while drawing on myself most of Maugers' attention. It allowed them to slip in unnoticed, and to experience solely a split second of pressure before the weight on their minds disappeared. On the other hand, even brief exposure to Maugers' will is dangerous. To separate their personalities from those imbued in the barrier, they had to relive all the traumatic events of their lives. Whatever made them the persons that they are today, they lived it all in one go, without a moment to grieve their dead or collect themselves. I knew it might be traumatic, but I never expected that two pampered noble ladies could carry such a heavy burden. The link that I used to protect the girls forced me to experience part of their grief along with my own, almost killing me," Nalrund said. "Who gave you the right to pry into our past like that? You should have asked for our permission." Freya freed her hand from Morok's grip and pointed the knife at the Razar's throat. All the self-loathe she felt had turned into an unbridled rage that needed a way to vent. Nalrund's soft human skin made an excellent target. "I didn't see anything. I only experience your pain," he replied while looking her in the eyes. "I'm sorry. I thought you and your sister were respectively a woman unhappy with her life and a magic enthusiast, not two walking sacks of grief." "At least you are honest," Freya snarled while putting the knife away. "Don't assume that you're the only one with a sad past just because we don't wear our hearts on our sleeve as you do." "Correction, now you do." Morok pointed above Freya's and Quilla's head where now floated two spectral figures. while Nalrund had an angry, weeping Razar coming out of his shoulders. Freya's soul projection represented a young woman burdened with heavy chains secured by a lock. The woman held the key in her hands, yet she just stared at it dumbly as blood tears streamed down her eyes. Quilla, instead, had an image of herself dressed with the deep violet robe of a Magus. The projection looked happy, yet as soon as it tried to cast a spell, her fingers turned into snakes that devoured her inside out. Then, the slithering mass of snakes turned into her body, and the cycle started anew. "Wow, straight for the Magus. Confident much," Morok said. "What the heck are those things, and how do we make them disappear?" Freya asked while blushing up to her ears. Aside from the chains, her avatar didn't wear anything. "I told you those are your soul projections." Nalrund's voice sounded cold, with no trace of his earlier guilt. "You can't make them disappear until you resolve the issue they represent. I hope that seeing them might help you both, but now I realize that bringing you was a mistake. Feel free to leave." "Why do you say that?" Quilla asked. "Because that's exactly as Akala's projection looked like." Nalrund pointed at the chained maiden above Freya's head. "The image of a person burdened by the expectations of others. Someone who is so afraid of discovering they are the real source of their own misery that they prefer to keep wearing the chains." Those words took Freya aback, making her rage turn into shame. Am I really the kind of person that would sacrifice dozens of innocent people just to feel good with themselves? I mean, sure, becoming Falul's harbinger isn't much different from bonding with Dawn, but at least I'm endangering only myself. At least until Falul doesn't order me to kill people, she thought, discovering that the parallel between her condition and that of the traitorous ranger ran deep. Both of them were so disappointed with themselves that they were willing to give up on their freedom, just to fill the void in their souls rather than trying to fix their problems. "What about Quilla's?" Morok asked. "I don't know. The elders interpreted our projections to help us overcome our limits, but even they failed to get rid of their own inner demons. The real question is, how can you not have one?" Nalrund placed his index and middle finger on Morok's forehead. The Razar had lived most of his life inside the Fringe, making him an expert in manipulating the dense world energy filled with Maugers will that surrounded them. With a deep breath, he conjured the planet's attention on Morok for a split second, making his projection appear. It looked like a perfect copy of Morok that moved and spoke in unison with him when he said, "It's easy. Unlike you lot, I'm happy with myself." The two Moroks shrugged while becoming one again. "Now if you're done arguing, we might as well enjoy the scenery. This place is much better than that crappy desert." With all that had happened, none of them had the time to notice the beauty of the Fringe. Tall grass with orange streaks grew under their feet, rustled by a gentle spring breeze carrying the smell of rain. The luxurious green meadows extended as far as the eye could see, but they were far from empty. The group had appeared near several fruit trees with blue streaks covering their brown bark. Their branches were filled with ripe fruits, whose delicious smell made them hungry. Small animals resembling silver-furred chinchillas came out of their burrows, while bright feathered birds came to look at the newcomers. The noise made them curious rather than scared, because they had never met humans before. "By the Great Mother, this is bigger than Lucia," Freya said while staring at their surroundings in awe. Discovering that Mauger itself was actually the first-dimensional mage made her proud of her profession. "Yeah, and those woods make Tron look like a garden in comparison." Quilla pointed at the thick mass of tall trees visible at the horizon. "What?" Those words made Nalrund snap out of his reverie. The contact with Morok had flooded him with peace, making the Razar forget all about his newfound distrust for Freya and lose himself in past memories. The scents, the sounds, and the sight of his lost home had triggered so many memories that Nalrund had failed to notice the warm tears streaming down his own eyes. "There are no woods in this Fringe, just fruit trees. On top of that, I can assure you that it's not that big. Fringes never extend beyond what they need to host the creatures they are meant to protect." Yet he only had to follow Quilla's finger to realize that she was right. The Fringe was as he remembered it, yet it was also different. Nalrund shapeshifted into his Razar form to use his animal senses to understand how deep the changes were. He could smell things both old and new. The wind carried the scent of trees he had never met even in the outside world, of flowers that didn't belong to his home, but also the faint smell of freshly baked bread and the noise of children playing in the open. Chapter 1152, State of Sorrow, Part 2. Nalrund refused to believe that Mauger could be playing such a cruel joke on him, and took flight to reach the distant source of those painful signs of life. He didn't care about leaving the others behind nor about them yelling for an explanation. He crossed the few kilometers separating him from the ruins of his village in a few minutes, but not even all the spells he had woven in the case Dawn had returned to take the fringe, as her own could prepare him for what he found. Houses instead of ruins and people instead of undead. The exhaustion from the long travel and one shock too many made him faint, plunging to the ground with the grace of a boulder. Giera Continent, Fenneger's lair, outside the city of Righia. Fenneger the Leviathan, Zagran the Garuda, and Roghar the Fenrir sat together at a round table for the first time in a long while. All pieces of furniture were made from a single dead branch of the world tree. Veins of the 7 colors of the elements streaked the wood, making it able to withstand the weight of the guardians and, if necessary, their fury. Baba Yaga in her mother form attended that meeting as an honored guest, along with another woman of equal beauty. Her silver-colored hair bore streaks of all elements, marking her as one of the few humans blessed with talent in all forms of magic. Yet what made her worthy of the assembly was her eyes that carried the 7 colors of the elements as well. Last, but not least, the holograms of the 3 guardians of the Garland continent appeared one after another. All of the guardians had assumed their respective humanoid appearance to better contain their powers and keep natural disasters from happening. There was a reason why the 6 original guardians rarely met. Words would easily turn into insults, and if things got physical, many maps would need to be rewritten. That's why they had asked the 2 white-cord women to act as peacemakers. With their powers, they could contain the anger of a guardian long enough to calm them down, or at least to prevent the ensuing destruction from spreading. Since I doubt that anyone here enjoys each other company, let's move straight to business, Fenneger said, obtaining only nods of approval in response. He looked like a humanoid reptile covered in white scales, about 2 meters, 67, tall, wearing a lab coat and gold-rimmed round glasses. Fenneger didn't like taking human form because people kept telling him how much he resembled Ligaen. The 6 original guardians agreeing on something is a rare event, child. Baba Yaga chuckled through the mind link while being careful that no one else but her companion could hear her thoughts. It's my first time seeing all of them together, so I'll take your word for it. The woman couldn't stop sweating bullets just by looking at the table. Even the holograms emitted so much mana that the air around them crackled with power, making it hard to even breathe. Build yourself a mage tower, child. Those like us who can't draw endless power from Magur need all the edges they can get. Baba Yaga shook her flaming red hair in disapproval while staring at her peer with her emerald eyes. The reason why I requested this meeting is simple. I want to discuss both the situation of Giera and the anomaly. I don't like to admit it, but I think that Giera might need help to contain the current crisis. Fenneger glared at Zagran, who was already yawning. She looked like a bulky woman in her mid-20s, over 1.8 meters 6 tall, with shoulder-length blue hair, deep purple skin, and eyes. Zagran wore a sleeveless shirt that left exposed her muscular arms covered in battle scars that she refused to heal. Contain what? The anomaly has yet to reach a power that might be considered threatening, and he has never shown any sign of malevolence, Tyrus asked. The anomaly is just a curiosity. Fenneger is talking about the lost cities, Roghar the Fenrir replied. He looked like a handsome man in his early 30s, about 1.65 meters, 55, tall, with ashen gray skin, short silver hair, and gray eyes. He had the lean build of a scholar and wore an ample golden mage robe. The beasts are doing their best to keep all the living legacies contained, but some arrays are more easily destroyed than opened without the correct password. The disappearance of the human race on Giera brought much trouble upon us. On the one hand, we don't want to fix the mess they made. Destroying a living legacy is never easy, especially after they had centuries to build their strength. On the other hand, however, the survivors have no way to stop them and no fault in their creations. If we leave them as they are now, life on Giera will disappear. Then you would have failed your role as guardians, and everyone will migrate to our continent. Salark's voice oozed ill-concealed wrath. I hope you're not going to ask our permission to come along because I don't like having guests. I worked hard to destroy all the cursed objects in the Blood Desert, and to make sure that the only fruits the research of forbidden magic would bear were those of the trees growing on the graves of those foolish enough to break my law. I worked hard, you mean? Ligaen said with a grunt. I'm the one who had to research the proper way to dispose of them without turning entire regions into wastelands for centuries. Even though the most dangerous living legacies drew their power from mana geysers, guardians could easily dispose of them with sheer might. Alas, the deadly offspring of forbidden magic would usually spread their plague even in death. The sudden release of wild energies after their destruction would taint the lands, making them inhabitable for prolonged periods of time, unless someone knew how to do it properly as Lith did with the Black Star. No, I worked hard. You just keep your scaly ass glued to a chair all day long, whereas I run an entire country and take care of dozens of millions of lives. Doing some research for me isn't that big of a deal, Salark replied. Your judgment is as hasty and unfair as usual, Salark, Zagran the Garuda said. We didn't fail as guardians because our role is to keep the balance, not to babysit a bunch of noisy brats that like to spend most of their brief lives devising new ways to kill each other. It's not our fault if they don't survive their own success. I kept my turf in check, and I even know all the passwords to the arrays. Living legacies are among the few opponents that don't die as soon as I glare at them. If someone else didn't do the same, it's their fault. I don't see why I should bother with it. Because once one of them goes on a rampage, no one on either side of the ocean will be safe, Feniger said. Destroying them is easy, but if too many of them escape their confinement at the same time, the consequences might be dire. The Guardians had no love for their respective counterparts, but refusing to help Feniger would only endanger Garland as well. Chapter 1153 Shadows of the Past Part 1. The 6 Guardians pooled up their resources to find a way to contain the lost cities they had access to get rid of all those whose destruction would have minimal consequences, and to keep under control as many as the survivors in Giera could handle. All Guardians on Magur used the lost cities as constant reminders of the consequences that forbidden magic had, and of how even when it succeeded, its practice required a cost 100-fold greater than the result. People who grew in their shadows would rarely dare to dabble in the forbidden arts, while those who lived away from the lost cities would thank the gods for their luck and do all they could to keep things that way. What do you think of the anomaly? We agreed on sending him to your continent to allow you to study Lith and get your opinion, Tyrus asked. Since he refused my offer for help, I can say that he's a moron. Feniger's voice spoke volumes about his still hurting pride. Then he's as smart as I imagined. If he became your study subject, he would have died long before you let him go, Ligon said. I don't give a damn about the anomaly, Zagran the Garuda said. He's weak and insignificant, just like everyone but Salark and I. The Lord of Might would rarely provide a useful contribution, so the others ignored her. I find him interesting, Roghar the Fenrir said. This Lith is unlike Salark, who rules over death and rebirth, or like me, who deals with finding new ways to give life. From what I could see, his trade is not just killing, he deals with souls. What do you mean? Salark asked, intrigued at the idea. You use the darkness element to destroy something in order to create something else, or make way for new life, whereas he doesn't only kill someone. He also acts as a gateway for those who remained trapped between life and death. I noticed that his cracked life force exudes a powerful death aura. Do you think the two things are related? Tyrus asked. Indeed. Usually, the spirits of those who fail to move forward are doomed to linger around their death place, waiting for a necromancer to create a suitable host for them. In Lith's case, however, the souls follow him and use him as a means to vent their anger. It makes Lith's potential enormous, since even though those souls so far inhabited just shadows, he managed to feed them his life force through spirit magic, giving back to those souls not only substance, but also part of their memories, Roghar said. How is it different from my children? Baba Yaga asked. Your children never truly died, while a common necromancer simply gives a wandering spirit the means to interact with the physical world in exchange for all their memories. Based on my experiments, when the body and the soul aren't in sync, forming a bond between them erases the consciousness, making a greater undead akin to a newborn. The anomaly, instead, creates only a temporary bond that allows the souls to both retain their minds and to vent their grievances through battle. I theory, if perfected, such technique would allow a true resurrection. Yet since Magur described him as the Lord of Destruction, I doubt that is his intended purpose. What's truly interesting, however, is that amazing tower he brings along. It's an anomaly as unprecedented as he is, Roghar said. That's another thing that I fail to understand. The runt is way too young to craft something like that by himself, and I'm sure that I know every single mage tower in existence. Does anyone know where it comes from? Baba Yaga asked. The Guardians from Garland shook their heads even though they knew the truth, unwilling to put Menadian's desperation at risk. I don't know its origin, but I sure like it. It's exactly the kind of tower I'd craft if I was so weak that I needed one, Zagran the Garuda said with a huge grin on her face. Even while we are talking, it's growing stronger. It changes and adapts to the environment to better support its master. If it keeps like this, one day it might match Menadian's tower, if not even surpass it. Those words left Baba Yaga dumbstruck. Back when she had been Zagran's priestess and apprentice, the Blood Mother had soon learned that the Guardian would rarely make a compliment even to her peers, let alone to those who she considered inferiors. Why do you use Menadian's craft as a benchmark instead of mine? Rifa built her tower with outdated runes and forge-mastering techniques, whereas I upgraded mine over the centuries with cutting-edge magic. Baba Yaga could ignore the remarks of the ignorant, but not those of the Guardians. And yet yours is still inferior. Feniger shook his head, while thinking back at all the amazing features of the lost artifact. Not because your tower lacks power so much, because you keep spreading your resources too thin. Menadian crafted her tower as the perfect lab and invested all of her resources on making it impregnable. You, instead, have created your tower as a means to offer your children a safe environment, with entire biomes inside to not make them feel like prisoners. All the energy that it wastes on commodities, Menadian's tower used it to grow her own crystals, to collect veins of rare metals, and even to farm her own natural treasures. She didn't waste world energy in playgrounds and sunsets. Taking care of your children is a commendable endeavor, Yaga, Zagran said, shocking all those present with the second compliment of that century so close to the first. With your talent, skill, and heart, you should have become a guardian. To what end? The Blood Mother said with a scoff. To be stuck in a continent far away from my own, without the possibility to get in touch with those I care for because my ego wouldn't allow me to coexist with any of you. To be forced to spectate you slaughter my people without being able to do anything. We've never fought seriously against each other, so I've got no idea how powerful my white core makes me compared to a guardian, but I know that it makes me free. Free to go wherever I want whenever I want. Free to save whoever I want, even those that the rest of Magur knew as the accursed Odi, my people. There's a good reason why no race but beasts ever accepted to become guardians. Magur has no qualms killing her so-called chosen ones the moment they fail her, and then burdens them with cruel tasks for the rest of eternity. Only a few of us managed to acquire a white core and escape her grasp, while only death awaited those who didn't bend the knee. That's why I created the undead, to give everyone the possibility to live forever, free from all constrictions, be they made by men, beasts, or even Magur itself. Baba Yaga still remembered when Magur had appeared to her under the guise of a female slave like those that her people were so quick to kill and replace like toys. She had left the Odi because she couldn't tolerate a society that imposed impossible standards of beauty, power, and intelligence on its members. Chapter 1154, Shadows of the Past, Part 2. Yet when Magur had made her its offer, she had refused it, finding it no different from what the Odi wanted from her. I'm sorry, but I agree with Baba Yaga. I refused to become a guardian as well because after all I did and all the horrible things I witnessed during my travels, I couldn't stand the idea of living an eternity of duty, the silver-haired woman said while looking at Tyrus in the eyes. You're both wrong, Ligon shook his head. We are not slaves, and Magur never forced us to do anything. I started hoarding knowledge back when I was still a salamander and saving species on the verge of extinction back when I was still a drake. To this day, I've yet to do as a guardian something that I wouldn't have done if I remained an emperor beast. Becoming a guardian doesn't mean to embrace shackles, far from it. It simply means to share with the rest of the world what you love the most, not to indulge your ego or receive praises, but just because it makes everyone around you better for it. Like you did with Undeath, or like Lakra Silverwing did by inventing the specializations and giving birth to the title of Magus. Magi are the closest thing to a guardian that humans manage to become because they are too obsessed with themselves. At that point, Baba Yaga felt that any more words wouldn't be a discussion anymore, just bickering. She warped away, quickly followed by the guardians, until only the silver-haired woman and Ligon remained. It's not every day that the Lord of Wisdom seeks an audience with a humble mortal. How can I serve you, Master Ligon? She said without trying to conceal her chuckle. How many times do I have to tell you, Lakra? It isn't funny now just like it wasn't funny the first time we met. Why the heck are you on Giera? Do you have any idea how difficult has it been to find you? Ligon didn't trust communication amulets, and even he couldn't establish a mind link across an entire ocean. Yet there was little that the combined might of the Guardians couldn't achieve. He had asked for peacemakers not because he thought they would need them, but to have the opportunity to establish a mind link with Lokra despite the distance separating them. Garland has too many painful memories. I came here hoping to make some good, but so far I failed. Despite my best efforts, the humans unleashed the plague before I could find a cure. It made me regret to have ever invented specializations. She sighed. It happens to the best of us. Slave collars still give me nightmares, but that's not the reason why I looked for you. I just wanted to tell you that a few years ago, I found Menadian's desperation. She's on Giera as well, so if you want to meet her, this is the perfect occasion. City of Righia, Giera Continent. Seeing Solus crying in her sleep made Lith worry for her, yet he couldn't afford to wake her up. He stood guard the entire time, and when Tista woke up first, he stopped her before she could interrupt what she considered just a nightmare. Even if it's really a nightmare, it might reveal the circumstances that led Menadian to turn her apprentice into a hybrid, Lith said via their mind link. Can't you fuse your minds and check up on her? It has been hours since Solus fell asleep, and she keeps crying non-stop, Tista said, worried sick about her friend. Dreams are a frail thing. A noise or a touch is enough to alter them, let alone the arrival of a foreign entity. A mind link would be akin to talking, while mind fusion would share my memories with her. Both would cause Solus enough distress to interrupt her dream, Lith replied. He didn't even dare to hold Solus's hand, afraid that the physical contact might mess up with her memories. The moment she woke up, Solus started to cry even harder and was unable to speak for a while as Lith lulled her in his arms like a baby. She shared her dream with him via their mind link, and later, she described it to Tista and Floria. She considered some details to be too intimate to show them even her friends. So you're not just Menadian's apprentice but her daughter. That's even worse. How could your mom do such a thing to you? The revelation shocked Tista. Someone must have killed Solus, Lith said. When Protector was dying in front of me, I would have done anything to save him, just like I would have done anything, even use forbidden magic to save you or any member of our family. Back then I was just a student, whereas Menadian was already an archmage and a magus. She succeeded where I failed. Fusing Solus with the tower must have been a last-ditch attempt to save her life without compromising either of their life forces. Then why did Menadian abandon Solus? How could she leave her own daughter in such a predicament without saying a word? Floria said in outrage. For being a mage of proverbial wisdom, Menadian seemed to have acted like a jerk to her. That's not necessarily true. Menadian might have left Solus a message, or maybe they even spent some time together after she fused Solus with the tower. But we'll never know because of Solus's amnesia. If it was me, I would have hunted down whoever was responsible, and I would have done all I could to kill them, Lith said with his eyes brimming with mana and fury. If my mom was anything like any of yours, I bet that she didn't wait to recover before going on the prowl, Solus sighed. Especially if Dad died at the hands of my assailant, or if we had already lost him to age or to an accident. I think you're right. My mom didn't slaughter the entire Darris household only because I'm still alive, and because she has other children to take care of. But if something happened to Dad and she had nothing to lose anymore. Floria couldn't finish the sentence and shivered at the thought. The day that Gianni Erna's lost what kept her human would probably make Bulker's anniversary look like a holiday. Unlike the Blood Magus, she had spent decades preparing for the worst. She had a vivid imagination and enough money to build an arsenal. Yeah, Tista nodded. I bet that Mom would be willing to do anything, even to become an undead if it meant getting her revenge. Once they managed to set aside such gloomy scenarios, they discussed the knowledge that Solus had acquired through her dream. The group moved to the tower's mines, hoping that at least one of the violet crystals had started to turn white. Unfortunately, even the Orc Shaman's crystal had yet to show any signs of further refinement. It had grown in size and spawned several branches, giving birth to more violet crystals, but nothing more. On the one hand, I'm bummed we don't have a white crystal to experiment. On the other hand, however, after using my only adamant forge on the Scalewalker armor, if we did have them, you would have seen me crying, Lith said. Chapter 1155-2, Worlds Part 1. You're always as greedy as a dragon, lil bro, Tista said. If I didn't know you better, I'd worry that keeping your hybrid form for so long is influencing your judgment. Stop thinking with your wallet and use your head. In the memory, Menadian taught Solus that a Forgemastered artifact is nothing but a perfect combination of spells. It means that, by studying a pseudo-core, it's possible to learn all the abilities that the Forgemaster imbued it with. This piece of information might help us to understand secret disciplines like runesmithing, light mastery, and even spirit magic. Yeah, maybe that was true centuries ago. Nowadays, runesmithing applies cloaking runes that make it impossible to study a pseudo-core. On top of that, Nalrund is teaching me light mastery, and Fallow will teach us spirit magic when the moment comes. Lith replied. Well, you might be okay with things as they are because of Nalrund, but Solus's dream still gives me and Tista a shot at light mastery. On top of that, there are no cloaking runes on ancient relics like your gravity ring or those written in Huriol's Forgemastering book, Floria said. Think about it. Gravity magic is as powerful as its elusive and maybe from your double magic-holding ring, we might learn how to cast 2 copies of the same spell at the same time. All we have to do is to find a way to craft their pseudo-cores, break them down into the runes they are comprised of, and then convert them into spells that don't require an artifact to work. Floria's words opened countless possibilities to them. Now that they knew about runes and about how they could be woven to reproduce complex skills, even teaching props became relevant. The effects they produced were worthless for an artifact, but they could still teach them ways of manipulating the elements that only ancient bloodlines had mastered. They spent so much time discussing where it was better to start from that they completely forgot about their duty as teachers, until a magical beast knocked on their door. Lith had Solus quickly go back to her ring form, while the upper floors of the building slid down to give the impression that they had yet to finish working on their apartments. Seriously, a whole building for 3 people, a yellow-furred Zog, fox-type magical beast said with disbelief. We quarrel a lot, and we need our personal space. Lith's ability to make up bullshit at a moment's notice never failed to impress his companions, making also them wonder how often he did the same with them. Then maybe you shouldn't keep 2 females. One is more than enough, and once the cubs start coming, things will only get worse, the Zog said with a tone that implied he spoke from experience. I'm just their mentor, and that's my sister, Lith said in outrage while pointing at Tista. Right, sure. I wonder how I failed to notice the resemblance. Maybe you are my dad as well. The Zog poked at Lith's scales with enough sarcasm to fill the building. Listen, kid, I'm not interested in your personal life. Aaron sent me here to remind you that humans aren't going to learn Tyrus's language on their own. If you want to get a share of our resources, you have to contribute to the daily activities. Otherwise, you are on your own, even for small stuff like food. Are we clear? Crystal, Lith replied. Good, then I suggest you send your girlfriends to do the job while you do something else. Most of those humans hate us, and if they see you, things are going to get ugly. For them, of course. Just one question. Lith stopped the Zog, who was already turning around after delivering the message. As far as I know, the humans who reside here are those saved by awakened beasts, and you don't hold them prisoners. Why in Maugre's name do they hate you? Because they think that their saviors didn't do enough. All those who are here had befriended an emperor beast or an awakened, but that doesn't mean that the fairy godparent cared for the human's entire family. The Zog replied. Some had bad parents, siblings, or children that their beast friend choose to not heal from the plague, considering them a liability that would only be put down later. Humans don't understand our logic and resent us for that. On top of that, we put together people from different countries, and they don't like that either. They are still trying to find someone to blame for the plague, and hate each other's guts almost as much as they hate us. Thanks for the advice. Lith shapeshifted into his human form, making the Zog raise his tail in curiosity. Hey, now I see the resemblance. Sorry for doubting you earlier. These days there is more trouble in this place than fur on my back. Remember to use the alarm and count up to 5 before starting to pummel a human. The magical beast then went to the Garden of Knowledge next door, to study the language of the Garland continent on his own. The group locked the building and the arrays before leaving. They had left nothing valuable inside, but the makeshift furniture wouldn't fool more than a casual look, and they had no intention to explain where they really planned to sleep. I guess we'll need to split up. Solus had linked them all with spirit magic to take part in the conversation. Even though Ligon's pins translate all languages for us, I doubt that they also work the other way around. Meaning, Floria asked, that whenever you talk to each other, you probably speak the language of Garland, whereas the pin activates only when you listen to another idiom. It makes sense and also our job easier. A smaller class means a faster learning rate, Tista said. I doubt that, Lith said. Months have passed since the plague outbreak, yet those guys have still to get over their losses or even learn the basics of each other's language. In my book, it means that they not only are grief-stricken, but also unwilling to cooperate. It's understandable. They lost everything and probably have issues adjusting to a new lifestyle. Beasts don't seem big on empathy, Floria said. The city of Righia reminded her of a military camp, tidy and filled solely with everything that was necessary to survive, but devoid of what made life worth living. As a soldier, she appreciated such an environment because it was practical and helped her to remember what she fought for. Yet it would remind a refugee of everything they had lost and slow the healing process. Or so she thought until they reached the human district. Except for the streets, it looked like a meadow. The ceiling provided plenty of sunlight, and a spring coming out of a wall formed a small lake where small furry rodents lived. The animals nuzzled against the visitors' legs, staring at them with their big round eyes in the hope to receive cuddles, food, or both. The combined effect of light and water generated a perennial rainbow above the lake, giving it a fairy tale look. Chapter 1156-2 Worlds Part 2. Each house was bigger than Lith's, and surrounded by a small garden filled with seasonal and fruit trees that spread a sweet scent. You're right, beasts are heartless monsters. How could they force people to live in such a dump? Lith thought, while the others had a hard time believing they were still in Righia. Okay, fine, I stand corrected. This place is wonderful and those people are likely to be ungrateful assholes, Floria said. The group decided to follow Solus's advice and split up. Each one of them went to a different house, yet they all received the same treatment. What do you want, filthy Greenian? I've got no food to share with a savage, a woman in her mid-30s with bronze skin said to Tista. The woman looked at Tista's light olive-colored skin with spite, mistaking her for a citizen of the Gren democracy with which her people had a centuries-long enmity. I'm not a Greenian and I don't need food. Aaron, the leader of Righia, sent me here to teach you the language of my continent, Garland. Can you please bring here? Not even Tista's best smile kept her host from cutting her short. I should have known you're not from around here. Too much meat on those bones and too many smiles. There's nothing to be happy about in Righia. Not only those beasts let my husband die like a dog, but they also force me to work like a slave and my children to live surrounded by enemies. Tell that overgrown snake that I refuse to give up on the traditions that my forefathers gave their lives to protect and uphold and learn a foreign language. If he wants people to start acting civilized, then he should make everyone learn the Paklian instead of your gibberish. The woman slammed the door in Tista's face, hurting her nose a bit. Neither Lith nor Floria had better luck with their respective marks. Where were you Garland scum while our Gren democracy died because of the plague spread by those Paklian murderers? You've got guts to come to my home and order me around. Maybe you're used to blindly follow your tyrant's order like a good soldier, but my people have rights. A man in his mid-20s yelled in Lith's face. And where were you pompous idiots when the Griffin Kingdom almost got destroyed by a plague? Lith scoffed, holding the door open with his superior strength. Here, spouting bullshit as always I presume. I instead worked my ass off to save my country. Can you say the same, or do you only know how to blame others for your uselessness? As for my so-called tyrant, the royals kept us at peace for centuries and were in civil relations with our neighbors, whereas only the plague stopped the wars on your continent. As for your rights, you have none. This isn't Gren anymore, Toto. This is Righia. I'll make sure to report your behavior and have your food rations halved. We'll see if your nationalism can withstand hunger or if you're being arrogant only because you're sated. Then Lith slammed the door with enough strength that the man who was still clenching the handle smashed his face against the wood, and then landed ass first on the floor, trying to stop the nosebleed. First, they mistook me for something called a Vargarian and blamed my alleged people for the plague. Then when I explained I come from Garland, they asked me to fuck myself, Floria said. How did it go for you? Same, Lith snarled while shape-shifting into his hybrid form again. I'm done with those jackasses. I'll go ask for another assignment. After all, I have to experience how it feels living like a beast and taking care of humans is not part of the job description. I'm sorry, Floria, but I'm with Lith on this. Tista looked back at the house of the Paklian woman with anger. You can't be serious, Floria said. They are just traumatized from seeing their entire villages die and then be uprooted from their homes. Those people need our help and understanding, not our judgment. You would be right if the plague happened yesterday and not months ago. Tista shook her head. These people have everything they need, yet they just waste their time pointing fingers and bantering about their superiority over the others, calling them barbarians. That's not grief but blind pride. Lith and I had much less when we were kids, so I can't empathize with their foolish behavior. She pointed at the kids playing outside with their magical beast friends. Unlike their parents, the children had no problem hanging out together and even tried to learn how to communicate with each other. Aaron is right. If just having food and a roof makes them so arrogant, then it's better not to give them any magical commodity. Until the humans of Righia set aside their pride and realize that they have to start from scratch, we'd be just wasting our time. Lith and Tista went back to Righia's command center to receive new assignments, while Floria visited one house at a time. Aside from the people whose entire family had been saved by an emperor beast, the others didn't even bother talking to her. Even those who acted friendly and were willing to learn the language of the Garland continent refused to leave the human district. They were too afraid of the beasts and of their own neighbors, trusting no one but the members of their own country. Learning a language would have been a fool's errand if her students had no one to practice it with and kept talking their native idiom. By the time she had run out of doors that could be slammed in her face, Floria understood that the situation of humans on Giera wasn't as bad as how Aaron had described it. It was much worse. Blood desert inside the Razar's fringe. Meanwhile, Nalrund crash-landed after the shock from discovering that his people might still be alive. The rest of the group ignored his outburst and kept staring at their surroundings in awe. In front of them, there were grasslands as far as the eye could see, and at the horizon woods so big that they dwarfed the Tron woods. Yet behind them, there was nothing but the silvery fog that separated the fringe from the rest of Magur. It formed a dome that became visible only when up close. Even from a few meters of distance, the fog reflected its surroundings like a mirror, giving the fringe the impression to be boundless. The thick mist was comprised of pure world energy that allowed the distorted space to remain stable, no matter what happened both inside and outside the dome. This place is amazing. The amount of world energy is so great that the hair on my neck is standing up. Freya used first magic to conjure a small flame on her right forefinger, yet her entire hand turned into a scorching flame. What the heck? I just used first magic, yet the spell has a power similar to a tier 1. Quilla and Morok tried as well, confirming her findings. Every spell they cast had its effect raised by 1 tier thanks to the abundant world energy boosting all kinds of elemental magic. Chapter 1157, Double-Edged Power Part 1. Inside the fringe, Tier 5 spells were not only easy to execute, but it was also possible to weave them with up to 4 elements with almost no burden for the mage, whereas normally using 2 elements at the same time was the limit. This is both incredible and nonsensical, Quilla said. With this much world energy, I would expect to find a lot of magical beasts and plant folk. I mean, I can feel it so well that it wouldn't surprise me if Freya or Morok awakened. What about you? Freya asked. Violet Core, remember? In my case, we are not talking about awakening so much as of a close casket funeral. Quilla shuddered at the thought. Mages as powerful as her would explode like gruesome fireworks. I think that it's just a temporary effect. Morok smiled to reassure her, but his face was pale and he was holding his chest as if he was about to have a stroke. We come from outside, so the world energy overwhelms us. But for people born inside the fringe, this amount of elemental energy is considered normal. We should just sit back and wait to get used to it. Are you all right? Quilla asked while casting a diagnostic spell that came out negative. I'm just a bit dizzy from taking so much world energy in and conversing with Magur. There are so many voices in my head right now that it feels like being in the middle of a market, he replied. What do you mean taking the world energy in? Freya asked. Even though a tyrant's powers are similar to Balor's, they work on completely different principles. Balor's use their eyes to drain their surroundings of the natural elemental energy, whereas a tyrant splits the world energy into its components. My eyes absorb the elements while I use the remaining energy for my spells, keeping the balance neutral. Then, I can use the stored elemental energy for attack or defense without the need to weave a spell, Morok said. Interesting, if not for the part where the world energy is split and stored inside your body instead of being refined by your mana core, I'd say you've just described an awaken's breathing technique, Quilla said. By the Great Mother, she's right. That's why my body hurts so much, Morok thought while barely holding his panic. On top of that, it explains what that asshole of my father meant when he said that I would awaken only if I deserved it. My core can't process the energy coming from just 4 eyes, so it gets stored instead. It's the first time in my life that I'm happy to have yet to open my 5th eye, Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to stop the awakening process. I already have no idea what I will do during the 300 years I'm supposed to live, let alone 3,000. Best case scenario, I'll live a sad and long life like Master Agitator or Dad. Worst case scenario, I go crazy and get myself killed by the council. I think Morak is right, Freya said while opening several small dimensional passages as big as a keyhole to study their surroundings. I can't find any trace of creatures bigger than a regular animal, nor the lush vegetation typical of the presence of plant folks. The evolution rate might be the same as outside the fringe, if not even worse. Think about it. It's like being in the crystal mines. The pressure from the world energy around us exerts such a pressure that it probably makes it very hard to develop a mana flow to those who are born here, whereas it invigorates foreigners like us. At least until we get used to it as well. The sky inside the fringe was clear blue, and all the vegetation was bigger than one would expect from a plant of the same age. Yet aside from the abundant world energy, everything else looked ordinary. The three of them sat down cross-legged on the ground. The girls tried to get in touch with Magur to obtain some of the answers they were looking for, whereas Morak did his best to cut the communication off. As he slowly released the accumulated elemental energy, the tyrant could feel the voices in his head disappearing one after the other, until only one remained. Unfortunately for Morak, it wasn't his own. "Are we awakening or not?" A voice that sounded awfully similar to Quilla's asked. "Thanks, but no thanks. What about you tell me the secret of the Davros instead?" Morak's question made the final voice disappear, leaving his head as empty as usual. After a few minutes of meditation, their bodies and cores got used to the new environment. Freya could no longer feel a slight burn in her guts, so she had to give up on her hopes of awakening on her own. For the same reason, Quilla could finally sigh in relief at the idea that she wouldn't blow up while Morak learned how to use his eyes without drawing unwanted guests. All of them got worried when they noticed that even hours had passed. Nalrund had yet to get back. His rune is still online, but he isn't picking up his communication amulet. Freya was amazed noticing that despite the distance separating her from her family and friends, even the runes belonging to Lith's group were available thanks to the Fringe's power. "I doubt that Dawn has left some of her spawns in here, but that doesn't mean this place is safe. Nalrund might have been captured or worse. Is any of you capable of following his tracks?" Quilla asked, relying on their expertise. "It would be child's play if he walked, but he flew away and smells don't last long in the air." Morak shook his head. "I can try something," Freya said. "I created this spell to find my guildmates in the case they went missing in action, but it turned out to be impractical due to the crystals empowering the amulets being too weak. Here, however, the Fringe supercharges them, so my spell might work." Freya cast a short spell, and then she tried to call Nalrund again. This time, a thin golden tendril came out of his contact rune, pointing toward the direction he had disappeared and fading away after just a few meters. "That's incredible. How did you do it?" Quilla asked. "Amulets rely on dimensional magic to establish their connection. My spell simply amplifies the energy signature of the small warp, making it visible. We can use it as a compass that always points at Nalrund's amulet." Freya puffed her chest out with pride. The group took flight, following Freya's lead, who cast the compass spell from time to time and adjusted their course. It took them just a few minutes to find the village, yet they didn't like what they saw. "Those aren't Nalrund's people. He turns into a Razar, whereas both the children playing around and the adults working in the cultivated fields are Duan, An, rhinoceros emperor beasts. What if they are keeping him prisoner?" Freya couldn't find another explanation for Nalrund failing to answer their repeated calls. "She has a point," Morak said. "If Nalrund flew here in human form, they might have shot him down." Chapter 1158, Double-Edged Power Part 2. Where people hate humans for using forbidden magic on them and for turning them into hybrids, you stay here while I go take a look," Morak said. He didn't like shape-shifting back into his tyrant form because just like a Balor, his eyes would naturally absorb part of the respective elemental energy they were attuned with. Morak feared that the voices might return or that he might awaken. "According to Master Agitator, my mana core is blue. Awakening without external help could make me blow up just like it would happen to Quilla if Magur doesn't give me a hand," he thought. Luckily for him, without the eye technique that his father had taught him, Morak didn't experience any discomfort. He leisurely strolled toward the village with the best next thing to a smile that his mouth filled with the razor-sharp teeth could make. "Hi guys, I'm new here. I'm looking for my friend. He's an annoying man that can be this tall unless he looks like a Razar, and then he's this tall. Have you seen him around? Morak used his milky white hand to gesture both Nalron's heights. Maybe. The man in front of him shape-shifted into a gray-skinned giant and emitted a low guttural sound that drew the attention of the entire village. The man was now almost 2.58 tall, with small black eyes barely visible behind the 3 horns on his muzzle and the 2 upward tusks coming from his mouth. His hands and feet only had 4 fingers, and he was so bulky that, from a distance, the girls believed that he had turned into a rock. His sole projection as a man resembled an angry Duan, but after he had shape-shifted, it now looked like an even angrier man. I've never seen you or even heard about you, stranger. On top of that, Emperor beasts usually don't wear fancy clothes like yours. How can I be sure that you aren't just a shape-shifted human looking for his runaway prisoner? Noda, you've never seen me before. I told you I'm new. Morak's 4 eyes looked at the Duan with ill-concealed contempt. As for me being human, what about this? Or this? First, the tyrant conjured a flaming fireball the size of a hot air balloon, and then he fired elemental beams from his eyes that opened 4 small craters in the ground. Awaken can use true magic, but the trick with the eyes is the real deal. I could feel the elemental energy coming from him rather than just being manipulated with a spell. A man in his late 70s said. If not for the white of his hair and the deep wrinkles on his face, Morak would have a hard time guessing his age. The man had clear blue eyes and deep bronze skin due to the constant exposure to the sun. Despite his slightly slouched back, the elder still had wide shoulders and arms thicker than the branch of an old tree. Hybrids didn't live as briefly as humans nor as long as emperor beasts. Their average lifespan amounted to 150 years, but they aged well, and due to their beast half, werepeople would retain most of their muscle mass. The village elder had such a keen mana perception that he managed to gauge Morak's prowess simply by looking at his spell. Among the many villagers, he was the only one lacking a soul projection. Yet there's no way to know if our Rizar brother brought you inside the fringe willingly or if you forced him. Even beasts covet our secrets, so we cannot afford to trust a stranger. You'll be our prisoner until our brother recovers, the elder said. What do you mean, until he recovers? Nalrund was fine until a few minutes ago. What did you do to him? Morak brought his hands to the hilts of his weapons, weaving his best spells while the Duans slowly surrounded him and prepared their own. He arrived here flying, and then he collapsed for no reason. We've tried to heal him, but the fever that plagues his mind resists the skill of our best healers. Are you saying that the Rizar's condition is not your fault, that you didn't work him like a slave? The elder looked Morak in the eyes, allowing the tyrant to notice the mana glowing behind his pupils. The bastard is preparing something big. Nalrund chose the worst possible time for a power nap. There's no way I let them take me prisoner, Morak thought. It's not my fault, but yours. He pointed at the still visible scorched ruins of the houses that the Duan had failed to rebuild. We came here to see Nalrund's village after the Horsemen of Dawn burned it to the ground. My friend must have mistaken you for his kin, and is probably having a stroke at the idea that all his quest for revenge was for nothing. His words made the Duan open their eyes wide in surprise, while they finally understood what had happened, and why the Rizar had collapsed as soon as he had reached the village outskirts. Elder Ban, is it really possible that we have occupied the village of the fabled Rizar people, the Lightkeepers? The Duan who had welcomed Morak asked. It's possible, the elder nodded. It would explain why our fringe suddenly expanded, and why there were only ruins but no corpses. The ashes of our brothers fertilize our fields, filling our harvest with death. It seems we have founded our village on cursed grounds. Also, I don't need anyone's help to get inside a fringe. I can do it on my own. No one believed Morak's claim. At least until Ban asked him several questions about how he had come into contact with Mager's will. The tyrant replied in such detail that everyone failed to complete their spells as their jaws hit the ground in amazement. It seems we misjudged you, tyrant brother. Someone who doesn't even emit a soul projection must be as powerful as he is wise. You'll be our honored guest until our Rizar brother doesn't wake up. Tell me how many werepeople tyrants there are in your village, the elder asked. Morak understood that the Duan had relaxed not because they trusted him so much, as because they had mistaken him for one of their own. Thanks for the offer, but I can't trust your mood swings. Tell Nalrund to call me as soon as he wakes up. The tyrant suddenly opened a warp steps and disappeared before any of the Duan could move a single muscle. Morak explained the situation to the girls, who didn't like it one bit. Damn it, we're in trouble, Quilla said. This tribe of werepeople seems to hate emperor beasts as much as they hate humans. There are too many of them and just 3 of us. Our best line of action is to wait for Nalron to wake up and vouch for us. If they treated even an emperor beast with such contempt, there's no telling what they might do to humans. City of Righia, Giera Continent. Between the late start due to Solus's dream about her past and sightseeing the city while going to the human district, Lith's group didn't have much time left before dinner. Chapter 1159, Cleansing the Land Part 1. Lith spent the evening looking for food stalls and restaurants just to discover that there were none. Tista, instead, had no idea what to do after giving up on her assignment as a teacher. She went to the neighboring Garden of Knowledge and studied Giera's version of the Battle Mage specialization. "This place sucks," Lith said after setting up the table with mostly food from Garland that he had stored inside his pocket dimension. "They have no bread, no sweets, no processed food at all. The only things you can acquire are the basic ingredients. Everything else is up to you." "Well, making bread is easy. We just need a bit of flour," Tista shrugged. "Great, I'll leave it to you then." Lith gave her a handful of fresh wheat. "Are you saying they don't even grind it?" Tista was flabbergasted. "Worse, aside from meat, fish, and fruit, we don't even get spices or salt unless we get them ourselves," he replied. "How much food have you brought?" Floria started munching her spicy fried chicken slower. She feared it might be her last decent meal, and she wanted to enjoy it at its fullest. "Enough to last for a month. I don't think we'll stay in Righia that long, but it still sucks. Eating local food is the same as taking a camping trip in the wilds back home unless we go to a human city, yet I doubt they fare much better," Lith said. "This sure explains why everyone in the human district is in a bad mood," Floria said. "They have lost their homes, their family members, and even the small things that they took for granted." "It still doesn't justify their attitude," Tista shook her head. "When I was little and still ill, even meat was a luxury. We would mostly eat broths and stews. I didn't have bread regularly until Lith went to the academy." Floria stopped eating and looked at them as if it was the first time. They were both so tall and good-looking that it was hard to imagine them having such a hard past. "Tomorrow I'm going to the barracks and look for some work in the field. I'm sure there must be something that needs to be killed." "What about you?" Lith asked. "I'll try to beat some sense in those guys, literally if I have to." It wasn't the first tough nut that Floria had to crack. Most of the recruits in the army were commoners who didn't like nobles in general, let alone those who managed to start their career as officers. "I'm not big on killing, but I'm sure that if I look around, I'll find something to do," Tista said. "I'm going with Lith," Solus said. "With a bit of luck, we could find a mana geyser and check if it can allow us to go back home. On top of that, I'm curious to see how a Magur without humans looks like. As for the bread..." Solus let the wheat that Lith had brought home fall toward the ground, where a small hole opened, it allowing the others to see that they were right above the alchemy lab, where a grind turned the wheat into a fine dust that was thoroughly filtered. "I've done my part. I like my bread with a pinch of salt, otherwise it tastes too sweet with the jam." Solus handed Tista a flask filled with the whitest and purest flour she had ever seen. "Did you really use an alchemy lab just to grind wheat? That's both overkill and cheating. The tower did the job, not you." Tista already regretted her offer. "The tower is part of her body, and so is the lab. You can't argue with the results, dear Tista. I like my bread without salt," Floria said. After taking their orders and cursing her own big mouth, Tista had to spend the rest of the evening trying to remember Alina's recipe to make bread dough. The others instead chatted and played cards, enjoying the first true free time they had in months. The following morning Lith returned to the city gates. They were the closest thing to a local branch of the army, so he expected to find Aaron the Jormungandr there, or at least whoever was in charge of Righia's defenses. "Aaron Dome isn't the mayor of Righia, son. I am," a huge Nu said with a tired voice. Nus were chimeras specialized in the light and air elements. His height at the Withers reached 2 meters, 67, so his office was bigger than Lith's house in Lucia. There was no desk nor chairs, just bookshelves lined against the walls and round mana crystals embedded in the floor, each with a different purpose. They allowed the mayor of Righia of taking care of communications, real-time external and internal surveillance, and inventory with but a touch of his giant paws. The Nu had the head of a monkey, the body of a tiger, the wings of an eagle, and the front half of a snake for a tail. Being the council representatives, Lord Aaron and his Fey counterpart, Annie's, are the sovereigns of the entire Giera continent. You must be someone important if Lord Aaron welcomed you in person, I'm Zoth, nice to meet you, the Nu said. Those words made Lith ponder why both the Guardians and the councils of 2 continents had gone such lengths just for the sake of his apprenticeship, making his paranoia sense tingle. Less thinking, more talking. Solus snapped him out of his reverie after Zoth cleared his throat twice. Thanks, sir. I'm looking for something to do that could benefit the city and grant me access to its basic resources. Lith avoided mentioning adamant and mana crystals right off the bat to avoid sounding too human. Judging from your smell, you can use origin flames. Are you interested in purifying a few batches of orichalcum? There's only so much our forgemasters can do with silver, and most mining operations have stopped due to monster outbreaks. The Nu could recognize the smell of sulfur and world energy that came out of Lith's mouth with every breath. I could give it a try, but I must warn you that I'm not that skilled. I'm still learning how to control origin flames, and I still burn too much silver along with the impurities. Did you say monster outbreaks? Those 2 words reminded Lith of Tezca, the warg abomination hybrid, making him wonder if the master's clutches reached even Giera. That's too bad, the Nu sighed. Usually I would assign you a master, but our stockpiles are limited and I can't afford to waste precious metal. As for the monster outbreaks, they are a big issue that could use your help. Ever since the plague wiped out the humans, monsters are free to breed unchecked simply because there are not enough beasts and plant folk to patrol the entire continent. Monsters had plenty to eat thanks to all the human corpses lying around, and to all the cattle that suddenly had no owner nor defense. We have gathered in places like Righia, because staying in the open is not safe even for emperor beasts. Waves of monsters wiped out entire forests, and even though we always managed to kill them all, we suffered too many losses among our ranks. Chapter 1160, Cleansing the Land Part 2. Packs of magical beasts are incapable of handling a horde, and there aren't enough emperor beasts to keep the situation in check. That's why we are systematically scouting the region and exterminating any monster we find. Missing even one means having an army of those bastards grow right under our noses. The Nu snarled. I've dealt with plenty of monsters in Garland, and they never amounted to much. How can you have so many problems with them despite the council's help? Lith asked. Son, awakened are a minority, whereas all monsters have powers, and they spawn faster than you can sneeze. What you faced in the past were nothing but small tribes constantly kept on the run. Here we are talking about hundreds, if not thousands of them. With leaders, strategies, and when they found them, even weapons. Don't forget that not all monsters are brainless creatures. Balors and orcs are the main threat because they can tame other fallen like goblins or trolls. To make matters worse, abominations are on their side. They protect the monsters from us emperor beasts, and in exchange their leaders feed them with the dregs of their society. Zoth said. Is there any cleansing operation I can take part in? Lith asked. Son, the only reason why Righia isn't swarming with emperor beasts is that we're conducting cleansing operations non-stop just to keep this region safe. You're spoilt for choice. Zoth pressed a small crystal placed in the middle of the floor that generated a hologram of the area surrounding Righia. Several red, blinking dots of different sizes covered the blue light of the hologram, each marked with a threat level and a rough estimate of the enemy's numbers. These are just today's threats that have yet to be dealt with. Teams have been dispatched on site already to recon before planning their attack. Take your pick. I'll take this one. Lith pointed at an invading army strong of 1,000 units, with even cavalry and an abomination. His choice made Solus shiver and Zoth scoff. Do you realize that they are trained, well-equipped, and that a single chaos spell can kill even one of us? The Nu asked. Yes, that's why I wasn't planning on going alone so much as on joining the team taking care of the issue, Lith replied. Thank the gods. For a moment I feared the council had sent us another brainless idiot. Zoth exchanged communication runes with Lith and then informed the leader of the assault team of his coming. The crystals on the office's floor lit up in sequence, forming a warping array leading Lith to his destination. Wait, what? Are we going to attack already? Lith stuttered in surprise. No time like the present. Alua will debrief you in person. She was just missing one person for the assault. That old fart will be glad to skip all the finesse guerrilla warfare requires and fight the enemy head-on, the Nu said. She will also kick Zoth's ass for calling her an old fart, and yours as well, rookie, if you keep me waiting. A huge talon came through the dimensional tunnel along with the voice, dragging Lith to the other side, where his companions were waiting for him. Alua was a rock, a lesser phoenix over 20 meters, 66. tall that resembled a giant eagle covered in golden feathers streaked black all over. With each one of her breaths, world energy amassed inside her body, causing electrical sparks between her feathers. Bright blue core just like you, she's physically much stronger and she's somehow accumulating world energy as I do in my tower form. How and why she does that are beyond me, Solus said. A lesser dragon? Too bad you're not a lesser griffin, Badia, otherwise we might have played Garland's Guardians, she said to a huge snake over 22 meters, 72 feet long. The entirety of his body was covered in bright blue scales streaked orange and blue all over. Bone spikes came out of his spine and sides, making him resemble a living chainsaw. You'd rather be thankful that we Nidhogg's have nothing in common with our forefather, or I'll waste the whole day bickering with the shorty about semantics. Badia belonged to Feniger the Leviathan's offspring, yet he had nothing against dragons. Lith was over 2 meters, 7, tall in his hybrid form, yet he felt insignificant compared with the 2 emperor beasts. Deep violet core and with more strength in one of his coils than you have in your whole body, Solus said. Damn it, I got used to your perfect body refinement to give you an edge over the competition, but I guess that only applies to humans. Don't look so glum, kid. I was just joking. At least you're still a wormling and have room to develop, whereas adult wyverns are bite-sized. The lesser Leviathan's smile was one of the creepiest things Lith had ever seen his whole life. It revealed a perfect row of fangs, each one bigger than war, from which dripped a dense brown liquid that Lith assumed it had to be saliva. At least until a drop as big as a potion flask fell to the ground, opening a hole the size of a bowling ball. Thanks, I guess. Where's the rest of the group? Lith's question made them laugh. It's just the 3 of us, rookie, Alua said. First, my name is Scourge. Second, Zoth told me that your squad missed 1 member to be complete. What the heck of a difference does just 1 person make? Lith asked. It's very simple. This is the enemy army. Alua drew a circle in the soil with one of her talons. While this is Badia and I, she drew 2 smaller circles, one in front and one behind the enemy. With just the 2 of us, the monsters can run to the sides and then spread, making it impossible for us to kill them all. With 1 more member, however, a wave of her wing moved one of the 2 smaller circles to the sides and made appear a third, forming a triangle formation. All we have to do is surround them and kill them faster than they can escape. That's it, that's your big plan. Lith didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What about the abomination? Does your elaborate scheme take that into account as well? Gods, Alua, the kid is right. We never discussed who's going to face that poor excuse of an awakened, Badia said. We can't just draw lots like the last time. When the abomination ran away, the mission almost failed because I had to abandon my position. I'd say to make the abomination decide. The rock said, and the Nidhogg approved. Meaning? Lith regretted not having picked a simpler mission that he could handle on his own. Yet for the Scalewalker armor test run, he needed more than just a few dumb creatures that he could shot down from a distance. The stronger an abomination is, the less they like taking risks. The moment they understand their little army is going to lose, the abomination will sound the retreat and cut their losses by having their main army take head-on the one they deem to be the weakest of our group, Alua said. Chapter 1161, Size Matters, Part 1. Once the main army starts to move, the other 2 of us have to focus on killing the monsters as fast as they can so that the abomination is forced to fight their alleged prey one-on-one, Alua said. I think you're overestimating yourselves, underestimating abominations, or both. I've seen those creatures in action, and they are nothing to scoff at, Lith said while his mind replayed the combined attack of the abomination's hybrids against night. Even one of the masters chosen was enough to take down the entire cleansing team with ease. We are not underestimating abominations, Scourge, but from my aerial recon I didn't spot an eldritch, just a puppeteer. They are rarely old and powerful enough to be a threat to someone of our caliber. The rock included Lith in her estimates. A lesser dragon capable of using origin flames, and already with a bright blue core at such a young age, was bound to have more than 1 ace up his sleeve. What's a puppeteer? Lith asked. A newborn abomination looks like a shadow. It lacks substance and has constant need to absorb all kinds of energy just to keep itself alive. Badia's words reminded Lith of the Wither, the first abomination Lith had faced. After a while, they stabilize and can turn into 2 different types of abominations. Empowered, who still look like shadows, have no physical body, but can talk, reason, and use magic properly. The description matched the master's envoy that had tried to retrieve the orc shaman's crystal from Lith. The second and rarer outcome is for an abomination to find a proper host. Possessing a body, be them alive or dead, allows the creature to permanently stabilize its form and to get full control over the hunger. They are called puppeteer abominations because they pull the strings of their host from the inside. They are hard to identify because they don't leak chaos energy like the empowered and can last longer without nourishment. Lith recognized the creature that had taken over the Dryad's body at the academy as a puppeteer, finally understanding why he had never met something like it until that moment. Puppeteer abominations are stronger than empowered and can use some tricks from the body they inhabit, but that's it. Both empowered and puppeteer can evolve into eldritch, creatures so strong that we wouldn't dare face one without the help of the council. Our foe, however, is so weak that he has to rely on monsters to survive. As long as we avoid getting hit by chaos spells, it shouldn't be our match, neither magically nor physically, Badia said. If it doesn't emit chaos energy, how can you be so sure it's an abomination and not just some kind of undead? Lith asked. It's not an undead because it moves freely under the sunlight and feeds upon monsters. Don't ask me why, but the undead find a monster's life force to be so revolting that they'd rather feed on grass, whereas abominations are omnivorous. On top of that, the creature tried to drag me down to the ground with gravity magic at first, and then used dimensional magic to attack me from a distance before realizing that I'm an awakened. Alua said. I see undead can't use light magic freely, Lith nodded. If you're done asking questions, Scourge, start weaving your spells. We'll commence our attack the moment we are all ready, Badia said. I'm not a clairvoyant, and you dragged me here barely a minute ago. Before I can prepare my attack plan, I need to know against who I'm going to fight and how many enemies I must expect, Lith said. Can't you see from afar? Alua looked genuinely shocked. What the heck do you need all those eyes for then? It's a long story. Lith instinctively touched his forehead between his 2 extra opened eyes. 3 were still closed and almost invisible amid the scales, while the others were all of their natural yellow color. The situation is a bit odd, but it's what you have to expect when abominations are involved. We're facing a mixed group whose main force is comprised of orcs. They also have a heavy infantry of ogres, goblin scouts, and even a shaman, Badia said. What about the cavalry mentioned in the report? Lith asked. That's the nasty part. Alua tapped the ground with one of her talons, turning the mud into a diorama. It represented a man, sitting on a throne carried by several beautiful creatures with 4 arms each. A whole tribe of trolls followed the throne closely by walking on all 4, each one of them mounted by 1 or more goblins. How did they manage to tame trolls? Lith asked. And here I thought that we'd see goblin riders only in dungeons /U0026 looting, Solus thought. Usually different monster tribes never collaborate, let alone trolls, who even resort to eating each other when too hungry, yet a puppeteer abominations makes a perfect leader. It can hide among their ranks and uses its powers to pretend to be an envoy of the gods, Alua said. It used its constant need for light element to create a symbiotic relationship with the trolls, who instead have a lack of darkness element. The closer they get to the throne, the more they revert to their unfallen state. It keeps both the abominations and the trolls' hunger at bay, making also the rest of the army believe that as long as they follow their leader, he will undo whatever damage makes them monsters. Does the shaman have a crystal? Lith asked. Only a few small ones that they found while pillaging the abandoned human cities. The shaman can still use them, but their effects are limited to a small range, Badia said. Before weaving his spells, Lith took flight to study the enemy formation from afar. His aim was to understand what elements would deal the maximum damage and would be the most difficult to defend against. Oh crap! A multicolored mass of bodies occupied a plain the size of Lucia. It wouldn't have been a big deal if, according to the news map, they were supposed to be in the middle of a luscious forest. The monster army uprooted trees just to look for small animals, and ate everything even vaguely edible they met on their path. They set woods ablaze with magic, keeping the fire under control and making it disappear only when they smelled burned flesh. There was no method nor skill in their hunting technique, only desperate hunger. Orcs were humanoid creatures, with an average height of 1.8 meters, 511. They were gifted from birth with a physique that closely resembled that of an awakened after several breakthroughs. They were stronger, faster, and sturdier than humans. Their skin was naturally resistant to most elements, and they would hardly get sick. Rarely an orc would display a talent for magic, but when it happened, the creature would display incredible abilities. Unlike humans, They were all bald, even the females. Their skin was brown as tree bark and almost as hard. Orcs also had enhanced senses that made it difficult to take them by surprise, and were able to display short bursts of explosive strength or speed thanks to fusion magic. Lith had faced them both in their natural state during his boot camp, and in their reverse state in Zalgrish's lab. Chapter 1162, Size Matters Part 2. Except for the shaman, the only danger they pose is their number, unless the abomination gifted them with some trick, of course, Lith thought. Ogres instead were all very tall, above 2 meters, 6'7", tall with muscular bodies that could have passed for humans if not for the deep green skin, the spiky red hair, and the long, pointy fangs protruding out of their lower lip. They wore clothes, made out of the skin of other ogres, goblins, and whatever they usually had for lunch. Their natural strength surpassed that of a magical beast which, combined with their ability to use a crude form of forgemastery, made them dangerous. As for the trolls, they were those who worried Lith the most. They were over 2 meters, 67, tall, with 4 arms and skin of a sickly white color. They had no eyelids nor nose, breathing from 2 holes right in the middle of their face. They had no lips either, revealing their huge maw going from ear to ear filled with fangs. They were skeletal with a swollen belly, as if they hadn't eaten for days. Their hands had long fingers ending in razor-sharp claws, and their bodies were covered by odd-looking scars that were actually extra mouths. Trolls would absorb darkness magic and become even stronger, neutralizing one of Lith's best weapons. They had incredible regenerative properties that allowed them to rebuild their whole body just from a chunk of flesh. To make matters worse, according to the kings of the woods who had fought them, a troll in its reverse state was capable of using light mastery, and the abomination's throne was surrounded by such creatures. They resembled tall men with gray skin, perfect bodies, and gold-colored eyes that glowed with mana, reminding Lith of life vision. A reverted troll would lose their maws and unending appetite, but would regain their magic. As long as they are near the abomination, each one of them might be as strong as an awakened. If we kill the abomination, the entire army will crumble, but the bastard is right in the middle of it. Solus, I'll prepare spells, you focus solely on arrays, Lith thought. On it, don't forget about the shaman, though. Even if they have just small crystals, they can still negate spells in their surroundings by affecting the world energy. They are the bane of all kinds of powerful spells, she said. I'm ready. Lith waited enough time for Solus to complete 2 arrays and for studying the enemy's prowess. Even with their powerful cores, none of the Emperor beasts would survive if the monsters swarmed them, not even Badia the Nidhogg. They had to strike fast and move even faster to keep the abomination from aiming its chaos spells. Go all out from the start, and if you're in trouble, shoot a fireball upwards. We'll do the same. Alua nodded and warped the 3 of them to their respective position. Rocks didn't have access to Salark's origin flames, but they could draw world energy nonetheless, using it to turn their bodies into living thunder. Each feather on Alua's body became a lightning bolt, emitting so much light that for a moment the plane was lit by a second sun. The rock swooped down and effortlessly pierced through the monster's ranks, leaving only a trail of charred bodies in her wake. During the brief clash, she took enough hits and spells to kill her, but in her living thunder form they all phased through, dealing Alua no damage. Unfortunately, such a powerful state couldn't be kept for more than a few breaths. She quickly got back up in the air as her body turned back into its material form, and unleashed the spells she had prepared while keeping an eye on the abomination. I don't have the time to accumulate world energy for a second living thunder, but the monsters have no way to know it. My first assault should have crippled their morale and lowered their blind loyalty to their leader. Acting God is a game 2 can play, pal, she thought. Badia didn't have flashy abilities, but he knew how to make an entrance as well. The moment he came out of the warp steps, he extended his long body toward the sky while roaring with all of his might. A simple earth spell made the ground around him quake, keeping the enemy at a distance as his figure blotted out the sun. The superstitious monsters quivered in fear for a second, but the calm and imposing figure of their god gave them strength. Kill them, the puppeteer inhabited an orc's body, which allowed him to use the same powers of a shaman. A flick of his wrist made the quaking stop, and another produced a bolt of chaos magic so fast that the Nidhogg managed to dodge it, only thanks to the distance separating them. Seeing the huge worm drop down to the ground like a humble servant at a mere gesture of their god gave the monster the guts to ignore Badia's massive size. A single ogre was strong enough to uproot a tree, and thanks to their plant nature, they could shapeshift them into massive stakes. Couldn't that moron take it on Alua while she was invulnerable? Badia cursed his bad luck as the wooden hail broke his scales and pierced his flesh. He had no time to look and notice that, after her initial assault, the rock kept her distance, using her superior aerial maneuverability to not offer an easy target while she unleashed one Tier 5 spell after another. The ogres could feel fury burning through their bodies as they bathed in enemy blood, or so they thought until they realized they were simply burning alive. Badia's roar had been more than a simple scare tactic. He had used the high ground to mix his venom with a water magic spell that had turned his saliva into a drizzle. The powerful acid dissolved all those who dared come too close to the Nidhogg, along with the morale of those who witnessed the mass of ogres melting like wax. To make matters worse, Badia unleashed a Tier 5 spell, Mud Tide, that turned the battlefield into a swamp. His gigantic body, boosted by air and fire fusion, moved like a bullet train, unhindered by the now soft ground, whereas the monsters were now knee-deep in mud. It made it hard for them to even move a step, let alone dodge. With each passage, the Nidhogg swallowed dozens of enemies at the same time while spreading more and more of his venom. They are both insanely strong. Alua rules the skies, closing into the battlefield only when she needs to strike, while Badia reshapes the ground into a deadly trap that he is immune to. Keeping up with their pace will be hard, Lith thought. Compared to the others, his body was too small to make an impression, and most of his spells could match the power of those his companions used, but not surpass them. Most of his spells. Lith walked slowly toward the enemy lines, spreading his four wings that unleashed a hail of plague arrows. A few orcs and ogres fell, but looking at the titans on the opposite sides of the battlefield, the others barely noticed him and thanked the gods for giving them such an easy opponent. Chapter 1163, Puppeteer Abominations, Part 1. Lith raised his right forefinger at the monsters, like a silent accusation they failed to understand. At least until a pillar of light came out of the black claw, mowing down several lines of monsters at the same time as the wormling moved his arm back and forth. The Tier 3 light mastery spell emitted such heat that even those near its area of effect would get burns and their clothes took fire. Lith kept advancing, cutting deeper into the enemy army with each step he took. The monsters stopped staring at him and charged forward, attacking the wormling from every side with weapons and spells. Thanks to their Forge-mastery skills, all ogres wielded blades capable of piercing metal as if it was wood and of unleashing low-tiered spells at will. Lith only needed but one thought to boost the Scalewalker armor to make it form an invisible dome around him that blocked all the incoming attacks, and another to unleash a raging sun on himself. The Tier 5 spell generated a blast of purple flames that opened a crater in the ground and gave Lith enough space to cast a necromancy spell. All the fallen monsters rose from the ground and used the very weapons that their shamans had bestowed upon them against their own tribe. Fear and superstition spread like wildfire, making some creatures attempt to escape just to be struck in the back by a well-placed spell. Lith wasn't as untouchable as Ula nor as powerful as Badia, but he appeared to be inevitable. While the other two Emperor beasts wreaked havoc on the battlefield, not giving the monsters 1 second to think or strategize, Lith advanced slowly, aiming straight for the Puppeteer Abomination. Yet the pause in between his attacks only made him more terrifying. Lith let them come close only to wipe them out in droves, and then have the corpses join his ever-growing army. Some monsters threw away their weapons and groveled at his feet, just to be killed by the undead. Others tried to run away, but their companions killed them as punishment for their cowardice. Then it was their turn to face the walking death and to choose the way they wanted to die, if at his hand or at the hands of those who had yet to see Lith. Origin flames are pointless, and so is war. Our enemies are strong only if they coordinate their attacks but are otherwise irrelevant. Body refining monocore equipment. Lith outmatched the monsters in every way. His allies used only their bodies as weapons, yet they managed to pressure the army as much as he did. No matter the direction the monsters would run to, they would meet others as scared as they were who would run in the opposite direction. Fear turned into panic, and then into chaos. Members of neighboring battalions would murder each other, mistaking them for loyal soldiers trying to stop the deserters, while the truth was that different units had chosen different escape routes. "What about my arrays, then?" Solus asked. "Keeping them at the ready while also keeping an eye on the battlefield is no easy task." "That's why I imbued the Scalewalker armor with full guard. Amid this kind of chaos, you must only worry about powerful enemies while I deal with the small fries. We need the arrays in the case we met the shaman or the abomination. Once the real fight starts, there would be no time to prepare them, Lith replied. In the middle of the three-pronged attack, Westhar the puppeteer abomination regretted not being the god that everyone assumed him to be. The rock keeps herself at such a distance that she can easily dodge even my fastest spell. The Nidhogg moves so fast while going below and above the ground that any attempt to hit him would only kill my slaves. The third guy should be an easy mark, yet I can almost feel chaos energy coming from him. No matter which one of them I choose to face first, the moment I focus on them, the other two will slaughter my army, he thought. Sehan, stop wasting time and bless our soldiers. I'll take on the demon while you keep the other two at bay. It shouldn't take me long, he actually said. But my liege, without a proper crystal, I'm no match for them. The gods. My siblings will help us from above. Westhar pointed at the clear sky where no one watched anything. Receive the blessing of heaven. The abomination clenched the purple crystal, the size of a basketball, that rested on his lap, to extend the area of effect of his scanner spell to all his most expendable minions. Then, by using the power that his orc body bestowed upon him, and the knowledge acquired through the centuries, he used body sculpting to alter their life forces and reverted his minions to their state before the fall. On top of that, Westhar used the mana crystal to force the world energy accumulated inside of it to flood the mana cores of his minions, turning red cores into yellow, yellow into cyan, and so on. The orc ability known as Holy Blessing would further enhance their bodies and magic at the expense of their lifespan. They will die in a matter of minutes due to the side effects of my chisel spell anyway, so I might as well give them a little boost. Even if they survive the battle, I can always blame the curse of the demons for their demise, he thought. The monsters howled in joy, seeing all their dreams to regain their former glory and power apparently come true. They rushed against the Emperor beasts, certain that the heavens were on their side. Westhar even gave the violet crystal to Sehan to give her more confidence. He had chosen Lith because he was the smallest of the three and his orc half, only needed a small crystal to negate all kinds of magic from someone the size of a human. The shaman rejoiced at the gift and used it to conjure Tier 3 spells as powerful as Tier 5, while also dispelling Alua's attacks. Attacking from such a long distance allowed the rock to dodge any riposte, but on the other hand, it also gave Sehan the time she needed to counter everything Alua threw at the monster army. Shit, the rock and the Nidhogg said in unison. Now that the rhythm of the Emperor Beast's attack had been destroyed, the enemy regained their calm and started to push them back. Rocks weren't meant for melee fighting. Aside from their talons, they had no natural offensive weapon. Nidhoggs thrived on the battlefield, but their huge bodies were also a huge target. If the shaman cancelled Mud Tide as well, Badia would be easily surrounded. Alua didn't want to pointlessly waste mana, but she knew that if she stopped her attack, the shaman would ignore her and focus solely on her companions. She tried to blink near Sehan and kill her, but the orc noticed the exit point with life vision and hit the rock with a blast of darkness element the moment she came out the dimensional door. Where the heck did that crystal came from? I'm certain that the shaman didn't have it when I scouted the area from the skies. Alua attempted to blink back to safety, just to discover that air magic had been sealed. Chapter 1164, Puppeteer Abominations, Part 2. The rock couldn't know that the crystal belonged to Westhar, who had researched the powers of the orcs ever since he had taken the body of one of their naturally awakened members. Luckily for Alua, even without air magic, flying was second nature to her. Her sudden attack didn't give Sehan enough time to conjure a big spell, so the darkness blast had mostly hurt her pride. A hybrid? Spite filled Westhar's voice when he recognized what Lith was. How many times do I have to tell your master that I'm not interested in their schemes? Maybe after seeing your corpse, they'll get the message. Lith only saw the abomination pointing at him, a wand made of violet mana crystal before his Tier 4 light mastery spell, Blightburn, disappeared into thin air. The same happened to his plague arrows, and even to the Scalewalker armor's protective field. Fuck me sideways, the puppeteer can use crystals even better than all the shamans I have ever faced. He can not only block spells, but also all external's energy manifestations, Lith thought. The silver lining is that I have yet to employ a powerful spell, and that if I get rid of that wand, he'll be nothing more than a regular abomination in an orc's body. Then Westhar emitted from his free hand a Tier 4 chaos magic howling void so fast that Lith failed to dodge it completely. By sealing light magic, the puppeteer had also blocked dimensional magic. Chapter 1165 Chaos Force Part 1. Alua realized that she had been checkmated, but that didn't mean she had also been defeated. Unlike in games, the rules of a real battlefield could be changed. The rock ignored the shaman and abandoned her position, opening a clear path of retreat for the monster army. The creatures had yet to raise the first yell of victory that Alua unleashed her next barrage of spells against the reverted monsters who were restricting Badia. A hail of fire and thunder bought the Nidhogg the time he needed to dive underground. The flabbergasted shaman did her best to rush toward her enemy, but the rock didn't wait for her and moved even farther away without ever ceasing the dive bombings. The only way Sehan had to keep up with Alua's speed was to fly, but fighting a rock in the skies was beyond madness. Without the sacrifice of her soldiers and the protection of earth magic, the shaman knew that she would barely last a second. A creature that big needs just an opening to swallow me whole, she thought while chasing the rock. With the Nidhogg gone to heal his many wounds with invigoration, Alua darted back and forth, hitting wherever the monsters gathered to keep them from coordinating their efforts. Unfortunately for Sehan, she focused so much on Alua's movements that she failed to notice where the rock led her. The ground opened under the shaman's feet, letting her see the opened maw of the Nidhogg and the black abyss filled with venom that was his throat. Sehan conjured the earth dome that had protected her from the rock, but it barely slowed down Badia's charge. Even rocks empowered by her crystal were frail compared to the lesser Leviathan's body infused with all the elements. The dome crumbled on impact, and Badia swallowed her whole, drowning the shaman in so much acid that she didn't feel any pain as she died. Westhar felt his connection with the violet gemstone disappear and knew that everything was lost. A Nidhogg's acid could destroy inanimated matter easily, allowing them to feed on anything. The shaman's death had not only deprived the puppeteer of his second in command, but it also caused him the loss of his most powerful mana crystal. Without it, his orc body was nothing but a sorry excuse for an awakened. Westhar focused his fury on the hybrid in front of him, using his wand to neutralize all of Lith's spells while his soldiers struck at him in weaves. Each one of their attacks was weak, barely able to put a dent in the Scalewalker armor, but he took dozens of them at the same time. The abomination had dispelled Lith's necromantic spell as well, turning the undead into food for his warriors. With each clash, Lith killed several opponents, but more stepped forward to take their place without giving him a single moment of rest. Fuck me sideways. I had prepared to fight an abomination, the shaman, or the army, not all three of them at the same time, plus a bunch of reverted monsters. Where are the others? He thought while attempting and failing to cast a fireball in the air for the 11th time. It was the convened signal for help in the case any of the Emperor beasts was in trouble. They are winning their battle, but it would take them a while to notice your situation, Solus said. She had tried as well to cast any kind of spell that could help Lith, but Westhar had negated them as well. The puppeteer was so focused on Lith that he didn't even bother getting out of the darkness sealing array, thinking that it would protect him from chaos spells. He was unaware that even though Lith smelled like an abomination, he had no such skill. Damn it, I really didn't want to do this. Solus, keep an eye on my life force. Lith took a deep breath and unleashed a stream of origin flames all around himself. It burned the troll's constructs and the ogre's vines alike, but it wasn't enough to stop the incoming wave of enemies. They smothered the flames with their own bodies and pinned Lith to the ground, leaving him open to a death blow. Lith's scales lifted, allowing him to release the origin flames he had left not from his throat, but from his whole body, burning all those who touched him to a crisp. That was bad. Emitting origin flames while keeping them from burning yourself took a huge toll on your body. You need a break to recuperate. Solus could see Lith's getting weaker by the second. Her only hope was that the enemies wouldn't notice. Keep attacking. He's almost done, Westhar said while conjuring the world energy through his wand and making it take the form of an energy blade comprised of all 6 elements. Despite its form, it wasn't a means of offense so much as of defense. By keeping the elements at his leash, the puppeteer needed but a thought to counter any spell from a distance, no matter how powerful it was. The other orcs used their crystals to bury Lith under a hail of ice, and thunder that the trolls ignored, covering themselves with hard light armor to not give the enemy a moment of rest. Each one of their fists had the strength of a charging bull, but Lith gritted his teeth and activated World Mirror, one of War's abilities. He snatched the control of the spells from the orcs and used them as his own, killing all the nearest enemies before Westhar could dispel them. Simply amazing. Your weapon will make a fine addition to my collection, the puppeteer said without lowering his guard. I admit that I had underestimated you. If not for my minions, I would have already lost. The hybrid had killed over 100 of his reverted minions, but Westhar only needed to sacrifice a handful of crystals to make more of them. Without wings, Lith couldn't fly, and without magic, he could only use origin flames, getting weaker with every breath. Solus did all she could, but the puppeteer didn't take any risk nor created any opening she could exploit. He focused solely on dispelling their magic, thanks to the ability of his crystal blade to detect and counter any alteration in the surrounding world energy. Lith's life forces went into disarray as his human side collapsed under the strain of the fight, and that of the cracks which plagued it ever since Lith had saved Protector. Even his superior strength and his deadly blade were no match for the relentless attack of the monsters who sacrificed their lives just to let their companions strike at him. Monsters filled with juicy life force and more light element than any abomination could eat. Between his weakness and desperation, Lith allowed the abyss inside of him to take over. The beast and the human life force stopped suppressing their abomination counterpart, allowing it to feed for the first time. Lith's scales disappeared, turning into a liquid mass of darkness that devoured even sunlight. Another wave of monsters hit him from every side, yet the damage they dealt was nothing compared to the nourishment they provided him with. Lith felt his strength returning as the pile of monsters turned into a pile of desiccated corpses. Chapter 1166 Chaos Force Part 2. Even a troll core couldn't keep up with the endless hunger of a rampaging abomination, because the hunger typical of abominations didn't come just from their black cores. Their very life force was a bottomless pit that could only be kept at bay thanks to the balance that having multiple cores bestowed upon the master's hybrids, or in Lith's case, the fine-tuning between his life forces. Back when he was a kid, before he achieved the blue core, his hybrid nature had been too weak to manifest. His growing body could barely handle the mana flow of his core, so the abomination side had remained dormant. It had altered his body odor and helped him to mend his wounds from time to time, unable to do more without compromising the human shell. Only when the teenage Lith used darkness magic did the chaos manage to seep out, draining the strength of his opponents. After Lith reached the blue core, the beast abomination hybrid life force had become as powerful as the human. Due to the fact that the human life force suppressed the abomination from the outside, and the Emperor Beast did the same from the inside, however, its hunger was always in check. The abomination side could only manifest its powers through Lith's scales, painting them black and granting him nigh immunity to the draining touch of undead and fellow abominations that originated from their innate abilities. It was only now, after the bright blue core had allowed the three different life forces to merge, that the chaos energy manifested itself in response to a direct threat. The many wounds and repeated uses of origin flames had weakened the other two life forces enough to compromise the balance. The energy Lith took from his victims empowered both his human and hybrid essence, but only the abomination side could feed without limit. The Emperor Beast side was limited by Lith's mass, while the human side was limited by the cracks plaguing it. Just like too little energy made them fade away, too much made the life forces bloat. It was only a matter of time before only the abomination side remained after swallowing the other two. Lith's survival instinct was too strong to care for such details, but Solus did. She could see that while Lith ripped apart a wave of monsters after the other, his whole body became less and less that of a wormling and more like that of one of his demons of the darkness. By my maker, those creatures aren't shadow soldiers so much as undead abominations. Could Lith really be some kind of puppeteer as well? After all, he took over the corpse of the real Lith just like our enemy possesses that of an orc. Solus snapped out of her worries when an even bigger problem appeared. Damn it, Lith's body and his life forces can't take much more. The rampant chaos energy is causing him almost the same damage it deals to our enemies, yet if I stop him now, he'll die anyway. Solus had to choose whether to have him die as a human or live as an abomination, and lose everything he had fought so long to protect. Lith, if there's something of you left in there, listen to me. Cast as many plague arrows as you can now, she said. Lith did as instructed, and Solus dispelled her darkness sealing array. The plague arrows lost their light element due to the black life force sucking even its own magic dry, and became a volley of chaos arrows. Westhar managed to dispel a few, but Lith's three remaining wings had a huge span, and the wand could cover only a small area. To make matters worse, Each chaos arrow was as fast as a lightning bolt, and dozens of times more destructive. They turned everything in their path into nothingness, destroying the crystal wand and riddling the puppeteer with holes so big that one could see through them. Yet it wasn't enough to kill him. Between the many gemstones in his hand and the huge amount of energy he had hoarded, Westhar wouldn't die as long as he had a speck of chaos energy in him. He sucked the crystals dry to mend his wounds and returned the volley with his Tier 3 chaos spell, Doom Hail. Lith tried to blink, but chaos replaced darkness and he had no idea how to use it. The spell failed, leaving him stuck in place. He dodged some darts, others he used enemies to block but took most of them in full. The Scalewalker armor cracked in multiple places, and so did War in the attempt to divert the onslaught from its master's vitals. "You fought well, but well, it's not enough. Farewell," Westhar said while casting his Tier 5 chaos spell, Shattered Star. He had lost most of his army in the conflict, but it had been worth it. Monsters would take little time to breed, whereas by killing the hybrid, he would teach the master a lesson and get his hands on priceless equipment. 2 birds with 1 stone. He never expected a third and much bigger bird made of living thunder to sweep the area. It turned everyone in an area of 100 meters, 330 feet, into a charred corpse and interrupted the Shattered Star spell. The only exceptions were Lith, who had been intentionally spared, and Westhar, who had survived again. His body had been turned into shreds by the attack, yet black tendrils had sewn it back into place at a speed visible to the naked eye, only strengthening Solas's fears. "Good gods, Scourge, are you all right?" The Rock had gone to the rescue the moment she had perceived the alteration in the world energy. "No, he's not." The puppeteer had no time for another Shattered Star, so he conjured Doom Hail again. Alua blinked both herself and Lith to safety in the nick of time, while Badia emerged from the ground and unleashed a Tier 5 spell, Collapsing Volcano. Fire and earth mixed together, turning the ground under the abomination into magma. "I have to help them. I just need a bit more of life force, just a bit more." Despite all of his wounds, Lith didn't feel pain, only hunger. "No, you don't. You need to get to safety and let them do their jobs," Solas said. "What are you talking about? I feel fine, I'm just hungry." "You're dying," she cut Lith short and showed him the condition of his life forces through their mind link. "If you really don't care for yourself, at least do it for your family and for me." Only then did Lith notice that War and Solas's ring were sizzling, but not because of the puppeteer's spells or because of the Nidhogg acid. His touch was deadly to them as well, to the point that he was sucking Solas's life instead of nourishing her as usual. Yet neither the angry blade nor her did leave Lith's hand, suffering in silence just to fight by his side. Lith went into a panic, but he had no idea how to get rid of the excess life force he had consumed. His human and beast side couldn't keep up with the abomination, and were slowly fading away. Chapter 1167, Chaos Force Part 3. As Lith felt Solas's pain like his own, he remembered about his fight against the Odi and found the answer he needed. Lith conjured as much life force as he could in his mouth, emitting a blast of origin flames. In their normal state, Lith's life forces balanced each other to the point of overlapping to perfection. Now, however, after restoring the human and beast side, the abomination counterpart had fed on so much life force that it bloated akin to a boil ready to burst. Lith couldn't decide how much each of his life forces would contribute to the origin flames. He could only hope that, like all natural things, his body would seek to restore its internal balance. The excess life force came out of his mouth, setting ablaze the world energy that the puppeteer abomination had gathered during their fight. Usually, a spark of life force was enough to turn his breath into a deadly weapon, but this time Lith used the equivalent of a forest fire. With each iota of origin flames he emitted, Lith could feel his body hurting from his many wounds, and he accepted it with a smile. The more pain he experienced, the more the hunger that had drowned every other feeling faded. The living shadow that his skin had turned into reverted, being pitch-black scales. "How is it going?" Lith asked, while doing his best to keep the flow of life force under control. If he cut it off too soon, he might not have another opportunity, whereas if he cut it off too late, his life span might shorten even more. "Not as well as you think. Thank heavens we took shape-shifting lessons from Falul. Without them, I wouldn't know how to alter your life forces so to protect the human-beast side while making sure that only the abomination part suffers from the strain of producing so much origin flames," she replied. "I don't care about that. I want to know how you feel," Lith said. "You've stopped hurting me." Solas used their Tier 5 healing magic spell, scalpel, so that Lith's life forces only focused on recovering and suppressing their abomination counterpart, while the latter become weaker and weaker to fuel an attack akin to a volcanic eruption. World energy was everywhere, but to produce origin flames, Lith had to gather and compress it in his lungs before igniting it with his life force. The amount of power he was releasing set the plane ablaze, turning the air into a fire mist reaching several thousand degrees. Instead that bright blue, the flames coming out of his mouth were deep violet, and they turned brighter as Lith's life force mixed with that of the trolls, the orcs, the goblins, and everything else he had consumed in his frenzy, even the grass. The battlefield turned into a white wildfire that spread as fast as the wind and consumed every living being on its path. Lith breathed and breathed until he felt too tired to continue. "It's okay, you can stop now," Sola said while interrupting the treatment and focusing on her own recovery. Lith's equipment was blackened inside out due to the chaos energy Westhar had used to attack him, and that he had emitted himself. "Thanks," Lith closed his mouth and the stream of flames ended. His life forces readjusted themselves, making Lith feel as if someone had put him inside a blender. Great was the price that any living being had to pay to use the chaos, and only the oblivion that swallowed him relieved Lith from his agony. Yet even after Lith had lost consciousness, the white fire spread, following every ounce of world energy that even the simplest spell conjured like a shark on a blood trail. "I guess that's my cue. So long, sucker." Badia had no means nor need to face the origin flames head-on. He dived underground, closing the passage behind him and leaving Westhar no way out. The puppeteer cursed his bad luck and blinked away enough to buy himself the time to open a dimensional passage. Fighting a Nidhogg underground was as foolish as fighting a rock in the skies. Yet dimensional magic required to conjure world energy. The spell worked akin to backdraft, drawing the hungry origin flames on both its entry and exit point. Westhar had no choice but to blink non-stop to escape the encirclement, but the flames kept getting closer until they caught up with him. While the abomination drowned in a sea of origin flames, screaming on the top of his lungs, Badia reached Alua, who was using her best diagnostic spells to understand how severe Lith's condition was. "We need to get out of here, and we can't use spells to do it," she said to answer his silent question. "The kid has bad cracks on his life force and needs immediate help." Free country of Lamarth, beyond the eastern borders of the Gorgon Empire in the headquarters of the Master, a few days before Lith left for Giera. Xenagrosh, the troll abomination hybrid, looked at the gene tank, where the body of Zogger Vaster floated for days in the nutrient liquid that provided his body with all the nutrients he needed to survive the change. The abomination tissues had spread all over his body, and now only a few pink streaks were still visible under the blackness of the chaos energy. Much of Vaster's belly had disappeared, and he had grown several centimeters taller, making it hard to recognize him. An abomination's body was comprised of pure chaos energy that they could reshape at will. Shape-shifting was second nature to them, which helped eldritches to hide their nature, but at the same time made them lose their sense of self first and their sanity later. "Damn, he's changing too much," Xenagrosh said. "The Master could have altered his appearance any time he wanted, yet he never did. A slender body means he's losing the battle for dominance with his abomination clone." "Why do you call him Master even now? It's not like he can hear you," Nandi the Minotaur abomination said while keeping the flow of world energy that coursed through the gene tank in check. "Because that's the name he chooses for himself, just like I choose Xenagrosh," she replied. "I don't get it. My name is Nandi, and I'm proud of it," the Minotaur shrugged. "That's because you're a clone, like Baitra. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you are inferior, just naive. Your original self discarded his name because it reminded him of too many bad memories, the very same that cause you fits of blood madness." Nandi attempted to say, but flashes of his past cut him short. He remembered when he had just turned into an abomination, feeding on his own very clansmen who had tried to help him before moving on the others. He could still hear the familiar voices screaming and pleading him for mercy. Back then, he only felt the hunger, but now the remorse grew as he managed to give each voice a name, remembering how dear to him were his victims. Nandi cried in agony, wishing for the voices to stop and leave him alone. Chapter 1168 Chaos Force Part 4. A powerful slap almost twisted his neck and snapped out of it. "Are you insane? You almost broke the tank." Xenagrosh's voice made the memories fade, returning him to reality. Nandi found himself sitting on the ground of a room that looked out of a war zone. Everything that wasn't protected by the powerful arrays surrounding Vaster's version of Arthan's madness had been destroyed. Broken pieces of equipment were scattered throughout the room, along with the wooden splinters that once had been furniture, and the walls had more holes than Swiss cheese. "I'm so sorry, I just got a glimpse of the burden that your name carries. Now get back here and fuel the machine. Our little scuffle almost drained the energy reserves." Xenagrosh cut him short. Nandi focused on the living mana crystals decorating his skin to conjure the necessary world energy. He used it to restore the arrays, empower the gene tank, and fuel the base's self-repair abilities. "Can I ask you something?" During the last few days, Nandi had learned the hard way why Baba Yaga never left him alone with the children, and why she had sent him to the Master. There were parts of his past so painful that he could speak about them only with those who had gone through similar experiences. "As long as you're not asking me out, sure," she replied while fueling the tank with a constant stream of vitality from her troll core. "Why do you blindly follow the Master? He's but a simple man, whereas even before turning into a hybrid, each one of us had enough power to slaughter an army." "It's complicated," Xenagrosh said. "Try me. I met him about a decade ago, right after one of his dearest students, someone called Nalar, almost died because of what the Academy considered but a practical joke." Venom filled her voice, making Xenagrosh want to spit in disgust. The Master had already researched Arthan's madness for decades on his own, but until that point, he had always followed the kingdom's law. He meant to use the knowledge gained from the Mad King to find a way to cure all diseases without the risks that body sculpting involves. After that incident, however, the Master had taken a more radical approach and considered humanity itself as the disease that needed to be treated. He needed people for his experiments with forbidden magic, and I needed food. Our interests aligned, and so we started working together. The pact was simple. He would use his resources to provide me with a safe house and a semblance of life, while I would use my abilities to supply him with all the subjects and knowledge that his research needed, she said. "That doesn't sound much like an organization, more like a partnership," Nandi said. Neither of us was interested in the other except for how we could exploit our respective talents. Xenagrosh shook her head. There was no trust nor bond between us, just business. Over time, however, the Master became intrigued by my ability to cast silent spells of all tiers, of never aging nor suffering any illness, just like I got engrossed by the juicy amounts of energy his experiments generated. Each one of his failed attempts released so much life force and world energy to keep my hunger at bay for almost a day. Soon we started to compare notes, and once I understood his potential, I offered myself as a test subject. The Master managed to create arrays that helped me control the chaos energy coursing through my body and altered the machine in the attempt to sate my hunger for good. He failed, yet with each one of his experiments, I could feel my strength grow. It was the most amazing thing that might have happened. As you know, after reaching the state of Eldritch, Maugre turns its back to us, and once we master our new state, there is no room for improvement. We become no different from fake mages, capable of learning new spells but limited in their execution by the power of the mana core. It was then that I offered him to find more of our kind. We Eldritches accumulate countless resources through the ages, but we have no way to spend them because of the chaos energy that courses through our bodies, slowly corrupts everything we touch. We can't eat, drink, or even have intimacy without killing our partner. Her words triggered more of Nandi's memories that only a well-timed slap kept from having another episode of blood madness. With each abomination that joined our cause, the organization took shape. At first, we all considered the Master just to be our servant, but he was the one capable of creating arrays that we had never even thought about. He was the one crafting forge-mastering marvels that gave us new power, while the best we could do was be his hunting dogs. Over time, he gained our respect, and his kindness garnered him our loyalty. Thanks to his devices, we could attend social events from time to time, giving us hope and a purpose. The Master taught us how to speak and walk, even helping some of us to remember who they were. We taught him everything we could because we knew that if anything happened to him, the organization would crumble, and we would be back to be nothing but lumps of chaos energy. At that point, none of us was content with surviving anymore. We wanted to live again. Every form of disrespect towards him was met with extreme prejudice, and the most powerful of our kind would protect him 24/7, to make sure that no arrogant brat could ruin everything. It led the new members to assume that the Master was our leader, and we let them believe that. We were his teachers, but he was our friend, our confidant, our only hope. With time, the lie became the truth. Yet we never respected the master just for his power so much as for his undying will and determination, Zenagrosh said. If he's so kind, then where does that people come from? I doubt that they volunteered for the role. Nandi pointed at the gene tank on the left. It was filled with humans whose life force was transferred to Vaster to increase his odds of survival and rejuvenate his aging body. Dregs of society, filth that had no role but to make the life of others harder. The idea of such scum becoming part of Vaster made her sick, but Zenagrosh respected his will. Convict criminals, Nandi said. No, handpicking them would take too long. I'm talking about addicts, drunkards, thugs, gamblers, homeless bums. All people who have nothing to offer to society but more misery. Every city in the kingdom, every slum, has so many of them that even when they disappear in dozens, no one reports it. By taking them out, the master allows the three great countries to focus their welfare on people whose life is worth saving. It's what the master taught Gadorf the Wyvern about choosing his prey, and it would have allowed him to go unnoticed for decades if he didn't start dealing with the slave trade. Zenagrosh said, while looking at her blinking communication amulet with worry. She worried about her little brother, but with the life of her adoptive father at stake, she couldn't afford a single moment of distraction. Chapter 1169, Shattered Dreams Part 1. During the last few days, Lith had attempted to call Zenagrosh multiple times to thank her for helping him to save his family, yet she had never answered. Zenagrosh devoted her full focus on the gene tank and on making sure that Nandi kept his sanity until the master came out. She had learned from Baitra that talking helped. The deeper the connection a returner abomination had with their allies, the easier it became to suppress their violent urges. Every time Lith called, she would just press Tezca's rune for a status report. Everything is fine. The dimensional mage abomination had stayed in Lucia, to keep an eye on Zinnia in the case Knight found a loophole in Baba Yaga's slave contract. Then keep things that way. I don't know if the master loves that woman or if he just cares for her. Zinnia Yavel makes him happy, and those feelings will help the master to adapt to his new condition, or will help us to control his clone in the case he fails. Meanwhile, inside the tank, Zagar Vaster was fighting for his life against the abomination who carried his genes, but none of his burden. He was old and tired, whereas his opponent was young and single-minded, caring only about survival. Their life essences engaged a constant tug of war, one mind attempting to erase the other from the moment they had merged. I'll give you that you're relentless, kid, but if you knew what's waiting for you in the outside world, would you still be so eager to fight me? Vaster said to his abomination double inside the space they shared in their mind. The creature's appearance was akin to the human form of an emperor beast, a projection of how Vaster perceived himself rather than how he actually looked like. The abomination double was tall, young, handsome, and with thick hair like Vaster didn't have even at his prime. The creature had come to life just a few days ago, so he had no idea how to answer. His reply came in the form of draining a bit more of the master's essence, tipping the scale even more in his favor. Vaster had studied the merging process of a clone with his original, determining that the longer a double lived, the closer their prowess would get to that of their source material. Yet despite all of his studies and preparations, the master was the one on his back foot. Fine, do you want to be Zagar Vaster, kid? Be my guest and take it. Take all that makes me who I am. Instead of resisting the pull, the master let his life force go. The move took the abomination clone by surprise, especially because Vaster made sure to add a big chunk of his mind to it. Being so young made the creature focused and unwavering, but it also made it susceptible to intense emotions. He had never experienced pain or hardships. The clone's mind was a blank slate that could only mirror Vaster's feelings. The creature saw the memories about Vaster being a short, but promising youth as a student of the White Griffin Academy. Regular mages took classes about one specialization. Good mages like Lith took two, while 3 specializations were universally considered the mark of the true genius. The young Zagar Vaster attended 4 specializations at the same time and graduated as the first of his year in each one of them. He became a healer, a warden, a forgemaster, and even a battle mage. His rise had sent all academies into an uproar. After graduating, he had become a member of the Mage Association, then a royal forgemaster, and even a spellbreaker. To learn any spell, he only needed to practice it twice, and then he would create an improved version of the same spell that went beyond the expectations of its own maker. He had never been good-looking, but after he managed to slay an emperor beast at the age of 18, all the noble families of the kingdom threw their daughters at his feet. Vaster dated for a while Keel Griffin, one of the royal princesses and Meron's older sister, and Trissa Ernas, Gianni's aunt, but dismissed both of them, thinking that such an early marriage would only hinder his magical research. His talents made him an excellent candidate to become the god of healing, and everyone expected him to become a Magus. But alas, Vaster hit a wall that he was unable to overcome. His bright blue core made him a versatile mage, but without a violet core, he was incapable of crafting the most powerful pieces of equipment, or of casting the strongest arrays recorded in the kingdom's archives. To make matters worse, even though Vaster had unparalleled learning abilities, he lacked creativity. His genius allowed him to improve the spells of others, but all his original creations turned out mediocre at best. The passing of time only made his limits more evident and lowered the expectations that the kingdom had for him. Soon the royals considered him a potential god of healing only for the lack of better candidates and discarded him as a potential Magus. Vaster's family forced him into marriage before his value in the eyes of the magical community decreased even further, and when he achieved the title of Archmage at 25, it garnered him more pity than admiration. Everyone considered Vaster as a mage who had already peaked, as a magical wonderland that once explored, had no new marvels to offer, and that had become no more interesting than your average botanical garden. Marriage didn't make him better, only more bitter. His wife didn't love him, and the feeling was mutual. To Vaster, she was the embodiment of all the filthy social climbers with no magical talent nor use who clung to him out of need, not out of respect. When his children were born, he ignored them, considering them to be just more shackles that the ungrateful society of the kingdom had bound him with. The abomination inside Vaster's mind experienced the emotional roller coaster of his early life. First the undying determination as a student, then the boundless enthusiasm of the youth, and lastly the crippling desperation of the discovery that his magical career was already over before he turned 20. Vaster could feel the creature getting weaker, its grip loosening with the memory of each failure flashing in front of their shared consciousness. Yet it only lasted a second. The creature's naivety also made its outrage genuine, and gave it the strength to overcome the shock, eager to prove to the entirety of Magur that Zagar Vaster was far from over. "Not bad, I reacted the same way, but do you really think that rage is enough, kid? Maybe on the battlefield, but in a lab, it only makes you sloppy," Vaster said while giving more of his essence and memories to the abomination. In the new visions, a now chubby Vaster had started to study Arthur's madness. After drowning himself in comfort food and self-pity, a now 30-years-old Vaster had accepted his limits. It had led him to the realization that with his ability to learn and improve others' creations, he might be able to crack the lost legacy of the Mad King. Chapter 1170, Shattered Dreams Part 2. Arthur Griffin had been a monster, but also a genius who had reached an understanding of the healing arts that still baffled even modern mages. Vaster believed that once he mastered the madness, he would be able to set the foundations for new branches of light magic, and become a Magus just like Menadian did after improving Silverwing's work. Alas, there was only so much that he could understand with the few fragments and blueprints of the madness still available. On top of that, his ignorance about the forbidden arts made everything even harder. To devote all the time that he could to Arthur's madness, Vaster became a professor at the White Griffin Academy. Improving the teaching textbooks was child's play to him, and gave him the perfect cover to look for people who might make up for his shortcomings. Then Vaster knew Duke Marth. Even as a youth, the future headmaster of the White Griffin showed a talent and ingenuity like Vaster didn't have even during his heyday. On paper, with just the healer specialization, Marth was an average student. The truth, however, was that he not only aced every single class, but he also created and shared groundbreaking spells even during his 4th year. Since their magical strength was similar, Vaster thought to have found a kindred spirit and waited for history to repeat itself. Yet even though Marth's bright blue core limited him, his brain made up for it by never running dry of new ideas. He invented the blood resonance discipline that allowed to identify corpses on the battlefield and to recognize someone's bloodline. He perfected the regenerating arts and created new spells that made newly formed limbs able of adapting to their body. Unlike Vaster, Marth's rise never stopped, allowing him to become an archmage at 20 and a professor soon after. To make matters worse, in the short time after his graduation, Marth had also learned forgery and become a royal forgemaster with an ease that left everyone flabbergasted. A few years later, when Manohar arrived at the White Griffin, Vaster knew he was facing a monster in human guise. Unlike everyone else before him, Manohar started the 4th year of the academy while barely 12 years old and gave lessons to his professors more often than he received them. He took the battle mage specialization only because it sounded cool, and even though he soon got bored of it, Manohar still aced every one of his classes by barely skimming the books and with no practice. After his graduation, he revealed to have also learned forgery on his own. As a hobby, he said, because the academy's tools were too primitive for his taste, and he couldn't trust idiots to do things properly. Manohar's endless talent was only matched by his rudeness, yet despite the countless humiliations Vaster had to endure as Manohar dwarfed him on a daily basis, the two became friends. Being a true genius, Manohar became engrossed by the mystery of the madness and managed to fill many of the gaps in the blueprints. Unbeknownst to Vaster, Manohar discovered light mastery thanks to their work together. Unbeknownst to Manohar, even though Vaster's understanding of the light element wasn't as deep, he still managed to improve each of Manohar's discoveries beyond what the easily bored genius could think, becoming the leading figure of the body sculpting field and even learning how to shapeshift. The abomination's enthusiasm only lasted until the memory reached the part where it discovered that Manohar didn't mention such techniques solely, because he had learned them on his own as a student by reading Vaster's books. Then the creature fell into desperation, the memories of how Vaster had been forced to become a High Master. They were the secret weapons of each of the 3 great countries, mages so powerful that they could start or end a war on their own. There was no honor in being chosen as the only High Master of his generation for Vaster. The royals didn't ask Manohar only because he was pathologically unable to follow the chain of command, let alone orders. Marth, instead, was in the middle of an important experiment that couldn't be delayed. Vaster knew that those words were all polite excuses, that the truth was much crueler. They had picked him for the role only because they considered Vaster expendable. Manohar and Marth were too precious to risk their lives in squabbles along the borders of the kingdom. As a High Master, Vaster prevented countless wars by showing the prowess of the Griffin Kingdom to their neighbors. He slaughtered entire villages overnight, and thanks to shapeshifting, he took down fortresses before their soldiers could even understand what was happening. All those feats reinforced the kingdom's borders and damaged Vaster's mind. His superiors in the army and the association justified those murders with the greater good. But it was Vaster who had to raise his hand against helpless children, he who had to live with the images of the carnages burned into his eyes. It was then that Vaster understood that the greater good was nothing but a lie invented by mediocre men just to keep their privileged positions of power. Life in the academy reinforced his convictions every day. Those from magical bloodlines and even commoners would give their all to achieve greatness, whereas nobles would take everything for granted and put minimal effort into their studies. Nobles suck the blood of their subjects without giving them anything in return. They are useless parasites, whereas, with those same sacrifices, a mage fueled by the madness would live long enough to achieve great things, Vaster said to his double, who was wailing in pain. The master had spent years overcoming the traumas that the creatures now experienced one after the other. The abomination relived all of Vaster's failures, his guilt for all the people he had sacrificed for years to no avail. At least until he had met Xenagrosh. She taught him about the existence of awakening and of what laid beyond, abominations and guardians. Abominations were similar to undead, but their potential was unlimited. While undead would rarely achieve awakening and be bound by Baba Yaga's faulty design, abominations were the natural evolution of those who had reached the peak of existence through hard work. Abominations were beings of pure mana, eternally young and capable of accessing to chaos magic, something that no one else was able to do, whereas undeath was just a perversion of life. Vaster despised the Guardians for not sharing their knowledge, considering them akin to the nobles who forced their subjects to live abject lives just to feel better about themselves. Guardians protected an unjust balance, and he knew that sooner or later his organization would clash with them. To learn more about Guardians, he gathered their offspring and worked to restore their ancestral powers. Together, Vaster and the Eldritches progressed in restoring the madness by leaps and bounds, often with the unwitting help of Manohar, then of Balker, and then even of Thrude. The blood Magus was a plague to the kingdom, but a source of inspiration for Vaster, who learned from him how to connect abomination tissues to living beings and how to safely establish a hive mind. His initial project involved the merging of several abominations to form a creature with their collective wisdom and powers. But without a hive mind, there was only madness. Chapter 1171, New Horizons Part 1. Meeting Thrude had been a blessing in disguise. It had given Vaster the opportunity to study a modern version of Arthan's madness, while Manohar's studies on her meat puppets had provided Vaster with the means to perfect his procedure for mixing different life forces. The master had never meant to use the madness on himself. He planned to leave it as a gift for the future generations, like Lith, who he had warned about the horrors of war, or Quilla, to whom he had shown the limits of fake magic. Vaster had hoped that at least one of them would follow in his footsteps and complete his work. Yet after seeing what Lith had managed to achieve as a hybrid, after failing to protect Zinnia, the master had changed his mind. Unlike me, Lith never lacked conviction. He must have become a hybrid by experimenting on himself to fix the cracks in his life force. I've treated him as a student, and I'm certain that he was just a human back then. If I want to be remembered as more than just a mass murderer, I must show the same resolve, he thought. The flow of consciousness and the streak of defeats it carried caused the abomination double one fit of blood madness after the other. Its young mind was incapable of shouldering so many horrors and so much pain at the same time. Vaster kept pouring his life essence and memories into the creature until his external body turned into a handsome shadow with but a speck of pink on its abdomen. Then, the darkness started to crack, forming a vortex that merged with Vaster's flesh, turning it into a shade of ashen gray. The gene tank emitted a short buzz the moment the human abomination hybrid was born. It flushed out the nutrient liquid before opening the lid made of magic crystals to let the creature walk out. Xenagrosh observed the newborn hybrid's movements with her heart full of fears. The wobbling of Vaster's knees could be due to the shock of the merging, but also due to the abomination knowing the concept of walking, but having no idea how to. Its well-fed appearance was that of the professor she knew and loved, yet there was a light in its eyes that didn't seem right. "Master, is that you?" she asked. "For once, I didn't fail," Vaster said while clenching and opening his hand several times to get accustomed to his new body. "Now come with me to my apartments. Before I go back to the White Griffin, I need you to teach me the basics of true magic. We have much to do and little time to do it." Rizar's fringe in the blood desert. Nalrund woke up, finding himself covered in sweat. At first, while looking at the familiar environment of the stone buildings and smelling the familiar scents of his village, he thought everything that had happened during the past year had been a nightmare. The longest, most terrifying nightmare of all his life. The village is safe, and so am I, Dawn. That name crushed his hopes, bringing him back to reality. None of his beast form's enhanced senses could perceive either the arrays that were supposed to contain the horseman or her magnificent aura. Instead, Nalrund could feel the presence of several unknown magical formations, and failed to recognize even one of the voices he heard. Dawn killed them all. Warm tears streamed down his eyes while he grieved his village again. I should have known it. Even if a few Rizars survived her attack, there's no way they could have rebuilt the entire village. On top of that, the only possible explanation for the presence of the woods and of so many people is that two fringes must have merged. A handful of survivors can't have children this fast unless they are monsters. After checking that he had no missing limb and that his hosts had put no restraints on him, Nalrund was sure that monsters weren't involved. He shapeshifted back into his human form and looked around his room. It was a part of a cozy house made of square stones, about 5 meters, 16.5 feet long, 4 meters, 13 feet wide, and over 3 meters, 10 feet high. The room's furniture consisted of a bed, a closet, and a small chest for personal possessions. A large fur rug occupied the center of the room, and kept his feet warm while he walked to the windows to look at the village. Judging by the size of the bed and the room, this place has been built for someone bigger than a Rizar, but I remember to have seen only humans during my recon flight. Either this village is inhabited by emperor beasts or by another tribe of werepeople, he thought. Nalrund closed his eyes for a second, silently praying all the gods whose names he could remember for at least part of the villagers to be members of his tribe. Yet all the children he saw playing in the fields had the form of a Duin, and none of the clothes hanging to the clotheslines had a familiar design. Duins were humanoid emperor beasts who looked like rhinoceroses. They were taller and heavier than Rizars, yet incredibly nimble thanks to their affinity for air and water magic. Their thick skin and powerful muscles made them akin to heavy infantry units that moved as fast as cavalry. While hybrid Razars had been developed for mining operations, Duans were living weapons. Some of the people noticed Nalrond and returned his gaze while pointing at his window. Soon he heard knocking on his door. "Come in," he said with a sigh as his hopes shattered one after the other. Everything from the furniture to the accent of his guests sounded alien to him, yet Nalrond didn't cry again. He had come for closure and had finally found it. The only thing left for him to do before looking for the rest of his group was to thank his hosts. "I'm glad to see that you're feeling better. Are you hungry?" a man in his late 60s asked. He was about 1.7 meters, 5'7", tall, with grayed hair streaked black and brown eyes. His bronze skin was mostly tan, and from the cut eye, Nalrund could guess that the unknown tribe wasn't native of the Blood Desert. He wore a simple white linen shirt and brown pants over poorly made leather shoes. Nalrund understood from both his guests' attire and smell that the man was a fellow hybrid. Emperor beasts would craft for themselves shape-shifting clothes, whereas hybrids usually lacked the necessary ingredients to practice forge-mastery. Despite the fact that fringes were rich in world energy, they didn't necessarily have crystal minds. Quite the contrary, they usually lacked any sort of metal veins as well due to their artificial nature. Both gemstones and minerals required centuries, if not millennia to form, whereas a fringe would be created only under specific circumstances. On top of that, it would only last as long as Magus saw fit, making it pointless for the planet to add more than what was strictly needed. The simple design of the clothes allowed werepeople to shapeshift at will without worrying about the consequences. The stitches were loose on purpose so that they would rip easily without damaging the fabric, making it easy to mend. Chapter 1172, New Horizons Part 2. Thanks for your hospitality and concern. My name is Nalrond of the Razar tribe, and I'm starving. He gave the man a small bow while looking at his soul projection. It looked like a curled-up Duan holding his head between his huge hands while sighing often, something that usually manifested in teenagers experiencing their first crush. If not for his age, Nalrund would have thought that his guest had romantic problems. "There's no need to thank us. All werepeople are family, and you'll be our honorable guest for as long as you need. My name is Kimo of the Duan tribe. Please follow me," the elder said. Nalrund didn't like how Kimo kept looking at him, and his clothes, nor did he appreciate the excessive kindness they had shown him. If a fully dressed Emperor Bias had crash-landed inside our cultivated fields, we would have chained and interrogated them before letting them roam the village. Sure, they don't seem to be protecting a relic as powerful as Dawn, but they should know that just because someone manages to enter a fringe doesn't make them good people. Kimo's projection is usually related to a deep yearning for something or someone. I have a few ideas why they are being so friendly towards me, and none is good, he thought. The elder introduced Nalrund to his wife, Sef. She was a kind-looking woman in her late 60s, about 1.6 meters, 5'3", tall with graying blonde hair streaked blue and hazel eyes. Her soul's projection resembled a Duan who looked around like a scared animal. Sef offered him a fruit platter and oatmeal, which Nalrund's stomach welcomed with enthusiasm. Between all the emotions and the long sleep, he didn't eat for over a day. "I'm sorry for prying in your personal business, but someone looking like a tyrant came to the village earlier. He claimed to be your friend. Was he telling the truth, or is the village in danger?" Kimo had a worried look on his face. "Don't worry about him. Morak is really an emperor beast, and no one forced me to open the way into the fringe. He accompanied me here to check if any more survivors from the Bright Days escape still lived in my old village." Nalrund saw his hosts sighing in relief, while their projections now looked at him as if he was their long-lost son, making him feel bad for doubting their honesty. "I'm really sorry for your loss, child. When our fringe suddenly expanded, we thought that Magur had finally answered our prayers, giving us the land that we needed for our growing tribe. Yet when we found all those charred ruins, we knew that something terrible must have happened, so we looked far and wide for survivors, but we found none," Sef said. "Damn it, between my sour mood and Lith's paranoia, I've become a prick. If they met Morak, I can consider myself lucky he didn't trigger a manhunt. Werepeople are naturally suspicious of strangers, and they must have been afraid that my condition was due to captivity. Soul projections cannot lie. The shadows above their heads mean honest relief for Morak's presence and compassion for my tribe. Then I'm not going to trouble you for much longer. I'll make camp in the plains far from the village, and once my companions are done with the fringe, you have my word that we'll never return nor disclose your position to anyone. There's no need to leave the village. You and your friends can stay here if you want. We have heard many great things about the Razar tribe, and we'd love to hear from you about the outside world. None of us has left the village since we escaped the humans, Chemo said. Thanks for your offer, but I don't think you understood my words. I'm the last survivor of my tribe, and I met my companions while hunting for the Horsemen of Dawn. They are an emperor beast and 2 human mages. Nalrund words made his hosts flinch in surprise and their projections snarl, but it lasted only for a second. Do you trust them so much that you brought them inside a fringe? Seth asked. Yes, I've formed deep bonds with them, and coming here wasn't their idea but mine. They are at a dangerous crossroad in their lives that needs enlightenment, and I needed to make sure that our fringe still existed. 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the Emperor Beast, he managed to get inside by himself, so you can rest assured that even Magur trusts him. Nalrund didn't like to lie, but he had no other choice. He didn't actually trust any of his companions that much. Nalrund had brought them along because he expected to either find an empty fringe or no fringe at all. The presence of another tribe of werepeople changed everything. It's a leap of faith that I must take. The girls never tried to exploit me, but that Morok is a wild card. He didn't know about fringes or werepeople, but once he gets outside and learns about the value of this place, the Duans might be in danger. On the other hand, if I tell Seth the truth, they won't let any of us come out of here alive, he thought. Even if we've taken these lands after your departure, this is still your home, Nalrund. All werepeople are family, so if you trust them, then we trust them as well. You and your companions will be our honored guests. You have my word as a village elder. Chemo extended his right hand, while conjuring a broken rune of water on his palm, which Nalrund shook after conjuring a broken rune of fire on his own hand. Those runes had no real magical property. They were just the experimental serial number that the humans had used to identify the different tribes of werepeople. The rune symbolized their shared past, and its broken state was a memento of the day when they had freed themselves. Even though tribes of werepeople would rarely contact each other, the use of the broken rune allowed them to recognize one of them and guaranteed their sincerity. To all tribes, the act of breaking an oath taken upon their ancestral symbol was akin to stoop as low as humans. I'll go get my friends. You'd better prepare your people for their arrival, Nalrund said while opening a warp steps leading to one of the few spots outside the village he still remembered. Once he made sure of being alone and that no one had followed him, he used the communication amulet to contact the girls and explain the situation to them. What do you mean 2 fringes have merged? Quilla asked. It's exactly as it sounds. I never heard about it before, but even my tribe considered it a possibility. If a species grows its number past what the fringe can sustain, Magur has 2 choices. Either to enlarge the fringe or merge it with another that has lost its purpose, he said. But your people lived in the middle of the Blood Desert, whereas the Duans look more like people of the kingdom. Doesn't merging 2 fringes so far away cost much more energy than just expanding their own? Quilla asked. Chapter 1173, Fear and Suspicion Part 1. Merging 2 fringes is quite simple if you assume that all of them are actually neighboring subspaces, Freya pondered. You can imagine them as a bunch of lands, each one with different entry points that Magur keeps isolated from the outside world, but fringes are actually close to each other and under Magur's magnifying lens. I agree with Freya. Merging them required minimal effort while also leaving me a place to return to, Nalrund nodded. The question now is if we want to stay or leave. Those guys are pretty edgy, and this place is a pain in the ass. Morok could feel the dense world energy of the fringe try to seep inside his body and trigger his awakening. I think we should leave. I would like to stay, but Morok is right. The Duan have all reasons to hate humans, and before leaving our camp, you clearly expressed your doubts about Freya. I'm grateful for this opportunity, but I don't want to take unnecessary risks, Quilla said. Ever since her body had gotten accustomed to the fringe's environment, she could almost hear a voice in her head every time she used magic. At first, Quilla had thought that she was going insane, but after sharing her fears with the others, she had learned that the same thing was happening to Freya and Morok. While waiting for Nalrund's return, she believed to have found an explanation. After all, elemental magic runes can be considered like some sort of language with which a mage communicates with Magur and borrows a fraction of the world energy. Spirit magic runes and royal forgemastering wands, instead, allow the mage to communicate with their own mana core. she thought. The Monocore is just a part of myself while Magur is so big, and with so many mages casting magic at all times that it's normal the planet doesn't even bother answering so many calls. Yet inside the fringe, there's more than just elemental energy. Falul said that by using Lifestream, the breathing technique of the Hydra's bloodline, her grandmother managed to learn bits of Magur's wisdom. If I'm right, that happened because by assimilating the world energy, she also gained access to part of the information stored inside the fringe. I would love to stay here to see if with time and practice I can learn how to listen to Magur. Sadly, between Nalron's trust issues and the hatred that the Duans have for humans, it would be too risky, Quilla thought. I agree with Quilla, we should leave, Freya said. I think I'm nothing like a Kala, but I understand you have no reason to trust me or my judgment. Just leave us outside. We'll warp as far as we can before asking Falul for help so the fringe's position will remain hidden. You stay here and say your goodbyes or try to contact Magur about your double core issue. After all, this is your journey, not ours. I can understand why even awakened are desperate to find fringes. I can feel a sting in the area where my mana core is supposed to be every time that I take a breath or I cast a spell. On top of that, I've never felt this strong before. It's like being under the effects of a body-enhancing potion that also boosts my magic. My mind has never been so clear before, Freya thought. I'm really sorry for speaking so harshly earlier, Nalrund sighed. I didn't expect that the fringe would be still here. It got my hopes up, and seeing your projection being almost identical to Akala's only made things worse. I admit that I don't trust you much, but I was aware of the consequences that bringing you here implied. On top of that, ever since we got in here, I can feel my cores being flooded by world energy. After staying outside for so long, I can feel Magur's thoughts much more clearly than ever before. I want to stay and attempt the ritual to draw the planet's attention, but to do it, I need your help. Can't you just ask your rude friends and let us go? Morok said. I was talking to them, not you. Feel free to leave any time you want. You don't even need my help to get out since for some reason Magur likes you. Nalrund snarled. And leave Quilla with Mr. Tall, dark, and handsome. Thanks, but no thanks, Morok replied. Wait, Morok is right. Why do you need our help when you can just ask the Duans? Freya asked. Because each tribe of werepeople has its own ritual. We may be friendly to each other, but that doesn't mean that I'm willing to share with them the secrets of my people, Nalrund said. I can teach you just the bits you need to play your part, whereas if I show the Duans my ritual, they'll be able to learn it and use it to complement their own. This might be hard for you to understand, but to me, the Razar's traditions are the last trace of my people's legacy. I don't resent the Duans for taking the land of a dead and buried tribe, but I don't like it either. I know it's irrational, but I feel like if I give up that last shred of my identity, this land will truly become theirs and every trace of my old home will disappear. How long will it take to prepare for the ritual? Quilla asked. Just a couple of days. One to draw the ancestral runes Magur welcomed my people with the first time we entered our fringe, and another to conjure the world energy. It works in a way similar to your forge-mastering circles. After witnessing war in action and seeing how similar true and fake magic had become over time, Nalrund often wondered if great artifacts were born when the core of the Forgemaster reached Magur through their work and obtained its blessing. Not to be the lith of the situation, but before going there we should prepare our spells and rings as if we're going into battle, Freya said. No offense to werepeople, but with everything humans did to them, I wouldn't be surprised if our smell triggered them, and they attacked us in a frenzy. I think you're being paranoid, Nalrund shook his head. They don't smell a human from centuries. Judging from how their village looks outdated even compared to Lucia, they are no different from my people. We never left the fringe, so the only improvements we made over time were due to the knowledge that the travelers who managed to enter the fringe on their own shared with us. That's exactly my point, Freya nodded. People never stopped looking for fringes, and based on what they told Morok, the Duans are aware that both human awakened and emperor beasts can shapeshift. Yet you say that their village is old-fashioned, hence no one has ever shared with them modern customs. Have you wondered what had happened to those who entered here before us? Did the Duans just chase them away, or did they kill the unwanted guests to not leave witnesses? Freya really did sound like Lith, yet her reasoning made Nalrund feel like an idiot for having failed to consider such a possibility on his own. Chapter 1174, Fear and Suspicion Part 2. Maybe the Duans didn't attack Morok on sight because they knew that he would have blinked away, and they had no idea how many people he might have brought with him. Now that I think about it, the first thing they asked me wasn't how many Rizars survived Dawn's slaughter or how I escaped death. They only cared about Morok's identity and make sure that I didn't lead an invasion force inside the fringe. Nalrund cast a diagnostic spell on himself, discovering that he was still feverish from the shock of seeing his village rebuilt and inhabited. Oh gods, you are right. There might actually have been other Rizars alive after the fringes merged, or at least some of our books. The Duans might have kept them prisoners to learn light mastery from them and killed them when they refused, he said. Slow down, that's not even something that Lith would think. That's a straight-out conspiracy theory. Freya tried to calm him down, casting a few spells that would ease his nerves and the fever's symptoms. I get that light mastery is a powerful discipline and that your people treasure it dearly, but would it really be worth killing for? I mean, humans would surely do it, but werepeople as well, she asked while dabbing his sweat and cooling his skin with water magic. First magic and physical contact caused an odd interaction between them. Freya felt his fear and anguish as if it was her own, while he could finally understand why despite all the things she had Freya felt so inadequate. He caught glimpses of the events during Nalar's attack that had changed her forever. The repeated rape attempts at the hands of her enslaved peers had destroyed her trust in strangers. Her failure in saving Uriel had crushed her self-confidence and brought her to abandon the career of healer not because she didn't love light magic, but because its practice reminded her of the horrors of those days. Freya had been willing to accept an arranged marriage for the sake of the Salavar household, but only because she had never understood what being loved felt. After being adopted by the Urnas, after seeing how deep the bond between Lith and Camilla had grown, she had found herself yearning for the same affection that her parents and friends felt for each other, yet her trauma kept her frozen in place. Freya's magic had improved tremendously from the days at the academy, but she had remained stuck as the scared little girl who couldn't approach anyone without keeping her hand on the hilt of her blade. In a way, Nalrund could relate to her. After Akala's betrayal and the death of his entire village, he had sabotaged his relationships due to the fear of finding happiness again. As long as he was alone, no one could hurt him, whereas letting someone get close to him also implied the risk of getting hurt again. It was the reason why Nalrund had refused to become friends, even with Lith's family and the Urna's girls. Even after all Falol had done for him and the respect she had shown for his secrets, Nalrund still refused to open up to her. He had managed to trust those who were hybrids as well, like Lith or Celia's children, only because they reminded him of his loved ones. Now, however, the simple idea that the Duans might be involved in the destruction of his village was enough to make him doubt another tribe of werepeople that had shown only concern for him. Damn it, is this the effect of the fringe, or wasn't I ready to see my village again? Nalrund thought. Whatever it is, if I keep letting my grief blind me, even if I manage to find a way to merge my two natures, I'll live a miserable life. You don't understand. Light mastery is more than rare. He sat down, letting Freya's spell cleanse his mind and body. It's a discipline that very few creatures learn and even less manage to pass it down to their own bloodline. It requires a deep understanding of the light element to the point that even those who discover it on their own are incapable of explaining how it works. Then how come all people in your village knew it, and you were even able to teach it to Falol? Quilla asked while pondering his words. They explained why she had failed to teach both of her sisters how to make holograms. Whenever Quilla gave them a lesson, they kept saying that her words made no sense. Because we learned it from Dawn, who is a receptacle of Baba Yaga's teachings. To relieve herself from the boredom of isolation, Dawn invented a method that allowed anyone to become a light master, even to a child. What I'm trying to say is that if the Duans have heard of my tribe's unique ability, there's no telling what they are willing to do to get their hands on light mastery. Please, we need to go to their village and find out how much they know. Much to Morok's dismay, the girls accepted to help Nalrund in his crazy quest, and in setting up the array necessary for the ritual to communicate with Magur. Once they reached the village with a smile on their faces and a spell on each of their fingertips, they discovered that all their precautions had been useless. The Duans treated Nalrund like a brother, Morok like an honorable guest, and the girls like their pet cockroaches. The werepeople shapeshifted whenever Quilla or Freya approached one of them to make it clear how they felt about their presence, but they never did more than glare at them. Nalrund chose an isolated home as their residence, and after telling Kimo about his intention to perform the communication ritual, He used it as a pretext to cast long-range life-sensing arrays. Nalrund had half hoped and half feared to find more Rizars held captive somewhere inside the village. On the one hand, it would have meant that he wasn't truly alone, but on the other hand, it would mean that he had put everyone's life at risk just to follow his obsession. Luckily, the arrays came back negative, and the royal Forgemaster spells of the girls didn't detect the presence of a cloaked chamber within the village premises. Such spells could block the arrays, but they would still be revealed by their wands simply because, just as Nalrond had noticed during his first visit, the Duan's knowledge of magic was quite outdated. Having the same abilities as Emperor Beasts, they could practice all elements and specializations, but without ingredients their ability as Forgemasters, Wardens, and Alchemists were limited. On top of that, just like Nalrund before meeting Lith, having spent centuries in peace and isolation had slowed down their magical research. The lack of any form of interaction with the outside world meant no threats, but also no free exchange of information. A few villages with a couple of thousands of members total couldn't compare with the development of 3 countries, each comprised of dozen millions individuals, who constantly competed with each other. It needed Quilla a few walks around the village to notice that the Duans had no concept of runesmithing or forgemastering spells, making it easy for her to study the level of their magical equipment. Chapter 1175 Painful Past Part 1. Only after the girl's wands, Morok's eyes, and Nalrund's own arrays and senses failed to detect any trace of deception did the fever leave him, allowing the Rizar to relax. Back when I arrived here, you told me that at first, you believed your fringe had expanded, and that only later your tribe understood it had merged with that of my people, Nalrond said. Exactly, Chemo nodded. Yet I don't understand what need you have of a second fringe. I get that over time your tribe grew in numbers to the point of needing more land, but even taking into account the other villages, there is few of you and a lot of woods. Why didn't you move there? Nalrund asked. Because that's the territory of the elves, brother. It's not wise to mess with them unless strictly necessary. They are a wise and powerful people, but after everything they went through, they would rather die than give up on a single centimeter of their land. Chemo replied. Elves, that word shocked Nalrund. Even though he had lived inside a fringe, he still considered them a myth, just like everyone else considered fringes. Yes, they were already here when we entered. After hearing our story, they overcame our differences and allowed us to occupy the plains in exchange for the promise of never getting inside their woods. Over time, however, both our and their people have grown in number to the point that the fringe couldn't sustain us all. We were even thinking of starting a colony in the outside world when your fringe got added to ours. Chemo turned pale at the thought. Without Dawn's massacre, he and everyone else in the new village would have been forced to leave. What differences? According to what little is known about elves, humans defeated them in a war millennia ago and forced them into exile just like they experimented on us, turning us into hybrids just to better kill their neighbors. Elves may belong to a different race, but our history is so similar that they should treat us as cousins. Nalrund was surprised by how easy it was for him to use the word us, even though he barely knew his new hosts. He had never done that with Lith's family, not even after spending months with them. Alas, when the elves see us, they can hardly go past our human half. Chemo sighed while thinking about how many things the two races could have learned from each other if only the elves managed to let go of the past. City of Righia. After Lith had left for the extermination mission, Floria and Tista had to find their own way to contribute to the Beast Society in order to get access to precious resources like enchanted metals and mana crystals. Even though Floria came from one of the most powerful families of the kingdom, Adamant and Davros were outside her reach. The royals had a monopoly of the Davros, and Adamant was so expensive that Orion had forbidden her to use it for her crafts until he made sure that she wouldn't just waste it in failed experiments. Tista was in an even worse boat than her. She had no access even to orichalcum because it was too expensive for her, and the royals didn't trust her skills enough to provide her with the precious metal. You know, this is the first time that being Lith's sister bothers me, Tista sighed. During my travels alone, I've fought a lot of creatures and earned a lot of merits, yet everyone treats me as if I've just graduated from the academy. Do you remember the face that the royals made when I asked for crafting materials? Sure, their faces looked like my father's when as a child I asked him for a pet dragon, Floria chuckled. Don't worry, Tista. It's not because you're Lith's sister, but because you don't have any official recognition. What do you mean? I've done plenty of work for the kingdom. No, you've done a lot of work for yourself, picking the missions that suited you the best from the association. Sure, the kingdom benefited from your actions, but it was just a side effect. Lith and I, on the contrary, performed missions that benefited only the kingdom. We didn't get anything from them except for what our commanding officers decided to reward us with. In Lith's case, crafting materials, and in mine, the royal forgemastering lessons from my father. Floria said. I thought that Orion did it on his own authority, Tista said in surprise. He did, but if Quilla and I didn't have enough merits on our own, it would have been an act of treason. That's why he gifted the wand to Freya, but didn't teach her anything about runes or forgemastering spells. Tista pondered her words for a while, wishing they could go to a bar, a tavern, or any place where to eat and drink. Righia had no establishments, and with Solus gone, they had no housing as well. The two women could only stay in their makeshift home, using their earth magic spells while they talked to make it less makeshift. How are you doing after quitting the army? Tista asked. Better than I ever thought I would be. Between Fallow's lessons and all the catch-up I have to do with true magic, I don't have the time to indulge in what-ifs about my life or murderous thought about Darius, Floria said. By the way, can I ask you something? Shoot, Floria said. I noticed that for a long time you almost seemed angrier with Lith than with Darius. It took you more to get used to Solus's existence than to get over the unfairness of your trial. Why? Tista asked. Gods, Tista, sometimes your naivety is baffling to the point of being cute. Floria altered the density of an armchair until it was comfortable before answering. I come from a rich and powerful family. Having enemies has always been normal to me. People spread awful rumors about me at the academy, and during my boot camp, someone revealed my identity and turned my life into a nightmare. Yet I never took it personal, because compared with all the good that comes with my name, it was small stuff. I didn't get even with Tryon because he was just a pawn. I deeply resent Darius for what he did and what he is doing, but you know what. He's an enemy, so I'm angrier at the thought of how he still abuses Uriel's name to cover his sorry ass than of his actions. You must understand that even if Darius wasn't out for my blood, someone else would. Alone he couldn't have messed up with my career as he did. Let's be honest, Quilla was a disaster, and it gave all those who resented me or my family the perfect opportunity to attack. You see me calm about it not because I don't care or because I forgave him, but only because I already did all I could, first as an army officer and then as an Urnaz. Now, however, the fight has moved to a political sphere where there's no place for a fighter like me, Floria said. Chapter 1176 Painful Past Part 2. It requires a finesse, and a knowledge of the court's power plays that it would take me years to learn. I know that my parents are working on the trial, and I trust them with my life. Screaming and lashing out in revenge is something that only dumb children would do. My mother has fought and buried more people like Darius than I can count. The best move I can do is to wait for an opportunity to arise and use that time to hone my skills, so that if Mom needs help with dirty work, I will be able to perform magic as not even an archmage can. Lith, on the other hand, is my best friend and my ex-boyfriend, Floria said. So what? Darius hurt you intentionally, whereas my brother only hid Solus's existence to protect a huge secret that could cost his life. I mean, a mage tower, people died for much less, Tista said. Tista, have you ever loved someone? That kind of love that makes you willing to risk your life for them, to accept that special someone even if he's a monster, to wait years for him to open up, and yet meet only silence and lies in return, Floria asked. No, I've had a few boyfriends in the past, but I don't think I truly loved one of them. Tista sighed in envy. She could only imagine how painful it was for Floria, yet she dreamed to experience such feelings at least once in her life. I know that back at the academy I had just come of age, but that didn't make my relationship with Lith less meaningful. On the contrary, it set the bar for all my other relationships. I broke up with him not because my feeling had changed, but because I was tired of waiting for him to open up. I spoke with him about it countless times, but he always avoided the subject. I thought that if our feelings were real, distance might help us both to figure out what we wanted. Even when he didn't contact me for 2 years straight, I didn't resent him because I thought that Lith had just moved on with his life, and I was happy for him. Yet in my mind, he was always my precious first boyfriend, who didn't care if compared to me he was just a shorty with a killer glare, didn't resent me for being richer or stronger than him. Lith only cared for who I was, not for my family name. That's why when I dated other men, I refused to settle for someone who treated me like an object or that let his own feelings of inadequacy poison our relationship. Despite all of his shortcomings, I put Lith on a pedestal because at least he had been honest with me. Or so I thought until I learned about Solus. It destroyed everything I thought about him and tainted all the good memories made together with doubts. Suddenly, he turned from the perfect first boyfriend into a complete stranger. How could I not resent him for sharing all the most intimate details of my life with another woman? How could I not feel betrayed at the thought that maybe the things I loved the most about him actually came from Solus? Floria asked. It's harsh, Tista nodded. It's more than harsh. When one of your enemies pulls a fast one on you, it hurts, but you always know that in their shoes you would have done the same. I wouldn't ever expect such a thing from Lith. Not after the wonderful things he said and did for me over the years, like when we met at my mom's birthday after so long or back in Kula. Lith shared so much with me, even after we broke up, and yet he didn't tell me the most important thing. That his life is not his own, and that any woman who gives him her heart is actually sharing him with Solus. I believe them when they say that he never cheated on me with her physically, but that's not the point. The point is that they ruined some of my most precious memories, turning what I thought to know about relationships into a lie. Floria managed to hold back her tears, but she clenched the armrest so hard that the stone cracked. I'm sorry, Floria, I shouldn't have asked. Tista loved her little brother with all her heart, but she knew that Floria was right. If Lith had been his first love instead of just her brother, in Floria's shoes she would still be putting the pieces of her heart together. Don't be sorry. Every time we talk about Lith and Solus, my sisters walk on eggshells to not hurt my feelings. I really needed to vent with someone, especially because there's only a handful of people I can talk about Lith's secrets, Floria said. Tista prepared a strong mint tea for them and took some pastries out of her dimensional item, letting her friend calm down before changing the subject to something less painful. You know, Tista, you may not be a good cook, but your tea is truly delicious. You should teach me sometimes. Mine is nothing but hot leaves juice, Floria said after the warmth of the beverage spread through her body and the sweetness of the cream eased her nerves. Isn't that what tea is? Tista asked. Floria prepared another pot and gave Tista a cup. Oh gods, Tista spat the liquid back into the cup after one sip. I stand corrected, tea is so much more than that. Told you so, Floria chuckled. Are you still determined not to teach Tyrus's universal language? Yes, it would just be a waste of time. It's not like they can't, it's just that they refuse to learn it. We must find a better way to use our time here, Tista said. They started discussing if it was better to join a workshop and share part of their magical knowledge with the people of Righia, or if to become part of the defense force of the city. You could use more combat experience, but I didn't quit the army just to join another, Floria said. What do you mean more combat experience? I'm a pretty good fighter, and after sparring together for months, you should know it well, Tista said. I mean real practical experience, not sparring. Even before awakening, I fought monsters, undead, and even awakened. Nalar's image appeared in Floria's mind for a split second, but it was enough to make her shudder. During your missions for the association, you always had solid intel, whereas when working for the army you have to respond to a crisis, even when all you know are groundless rumors. What are you trying to say? Tista asked. That you have yet to get used to facing a truly unknown enemy. As far as I know, it only happened in Author with Thrud's meat puppets. How did you fare against them? Badly, their powers made no sense, and back then I had no training with weapons. Tista sighed. Why do you think yourself an expert now? Do you have any idea how long your brother and I trained before he got a solid understanding of the basics? Floria's voice held no contempt, yet it managed to irk Tista to no end. Chapter 1177, Battle Against Time Part 1. I get that compared to you I'm green, but I never suffered any crushing defeat against you while we trained, Tista said. That's because I was still getting used to my new body, and because my purpose was to teach you swordsmanship while Falul taught you how an awakened fights, Floria replied. Only in a bard's tale do you learn by getting your ass whooped. For a defeat to be meaningful, you must have lasted long enough to make mistakes. That's why in the army we say that training teaches you how to lose, whereas combat experience teaches you how to win. Floria stood up and beckoned Tista to step forward while making the furniture disappear into the ground. She also took her rapier out of her dimensional item, assuming a defensive stance. Why did you take out your weapons, but you're not using fusion magic? Tista asked, while wielding a short sword in each hand. Humans have no chance of defeating emperor beasts or monsters barehanded, at least at our level. Bare hands are good in a tavern, or if you want to capture your target alive, But on the battlefield, survival requires killing. As for fusion magic, you're shorter and lighter than me and your mana core is weaker than mine. If we use it, you won't even see my attacks, Floria said. We'll see. Tista circled around Floria, who only needed to pivot on her front foot to follow her every movement. After failing to find an opening, Tista lunged to probe her opponent's defense. The moment she put her weight in the strike, Floria stepped forward, using the tip of her sword to push Tista's away. The movement was so quick and strong that to not lose grip on her weapon, Tista lost her balance for a split second, long enough for Floria to kick Tita's shin and send her flying. Now tell me, what did you learn from such a quick defeat? Floria asked, while moving around the fallen enemy like a vulture circling its prey. Nothing, I did everything right, and yet you lost. That's what training is for. Here you can afford to lose, while out there defeat means death, Floria said. You may have left the army, but you sure sound like a drill sergeant. Tista got up, resuming her stance. Again, but this time go easy on me enough so that I last longer than a sneeze. That's up to you. Never put so much weight in a feint, otherwise it's no better than a lousy attack, Floria said. The two women sparred until they were both drenched in sweat, with Floria raising the bar as soon as Tista got better, leaving neither of them a single second of rest unless it was requested. What is that? Tista pointed at a dimensional fissure opening in the middle of the room. A split second later, a small figure covered in cracks and burnt marks came out of the warp. Do you really think I'm going to fall for the oldest trick in the book? Floria scoffed at Tista's childish attempt to distract her. Quick, Lith needs help. Solas's voice was as pained as it was worried. Good God, Solas, what happened to you? Tista dropped her weapons and caught the small stone ring in midair, instinctively casting a diagnostic spell that failed to provide her with any information. Solas's stone body was still charred by the chaos energy, and it missed several small shards. Most of the damage was due to Lith's abomination life force. Only a few of her injuries had been caused by the puppeteer. It's a long story, and bringing you up to speed with a mind link would give you mana poisoning. I need you to warp at the city entrance, where Lith's teammates will bring him for treatment, Solas said. Why did you leave him if he was in such a dire condition? Tista asked. Because we worked with awakened Emperor beasts. They are bound to use invigoration to assess his wounds, and I couldn't afford to be discovered, Solas replied. How bad is he? Looking at the stone ring's battered state, Floria was once again shocked by how deep the bond between Lith and Solas was. Even when she seemed to be at death's door, she didn't seem to care much about her own condition, just like Floria would. Very, his life force took a huge hit, and I'm the only one that knows how to fix it. I need one of you to wear me and keep me as close as you can to him. That way I'll mend his wounds and Lith will mend mine, Solas said. Thank the gods Falul had me practicing shapeshifting on Lith's life force for months. Not only do I know it like the back of my hand, but since shapeshifting is just an enhanced version of body sculpting, I can use it to stabilize his two life forces until their natural balance is restored, she thought. It's up to you, Tista. You're a much better healer than me. Let's use invigoration to get our strength back, and don't hesitate to use my vitality. Floria put the ring at Tista's finger and opened a warp steps at the same time. Tista nodded, realizing that Solas would need all the help she could get to not get her own life force damaged. On the one hand, thanks to her tower half, any damage she might take wouldn't threaten her life, only dissipate part of her mana core. On the other hand, it would destroy years of patient wait and hard work to restore her physical body. Between her reforming tower core and Lith's bright blue core, Solas's features could almost be seen under her luminous skin. Tista believed that getting back a fully human appearance was the last step before gaining a body made of flesh and blood. Aside from Lith, she was the one who knew Solas better, having spent with her most of the little free time she had. Solas had shared with her all of her doubts, her dreams about the future, and the hope to one day become able to take even a single step on Magus without the need of the tower. She's so damn close to achieving the dream of a lifetime. I can't let her lose everything once again. I know there's nothing that Solas wouldn't do to save Lith, but if she regresses back to a wisp, I don't know if her sanity will hold. Tista thought while her mind spun at full gear trying to find a way to overcome the crisis. Solas was still too weakened from both the fight and the chaos energy that had ravaged her stone form to think clearly. Even though she was now separated from Lith, the still lingering darkness tainted the stone and made Tista's finger burn. There was a good reason why Salark the Phoenix had forbidden Balker to even study chaos magic. While normal darkness magic affected matter and mana, chaos could affect even the mind. To cure the effects of the former, it was necessary to cleanse the darkness and then heal the body through light magic. Treating the latter, however, required much more than that. Chapter 1178, Battle Against Time Part 2. What made surviving to chaos magic so hard, even for its caster, was the fact that it would strike at its target and drain it of all of its light element until the chaos turned into darkness, making the spell hit 3 times. The first damage would take place when chaos struck, the second once the lack of light element would cause a toxic imbalance in the body, and the last when the darkness element produced from the chaos would spread without encountering any resistance. Casting a chaos spell was not only so demanding in terms of mana that even eldritches took care of not using them indiscriminately, but also extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake controlling it would induce madness. It was the reason why not even guardians used it, and why usually very few abominations lived long enough to become eldritches. The effects of chaos magic combined with their relentless hunger and isolation would turn them into mindless creatures, easy to find and even easier to put down. Only those with outstanding mental fortitude and discipline could resist the effects of chaos magic long enough to master it. Salark believed that Balker didn't fit the bill due to his cracked psyche, just like Lith. Tista thought back at all the lessons about body sculpting she had followed at the academy, at home under Lith's guidance, and during Falul's apprenticeship. Solus, connect with the city's mana geyser again and use it to recover as much as you can, Tista said via their mind link while the 3 of them waited for the Emperor Beasts to return. By my maker, my condition must be even worse than I thought if I failed to remember about the geyser. Thanks, Tista. Solus was so shocked at Lith's most recent transformation that she had a hard time thinking clearly. She had come close to losing him many times, but even death couldn't compare to the horror of Lith being turned into an abomination, not just because of the agony she had physically experienced, but also because of what would happen if the transformation became permanent. It would mean to be forced to follow the master, and to never be able to feel his touch again until a cure was found. While they waited, Solus started to share with the mind link everything that had happened, using mostly words to avoid mana poisoning and resorting to images only when strictly necessary. Good gods! Floria used her best healing spells on the stone ring the moment she recognized the black energy typical of the abominations. During the monster outbreak caused by the Master's hybrids, the army had collected plenty of data about chaos from the lucky soldiers who had managed to survive. It had taught them how to cure chaos at the cost of several lives. Light couldn't heal such injuries, but it kept them from spreading before it was too late. The light element flooded Solus, having no effect on her stone body just like Floria expected. Yet it turned the still lingering chaos into darkness element that Floria proceeded to destroy with surgical precision by using focused darkness pulses. Only then did all the aftereffects of Lith's abomination form disappeared from Solus. Her mind suddenly became clear, and pain left her body, allowing her to absorb energy from the underground mana geyser more efficiently. How did you know it would work? Both Tista and Solus thought in unison. Not everyone manages to dodge all spells like Lith usually does. The more the army fights against the abominations, the more we learn. The reason you didn't hear about this kind of treatment is that it has only been recently discovered by the Balker department, Floria replied. Solus's stone body has just started to regenerate when a warp steps opened right in front of Zoth the New, the mayor of Righia. Damn it, we need help. I've never seen this kind of injuries or of life force. No matter what I do, the kid keeps losing blood, mana, and life essence, Alua the Rock said while carrying Lith in her arms. His body was limp, and puffs of black flames came out from the many open wounds that refused to heal. The left wing had yet to regenerate, losing so much energy from its torn extremity that it looked like a torch. Alua now looked like a woman in her mid-20s, with wheat blonde hair and eyes, who was now drenched in blood, guts, and dirt from the fight. She had assumed human form solely to better take care of her wounded companion, so she wore no clothes. The few humans working at the defense outpost were so enthralled by her glossy golden skin and beauty that they barely noticed the wormling. Everyone else just didn't care. Someone calls his companions, they must know something, Badia the Nidhogg said. He now looked like a handsome man in his early 30s, with ashen skin, raven-black hair, and eyes. He had the body of an athlete at his peak, a living symphony of flesh and muscles that would have usually given the girls a lot to talk about, but time was of the essence. Leave him on the ground, and I'll do the rest. Tista said while using invigoration on both Lith and Solus. The good news is that ever since their arrival, your recovery rate is simply out of this world, Solus. The bad news is that I've no clue what I'm looking at, she thought while examining Lith's twisted life forces. The hybrid side was still in disarray, and the damage was evident. Even though it lacked cracks or signs of permanent damage, the life force that usually looked like a burning star surrounded by a black sphere was deformed into a gurgling pot. The sphere resembled a liquid egg whose surface boiled, oozing a black liquid that sizzled just before reaching the flame of the bright blue star. The last time Tista had seen Lith's life forces, its three components had started to blend into each other, taking a new shape that her brother assumed it was a sign of him becoming a whole new species. Now, however, there was no balance between them. The black of the abomination covered everything like a thick shroud, threatening to smother the blue of the beast. On top of that, checking on Lith's human life force was made even harder by the bloated sphere that completely overshadowed it. Being close to Lith is akin to invigoration to me, just slower. Once I get also linked to a mana geyser, my strength becomes nigh endless, Solus replied. The problem here is that I can't take too much world energy without blowing my cover, and that I need most of it to heal my own wounds. I only need a few minutes to fix my body, but Lith doesn't have that long. Tista, Floria, I'll use your vitality first, so make sure you time your invigoration right. Wait until you've lost 3/4 of your energy, or you'll not last long enough. I would use mine, but until my body recovers, I can't risk pain compromising my focus. Darkness fusion is ineffective on my stone body because in my case, pain means I'm in critical condition, Solus said. Don't worry about us. Just tell us what you are doing so that we can help you in case something goes wrong, Floria said. Chapter 1179, Conflicting Forces, Part 1. Okay, first, we need to stabilize Lith's human life force. I know that the abomination side looks ugly, but the beast side keeps it under control, whereas if the cracks on the human life force spread any further due to the ongoing conflict, Lith might die, Solus said. She showed them how to listen to the melody of the different life forces and how to use it to find their real patient. Solus's scalpel spell produced golden tendrils that bypassed the hybrid life force and found the human side that was getting weaker by the second. The blue flame evaporated the black ooze, but the human life force had no defense against the noxious gas produced by their battle. Lith's original life force was supposed to look like a mix of red Lego bricks and structures formed by an erector set, but now the dark mist dulled the red. It seeped through the small gaps that allowed the single pieces to move and coated the surface of the red blocks with an ooze that poisoned Lith's body from the outside. Solus used the golden tendrils to form a blanket that stopped the fog from reaching the bricks. She needed to constantly spend mana and vitality to fight the erosion caused by the abomination side to Lith's life force. As soon as the golden barrier stopped the onslaught, the human side started to purge the black ooze and regained its vitality with a speed visible to the naked eye. Okay, this is the most important part. We need to keep Lith's human side stable and protected, Solus said. Remember that we can't consider his life forces as separated as it happens with Nalrond. Here, any action on one of them affects the others. On the one hand, it makes Lith incredibly resistant to effects like Huriel's slave spell. On the other hand, however, it means that the moment I start the procedure on the abomination side, the other two might mistake me for an enemy and attack my spell. If that happens, I'll need your help to keep them at bay, Solus said. Good gods, do you really have already found a cure for his condition? Floria asked. That's what I hope. Even though I could do nothing to stop it, I watched the whole process of Lith going abomination and back. While you're trapped in a stone body, incapable of doing anything, seconds seem to last hours. Despite the pain I endured, I never stopped thinking about how to help him. On top of that, I'm pretty good with the healing arts. My mom even said that I'm blessed by the light. Solus chuckled, thinking back at Menadian's words. By my mom, that's it. Solus suddenly realized how to further improve her technique. Earth and light are the elements of creation that balance darkness and fire, the elements of destruction. Chaos is still darkness after all. She used earth fusion, but instead of making it circulate through her body, Solus used the earth element to coat the light that comprised her barrier. The orange energy of earth formed an external layer, greatly reducing the strain on Solus's mana consumption. Can someone relieve me from keeping the human side stable? She asked, after sharing her discovery with the others. That way I could fully focus on the hybrid life force and greatly increase my odds of success. I'll do it. Tista already had a splitting headache that only invigoration and light fusion managed to relieve, but she didn't hesitate to further increase her burden. Feeding Solus with the vitality she needed, while also sustaining the information exchange necessary for the treatment via the mind link weakened her body and poisoned her core. To make matters worse, Tista was a talented mage, but keeping up with a genius required a lot of her focus already. Solus was so used to work with Lith that she shared every single observation she made and every idea that crossed her mind, bombarding her two companions with information that kept piling up. Tista produced golden tendrils of her own and replaced Solus's. High-tiered light spells were designed so to allow the imprint to be easily changed in the case the starting healer needed rest. She only had until the orange layer crumbled to learn on her own how to channel pure earth elemental energy along with her spell. Otherwise, the protective layer would crumble, and the black fog would drain her energy faster than she could recover it. Floria noticed her distress and shared with Tista part of her own vitality without saying a word. Solus already talked for 5 people, oblivious of the mana poisoning she caused. Okay, now it's time to fix this mess. My first idea was to use light magic on the abomination side to make the still lingering chaos turn into darkness and restore the balance. Then I remembered that chaos feeds on light and that the abomination side is alive. Light might just feed it and make things worse. We must consider it akin to a parasite or cancerous tissue and treat it with darkness. Solus coated her scalpel's spells with darkness magic and cut with them at the swollen areas of the abomination side of Lith's life force. The burst of origin flames had failed to completely remove the excess of light element that had been absorbed during the fight and now caused the imbalance. Solus had to make one small incision at the time because she had no idea how much energy the abomination side still stored, and she wanted to avoid inflicting an injury on Lith's life force. No matter how careful she was, with each cut she made, Lith's body would experience a small seizure that forced Alua and Badia to help Tista to keep Lith still. "Can't you anesthetize him or something?" Tista asked while on the verge of tears. For a healer, treating their own family from such severe injuries was a taboo because using body sculpting required a clear mind and a cold heart. "Sorry, I can't. I've never worked on an abomination, and its life force is akin to a black ball of goo. Without studying Lith's reaction, I have no idea if I'm cutting too deep or too shallow. Too deep and I could give him new cracks, too shallow and we'll run out of energy before the end of the procedure. Either way, Lith would die." Solus would have cried as well in Tista's shoes, but her concentration while using scalpel left no space for emotions. After each incision, it would take barely a second for the damage sustained by the abomination side to heal, but Solus could see that it would also reduce the amount of black ooze it produced. After a while, the hybrid life force started to return to its original shape. The more Solus forced the abomination side to consume the excess energy to heal itself, the more ground the beast side regained. She would have rejoiced if not for the fact that her mana reserve ran dangerously low despite the mana geyser. Destroying the darkness element required to employ the same amount that plagued the patient, but Solus was dealing with chaos. The treatment was the same, but every time she didn't coat her scalpels with enough darkness, the chaos would feed on the light element and gaining more energy than what she had removed. Chapter 11, 80 Conflicting Forces, Part 2. On top of that, the chaos would also devour the mana she had used, forcing her to cast the Tier 5 spell again. If she used too much darkness instead, the other life forces would react to the threat by sharing part of their energy with the abomination to protect it. The slightest mistake would just make the situation worse, requiring Solus to spend more mana than what she absorbed from the geyser. "You did enough, now get some rest while I continue the procedure," Floria said. She could see thanks to invigoration that Solus was on the verge of collapsing due to mana abuse. Solus had yet to recover from the damage that Lith's abomination form had inflicted upon her. Using so much mana while in a debilitated state had caused the black scars on her stone body to spread dangerously close to her life force. "I can still go on, and you never performed body sculpting on Lith," Solus said, yet she was so weak that Floria needed but a gentle push to force Solus's spells to back away. "You're right, I didn't, but I've watched you long enough to understand what you are doing and why. I know I'm no genius healer, but I'm more than capable to buy you a few precious minutes of rest," Floria said. "Let's see, it's all a matter of balance, so what if instead of treating the abomination side like a parasite, I consider Lith's life forces akin to 3 warring states? They are at battle with each other, but they always reacted in unison when perceiving a common threat. Following that reasoning, Floria performed cuts even smaller than Solas's, but each time she provided the other two life forces with part of her vitality. The approach allowed her to weaken the Abominatio side from 3 fronts at the same time. Every time her scalpel struck, it created an opening that the human and the beast sides exploited to suppress the chaos energy with minimal side effects on Lith. Floria's technique allowed her to keep stabilizing him at the same pace as Solas despite the gap in their healing skills, but it also drained huge amounts of energy. Unlike Solas, however, she could regain it by using invigoration, and she could perform the procedure without burdening neither of her companions. Solas appreciated both Floria's help and ingenuity, using every second she got to reconsider her treatment. At the same time, thanks to Lith's situation improving by the second and the rest, her stone body had almost fixed itself, allowing her to channel most of the world energy into her spells rather than to keep herself together. Floria's treatment is foolproof, but it consumes too much energy to be effective, whereas mine is more efficient, but it's also more dangerous. At least whenever she makes a mistake, Lith's condition doesn't improve, but it doesn't get worse either. Maybe I can fuse the two methods into one, Solas thought. She reduced the number of cuts she performed at the same time, and used the remaining mana to fuel the other two life forces, as soon as she made sure to have destabilized the Abomination side. This way, not only did she decrease the risk of mistakes by using less darkness energy, but she also made each cut last longer. The constant pressure exerted by the other two life forces kept the Abomination from healing, making it gradually lose ground until it was a perfect sphere again. Okay, Tista, it should be safe to let go of the human side now. With the Abomination under control, we can finally treat his injuries without our healing spells being absorbed, Solas said via their mind link. The moment Tista dispelled the barrier of light and earth magic that insulated Lith's life force, his external wounds started to close at a speed visible at the naked eye. All cuts disappeared, and even his maimed wing regenerated until he returned whole. "Did you do that?" Tista asked Floria, too tired to sustain the small damage that the mind link inflicted them with each thought they shared. "No, I thought it was you." Between their earlier spar and the healing, Floria had used invigoration so many times that the breathing technique had almost no effect. They both looked at Solas for an answer, but now that Lith was out of danger, she finally looked at them with mana sense. Their bodies were on the verge of collapse due to mana abuse, and their cores ran on fumes. To make matters worse, both girls had too much of Solas's mana coursing through their bodies, because of the prolonged use of the mind link during the procedure. "Damn, I talked too much," Solas thought. "Thank heavens I wasn't alone. I wouldn't have been able to handle that kind of wounds on my own, not even at the cost of my life force. I wonder what the heck has just happened." The answer was actually simple, yet exhaustion kept the 3 girls from thinking straight. Lith's wounds had remained open despite Alua's and Badia's best efforts, because his Abomination side had hogged all the light energy that entered his body. Now, however, with the balance almost restored, the human and beast side had squeezed part of the excess energy the Abomination still had, forcing it to heal Lith. This way they had fixed their body and further depowered the Abomination. 2 birds with 1 stone. "I'm impressed, kid. Despite your young age, you managed to solve a problem that I couldn't even understand." Alua offered Tista her hand, who only shook it after making sure that Solas had slipped back at Lith's finger. "It was all teamwork," she half said and half panted. The rock had seen the mind link with life vision, just like she could see that Tista could barely stand. Alua gave her as much vitality as she could spare, while Badia did the same with Floria. "Do you need a ride home?" the Nidhogg asked. The reply came in the form of Solas opening a warp steps leading to their building. "No, thanks. I would like to chat a bit, but my big brother needs rest, and so do we." Floria carried Lith in a princess carry, being careful that his wings didn't touch the edges of the dimensional corridor. Badia would have loved to exchange his communication rune with Tista, but unfortunately, no dimensional item was so big that it could fit his beast form and not impede his movements. Belonging to the bloodline of a guardian meant to inherit their power, along with all the troubles of finding the massive amount of resources that their huge bodies required to make proper equipment. "I'll drop by later to see how Scourge is recovering if it's not too much of a bother," he said with a charming smile. "Sure, see you tomorrow." Tista was too tired to realize the implications of his words or even to notice that Badia was still stark naked. She replied out of habit, only wishing to reach her bed and not to get up for a few days. I'm not an expert on Emperor Beast, but that one sure looks nice. I never thought you would flirt on a patient's bedside, let alone your brother's, Floria said with a chuckle as soon as the steps closed behind them. Chapter 11, 81 Inner Demons Part 1. Unluckily for Tista, her companions had enough energy to not miss what had just happened. First, I don't even know who or what he is. Second, I'm too tired to even care about him. Gods, this day has barely started and I can't wait for it to end, she replied, feeling the energy Alua had given her being drained by the second. Once inside, Solus assumed her tower form to boost everyone's recovery ability, but to not get noticed by the arrays protecting Rigia, the transformation required much longer than usual. Tista fell asleep on the ground as soon as one last diagnostic spell confirmed to her that her brother was fine, while Floria went to the nearest fountain to fill a few flasks with the nutrients potion from one of its taps. I'm too tired to eat anything, but we need to recuperate, especially Lith. It will be easier making him swallow something that tastes like honeyed milk rather than like crap, she thought, wishing that Falul had allowed Quilla to teach her the IV spell. Once she returned home, the tower was finally ready. Thank you for your help, Floria. Solus carried both their unconscious friends with spirit magic in their respective rooms while dripping the first potion in their mouths. Are you sure you can afford shapeshifting? You've gone through a lot as well. Maybe you should remain a ring until you haven't fully recovered, Floria said with a worried look on her face. The tower looked as big and strong as usual, but Solus appearing only in her wisp form made Floria aware of how tired she was. Don't worry about me, I've seen worse. Floria could have sworn that despite being just a wisp, Solus had just made one of the sweetest smiles she had ever seen. Floria gulped down a couple of potions and went to bed, too tired for arguing even a second longer. The moment she disappeared behind her door, Solus entered Lith's room to check on him one last time before going to her bed. She rolled over his chest, feeling reassured by its rhythmical breathing and falling asleep without even noticing. Blood Desert Fringe. The Duan tribe did its best to make Nalrund feel as one of their own, so they didn't take it well when he refused to share with them any detail about the Razar's ritual to commune with the planet, and preferred to ask for the help of the humans instead. They would even use warp steps to reach a location away from the village, so that no one might casually stumble upon the ritual. I get that you must still be grieving your tribe, young man. I also understand that seeing a bunch of strangers living in your village mustn't be easy for you, yet I want you to remember that all werepeople are part of the same tribe, Chemo, the village elder, said. Thanks for your kindness, but I beg to differ. Nalrund shook his head. Our ancestors share their origins, but that's not enough to make us family. Besides, I'm not planning to stay. There's nothing for me here. How can you say that? Chemo could barely hide how upset he was. We may not be Razars, but we are still your people, just like this is still your village. As the last survivor of the Lightkeepers, you have a duty to uphold. Are you really going to let your legacy die with you? That's exactly the reason why I want to speak with Magur. Our people have got too used to live in peace and have forgotten the reason why we searched for the fringes in the first place, Nalrund said. It wasn't just to hide and cower from the rest of the world like cowards. We came here to find a safe place where to research a way to undo what has been inflicted upon our people, or to at least merge our life forces into one. We don't have the long life of Emperor Beasts, we can't awaken, and we have to fight at all times with our other half. Rather than dooming someone else to this existence, I prefer to gamble on contacting Magur. If I succeed, I'll dedicate my life to make sure that werepeople become a proper race. If I fail and survive the meeting, I don't plan to stay here either. I've learned more in the year I spent outside than in my whole life inside the fringe. If I decide to have children, I want them to grow free to experience everything that Magur has to offer, to see the marvels of forgemastering instead of spending their lives like frogs in a dignified well. What about light mastery? It's a great power that could give werepeople the strength to fight our enemies. Can't you at least share its basics with us before attempting this madness? If Magur kills you, centuries of your people's hard work will be lost forever. Chemo tried to make Nalrund reason, but his words fell on deaf ears. My people did very little. All I know comes from Dawn. Saying that name made Nalrund spit on the ground in disgust. The most important thing my new master, Falul, taught me is that knowledge cannot be granted, it must be earned. I won't teach you anything because it would only make you conceited as it happened to my tribe. Besides, what enemies are you talking about? We have no enemies. The rest of Magur has forgotten about us. I can see the damage that the outside world has done to you. You speak of were-people as us, yet you treat Duans as strangers as soon as the power of light mastery is involved. Chemo said. That's because we are strangers. Nalrund warped away, tired of hearing that nonsense. He reached an ample clearing, and from there he warped again to an underground complex of caves. It dated back to the early days when the Razars had entered the fringe and had mined it in search of minerals or metals. Is everything all right? He asked while checking the runes carved along the ground, the walls, and the ceiling. The group had covered the caves with magic circles comprised of 6 runes, each infused with a different element. By merging them together, once a circle was completed, it would generate an artificial flow of world energy. We're just bored out of our heads, Freya said with a sigh. The circles were all the same, so after a while, the initial enthusiasm had been replaced by the annoyance of doing the same thing over and over again. On top of that, they had also to regularly recharge the finished formations to keep them from fading away. Why are you so late? Did someone give you the speech again? Chemo, the old man doesn't know when to give up. Nalrund stared in awe at the nigh-finished work. Summoning Maugur's consciousness required so much talent and raw power that he had feared 4 people wouldn't be enough for the task. The runes they had employed were merely containers for the mana necessary to boost the energy signature of its user to the point that it would appear as powerful as that of a guardian. Chapter 1182, Inner Demons Part 2. I don't like that guy, Quilla said. Actually, I don't like anyone here. They all treat us like garbage, and I don't think you should trust them. Their soul's projections are weird. Soul's projections were no mind-reading. Yet thanks to them, it was impossible to not notice how everyone in the Duan village cared for the Razar way much than it was appropriate. The way the soul projections of the Duans reached out for Nalrund, whenever they saw him, could either mean a great affection or a deep greed. I noticed it as well, Nalrund nodded. They despise all of you, even Morok, just because you are outsiders, yet they treated me like a savior ever since we met. Today Chemo brought forward the light mastery topic. I think that they hoped I would stay here and entrust them my legacy. Speaking of legacies, before continuing with our job, there are a few things we would like you to ask Maugur in our stead, Quilla said. I know what you are about to say, how to survive awakening with your violet core and what should Freya do with her life. Is there anything for you, Morok? Nalrund asked. Yes, ask how to act less of a jerk because you need it. Do I speak like that as well? Both men didn't mince words, and meeting his equal had shown Morok how annoying he was. You are worse, the girls said in unison without a shred of hesitation, making the tyrant slouch. Actually, there's something else that I'd like you to ask as soon as you are done with your personal matters. You are the one putting your life on the line for this, so you have the right to question Maugur to your heart content. But in case it accepts only a few questions, my awakening is not a priority, Quilla said. Same here, I've already got a lot to think about. Freya looked at her own soul projection, pondering its significance. After spending enough time with the members of the Duan tribe, she had noticed that projections were supposed to show their owner's most intense emotion according to their situation. A hungry child would manifest a Duan eating sweets, a tired farmer would show themselves resting, whereas what Freya did or how she felt didn't seem to affect her projection. The only thing that changed was the size and the number of the chains it wore. If what Nalrund said the day of our arrival is true, then rather than bothering the planet I should work on myself and accept my limits. After all, even Professors Vaster and Marth are nothing compared to Manohar, yet they have good lives, Freya thought. My only problem with this decision is that it feels more like giving up than reaching inner peace. With my current strength, I'm no match for an elder undead, and after all I went through, I don't have the thick skin politics require anymore. Even if Falul agrees on letting me go without fulfilling my oath, I still can't find a single thing I can do that wouldn't make me feel like a waste of space. Maybe I should go back to the White Griffin Academy and become a professor. Then her eyes fell on Quilla's projection, depicting her wearing the deep purple robe of a Magus. It would have been great, if not for the projection casting spells that turned into snakes that ate her alive amid agonizing silent screams. Or not, Freya sighed. Then what do you want me to ask? Nalrund looked puzzled. He had noticed how everyone but him seemed to space out every now and then, as if they were trying to listen to a distant voice. Quilla snapped out of her reverie and told him all about Lith's condition, and about how anything but forbidden magic had proven to be useless in fixing his life force. I don't get what are you worrying about. Lith isn't awakened. He will still live a long life for human standards. Nalrund shrugged. I stand corrected, you're worse than Morok. He's unable to read the room, whereas you just don't care, Quilla blurted out. Thanks, sweetie, Morok winked. Don't call me sweetie, she snapped. As for you, Nalrond, you should take your head out of your ass, or I doubt you'll survive your meeting with Magur. Do you realize that if Lith didn't save Protector, you would have no place to stay? That despite your wise act, you are prone to judge others even when you don't know anything about them, and that the only pain you really care about is your own. Sure, Lith might outlive me if I don't awaken, but this isn't a matter of how long he lives so much as how well he lives. During my darkest hour, Lith has always remained by my side, doing everything he could to make me feel better. Right now he feels fine, but what if after a fight the cracks in his life force spread? What if they get worse just with the passing of time? I don't care how tough Lith acts. I can't just sit around and hope for the best while knowing that my best friend is ill and that I could have made something to help him. Quilla then told him about Death Vision and how the fight against the Odi had almost cost Lith his life. Hearing how heavy was the burden of others shook Nalrond to the core. Quilla is right. I keep acting as if I know everything, yet I am just a frog in the well. What happened to me is tragic, but it's still nothing compared to what Solus had to endure. Back when we entered inside the Fringe, I underestimated the girl's burden, and the three of us almost died for it. He thought while looking at his own soul projection, representing an angry Razar who always wept blood. I'm so blinded by my pain that I quickly judged Freya, only because her projection resembles a Kala's. I'm so angry at myself for having failed my people, for having survived while the others died fighting, that I vent my frustration on others the moment they fail to reach my expectations. Every time I blame others, I'm actually blaming myself. I'm sorry for being so rude. I'll ask your question first. Nalrund took a deep breath while mulling over those thoughts. Much to his surprise, his soul projection calmed down, and its tears turned from blood into water. It was a small improvement, but Nalrond felt like a weight had been lifted from his chest. Dude, that was weak. A real man doesn't even know the word sorry, Morok said. Guess that a real man can also start looking for a girlfriend somewhere else, Quilla said with a sneer. Yet he quickly learns it when the necessity arises, Morok rushed to say. How or why he's the only one without a projection is beyond me, Freya said. Is there anything else I should ask Magur? Nalrund asked. Can you please ask for a way to heal Solus? Freya said via a mind link to not let Morok overhear them. I don't want to even think what might happen to her if she falls into the hands of someone who treats her like a slave, especially once she regains her human body. Chapter 1183 Magic and Superstition Part 1. My problems will die with me, but hers will last forever if we don't find a solution. On top of that, even if she decides to not bond anymore after Lith is gone, her death would be slow and excruciating. No one deserves that once, let alone a second time, Freya said via the mind link. Nalrund's body shivered as ancestral visions of what had happened to his forefathers during captivity flashed before his eyes. He didn't actually witness them, but those stories were passed down from parent to child from a young age, and imagination could easily fill the gaps. I'll ask about this first and about Lith second if that's okay with you, he said. Thank you very much. The girls gave him a deep bow of gratitude before looking at their respective projections, hoping to have overcome part of their own issues. Alas, Rome wasn't built in a day. While Nalrund had changed his mind after a deep self-introspection thanks to all he had experienced since he had started living at Protector's house, Freya and Quilla were just driven by the affection they felt towards their best friend. Their decision wasn't based on what they had come to realize their issues were so much as something they would have done the day after Lith had damaged his life force anyway. It didn't make their sacrifice any less important, but it didn't help them either. By the way, have you understood the meaning behind Quilla's projection? Morok asked. The only thing I can think of is that she wearing the Magus robe and being devoured by her own spells means that Quilla is afraid of her own potential. That she believes that no matter how powerful she gets, she'll always be her worst enemy. That's actually pretty close. Nalrund opened his eyes wide in surprise. Morok grinned at the shocked expression everyone else in the cave wore, refusing to believe their own ears. How can someone so stupid also be so wise from time to time? I swear, it's as if Morok just refuses to think about anything he doesn't consider important, Nalrund thought. After explaining to the village's elders the meaning of the deep purple robe, they told me that such soul projection means that Quilla is a very ambitious person, and that she knows it. Her ambition, however, is not backed by confidence so much as by self-doubt. They also said that Quilla's projection is born from the fear that her powers will betray her when she needs them the most. Someone who holds back because she's scared of the consequences that tapping into her true potential might hold, Nalrond said. While the others completed the last preparations for the ritual, Quilla thought long and hard about those words. The things Nalrond and Morok said hurt too much to be wrong. I am my worst enemy. Ever since Nalar forced me to kill Uriel, I refused to study offensive magic because I was afraid of what might have happened if someone controlled me after I became a proper warrior instead of a pipsqueak. Then, even after Quilla, I focused more on improving my physique than my magic, because seeing what the Odi had managed to accomplish made me wary of body sculpting. Just like I didn't give my best to learn light mastery because I don't want to become like Manowar, a powerful mage whose ability only chained him and put him on more battlefields than most soldiers experience their whole life. People calls him crazy and undependable, but maybe he's just tired of being used. That would explain why he runs away so often. If I become anything more than a mage, then I might receive the order to hurt someone I love, she thought. The robe of a Magus wasn't just a decoration, it was proof of how highly the kingdom considered the mage, and a reward for services rendered. Quilla knew that the moment someone wore such a robe, not only their power, but also their burden would surpass that of everyone else. I'm not really afraid of my powers so much as of how they can be used against me. Only then did Quilla notice that the snakes her projection's flesh turned into didn't have animal eyes, but rather those of Nalar, of the royals of Daris, and even of Gianni. All people who she thought that wouldn't hesitate to exploit whatever ability she acquired in pursuit of their own interests. At that realization, Quilla's soul projection changed. It looked the same as before, but now it hesitated before casting the spell as if it knew what would happen. Yet the projection cast it anyway, and the cycle repeated itself endlessly. Meanwhile, Nalrund made a small cut on his palm, and then he used earth magic to mix his blood with the ground inside each of the magic circles. The elders of my village taught me that while the 6 elements forming world energy serve to open a channel, this part of the ritual symbolizes how life comes from Magar, and to Magar it has to return, a way to pay our respects to the Great Mother. Nalrund waved his hand at the circles. I'm sorry, but that sounds more like superstition than magic. Quilla pondered, noticing how a faint emerald-green mist formed inside each circle where Nalrund had spilled his blood. Yet no one else managed to see it, until she pointed it out to them because of their lack of mana perception. Thinking back at Fallow's lessons about spirit magic, I believe that your elders were wrong. The blood is a powerful vessel for life force, so it would make more sense if the whole ritual is nothing but a huge mind link. Think about it. Even by using 6 elements at the same time, no one can create world energy, because the real deal possesses the will of Magar. By mixing life force to them, however, we can obtain the next best thing to spirit magic. Following this theory, you might amplify the effects of the ritual by adding your life force to the light and darkness runes after placing them at the opposite sides of the circle. This way, they can relay and spread the life force evenly. Quilla showed him a hologram where the runes had been rearranged, so that light and darkness were respectively at 6 and 12. You can't imbue life force into a rune, only willpower, Nalrund said. That's true for the other elements, but not for light and darkness. It's the same principle behind the spell we use to share our vitality with patience. Draw the other runes first and leave light and darkness last. Then draw them at the same time, using light to hold your life force and darkness as a conduit, Quilla explained. Quilla, this ritual is hundreds of years old. The greatest minds of my tribe worked on it for generations to improve it and failed. Do you really think? Nalrund drew a new circle just to humor her, yet the result made his jaw drop. Even after adding his blood, normal circles were still comprised of 6 runes, each one of a different color, and only had a faint mist within. The one obtained following Quilla's instructions, instead, not only did all of its runes turn into a bright emerald green the moment it was completed, but it also resonated with the nearest circles, dyeing them green as well. Chapter 11, 84 Magic and Superstition Part 2. By the gods, that was all almost everyone managed to say. Until that moment, Nalrund had always believed that the ritual allowed people to seek an audience with Magar like a believer does with their god. That the blood spilled and world energy from the circle were an offering from the weak to the strong. Yet Quilla's circle had proved centuries of history wrong. A mind link meant to meet Magar as an equal, and the great number of circles served as a shield to protect the caster's sanity. See, what are a few centuries of research in front of a true genius? Everyone but Morok, of course. He exploited the moment of amazement to praise Quilla, and gave her a congratulatory hug that was returned instead of being rejected as usual. All according to plan, Morok thought while sniffing her hair but being careful not to be noticed. Pervert, Freya broke the moment and pushed him away. What do you mean? Quilla looked at her sister as if she had gone mad. Morok had been a true gentleman ever since the trip had started. Look at that, Freya pointed above his head, where his soul projection gave him the thumbs up and gestured Morok's suggestions to grope her. Dude, too soon, Morok snarled to the projection before turning to Nalrond. When we got here you said those things are no mind reading, then how do you explain that? My only guess is that since you're usually true to yourself, your soul has no message to express but the urges you're currently repressing, he replied. Couldn't you tell me that earlier? Morok's projection gave Nalrond the fingers and disappeared again. Don't worry, I'm not angry. You can't control your thoughts more than I can control mine, Quilla said while pointing at her own projection. Thank the gods, The important is that you don't put them into action. Besides, there's no time to waste. Shut up and let Nalrond concentrate. The earliest circles are starting to fade again. Quilla cut him short. Nalrond looked at the emerald green circle and regretted not having the time or opportunity to redraw them all. To do that, I would have not only to waste another 2 days, but it would also mean to use so much life force that I might not have the strength left to perform the finishing step, he thought while sitting cross-legged inside Quilla's improved circle. The rest was easy. Nalrond only had to practice the same meditation technique he used to draw upon the world energy and hasten the recovery of his twin cores. With each breath, he could feel the spirit magic of the circle and the world energy mixing inside his body. With his mind now clear from stray thoughts, Nalrond could see a blinding light shining above him through his closed eyes. He extended his consciousness toward the light just like he had done to cross over the fringe's barrier. Once again, countless voices, sufferings, and experiences that comprised Mager's mind assaulted his consciousness. But thanks to the circles, Nalrond only needed a thought to push the mental pressure aside while waiting for his host. At first, the light was distant, like the sun on a winter day, but soon Mager noticed him. Suddenly, Nalrond found himself surrounded by a white space that extended as far as the eye could see. He was standing up with his eyes opened, yet he realized immediately that none of that took place in the real world. There was no trace of his companions. He now wore the same clothes he had before Dawn's escape, and what he saw could only be explained with Mager playing tricks on his mind. The person in front of him looked exactly like Nalrond. The only difference between them was that the hair of the doppelganger was of the 6 colors of the elements. What do you want? Mager asked with a voice that sounded as if a man and a woman had spoken in unison. Greetings, Great Mother. Nalrond gave them a bow, unable to stand even the weight of such powerful gaze. My name is... I know exactly who you are. A human who came looking for answers. Don't waste my time with formalities because they hold no meaning to me. All the good manners in the world wouldn't have kept me from destroying you if you didn't pique my curiosity. Mager cut him short. I'm no human. I'm a hybrid. Nalrond found the strength to look up to the doppelganger thanks to the rage such words stirred up. Are you really trying to correct me? Mager laughed. Do you know that the few who manage to meet me always give me the semblance of the person or the thing they care the most about? Now tell me who else but a human can be so arrogant to perceive me as themselves. Tyrus saw me like the mother she never met, Baba Yaga as the slave she failed to save, the horseman of dawn as her mother. Only humans can't think further than their own skin. The spite in Mager's words and the horror that assailed his mind made Nalrond fall to his knees. Did you give an audience to Dawn as well? Did you help her to escape? He asked. Are those your questions? Seeing such a cruel smirk on his own face almost broke Nalrond's focus. Cracks appeared in the space around them, and the air became too heavy to breathe. The fissures let in more of Mager's essence than he could bear, slowly pushing him toward madness. No, they are not. Nalrond gritted his teeth and put his rage aside. As his mind became more stable, so did the space around them until all the cracks and the mental pressure that they caused disappeared. I've already wasted too much time, and I don't know how much longer I can hold. Right now, my revenge is not a priority. It would only compromise my focus. Why shouldn't I receive the bright day? Mager said as if she had just read his mind. Do you remember what did your smart friend say? Our communion has nothing to do with superstition. Dawn opened a mind link with me just like you did, and since she didn't give me any reason to dispose of her, I listened to her ramblings, just like I'm doing now. As for Dawn's escape, she didn't need my help for that. She knew that it was only a matter of time before someone stupid enough would break her out. She was more interested in things like overcoming the undead's weakness to sunlight. What did you tell her? Nalrun tried to shapeshift out of rage, fighting the temptation of ripping the head of his double. Yet nothing happened. Is that your question? Maga repeated. Why do you keep asking me that if you're going to answer me anyway? The stress of that conversation made the space crack again until he managed to calm down. Maga is doing it on purpose. They want me to either end the link or die, and so far I took the bait like a moron. Nalrun noticed that the pressure on his mind grew with each passing second. The longer Maga focused on him, the less the magic circles his companions had prepared managed to ward off the flood of world energy, and with it the full brunt of the planet's consciousness. Chapter 11, 85 Mindscape Part 1. I want to know how to free Solus from her tower, how to fix Lith's life force, how I can turn from a hybrid into a complete being. How? That's enough, his Magar double cut Nalrun short. Each question requires a complex answer, and I doubt that your human mind can even grasp one of them. With a wave of Magar's hand, 3 small spheres of light appeared behind its back. Nalrund moved to take them, but the doppelganger stood in front of him. That knowledge is mine, and you didn't do anything to deserve it. Do you understand as much? Magar said. Are you going to stop me? Nalrund asked. Of course not, it was just a friendly warning. Magar stepped away, leaving the path clear. Nalrund had no idea what sphere answered what question, so he started from the rightmost. The moment the Razar extended his hand, the sphere shapeshifted into a man with sharp features, a well-groomed beard, and cruel silver eyes. The unknown figure had both his hand and feet chained to his waist. He wore dirty rags that bore the insignia of a broken griffin, the mark of traitors sentenced to death. His body was dirtier than his clothes, and it bore the marks of prolonged torture, yet the man stood as straight as an arrow. The authority the man emitted and his steel gaze intimidated Nalrund, making it hard for him even to meet the man's gaze. How dare a peasant attempt to touch the king? Arthun said, while slapping Nalrund so hard that the hit sent him sprawling on the floor. Even though the Mad King had been dead for centuries, and none of the events in the white space was real, Nalrund felt pain. In the real world, his lip split and his cheek turned purple as if someone had hit him. With his sight still blurry from the shock, the Razar approached the middle sphere. The moment it started to transform, he jumped back before what looked like a precious Forgemastering hammer bashed his skull open. You've got guts to try stealing my secrets, kid. Do it again and they will be all over the place. The woman wielding the hammer was quite short, barely 1.56 meters, 51, tall, with hair of the 7 colors of the elements that reminded him of Falul. Vanadian was covered in wounds and blood, most of which belonged to her. Her disheveled head and ripped clothes made her look like she had just finished a fight to the death, yet the light in her eyes told Nalrund she was ready to start over. Let me guess. He extended his hand toward the last sphere and dodged just in the nick of time before a clawed hand ripped his throat. A Razar had taken its place, but unlike the other apparitions, it didn't speak. A snarl conveyed everything it had to say. What does this mean? You agreed to answer my questions, Nalrund said without taking his eyes off the spirits. When did I do that exactly? Magar tilted its head. I came here because you called me and I asked you what were your questions because that's the only reason humans seek me, to take what doesn't belong to them. For the last time, I'm not human, I'm a hybrid. So says the man who literally thinks the world of himself and who can't even shapeshift inside his own mind. Magar shook their head, annoyed. I'm not a library. This is how I process information, by recording the entire existence of all those who walked my surface. If you want your answers, all you have to do is to touch them. One single touch will be enough. If they are just memories, how can they be so strong? He asked. Death doesn't make a mind weaker. Those shades represent all they were and all they knew. To get what you want, you must overcome them, the doppelganger said. Nalrund tried to activate fusion magic, but nothing happened. Then, he tried to weave a spell to restrict the shades just to realize that there was no elemental energy to call upon. Damn it, I keep forgetting this is my mind. I don't get why Magar even bothers receiving non-awakened if anyone without spirit magic has no way to fight. Dawn has. The thought struck at him like a hammer. Dawn has been inside the fringe for centuries, and yet when Lith and I faced her, She resorted to OD technology to research a way to solve her problem. Why would she do that if she had already gotten her answer from Magus? The good news is that if she failed, then there must be a way to succeed that isn't related to spirit magic. The bad news is that I don't know what it is. Nalrund rushed against the Razar, the enemy that he knew best. The creature sidestepped the extended hand and slashed at his head with its 30 centimeters, 1 foot, long claws. Nalrund dodged the attack while following the enemy's movements. The other two shades didn't interfere in their fight, even returning to their pure energy form. Nalrund felt reassured and pressed forward. In the white space, speed wasn't a matter of muscles, only of will. He almost grabbed one of the arms of the creature multiple times as he realized the truth about his condition. With each failed attempt he made, Nalrund could feel ideas popping in his mind, reaching a clarity and understanding about hybrids like never before. The problem was that as soon as the Razar got even one step away, all the knowledge Nalrund had gained would fade away, like memories from a dream. After Nalrund's hand grazed one of its claws, the creature snarled and unleashed a spell that closely resembled dawn's daybreak. Scorching spears of light pierced Nalrund's limbs and chest, while the cloud of darkness that surrounded them ate at his whole being. Nalrund tried to conjure his own hard light construct to defend himself, but failed. Life fusion didn't trigger as well, leaving him completely open to the attack. As his being started to fade, the white space cracked from every direction, letting Magus' flow of consciousness in. "You bit more than you could chew, human. Now come to me," Nalrund Magus said. Nalrund could feel his mind going adrift as a choir of voices invaded his head. In the real world, his body had sustained the same injuries as his mind, bleeding profusely from wounds so big that his companions could look through them. What the heck is happening? Freya started to heal his injuries the moment they formed, just like she had healed the damage from Arthan's slap. Yet without the protection that only Quilla's circle had provided him, Nalrund would have already died on the spot like all those who had failed to commune with the planet. "I guess he's failed and Magus is claiming its prize," Morok said while doing his best to support her. Despite their best efforts, the Razar's body was slowly dissolving due to darkness magic. "Less chatting, more healing. Go all out," Quilla said while using her Tier 1 healing spell, Injection, to spread nutrients, potions, and tonics directly into Nalrund's bloodstream. Chapter 11, 86 Mindscape Part 2. "This is new," Magus said while watching her prey returning to his original state. With the last bits of willpower that he had left, the rejuvenated Nalrund managed to cut the mind link with the planet and return to his body before the creature could resume its attack. His eyes opened as his mouth coughed out the blood that drowned his lungs in the attempt to speak. "Don't talk, use light fusion if you can instead. We need all the help we can get," Quilla said while using Tier 4 healing magic on him. Nalrund missed almost half of his body, but with 3 healers focusing on him, and without taking more damage from Magus' mindscape, he managed to survive long enough for light fusion to make a difference. It evenly spread among the wounds the spells that his companions used, focusing them where they were needed the most, and sped up his metabolism, allowing the damaged areas to receive a constant flow of nutrients from the potions. It took the 3 healers several minutes and all of their mana to keep Nalrund alive despite his several failing organs, until his body was capable of working again without external help. "Something went wrong, but I don't know what," Nalrund said amid pants. He had not moved a finger, yet he was close to fainting due to exhaustion. "Don't talk, you need to rest," Freya said while checking him with a diagnostic spell. Between the wounds and the mana abuse from the healing, Nalrund's body was on the verge of breaking down. He nodded, falling asleep as soon as he lost his focus. While Quilla used injection again, the others dispelled the magic circles to make sure that the Duan couldn't find the Razar's secret spot, thanks to their heightened senses. They would need it in case Nalrund wanted to contact Magus again. "Can't you teach us injection?" Freya asked. "You're the best healer among us. If one of us takes care of the potions, you could fully focus on the healing." "I wish I could. Fallow forbid me to. I'm sorry." Quilla sighed while using a floating spell to lift their friend off the ground and move him without any bumps. They warped out of the cave, and to the spot they had entered the fringe before opening a steps that would lead them to the Duan village. Nalrund might need more healing, and they were in no condition to help. Unfortunately for them, the moment the Duans saw the unconscious Razar covered in blood, their prejudices against humans kicked in. "I knew there is no way people like you could befriend one of us. What did you do to him?" Elder Bond said while shape-shifting and calling for reinforcements. We didn't do anything. Freya inwardly cursed at fake magic for the umpteenth time as the Duans quickly surrounded them from every side, wielding enchanted weapons. Lith would be able to explain to them what happened while weaving his spells in the case. These guys lose it due to the bloodlust of their beast half, whereas I can't cast a spell without risking to escalate things, she thought. Nalrund attempted to commune with Magur and almost died for it. He's alive only because we helped him, Freya said. What need does Magur have to spill blood? Yunma, one of the women, said. I think you just tortured him to get what you want, just like you did to get inside the fringe. That's what humans do, forcing others to pay the price for their dreams. Then why would we bring him back here instead of getting out of the fringe? Quilla said. Easy, because you have no way to get out without him, the elder replied. Kill them all and rescue our brother. The Duan blinked behind the girl's back to finish them off with one hit, only to get blocked by a wall of light hard enough to stop their attack and elastic enough to bounce the weapons back against their user, wounding the werepeople. Are you dumb or what? Nalrund's voice was a whisper, needing air magic to amplify it to an audible level. If they ever forced me to do anything, I would have told you the moment I remained alone with you. They just saved my life. We have no way to be sure that they didn't put you under a slave item, and they have yet to prove their innocence. Elder Bond shook his head, pointing at the Razar's battered body. Yes, you do. Nalrund took off all the enchanted items he had, and even his shirt. If any of it was a slave item, I wouldn't be able to remove them. On top of that, how can someone prove that they didn't do something? Believe it or not, it was Magur wounding me when I failed their test. I swear it on my ancestors. Those words took the Duans aback. The werepeople considered it their most sacred oath. Refusing to believe Nalrund would mean making him their mortal enemy. Yet their hatred for humans almost blinded them to the evidence the Razar had provided. Almost. You're right, I apologize for our rudeness. Elder Bond gave Nalrund a deep bow, disregarding the others. No one missed it, nor the fact that the Duans didn't put away their weapons. Only once they got back inside their home, and Freya activated the protective arrays, did everyone manage to relax. Since all that yelling woke me up, I might as well tell you what happened. It will not take long, Nalrund said while fighting the exhaustion that made his eyelids droopy. He quoted Magur word by word, describing to them the appearance of his enemies, as well as the fact that he had failed to use any form of magic during the battle, whereas the Shades had used both spells and equipment. Any question? He asked, falling back asleep the moment he received a no for an answer. Actually, they had many, but they didn't want him to stay awake 1 second longer than necessary. I don't know anything about Razars or a woman with a hammer, but the man that Nalrund described reminded me awfully of the Mad King, Quilla said. It makes sense. Arthan's madness would probably be able to heal Lith's cracked life force, but at what price? Freya shook her head, considering the implications of Nalrund's visions. If that was the answer, then why didn't Magur show him through? According to both Professor Vaster and Manohar, she made tremendous improvements to her father's work, Quilla said. Maybe because she's alive while Magur can access only to the memory of the deceased, Freya replied. It can't be that simple. Magur is with every one of us every single day. It is bound to know everything about the living as well. I think that it depends on Arthan's research about life force. Remember that he was the first god of healing, Quilla said. How do you know so much about that madman? Morok asked. Despite all the atrocities he committed, Arthan laid the foundations of body sculpting as we know it. During my time as assistant professor at the White Griffin, Professor Vaster showed me the records about the Mad King. The kingdom keeps them a secret, but without them, making any progress with body sculpting would be impossible, Quilla said. Chapter 1187, Long-Awaited Reunion Part 1. Vaster had to give me access to Arthan's diaries to keep me from wasting time just to reinvent the wheel, Quilla said. There's one thing that doesn't add up, Morok said. Nalrund saw a Razar, but we have no way to know if the Shade was an Emperor Beast or one of his ancestors. Either way, if a Razar knew how to merge the two life forces of a hybrid, why didn't he share such knowledge? We'd have to wait for Nalrund to wake up to answer to that, Freya said. In the meantime, we'd better call Lith. None of us knows anything about awakened or mind links. Maybe the woman with Falul's hair was the awakened equivalent of Arthan, and maybe he could explain to us how to fight against the Shades on equal footing. She took her communication amulet out of her dimensional item, noticing that all runes were lit. Unbeknownst to them, the fringe was akin to a giant mana geyser, allowing them to reach the others on the Giera continent even when they were outside Solus's tower. Freya turned the holograms off before calling Floria. She didn't want to show her sister in a nightgown to Morok, nor wanted to risk exposing Solus's existence before being sure that the tyrant could be fully trusted. "I hope this is important. Do you have any idea what time is it here?" Floria had gone to bed for a few hours now, but she still felt like crap. "No, I don't. Yet I wouldn't call you if this was anything but vital. We're on the clock here. The fringe is far from uninhabited, and we're this close to getting burned at the stake." Freya replied, explaining Floria about the Duins and about the failed attempt at communing with Magur. "Slow down, I'm still half asleep, so I'm not understanding even half your words. On top of that, I can't ask Lith for help. Nalrund has been damaged in the body, but Lith had it worse. His life force is compromised, and he needs rest. I can ask S. Morok says hi to you," Freya cut her short. "Hi, Quilla's tomboy sister." Morok had no clue why formalities mattered during such a moment, but he didn't care enough to ask for an explanation. "Do you really have yet to remember my name?" Floria said. "Never mind, I'll call the others." She went to Tista first, but Invigoration's effects had yet to reset, and she was so tired that no amount of knocking on her door could wake her up. Floria then went to Solus's room, finding it open and empty. "I should have known that she wouldn't leave Lith's side no matter how tired she is. I bet that Solus has taken care of him ever since we went to sleep," Floria thought. When she opened the door and found the wisp resting on the wormling's chest like a puppy, the scene moved her. It's really hard to even guess how deep their bond is. If I was in Camilla's shoes and saw this, I would be mad with jealousy, though. Floria shook Solus gently, trying to not wake up Lith as well. The wisp wobbled as she regained consciousness, turning beet red when Solus realized to have been caught red-handed. She didn't sleep with Lith ever since she had regained a humanoid body for obvious reasons. "I'm sorry to wake you up, but Freya might have found something about your mother, and I thought you needed to hear it first," Floria whispered while casting a hush zone around Lith. She thought to have recognized Menadian from the description, but she wasn't sure of it. Only Solus and Nalrond had actually seen the first ruler of the flames, the others had only heard about her. At those words, Solus became wide awake. Between the mana geyser under Righia and being so close to Lith, she had recuperated most of her strength. "Can you endure a mind link?" Floria asked. "I can, but you're still too weak. We need to use words." Solus could see with her mystical senses that only sheer willpower allowed Floria to stand. "I'll let you speak with Freya then. Be careful of what you say, though. The others went to a fringe and there's Morok with them," Floria said. "Why didn't they wait for us? I could have learned a lot from a fringe, maybe even get another talk with Magur," Solus thought. "Unless Falul sent them there as part of their trial of wisdom, I'm going to give Nalrund a piece of my mind when I see him again." "Hi, mysterious Lith's third girlfriend. Nice to hear you again," Morok said as soon as he recognized her voice. "Freya, can you explain to me what's happening?" Not having the patience to put up with the tyrant's nonsense, Solus ignored him. After listening to everything that had happened since they had entered the fringe, Solus tried to answer their questions to the best of her abilities. "Quilla is right. The man was definitely Arthan. From your description, he wore the clothes and chains of the day of his execution. As for the woman, she was Magus Menadian, wielding her fabled hammer, the Fury." Solus remembered it from Orion's book. The artifact had a too peculiar shape to forget about it. Did she say anything? Based on Menadian's tattered clothes and her battle frenzy, Solus realized that just like Arthan, the shade was likely the depiction of the final moments of Menadian's life. Any clue, no matter how insignificant, could help Solus uncover the mystery behind her condition and Menadian's disappearance. "No, she didn't. Do you have any idea why the shades could use both magic and equipment whereas Nalrund only had his human body?" Freya said. "I have never fought with Lith during our mind links, but I know how the mindscape works," Solus replied. "Everything that happens there depends upon your perception of yourself. The form you take in the mindscape isn't related to your physical appearance so much as to how you picture yourself. It's similar to how an emperor beast chooses their human form." Even during their mind fusion, Solus wasn't able to see herself as a human because she had no idea of how she looked like before becoming a hybrid. On the other hand, Lith could take the appearance of Derek McCoy, of the Wormling, or that of his actual body. "Let me get this straight. You think that the reason why Nalrund couldn't shapeshift nor use magic is that he sees himself as a normal man, correct?" Freya asked. "Yes, if he considers such abilities as something that belongs to his beast half. then he can't rely on them during a mind link. On top of that, what the other Razar used wasn't magic. It was a manifestation of its willpower, just like Arthan's strength or Menadian's hammer. Arthan pictured himself like a god, while Menadian lived and died wielding her forge-mastering tool. Solus replied. Good gods, no wonder Lith managed to get this far in the academy and the army. We are all tired, yet Solus managed to put together the pieces of the puzzle like it was nothing. Freya thought. Chapter 1188, Long-Awaited Reunion Part 2. Why do you think the Razar that Nalrund saw never shared his knowledge with his clansmen? Where people are a tight-knit community, it doesn't make any sense, she asked. I have a couple of ideas about it. Solus's words made everyone open their eyes wide. First, Magur has the habit to change its appearance based on the guest. Remember that Arthan and Menadian represented the answers respectively about me and Lith, whereas the Razar was the only question Nalrund asked for himself. It's possible that just like Magur took his human appearance, the answer took the form of the part of himself that he rejects. What about the second hypothesis? Freya said. If the shade wasn't Nalrund himself, then maybe the Razar was an emperor beast, Solus replied. Maybe they tried to help the werepeople but failed to find the fringe to pass them the answer. If I'm right, then maybe the answer is out there somewhere. Even if Nalrund failed, we have still learned a lot from his attempt. Lith's answer lies in Arthan's research, mine and Menadian's past, and Nalrund's just has to reach out to his Emperor Beast cousins. What if you are wrong? Freya asked. Then it's even better. It means that all werepeople have the potential to become one, just like all awakened have the potential to reach a violet core. It's only a matter of understanding how, Solus said. I have an idea. Coming from Morok's mouth, those words sounded out of this world. What if I attempt a mind link with Magur while Mr. Crybaby recovers? If Lith's girlfriend is right, then by asking 2 questions for others and 1 for me, we can check if the answers change their appearance based on who asks the questions. On top of that, I'm the only one who has no self-esteem issues, so I might be able to kick some solid ass. He pointed at the soul projections of the others that expressed how heavy they felt their respective burden. What does Morok mean he has no issues? Solus asked. Freya explained to her the phenomenon of the soul projections, making Solus so curious that she activated the hologram function after hiding behind Floria's back. Unfortunately, they weren't shown by the amulet. Quilla solved the issue by using light mastery to project holograms of their respective soul projections. Damn it, I wish I was there with you. We could have finally solved a lot of mysteries. Solus wondered if her own would have shown how she looked like, and if Lith's would clear the secret behind his life forces. What do you think of my idea, invisible woman? Morok asked, while looking around the projection of the tower's room without being able to find the source of the voice. I believe you are right. Based on your projections and how the village elder interpreted them, you are the only one who might tap into his full potential in the mindscape. Remember that your real strength is not the limit. If you believe yourself invincible, you can make it true, Solus replied. Thanks, we'll make a second attempt as soon as we recover our strength. If Magur is the asshole you described to me, then I think I can cheat my way to victory, especially if we use Quilla's circles instead of the regular ones, Morok said. Solus had no idea what he meant, but she was too tired to talk any longer. After wishing her friends a good night, she ended the call. I'm going back to sleep. Are you staying here? Floria asked. Yes, the closer I am to Lith, the faster I recover. Also, his life force has yet to stabilize. If his condition gets worse, I'm the only one who can take care of him, Solus said while resting on his chest to use invigoration on Lith. She could see the doubt in Floria's eyes, but Solus couldn't blame Floria for questioning her true motivations, since her own words didn't convince Solus as well. The tower was her body. Staying in the same room wouldn't make her mystical senses more accurate, nor her response faster in the case something went wrong. Try to get some rest. There's no telling when you'll need your full strength. Floria closed the door and returned to her own room with her mind in disarray. After Bulker's attack, I stood by his side all the time together with Solus, yet back then I wasn't aware of her existence. Now, however, the same situation would be awkward. Not only because he already has a girlfriend, but also because the more time I spend with them, the more I realize how much of our relationship we shared with Solus. I can't believe how complicated things have become in just a few years. She inwardly sighed. Inside Lith's room, Solus thought the same things, but coming to a different conclusion. I hoped that the closer I got to obtain a human body, the clearer my feelings would become, yet they are only getting messier. The only silver lining is that my relationship with Lith can't become more complicated than this, can't it? Solus thought. Meanwhile, in the streets of Righia, a lonely humanoid figure walked the streets while looking at what looked like a compass, the needle of which was made out of pure white crystal. Damn it, I can't believe that Rifa screwed up this badly. The Pathfinder is supposed to point me at her tower the moment I come in a radius of 1,000 kilometers from it, no matter if the tower has been imprinted or not. Yet the needle keeps spinning as if it can't recognize the tower core's signal. Just like Menadian, Lakra Silverwing had no idea that fusing a living person to an artifact would alter its energy signature to the point of making the Pathfinder useless. After several attempts, Silverwing stopped cursing her bad luck and started asking for directions. After all, the number of wormlings who came from the Garland continent and temporarily resided in Righia amounted to 1. Once she found the building, Lakra remained impressed by the layers of arrays that made her life vision pointless and nullified all of her detection spells. Whoever did this sure has talent and cunning, but they must also be very young. Their formations have power but lack stability. She thought while using spirit magic to alter the flow of world energy in the runes and stretch them just enough to slip through the arrays without triggering any of the alarms. If the tower could draw the full power of the mana geyser and the kid who stole it mastered its defenses, this would have been much harder. Luck is by. Once she opened the door of the building, Lakra froze seeing how run-down Menadian's tower was. Memories and reality overlapped for a second, making her shed warm tears. Good gods! The tower has never been so small, not even when Rifa had just finished the crafting process, and it had yet to absorb the energy needed to tap into its full potential. This is all my fault. If I didn't go into seclusion for 100 years just to finish one of my experiments, I would have answered that damn call. My disciple and her daughter would still be alive, Lakra thought. Chapter 1189, Long-Awaited Reunion Part 3. Forgive me, Rifa. I can't change the past, but I can promise you that I will not let you down again. Silvering wiped her tears and studied the tower with life vision. None of its defenses had been activated, and most of the energy that the tower absorbed from the ground was focused in a single room. Emergency override. Password, Loka White Legacy Death Menadian. Lakra sighed in relief when the tower recognized the ancient code and opened its door to her. Once inside, she made herself both invisible and inaudible, checking the rooms one by one to estimate the threat level of her potential enemies. What the heck? How could Menadian's tower become an awakened sorority? After finding Tista and Floria, even the other rooms clearly belonged to women. Well, the good news is that they are just weak kids. It shouldn't take much to talk some sense into them. The better news is that being all girls, they shouldn't have abused of oh crap. All of Silverwing's hopes crumbled into dust when she opened the door to Lith's room and found Solus sleeping in the same bed as the wormling while hugging him. The steady flow of energy from both Lith and the mana geyser had made Solus assume her humanoid form after she had lost consciousness. Lakra's body flared with mana and fury, lighting the room akin to a white sun, as the mana waves she released along with her aura made her robe flap as if she was amid a storm. The sudden light and noise woke up Solus, who immediately activated the emergency protocols, ready to smite the intruder before they could take another step. That until the tower core reported to her that Silverwing's override code had been activated, allowing Solus to recognize her foe. Aunt Loka, is that really you? She said while hushing the room and covering Lith's eyes with a shroud of darkness to not disturb his rest. Those words stayed Silverwing's hand, and the spell she was about to unleash to kill the sick bastard who had enslaved her sweet, innocent goddaughter. Elfin, do you still recognize me? The room plunged back into darkness as she rushed forward, lifting Solus in the air like she was a small child before hugging her and kissing her head over and over. Not really. I just read the tower's log. I'm sorry, but I've lost most of my memories. I've got no recollection of you or Dad. I barely remember Mom, and I've no idea who Elfin is. My name is Solus, she said while escaping from the awkward embrace of the stranger. What do you mean, you've lost your memories? What did that sicko do to you? Lakra pointed at the wormling with enough mana in her forefinger to turn the tower into a crater. Lith saved my life. That's what he did. Solus put herself between them. I've waited centuries for someone to find me after Mom's death. Over time, the tower got so weak that in order to survive, I had to make sacrifices. What's your excuse for forgetting about me until now? Solus's eyes brimmed with rage and with as much mana as she could muster. Her words hit Silverwing like a fist in the guts, making her realize how crazy she had to appear in Elfin's eyes. "I'm so sorry, Effie." Lakra lowered her arm, doing her best to hold back the centuries of regrets that were seconds away from making her burst into tears. "The moment I tried to get in touch with Rifa, her contact rune was already gone. I tried to find the tower, but this damned thing failed me." She showed Solus the Pathfinder and its needle that still spun like a fan. "Your mother gave it to me in the case something happened to her. It was supposed to guide me to the tower, but only now did I realize it's broken. I visited all the mana geysers I was aware of, but I never found any trace of you. I thought that the same person who had killed Rifa had also killed you and taken the tower. I never stopped searching for you. Why do you think I came to Giera?" Everything from her tone to her heartbeat sounded sincere, making Solus lower her guard. "Are you saying that not even you know who killed Mom?" Solus was flabbergasted. "No one does. Otherwise every single awakened on Magur would have hunted them down to get their hands on Rifa's legacy. Either your mother died along with her enemy, or she hid the tower so well that neither her killer nor me managed to find it." "Gods, you must have so many questions, especially about your father," Silverwing said. "What was his name, and was he a mage as well or just a painter?" Solus asked. "By the Great Mother, how can you know that your father was a painter but not remember his name?" Silverwing finally understood that Solus's memory was as damaged as the tower. She had spoken out of sincere worry, but Solus's pained expression at those words made Lakra feel as if her heart was being squeezed in a vice. "I'm sorry, Effie, I didn't mean to be so insensitive. First, I'll answer to all your questions, and then you'll explain to me what has happened to you. Deal?" "Deal," Solus offered her hand, receiving another smothering embrace instead. "Your father's name was Thrain. He was just a painter who didn't practice magic except what he needed for his work and for taking care of you. He learned water magic to be able to draw exactly as he imagined, light magic to treat your baby colics, and darkness magic to keep you clean." Silverwing chuckled at the memory. "How did Mom and Dad meet?" Solus asked. "Your father was an oddball, and your mother was even worse. Neither of them cared much for social status or etiquette. They met by chance at painting classes. I forced Rifa to get a hobby and to come out of her lab. Since she liked working with her hands and always considered herself an artist, they became immediately rivals." "Was Mom that good?" Solus's eyes shined with pride at the idea. "Gods, no. At 3 years you drew better than she did after several classes. It was just Rifa being overly competitive, like always. She could barely hold a brush properly her whole life. Your father never got angry with Rifa for her boasting and tried to teach her, but to no avail. The only thing he got from all those private lessons was to spend a lot of time with her until your mom fell in love and asked him out," Lakra replied. "How old were they?" Solus asked. "Your mother was over 200 years old, and your father was 22 when they started dating, and they married 3 years later. You arrived after their 10th anniversary because your mom always had a new project in the works, and she was terrified at the idea of how much time taking care of a baby would require. Heck, to get Rifa out of her lab, your father requested my help more than once to kidnap her. Literally." Chapter 1190, Long-Awaited Reunion Part 4. I had devised this special set of chains to keep Rifa at a table long enough to have a proper date. Thinking back at those times when Magur still made sense, Silverwing laughed with joy. Her words conjured some of Solus's lost memories, where she sat with her parents for their anniversary or birthdays, and the chains kept Menadian from rushing back into her lab the moment she had a sudden inspiration, until she finally gave up. Those visions showed Solus how happy her family had been, making her laugh as well for a few seconds before stopping abruptly. Hearing so many details about her past brought Solus happiness, but also worry. "My parents got married after 3 years. Lith's 3rd anniversary with Camilla is drawing nearer by the day. Will it happen for them as well?" she thought. "I have only a few memories left, but none of Dad. What happened to him? Did he die of old age?" Solus said. "No, against my better judgment, your mother awakened Thrain so that they could get old and watch you grow into a powerful mage together." At those words, sadness veiled Silverwing's eyes. He only used the breathing techniques to extend his life, but he never practiced magic seriously, nor did he train his body. "What do you mean, against your better judgment? What's wrong with awakening the person you love?" Solus would have been outraged if not for the sincere sorrow Silverwing showed. "For an awakened, magic must be second nature because once the mana core goes past orange, each breakthrough becomes exponentially more dangerous. Your father needed help to survive reaching the green core, and I warned them over and over that from then, things would only get worse. Yet your father had undying faith in your mother's skill, just like Rifa believed she could control everything simply by keeping his condition in check. Thrain started practicing magic only after Rifa awakened you at the age of 6, and only to be able to fly with both you and your mother. You've always been a gifted child, and with Rifa's teachings, it took you barely a month to learn the first 3 tiers of magic. You spent so much time in the sky, and your mother was such an airhead that without Thrain, you would have lost your way countless times. At some point, we all suspected that you did it on purpose to get the attention of at least one of your parents. Lakra sighed. It happened too fast for anyone to intervene. One moment you were playing tag with Thrain, the next he was gone. Gone how? Solus started to sob, feeling a forgotten sense of guilt resurface through the sands of time. The constant use of magic hastened his core development, and he had already reached the bright green core. When the breakthrough to science started, it only took 1 pulse of mana to make his body burst. We arrived at the scene the moment you pressed the emergency call on your clothes, but it was already too late. You begged us to save him, yet all that remained of Thrain was a newborn abomination. His desire to not leave you was so strong that he refused death, at least until he saw me and Rifa shielding your small figure still covered in his blood with our bodies. Only then did Thrain understand what had happened and let himself fade away. I thank the gods every single day for the strength he showed by not forcing me to kill him and you to see him die again. Silverwing's eyes shed warm tears, but her voice remained firm, and her face betrayed no emotion. Did I kill my dad? Would he be still alive if I didn't fly around so much? Solus asked. No, you didn't. It was just a matter of time and the reason why I didn't want Rifa to awaken Thrain. Yet you were too small to understand it. You blamed yourself for forcing him to play with you so often and your mother for being absent, like always, when your father needed her the most. Rifa blamed herself as well and never remarried. Since she couldn't give you any siblings, she took in many apprentices, hoping that they would fill the void in your lives and help you to overcome your grief. Lakra replied. What happened after that? You smiled much less and studied much more. Even though you always resented your mother, you became just like her, spending all of your time practicing magic and training your body. You faced every breakthrough like a battle, as if you wanted to get revenge for what had happened to Thrain. You grew considering your fellow apprentices as rivals rather than friends, and never let anyone into your life. Lakra said. Did I date? Yes, but you refused anyone who had yet to reach the blue core, afraid that they would suffer the same fate as your father. It limited your suitors quite a bit since only powerful awakened fit the bill. Most of them you dumped because they were just using you to get to your mother, Silverwing said. What about the others, the ones I loved and who loved me back? You dumped them nonetheless. The more you liked someone, the more the scene of your father's death would flash before your eyes whenever you were. How do you kids say it these days? Getting intimate, going for the 5th year, letting them inside your chamber of secrets. I get it, please stop. Solus turned to a shade of purple, and so did all the lights in the tower. How do you know all this stuff about my personal life? Because you told me, Effie. Being your relationship with your mother complicated at best. Who do you think you asked for advice about crushes, love, and sex? Lakra said. How old I was when I disappeared. 28, and believe me when I say that you were a prodigy. You reached the violet core by yourself at 20, and your genius rivaled that of your mother. You were so ahead of your peers that I still don't get who or what could have bested both you and Rifa. Now it's your turn to tell me your side of the story, Lakra said. Solus told her everything she remembered about the time before meeting Lith, which didn't amount to much. Silverwing shuddered every time Solus described the fear and isolation from her core getting weaker by the day to her. Then she met Protector and Lith. Silverwing expected her to express even more pain while recounting the time when she had no body and no freedom, forced to live in the shadows like an abomination. Yet Solus smiled a lot while talking about Lith's family and spoke about the years they had spent together with such tenderness that it sent cold shivers down Lakra's spine. Solus made no mention of Lith's reincarnations, but shared with her godmother her worries about his life force and her plans to find a way to fix it. While they talked, Solus unconsciously searched for his hand more than once, and she caressed his scaly head from time to time. Kid, I'm going to be honest with you. Are you insane or what? Silverwing stood up so abruptly, and her voice held such contempt that Solus instinctively started to weave her best spells. Chapter 1191, A Worried Parent Part 1. Until that moment, Solas's long-lost aunt had spoken with nothing but affection, whereas now she sounded like an angry parent. You've let this guy control your life for almost 20 years. While you lived like a pariah, he exploited your genius to pursue his agenda and rack merits that he didn't deserve. Yet even now that you're on the verge of getting your body back, you want to make him immortal. Do you realize that once it happens, you'll be forever bound to him and with no chance of regaining your freedom? Your tower half makes you strong, but it also forces you to a condition similar to someone who wears a slave collar. If tomorrow he asks you to bark, you will bark, and don't get me started about much more disgusting stuff. This is not what your mother wanted for you. Rifa would never let you waste your life following Mr. Murder here, Silverwing said. You don't know him, your judgment is unfair. Lith spent countless hours trying to fix my condition or at least to offer me a real body, Solas replied with anger. Really, and what did he achieve? Nothing. How much time did he spend caring for himself compared to what he did for you? We both know that the answer is a lot. Do you think he would be as kind as you if your positions were reversed? Silverwing asked. Maybe and maybe not. What I know for sure is that Lith did everything in his power to help me regain my strength. It's just that we have no idea what to do except for waiting. He offered to provide me with an undead body or a golem, but I refused of my own will. That's exactly my point. Silvering couldn't understand how someone so brilliant could have turned out so blind. He's a brat who has no idea what he's doing. Sure, not even I have a clue about what the heck Rifa did to you, but the difference between our prowess is the same between heaven and earth. My white core would make you recover much faster, and by combining my centuries of knowledge with the power of the tower, it's only a matter of time before I come to a solution. Worst case scenario, you'd still be free. I'm already powerful as I am. I would never mess with your life, and I would never stop searching for a cure. You would still need to come to me to recharge from time to time, but once the tower goes back to full power, there's no telling how much autonomy you'll obtain. Your human body could last weeks, if not months. If you stay with him instead, he'd always put himself first. Not only your recovery will be slow, but also there is no telling how much suffering you'd have to endure. You'd be forced to see him building his life while all you can do is watch from the shadows, holding back your feelings because no one can reciprocate them as long as you are stuck in this condition. To make matters worse, even if Lith managed to split you from the tower, would you really leave your mother's legacy, her masterpiece and final gift for you in the hands of a stranger? The best thing to do is to get rid of him now. If he ever achieves guardianhood or even a white core, you might be bound to him forever. I'm not going to let my beloved goddaughter rot as the slave of this abomination. Silverwing raised her hand while curling her upper lip in disgust. He's only 1/3 abomination. Solas stood defiant in front of Lakra, shielding the unconscious Lith with her body. I don't care what you think. He's my only family, my other half, and I love him more than words can express. I'm not going to let you kill him. Love, Lakra echoed with contempt. You've lost your memories, your personality, and got stuck to the first moron that picked you up. It's obvious that you convinced yourself you loved him. The mind does the strangest things to survive. I've seen it happen countless times with slaves before they got freed. They all loved their master because it was the only way to make their misery bearable. I'm not a slave and my feelings are true, Solas's voice seethed with rage. Really, how many people have you dated since you two have bonded? How many men or women have you let into your life that didn't receive Lith's approval just because you felt a connection with them? Silverwing asked. None, but only because I didn't have a body. You have no idea what love is, my child. You only know your cage and mistook the relief from loneliness and hunger for affection. Now get out of my way, and I promise you that I'll give him a painless death. Silverwing cut her short and prepared one of her best spells. She had no animosity toward Lith. Based on what she had heard, he didn't taint Elfin's soul with inhuman acts, nor did he force her to be his toy. Yet compared to the well-being of her beloved goddaughter, the life of morally questionable awakened was irrelevant. You're not going to do anything like that? Solas grabbed Silverwing's wrist, twisting it away from Lith while she channeled all the world energy from the tower into her body. Elfin Althena Menadian, unhand me immediately. Silverwing found herself unable to move, let alone to break free from Solas's vice-like grip. It doesn't make any sense. She's shorter and lighter than me. On top of that, her beautiful bright violet core has been reduced to deep cyan, whereas I have a white core. How can she be this powerful? She thought while using her breathing technique, Ascension. I told you countless times, my name is Solas. The small golden figure threw the silver-haired woman like a rag doll, sending Lakra to crash against the wall and squeezing the air out of her lungs. "Good gods, Rifa, what did you do to your daughter?" Silverwing thought while Ascension provided her with information that didn't make sense. Even though the tower had yet to fully recover, Solas's mass far exceeded that of a normal Emperor beast, resembling that of the offspring of a guardian. Moreover, she had both a mana core and a power core that worked in sync, making it hard to understand the depth of her power. "Who the heck do you think you are to barge here, inside my house, and tell me how to live my life?" Solas unleashed several pillars of golden hard-light constructs streaked with emerald energy all over. They attacked Silverwing from every side, yet all she needed was a wave of her hand to shatter them and counter with a twin-headed spear construct of her own, aimed at both Lith's heart and head. "This is how you mix spirit magic with light mastery, child." Solas made the fragments of light reassemble into a thick shield comprised of several layers while attacking Lakra with the next best thing to a raging nova. Fire, air, and earth magic struck at the first Magus, making the tower walls tremble, yet not a single ripple spread to the outside world. Chapter 1192, A Worried Parent Part 2. Lakra's Tier 5 spirit magic spell, Silver Spire, created a thick, tall barrier that not only dispersed the impact by spinning at high speed, but it also absorbed the shockwave, sending it right back to its caster. The spear slowly pierced through the shields like a drill through a wall, while the sudden blow from her own spell threw Solas off balance. She quickly recovered, unleashing a Tier 5 spell against the spear. That barrier offers her great protection, but as long as she keeps it up, she can't attack either. Solas thought as Stormnado created a whirlwind filled with darkness magic that engulfed the construct. The spell both altered the trajectory of the spear and corroded it, reducing its power. "Thanks for your help, child." Silverwing twirled his hand, making the spear spin so fast that it altered Stormnado's momentum, sending it through the shields and against Lith. "You should have known that your own magic can't harm neither you nor your spells, but the same isn't true for Hai." She choked on her words when the spell passed through Lith as well, without doing him any harm. "You should have listened to me earlier. I told you that we are as one," Solas said. "If you really care for me, then stop this madness. You could become our mentor, teach us what we need, and work with us to find a cure to my condition. And give away my knowledge to someone I don't know, don't trust, and who could potentially hold you hostage forever. No thanks." Silverwing acted cool, but her mind was in disarray. "This makes no sense. When Effie told me about their fusion, I thought she referred to the tower's battle form. Artifacts can hurt their owners. I've killed lots of mages on their own blade. Why is the tower so different now?" she thought. Solas noticed her confusion and exploited it to switch to close-quarter combat. Each one of her fists hit the barrier with the strength of a collapsing building, filling the silver spire with cracks. "Even if I had access to a real mana geyser, my combat experience is insignificant compared to that of the first Magus," Solas thought. "My only option is to beat her with raw strength, playing as dirty as I can." "You'll never crack my barrier before, oh crap." For a moment, Silverwing had forgotten they were still inside the tower. Solas could do more than just draw power from it. The room was shrinking so that the wall pressed against the spirit magic barrier from all sides but the front, where Solas kept hammering at it with the speed of a Gatling gun and the strength of a Titan. Lakra had to use her full focus to keep the barrier intact, while not letting the spear fade away. "If I get caught by that flurry of fists, I can kiss my internal organs goodbye. I don't want to hurt Effie nor reveal her existence to the rest of Maugr, otherwise she won't have a moment of peace. Luckily, I only need to hold out until my spear hits the target," she thought. Alas, she was right. Despite Solas's best effort, the hard light construct had slowed down, but never stopped its movements. She could sense through her mystical senses the construct getting closer and closer to Lith. Her eyes burned with golden mana as she turned her distress into a fury that gave more strength and speed to her onslaught. The whole tower started to hum with power as Solas's feelings flooded every part of her being. Silverwing praised her efforts as her apparently bottomless energy made the first Magus wonder if Baba Yaga had been right to suggest she make her own tower. "First, I need to give back Effie her life. Then I must find a way to let her have Rifa's legacy. I don't want to take the tower away from her. She's already lost too much," she thought. "What the heck is that?" Lith's body stood up, his eyes burning with the same golden energy exuded from Solas's body. He lifted his right hand, unleashing a bolt of darkness that phased through the shields and shattered the spear before moving towards Silverwing with the speed of a bullet. "Leave Solas alone." Even in his unconscious state, Lith shared her fear as well as her determination. The still precarious state of his life forces turned the plague arrow into a quasi-chaos arrow that shattered what remained of the silver spire spell, allowing Solus to mercilessly pummel at her enemy before Lakra could realize what had happened. Solus shattered Lakra's ribs, broke her collarbone, punctured her liver, and bashed her skull. Yet she was forced to leave the job halfway because Lith's condition started to get worse again. "No, no, no, what have you done?" Solus yelled, trying her best to keep the abomination side from taking over the rest of the body. If that happened, even Lith's touch would become poison. She would never feel his hand, lose herself into the warmth of his embrace, or even suffer the pungent smell of his sweat after a long day of work ever again. What I came here to do. Silverwing didn't need either healing magic or ascension to take care of her wounds. Her body healed at a speed visible at the naked eye until no trace of her defeat remained. "You have all rights of hating me now, Effie. I can only hope that with time you'll understand that I only did it for you." She placed her hand on the wall, ready to imprint the tower the moment Lith lost his life. Lakra knew that becoming a full abomination would cause a change in his energy signature that would break the imprint on all of his artifacts for a split second. She had seen it happen in the past, when a hybrid chose between their two life forces. The only thing she needed to snatch her goddaughter away was to be faster than her opponent. "Stop calling me like that. You have no idea who I am and what I want. If you really cared for me, you would try to make my life better instead of robbing me of the little happiness I have." Solus lashed out, realizing that she couldn't do it alone. Yet calling Tista and Floria was pointless. They were still too tired, and the effect of invigoration had yet to reset. Even if that wasn't the case, messing with a complex body sculpting procedure would take Silverwing but a sneeze. Solus couldn't fight and heal at the same time, not against an opponent of unfathomable power. Seeing the scales turning into shadows despite her best efforts made Solus lose hope, yet she never stopped fighting. "Damn you, Silverwing, why didn't you leave me alone?" Solus's voice created a shockwave that nailed the first Magus to the wall, incapable of moving a finger. Lith's eyes were still golden, while Solus's turned black. A blinding flash of light spread from them, leaving the stunned Silverwing in awe. Lith's body had disappeared, and in its stead, Solus stood over 3 meters tall. Her energy body had become that of a creature covered in golden and black scales, both with their edges blood-red from the heat sealed within. Chapter 1193, Split Up Part 1. 2 sets of membranous wings came out of Solus's back, one golden while the other was black and upside down like Lith's. She also had 2 sets of arms with the same color pattern, as the wings and all fingers ended with razor-sharp claws. A golden tail as thick as a leg, and almost twice as long came out from the small of her back, furiously whipping the air in outrage. Long horns that resembled thick tree branches rested on the sides of her head. The creature also had 7 eyes, 6 of which formed a perfect circle centered around the 7th that was right above the bridge of her nose, and each one of them burned with a different element. "What in Maugre's name did you do, Effie?" Silverwing had a hard time believing what life vision showed to her eyes. The creature had 1 life force, 2 mana cores, respectively deep purple and bright cyan, and 1 power core. They all worked in sync, generating a mana flow much greater than the sum of its parts. "We told you that our name is Solus, and we are one." Unlike Lith, the creature was lipless and had no scales covering the fangs-filled mouth that gave them a savage appearance. The simple act of speaking generated shockwaves that pushed the first Magus against the wall, while white flames seeped among their fangs with each word. "I'm not going to fight you anymore, Solus. I yield." Silverwing let her white aura fade away and raised her hands in the universal gesture of peace. "As long as they are fused, any damage I inflict upon Lith would affect Elfin as well. Killing him means killing her, and I'm not going to lose my goddaughter again. I severely underestimated Rifa's grief after losing Thrain. She must have researched a way to not just bind someone to an artifact so much as to create a nigh-immortal being. I don't know if she planned to use it on herself or just kept it as a contingency plan in the case the worst happened. But if not for Elfin's cracked core, Rifa would have created the perfect life form. The cunning of a human, the mass of a titan among emperor beasts, and the ability to tap into Maugre's world energy at will of a mage tower. Yet due to the heavy damage sustained by her core at the moment of the fusion, when Lith imprinted the tower, he imprinted Elfin as well. It's the only possible explanation to them having the same energy signature and their ability to merge into a single being. I can't free her from her shackles until I find a way to break their bond, Lakra thought. Then get the fuck out, Solus roared and punched the first Magus in the face, sending her flying through a warp steps. It brought Silverwing dozens of kilometers away, and from there the strength of the hit kept her in the air until she reached the ocean. The first Magus bounced off the ocean's waves like a smooth pebble thrown on the surface of a lake, crossing a couple of nautical miles before managing to stop. This could have gone much better. Lakra spat out a mouthful of blood as her jaw regenerated and her teeth regrew. I underestimated both the severity of her memory loss and the power she gets from the tower, but it's nothing I can't handle. The problem is breaking their bond without Elfin hating my guts. Otherwise, even if I manage to kill him and bond with her, Effie might choose to commit suicide just to bring me down with her. Meanwhile, after getting rid of the impending menace, Solus was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. She had to deal with her past, with her present, and with all the feelings that Lith had for Camilla that the fusion forced Solus to be aware of. Fuck us sideways. Let's hope that this thing didn't make Lith's life force worse. It was the first time that they used Solus's body as a base for their fusion, since she never had one before. They cast Scanner and used Invigoration at the same time to not leave any stone unturned. Yet both showed them how their combined life forces looked like, providing them with more questions than answers. The black sphere had turned into an elliptical void, at the center of which burned a bright violet star. Countless smaller stars of different colors surrounded it, and each one of the stars shared some kind of link with the others and with the dark space around them as well. The violet star received the energy from the smaller ones, amplifying it before sending it back, and they all pulsed in unison with the void. The darkness didn't just feed upon the stars, it also kept them apart so that each one of them could grow without colliding with the others. Is this a galaxy? Solus thought. I don't think so. There are only stars with no planets or asteroids of any sort, Lith replied. For what it's worth, I feel much better. How are you, Solus? I'm a frigging mess. On the one hand, I'm happy that at least one member of my family is still alive, and that she's willing to go to such lengths to help me. On the other hand, I want to kill Aunt Loka for what she said about us and what she tried to do, she replied. I can't really blame her for that. If you were my daughter, I would have done the same thing. Most of what Silverwing said is right, and she had no way to be sure that I treated you as a partner instead that as a slave. Lith didn't need to project a single image in her mind to make Solus shudder. She had lived long enough to know what happened to those robbed of their free will. Quilla, the Odie's living golems, and the prisoners of all living legacies were an unforgettable memory of the madness that slavery caused. I guess you're right. I can't blame her for assuming the worst because it's the most logical scenario. Aunt Loka would need a long time to be sure that I'm really happy and not just broken by years of abuse. Solus sighed. It's worse than that. She would have no way to distinguish between your will and the thoughts that I might plant into your mind through our mind link. Our relationship is so odd that it's really hard to believe, Lith said. Yeah, my family thinks that I'm your slave while yours would assume that you are my puppet, like everyone but Tista did when they found out about me. Don't get me wrong, I'm royally pissed off that Silverwing tried to kill me, just like I hate when people assume you're a monster because of your stone body. Yet I can understand their point of view, Lith said. My family now knows all about cursed objects like Dawn, the Black Star, and the Golden Griffin. Every single living legacy I met tried to put me under their spell, and my family wouldn't trust my word about you being different. On top of that, we are both humans, so everyone who loves one of us will always assume the worst about the other since we could be subjected to mind control. Chapter 1194, Split Up Part 2. Enough with this, please. Solus felt on the verge of tears. I've dreamed about meeting your family for years, and if they were to treat me as Aunt Loka did to you, I don't know if I could take it. Right now, the only thing I want is to split up and get some personal space. This situation is too awkward. Solus studied her image in the mirror, wondering why she looked so similar to Lith's hybrid form, yet so different. Awkward how, if that was true, our fusion would have already broken, Lith said. Our emotions are tangled up in what I can only describe as a warm embrace. I can't get angry because you calm me down. I can't cry for what just happened because you make me happy. Yet it also feels akin to standing completely bare in front of you in both mind and body, Solus replied. Same here, Lith replied. He didn't feel like plotting contingency plans against Silverwing while being outraged from the umpteenth undeserved bump in his path because all he felt was peace. Do you want me to take out the big guns? Yes, please. Lith took out his communication amulet and stared at Camilla's rune. Their vision blurred for a second, and then they found themselves back into their respective body. "Wait, first I want to check your life force, and I want you to tell me how I look." Solus grabbed his hand to delay the call. "I'm sorry, maybe it's because we've got access only to a fraction of the mana geyser, but you're no different than usual." Lith shared his vision with her, and all Solus could see was a face made of light. "Well, at least I've got good news." Invigoration showed them that Lith's life forces had returned to their peak condition. The cracks in the human side were exactly as they remembered them, while the abomination and beast side seemed to have further merged, becoming more stable. "It seems that just like it happens for our cores, becoming one enhances our life forces as well," Solus said. "I may not look different, but I feel different. I think that the excess light energy that still bloated your abomination side has been absorbed by the tower, enhancing my recovery." Lith nodded and pressed the rune, anxious to understand how much of what he was still feeling was Solus and how much depended on himself. It was the middle of the night in Giera and almost noon for Camilla. She was swamped in reports that she had to read while cross-referencing suspicious activities with Archmage Darius's known associates, in the hope of bringing him down once and for all. Alas, Gianni seemed to have finally found a match for her skill. Darius lacked her cunning and ingenuity, but he made up for it with long preparations and obsession. Gianni worked as an Archon, making Darius just one of her cases, whereas the Archmage poured his full focus on her. "That bastard wasn't just bragging when he told me I wouldn't find anything against him. I've looked into his affairs back to when Uriel was still alive, and I've yet to find anything incriminating," Gianni said to Camilla, treating the royal guards standing in the room with them as if they were statues. "He's even obeying the royal decree that orders him to cut ties with his associates until further notice, but this might actually work against him. Remember, when you can't touch a tree's bark nor its roots, you can still scorch the earth around it." She referred to a royal constable's tactic to ignore their real target and investigate their business partners instead. People like Darius were thorough and meticulous, but the same couldn't be said for his retainers. Best case scenario, Gianni would find proof of their wrongdoings and force them to give her whatever evidence they held against Darius to keep him from using them as scapegoats in the case things went south. Worst case scenario, she would erode the foundations of his political power and deprive Darius of his most loyal allies. Despite all of his magic, even an archmage was just one man. Her plan was to drive him into a corner and force him to do something stupid. Gianni's eyes carefully studied the footnotes of the latest batch of documents she had confiscated, while her hands marked any inconsistency that she found, yet her mind pictured only the moment she would get her hands on Darius. She could almost smell and taste his blood gushing out of a broken body. Almost. Camilla's amulet broke both Gianni's daydream and focus, yet she didn't mind because she recognized the rune blinking on its surface. "It's about time. I want to talk with him once you're done." Gianni had no idea Floria was on the other side of the ocean, so not hearing from her in the last few days had made her fear the worse. "Is it a problem if I take a break? This might take a while." Camilla knew all about their trip, and she was worried sick. "Take all the time you need because I'll do the same," Gianni replied. "I don't really believe the out of sight, out of mind saying, but the fact that Lith is living with his ex while surrounded by gorgeous-looking emperor beasts is driving me crazy. Also, I need to tell him about what happened during his absence." Camilla thought while a royal guard accompanied her to a secure room where she could have some privacy. Meanwhile, Gianni called Professor Vaster, hoping to finally manage to get in touch with him. She didn't know about him being the master nor the reason behind his prolonged absence. Manohar is a fickle ally at best, whereas ever since Darius started to mess with Floria's life, Zagar has been her staunch defender. Without him, the White Griffin would have never picked our side in the court, she thought. "Archon Ernaz, it's nice to see you again," Vaster replied, putting Gianni's poker face to the test. His hologram was exactly as she remembered it, that of a short man in his mid-60s, barely over 1.55 meters, 51, tall. The top of his head was completely bald, while the hair he had left on the sides was snow-white, and so were his waxed handlebar mustaches. After becoming interim headmaster, he had slimmed down enough to not look like an egg anymore, but his physique together with his pure white robe made him still resemble a real-life Humpty Dumpty. If Humpty Dumpty had suddenly turned from the character of a nursery rhyme to that of a horror story. Gianni knew that behind Vaster's well-fed appearance hid one of the most well-kept secrets of the kingdom, and the only High Master of their generation, yet she had a hard time recognizing her ally. Even through the hologram, his figure exuded a power that made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. On top of that, everything from his posture to the light behind his eyes didn't match how she remembered him. There was no trace of his smoldering rage nor of his inferiority complex towards his colleagues. Vaster was dejected no more, brimming with self-confidence, and moving with a vitality that not even rejuvenation magic could grant. Chapter 1195, The Devil You Know Part 1. You got us worried, Vaster. Neither her voice nor smile betrayed Gianni's surprise. Did you got your old ass kicked so hard by the undead that you needed a vacation to restore your wounded pride, or what? Or what, he replied. To what do I owe the pleasure of this call? Gianni brought him up to speed before asking for his help against Darius. She had no idea if she was really talking with Zogger Vaster or just with someone wearing his husk, but there was only one way to find out. If he really has fallen in love with Camilla's sister like the court gossip says, maybe saving her life, and the undead bringing him to the brink of death helped Zogger to overcome his weakness. That or the experience completely broke him and drove him insane. Whatever happened to him, I need to understand if it compromised his usefulness or if it just made him into an even better asset, she thought. That damn fool! When will he understand that nothing can bring Uriel back, no matter what he does? Vaster snarled, returning to his old self. He hated those who stood in the path of greatness of others out of petty reasons. He was tired of seeing the mediocre thriving only because the kingdom seemed to abandon talented mages the moment that they didn't serve their purpose any longer, just like it had happened to him. I might be able to help you with Darius for good, but it requires patience and discretion. We should discuss such matters privately, away from prying ears, he said while looking at the royal guards. Fine by me, just tell me when and where. Gianni doubted that Vaster could provide her with anything that Balker and Manohar couldn't, but she had nothing to lose by trying. I'll call you as soon as I'm able to move again. My wounds run deep and have reached my life force. Vaster knew that not even body sculpting could fool someone like Gianni or Manohar. Yet a damaged life force would explain any anomaly they might notice in his behavior, which, coupled with rejuvenation, was the perfect cover for his newfound physical prowess. There is no rush. Time is by my side. Take care of yourself, Vaster. Gianni ended the call and started examining every detail of Vaster's recent life. Time was indeed by her side. The more Darius waited to make his move, the weaker his social and political standing would become due to Gianni weeding out his foundations. The more Vaster made her wait, the longer Gianni had to understand if she was still dealing with a devil that she knew or a new one that she had to subdue. Sorry if I didn't call you earlier. Things on Giera are much worse than I assumed, and I ran into one complication after another, Lith said. Don't worry, the important thing is that you are all right. Camilla sighed in relief, hearing his voice calm and strong as she remembered it. About that? Lith had no idea how to break the news to her, but he didn't want to lie either. I should have known it the moment I saw your scaly mug. You got in trouble and risked your life again. Yes, but... No buts, show me your other face so that I can understand when you're not telling me the truth, she cut him short. Even though they spent a lot of time together, the scales made Lith's expressions non-existent, and his hybrid form's voice sounded the same, no matter if he spoke sweet words or death threats. Lith shape-shifted into his human form and told her all that had happened since their arrival, letting out only the parts about Solus and their clash with Lachra Silverwing. Keeping such a big secret from her pained him deeply and made him want to come clear with her at last. She deserved it, and so did Solus, yet it would have to wait for their return. Good gods, how is your life force now? Camilla asked. Much better than I could possibly hope. If not for the presence of so many awakened who helped Tista and Floria taking care of me, I doubt I would have recovered so quickly, Lith said. I must send a hydrosized lasagna to Falul as a thank-you gift for her lessons about shape-shifting, Camilla said with a chuckle. She gave your sister the opportunity to practice on your life force. Being unique is great only until the moment you need help. You should give her a nice gift as well, since she's the only reason you're still human. I definitely should. Lith shuddered at the idea of turning into an abomination and being forced to join the master's ranks. I'll craft something for her first thing in the morning. Like heck you will, Camilla cut him short. This is just like after Kula, so you'll follow Quilla's old prescription and take at least 3 full days of rest from magic. I forbid you to even light a candle. How am I supposed to pass my trial of wisdom without magic? Lith replied in horror. Knowing when to take a break and avoiding unnecessary risks sounds pretty wise to me. Camilla's reply received a huge thumbs up from Solus, making Lith inwardly curse. When the two of them agreed on something, it usually meant that he was dead wrong. I'll die of boredom. What am I supposed to do for 3 days? He desperately tried to escape from his impending fate. First, death by boredom is not really terminal. Second, you could go out and know new people, learn a few recipes that we could try together, and last but not least, you could call me more often. I could use some company. The pain in her voice made Lith understand that something had happened. What's wrong, Kami? What is that you're not telling me? He asked. Compared to your condition, it's nothing. Don't worry and rest, she sighed. The problem with having a boyfriend who risked his life every other day was that not only did Camilla worried a lot, but she also felt like her personal issues became irrelevant due to Lith's unique existence. Kami, I'm not going to be able to relax until you tell me what's wrong. I'm kind of paranoid, remember, he said. Fine, it's my parents. They must have heard about your silver mines and now are trying to creep back into our lives. Camilla felt a huge burden being lifted from her chest. Our lives as in me and you, or you and Zinnia? He asked. Both, you know Zinnia. She has a soft spot for family and she feels guilty for not letting her children see their grandparents. I don't want to have anything to do with them, but she doesn't know them as I do. My parents always treated her like a princess because of her beauty, and when they arranged her marriage with Falmug, they convinced her it was in her best interest. Zinnia's blindness made it impossible for her to have a normal life, and my family couldn't afford the care she needed. I never told her that our parents only pretended to not know that Falmug beat her, nor that they are the reason why I joined the army. Camilla covered her eyes while sadness made her shoulders slouch. Chapter 1196, The Devil You Know Part 2. Why did you keep it a secret? Lith asked. How could I tell Zinnia that her beloved parents had sold her like cattle just like they tried to do with me? She already had a hard life, and I didn't want to shatter her illusion of having more than just her sister by her side. Camilla replied. After she became able to see and took my last name, I didn't tell her either because I thought it was the end of it. I would have never imagined that my parents would have the gall to come to Lucia and introduce themselves. They did what? Lith had a hard time not making another call to put Camilla's parents on his hit list. Many people in both the kingdom and the council would be glad to take out 2 shady merchants just to curry his favor. Those bastards used our incoming 3rd anniversary to come and ask your parents if we were already planning something. Alina was so happy to have someone who would join her plea for a grandchild or 2 that I didn't have the heart to tell her the truth. Alina and Zinnia were so happy, and I was too ashamed of my family to do more than damage control. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. If I had been more honest from the start, none of this would have happened. You were right on our first date. Starting a relationship on a lie never works. Her voice broke, but she managed to not cry. Lith had walked a marathon in her shoes back on Earth, so he understood how Camilla felt. He had never talked about his first parents with anyone because he considered the matter closed after being emancipated, just like Camilla did. You didn't lie to me nor to my parents. I know all your stories since our first date while Mom and Dad simply respected your privacy. They didn't talk to you about Orpal and Tryon either, but not because they have any ill will, it's just that those names still bring them a lot of pain. Just tell them the truth and they'll understand. Our families have more in common than we would like. Lith smiled, trying to reassure her before saying, Do you want me to ask Falul to eat your parents? Who knows, maybe they taste like lasagna. Thanks, but I think they taste like shit and I don't want to give her stomachache, Camilla said with a small smile. I'll go fix this mess as soon as I'm done with work. It can't wait any longer. They kept chatting, drawing strength from each other until the Gianni knocked on the door, tired of waiting. Giera Continent, ex-city of Herver, inside Thrud's mansion. After Jakra, the Emerald Dragon, had joined her, the Mad Queen at first had thought about rebuilding her city and made it a safe haven for humans. To use Herver as a field test about how to restore order after destroying the royal court. Thrud didn't expect people to just sit tight and obey her every command just because she had killed the usurpers to her throne. She was aware that, without the royals, the Griffin Kingdom was likely to split into 3 factions. The Mage Association would likely push toward a ruling system similar to the Gorgon Empire, if not even being annexed to it. The army, instead, would fight to seize the power for itself, while the noble families that would try to restore the kingdom by putting themselves on the throne. If I let the Civil War happen, I can count myself lucky if I keep 1/3 of the Griffin Kingdom. The army would rather join an outstanding general like Salark than submit to me, and the association would go to the Empire, leaving me with the crumbs. With no military strength nor magical knowledge, my newborn kingdom wouldn't last more than a few weeks. To avoid that, I need overwhelming strength so to force the key members of all three factions to submit before the situation spirals out of control. Moreover, whoever emerges victorious will have to face the threat of the undead courts and the Master's organization. If they have half a brain, they will not miss the chance to strike while the kingdom is at its weakest. Thrude said. That's not true, my queen. You already have overwhelming strength. The Golden Griffin Academy will stand by your side, and so will I. It will provide you with not only faithful servants, but it will also allow you to convert your enemies into allies. I already explained to you how the slave array of the Academy makes all of its students submit to your will. The Golden Griffin has its own army, comprised only of powerful mages with centuries of battle experience and study of magic. On top of that, it only takes your most powerful enemies a brief stay inside Huriel to end up swelling the ranks of your army, Jakra said. The Emerald Dragon stood by her side in front of a huge map of the Garland continent, and traced with his finger a path that would lead the Lost Academy to pass through the biggest army camps before reaching Valoran, the capital of the kingdom. I considered that already, but it's not enough. Thrude shook her head, making her long hair hit his nose and making his mind go blank for a second with its sweet scent. The Mad Queen was 1.78 meters, 510, tall, with hip-length ash-blonde hair that framed the delicate features of her oval face. Her rosy skin was flawless, emphasizing the contrast between her silver eyes and her full red lips. Not even the thick training suit she wore to spar with her general could hide her soft curves or the sensual grace of every one of her moves. Thrude had inherited a big part of Tyrus's beauty, which made her a gorgeous woman even before she underwent Arthan's madness time and time again. Not only did the machine refine her body similarly to what happened to an awakened during a breakthrough, but it also filtered out the human portion of her blood while enhancing Tyrus's with each cycle. No matter how powerful the Golden Griffin is, it's still an artifact as old as the knowledge it holds. Magic has progressed so much from its creation that to truly exploit the power of my soldiers, I first need to teach them modern magic. On top of that, I expect my opponents to go all out, which means facing royal guards and all the powerful magical items that the various factions have developed over time. I doubt I'll put even a dent on Valoran's walls if I don't provide my warriors with the proper tools. To do that, I need to hoard huge amounts of magical metals and powerful mana crystals so that as soon as I teach royal forgemastery to my subjects, they can start mass-produce them, Thrude said. Jakra would have liked to exploit Thrude's ego and make her underestimate the kingdom, but the same spell that forced him to be loyal also made him appreciate her tactical mind. Chapter 1197, A Powerful Master Part 1. You are right, Huriel has plenty of books, but its vault is limited, and before I made my escape there wasn't much left. The headmaster granted orichalcum and crystals only to the best students, and our magic is outdated since we never shared our discoveries among ourselves. We treated each other as food, Jakra said. That's why I decided to not rebuild Hervor, Thrude said. Giera is a dead continent, and to take care of my subjects, I wouldn't have the time I need to prepare for the final battle. We'll use my city to train ourselves and stockpile the resources we need. During my time as the local lord, I discovered plenty of hidden mines of adamant and mana crystal. They will give us everything we need. You did, Jakra was flabbergasted. Okay, fine. I actually just bought the information about their location from the black market smugglers and the clerks of the various countries, she admitted with a chuckle. I couldn't make use of this information before because there was no way to mine much by myself without getting caught. I couldn't afford to blow my cover, nor could I face entire armies alone. Now, however, I'm the only one who knows where the mines are, and the members of Giera's council lack the manpower to check the whole territory. I've already singled out the mines they aren't aware of and dug out enough to make your equipment. Thrude shook a necklace made of dimensional rings, making a mountain of adamant appear out of thin air, right next to another of violet crystals. Making a suit of armor for a dragon is a waste of metal. It takes a powerful artifact to hurt me. Jakra would have bit his own tongue, but the slave spell forced him to be honest. Then my creation will make you invincible, Thrude said. I'm not up to date with the latest royal forgemastery breakthroughs, but between what my mother took away before our escape, what I learned by injecting my puppies inside the bodies of forgemasters, and what I learned on my own I doubt that there are many on my level, Thrude said. Jakra nodded, realizing that her plan could actually succeed. It had taken him just a few weeks to teach Thrude everything that he had learned in his centuries of unrelenting study of magic, while he was captive inside the Golden Griffin. After a few months of practice, Thrude had managed to master her newfound abilities, and then she had taught him modern magic. Not only did she help Jakra to realize how outdated his knowledge was, but she also improved all of his techniques beyond his wildest imagination. The process had allowed Thrude to find the best way to write the books that would convey all the information about the modern world, and magic that her subjects would need once freed from the array trapping them inside Hurriol. Once she brought her immortal army up to speed with the latest magical breakthroughs and provided them with cutting-edge equipment, stopping Thrude would take the strength of a guardian. On top of that, the worst had yet to come. Between the knowledge that Arthun had entrusted her about fake awakening, and that passed down the Emerald Dragon bloodline, Jakra was close to understanding the secret of awakening. Why don't you wait for me to complete my research? Once you awaken, your powers will be incomparable to now, he said. That would be too risky. You might survive awakening if Magur helps you, but I'd die for sure. I forbid you to awaken until we unlock the Golden Griffin. Once we get there, we'll share the secret with the others, and we'll use the arrays of the Academy to make sure that everyone awakens safely, she replied. My queen, I'm not worthy of your attention. Why do you care so much for me? Jakra's logical mind found it absurd her care for his survival. An awakened dragon would serve the cause much better than his current state. He knew the risks that awakening implied for someone with a bright blue core, and Jakra actually wanted to live, but the slave's spell made him willing to throw his life away for her. Because you're my first true friend, my loyal general, and the father of our child. She gave him a deep kiss before bringing his hand to her womb. It will be my final battle, but I can't let my lineage disappear in case of failure. Someone must carry the torch and learn from my mistakes. Besides, aren't you curious to see how our baby will look like? How powerful a being who carries both the blood of the griffins and the dragons can be, she asked, while making a spark of life maelstrom appear above their heads. After her body had stabilized from the last cycle of Arthun's madness, Thrude had discovered that her body had gone beyond the limits of humans. Tyrus's blood coursed so thick in Thrude's veins now that she had the mass of a magical beast. Jakra feared that she only needed a few more cycles to become able to use true magic, if not even to shapeshift into a griffin. To make matters worse, pregnancy didn't make a mage any weaker. Quite the contrary, it temporarily gave them power beyond belief. Blood Desert's fringe. After Nalrun's failed attempt to get some answers from Magur, the group needed to rest for a few days. Nalrun to overcome the trauma of having his personality almost overwritten, and the others to recover their strength before making another attempt. None of them was an awakened, so they needed to get plenty of food and sleep to return to their peak condition. Quilla used that time to keep Nalrun's life force in check, to practice her cooking skills, and to research light mastery. You don't have any cracks, but if you don't take it easy for a while, you'll end up worse than Lith. The shattering of your mind went this close to spread to your body. If not for us treating your life force, it would have already been permanently damaged, she said. Thanks, please, whatever you do, don't leave me alone, Nalrund half grunted and half said. Wow, first Morok and now you. I never thought that smart women could be this hot. Don't flatter yourself. I just don't want to eat anything cooked by Morok again or to have any more visitors. Nalrund had tasted better poison, and he was starting to hate the Duans. It hadn't taken him long to understand that they weren't really worried about his health, so much as of losing the knowledge of light mastery stored in his head. Would it have killed you saying that you enjoy my cooking and company? We don't need to be friends to be polite with each other, Quilla said. You are right, sorry. I'm an ungrateful jackass. I promise that as soon as the voices in my head disappear, I'll make it up to you. Being inside the fringe didn't make the healing process faster. The constant pressure that Magurs will applied combined with the strain caused on his cores by the high-density world energy made Nalrund hear and see things that he hoped had never existed. Chapter 1198, A Powerful Master, Part 2. How's our patient? Freya asked while dabbing her sweat. Cranky, rude, and whiny, Quilla replied. Back to normal then. His kind attitude during the last few days creeped me out. Do you mind coming outside for a while? I might use your help. Freya sniffed the soup's delicious smell, causing her stomach to grumble. Yet her time for training was almost over, and soon it would be her turn taking care of Nalrund. Lunch could wait a few minutes longer. Quilla nodded, walking outside the house and into the warp steps leading them to their secret training area. After using the restoration spell to keep the dimensional corridor from being opened again, and a life-sensing array to make sure that no one was around, they could finally relax. "What's the matter?" Quilla asked. "I'm trying a new dimensional spell, but Magur keeps correcting me. I tried countless runes that make it work like a charm, but for some reason she keeps grumbling every time I cast it," Freya replied. "She? It sounds like a woman to me," Freya shrugged. "That makes the two of us. Does it sound like your own voice or someone else's?" Quilla asked. "Sadly, it sounds like Mom's annoying lecturing voice when she scolds us," Freya sighed. "I hoped so bad that it would sound like a man instead, maybe like someone I know." "Why is that?" Quilla knit her eyebrows in confusion. "Well, based on what Nalrand said, since Magur takes the form of the person that literally means the world to you, I hope to hear the voice of my true love or something like that. It would have helped my love life a lot." "Who knows, maybe Mom's your type," Quilla chuckled as Freya produced retching sounds in reply. "Gross, by the way, whose voice do you hear in your head?" "Falul, it must be because she's my mentor and the best mage I know," Quilla lied through her teeth. She actually heard her own voice when Magur talked to her, but she was too ashamed to admit it. "Okay, here's how my spell works and what I tried so far." After they had finished treating Nalrand, the only thing they could do while waiting for him to wake up was to practice their magic in turns. Someone had to always remain by his side to make sure that his condition didn't get worse. During that time, they had discovered one of the properties of the fringe that werepeople believed to be lost to time. Whenever they created new spells, the moment they employed a rune that Magur deemed to be subpar, she would mess with their thoughts in various ways. If the rune was close enough to the right one, Magur would straight suggest it. Otherwise, she would just scoff, click her tongue, or clear her throat with an intensity proportional to how wrong the planet considered the rune. At first, Quilla and Freya had thought to have gone mad. They had never heard Magur speak, nor could they explain their condition without madness. The voice existed only inside their heads, it spoke without their consent, and never replied to any of their questions. The phenomenon had scared them so much that they had tried to keep it a secret until they couldn't take it any longer. As it had already happened several times since they had reached the fringe, wisdom came from the most unexpected source. "It's not a big deal, I hear it as well," Morok shrugged. "Magur must be really bored to create a fringe in the first place, so it goes without saying that she answers to you whenever you talk to her." "You are not making any sense," Freya replied. "If one could just talk with Magur, what point would the whole ritual that almost cost Nalrund his life have? Besides, I already tried to have a conversation. It never answers after interrupting my focus. The ritual is to ask complex questions that can't be answered with magic, whereas your spells are nothing but a way to conjure elemental energy. Guess who produces it?" Morok pointed at the ground, the sky, and then to the woods surrounding them. "He's right, runes are just the way mages have found to imitate Magur and make use of the elements. In a way, runes are Magur's language that we use to shape world energy according to our will," Quilla said. "Then why we didn't hear its voice before? I mean, I've used a lot of spells inside the fringe, but nothing ever happened," Freya asked. "Beats me, maybe Magur doesn't like you much, but you're growing on her. I hear her voice a lot, and she's very annoying." Morok shrugged, not wanting to share with them how he refused to open his fifth eye until they got out of the fringe. "I don't know why Magur wants me to awaken, nor do I care. The good news is that it means that I will get her help, and that the process should go smoothly even though my core is already blue. The bad news is that if I awaken, there's no turning back." "I don't think that Magur plays favorites," Quilla pondered for a while. "I'm pretty sure that the reason why Morok hears the planet's thoughts is the same that allows him to not have a soul projection. He's at peace with himself, and his mind is like an empty room that makes even a small noise echo." "That's a nice way to say that he's an idiot, but it still doesn't answer my question. Why does Magur mess only with some spells?" Freya asked, receiving a finger as an answer from Morok. "Isn't it obvious? It's because until now we've only practiced perfect spells," Quilla said. "Meaning?" the others asked in unison. "Gods, Freya, didn't you listen to Morok? He's been very clear. We cast a spell, we speak with Magur. What do you usually do when someone close to you messes up with words when asking you a question?" Quilla said. "Either I ask them to say that again, or I try to clear it up by rephrasing the question," Freya answered. "That's what Magur does in a very rude way. When it understands the meaning of our spell, it produces the intended effect, whereas when we cast it wrong, Magur can't help but scold us. Which means that a fringe is the perfect place to practice new spells because we can use Magur itself as a teacher, Quilla said. What she said, that's exactly what I meant, Morak rushed to say while still in awe at the revelation. Until that moment, he had just tried to make Magur shut up rather than listening to its voice. From that moment, the three of them spent all of their free time practicing the most complex and difficult spells in their respective grimoire, exploiting Magur's voice to solve problems to which even their awakened mentors had no answer. Freya and Quilla shared their findings with each other because of their bond of trust, whereas Morak did it as an excuse to talk to her, and because he had no problem admitting that she was way smarter than him. Even though Quilla wasn't able to use true magic and its runes, she could still offer him several different solutions that it was up to him to adapt to his spells. Chapter 1199, Peace of Mind, Part 1. What do you think about my idea? Freya asked after explaining to Quilla her latest creation. That you are too obsessed with dimensional magic. You should try something less complicated like battle mage spells. Those are easy to master. They require 2 elements at most, and there's plenty of literature about them already, whereas I make more progress here in an hour than after a month of practice in the outside world. I can't waste this opportunity to reinvent the wheel when I can create something never seen before instead, Freya replied. Hey Quilla, nice to see you. Morak was drenched in sweat as well. He had a grimoire filled with his unfinished homework and the projects that he was supposed to help his master, Adjeter the Drake, with. Morak intended to exploit the fringe to cheat his way to the correct answers and then rub his genius in Adjeter's face. I'm almost done preparing the new set of mana circles. Just a few more, some rest, and I'll be ready to have a chat with our grumpy planet. By the way, if both of you are here, who's keeping an eye on Nalrund? I thought you called me here because Morak had started his shift, Quilla said. I called you here because I've seen Morak warp away several minutes ago. I assumed he had returned home, Freya said. I need privacy while taking a dump, he explained. It's nice to see that you're doing better, Kimo, the Duin elder, said while stepping inside the house once his emperor beast assured him that no one would bother them. So much for not leaving me alone, Nalrund inwardly groaned. Thank you for your kindness, elder. I underestimated the dangers of Magur's mind and paid the price. The silver lining is that I learned a lot from my failure, and the next time I'll do much better, Nalrund actually said. He tried to stand up to properly greet his unwanted guest, but Kimo pushed him down to make him rest. Even though he didn't like them, Nalrund needed to keep up with the appearances because he couldn't afford to anger the Duin tribe. They were his hosts, and just by accepting humans among their fold, the Duins showed him great kindness. Without the girls, Nalrund knew that he would be already dead, and if the Duin kicked the others out, he might as well leave the fringe. The next time, I'm glad to hear that you are not going to let a single failure stop you and that you recognize your mistakes because I came here to offer you my help, Kimo said. How exactly? Nalrund asked. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know how it was for your people, but we have long given up on asking Magur's advice. Too many talented youths like you and old coots like me have died in the futile attempt to make this indifferent world see reason. Kimo sighed deeply while slouching his usually straight back. Nalrund nodded for him to continue, partly understanding the elder's point of view. The Razars had given up on Magur as well, putting all their hopes in Dawn's teaching and in her ever-increasing mastery of light magic. Even though Dawn was a monster, they could relate to her. Also, unlike how it happened with Magur, thanks to the complex array system that Sinmara the Phoenix had taught them, the Razars had been able to subdue Dawn at any time, forcing her to do their bidding. On the other hand, after seeing the outside world, Nalrund had realized how foolish the Razars' mindset had been. Trying to subdue a powerful entity was akin to playing with fire. No matter how many precautions one would take, it was only a matter of time before getting burned. Magur was dangerous but fair, and it would only speak the truth, whereas Dawn had led the Razars by the nose, making them waste decades of research at a time until they realized her treachery. It was the reason why Nalrund had decided to risk communing with the planet. Magur played by its rules without cheating. He only had to understand them. Both the Razars and the Duins, instead, treated the planet like a mindless tool, as if their needs surpassed those of all other races, and Magur had to help them. Yet all of our failures have taught us a lot, Kimo continued. We can teach you the safest ritual that we have devised after centuries of research and hundreds of casualties. If you combine it with the Razars, it should increase your odds of success. All I'm asking you in return is to become one of us and share whatever knowledge you might gain. Nalrund wanted to scoff at such a ridiculous offer. Not only did he doubt that the Duan's ritual might differ much from that of his tribe, but he had already seen centuries of tradition surpassed in a single moment by a brilliant mind not clouded by superstition. Quilla improving the ritual's mana circle after just a glance. Her understanding of how the whole ritual was nothing but a mind link had shattered his pride and opened his eyes to the truth. The werepeople had been so blinded by their grief that they had turned the safe haven that the Fringe was into a prison of their own making. By cutting all ties with the outside world and by relying on Magur for everything, the werepeople had clipped their own wings. They kept not finding answers simply because they failed to understand that they were asking the wrong questions. Thanks but no thanks. My companions already have helped me to improve the ritual, and my failure is only due to my own shortcomings, Nalrund said. Do you really trust a couple of humans more than your own people? What would your ancestors think if they knew how low you have stooped? We've offered you a new home, a new family, yet you still treat us like strangers, Kimo said in outrage. Life is for the living, elder, while my ancestors are long dead, Nalrund replied with a stone-cold voice. By locking themselves in here, my people wasted centuries, just like you Duans. I've learned more in the couple of years I spent outside than in the 23 years I lived in my village. I've not stooped so much as I've made progress. As for your so-called offers, the only reason you want me to settle down here is to learn light mastery. You want to use me just like my people used Dawn. I treat you like strangers because that's who you are to me. Our forefathers shared a common past, but there's no bond between us. If that's what you think, then I won't waste any more of your time. Kimo stood up and left the house. After a few minutes, Morok returned. He ate all the soup that Quilla had prepared, took a long shower while singing a tavern's tune so loud that it made the walls tremble, and after dabbing his body with a set of Nalrund's clean clothes, he finally sat at the bedside. Good gods, you look like crap. Your recovery might take longer than we feared. Morok used a diagnostic spell, trying to understand why Nalrund had bloodshot eyes and clenched his teeth so hard that his face was pale as a ghost. Chapter 1200 Peace of Mind Part 2. Oddly, the spell found nothing wrong with Narlan's health. Aside from being hungry and tired, the Rizar appeared to be completely fine. Maybe it's because you ate my lunch, you made me wish to blow my own eardrums, and then you used my clothes as a towel. Again? Nalrund's voice was a low snarl. What a crybaby. Unlike you, I didn't spend the whole morning sitting on my ass. I was hungry and that soup hit the spot just nicely. I'll cook you up something delicious in a jiffy, Morok replied. Gods know, I'd rather drink a nutrients potion, Nalrund whined. As for the lack of towels, it's not my fault if we have to stay here for so long and I didn't pack enough. Besides, after a shower, I'm as clean as a baby, so no harm, no foul. You can still wear your clothes after drying them a bit. Morok showed Nalrund a crumpled shirt with several water stains and several hairs, some long and straight, while others suspiciously short and curly. See, it's as good as new. Nalrund groaned, wondering if darkness magic would suffice, or if only by cleansing the shirt with fire could such evil be destroyed. Later that afternoon, Quilla and Morok went back to the cave and double-checked everything before starting the second attempt at communing with Magur. This time, all the magic circles had been drawn with Quilla's method, and glowed with an emerald light. Are you sure you don't want Freya to be here as well? If you end up like Nalrund, I might not be able to save you on my own, Quilla asked. On the one hand, she wanted to try the ritual just to see Magur with her own eyes and learn what the planet thought about her. On the other hand, just looking at her own soul projection made Quilla doubt she would survive the experience. Don't worry, I'm not going to take unnecessary risks. The moment I understand I'm not up to the task, I'm going to get out of there. I just want to understand how much of the ritual depends on Magur and how much on the mage. Morok sat cross-legged in the middle of the formation, to shield his mind from external influences. Why are you doing this? You've got nothing to gain from asking questions for others, Quilla said. Because if I'm right about the nature of the ritual, I'll learn a lot about myself anyway, Morok said, leaving her flabbergasted. She had expected some cheesy pickup line or a heroic speech intended to be a pickup line, not an answer that actually made sense. Morok then went over his strategy with her for the last time before closing his eyes and opening his mind. The mindscape was exactly as Nalrund had described it, a white empty space with only two people, Morok and Magur. The former was dressed in his old ranger uniform and even had the baby fangs hung to his hips, instead of the weapons that Ajatar had crafted for him. Morok had his human appearance, which surprised Magur quite a bit. "Don't you think you're trying a bit too hard for someone you know so little?" she said while waving at her body that looked exactly like Quilla. The only difference with the original was the hair streaked with all the 6 colors of the elements rather than just silver. "Not really. You've got no idea how hard it is to find someone who's even more messed up than I am, but in a good way. Besides, I wanted to look you in the eyes and tell you to mind your own business," Morok snarled, losing his carefree attitude for a second. "Oh my, did I strike a nerve?" Magur giggled in a cruel way that Morok found both scary and charming. "A lot of them, actually," he honestly replied. "Enough chit-chat, you know why I'm here." "What are your questions?" Magur sighed. "So much for being omniscient. I want to know how to heal the girl called Solus, how to heal Lith, and how to make Quilla awaken without losing her life," he said. "Not a single question for yourself. Are you that generous or just that stupid? You don't know anything about them. Why do you put your life on the line for them?" Magur's eyes shone with interest. "I'm just that stupid. As for your second question, I'm not doing it for them so much as for myself. I want to understand who I am and what I want, or I'll end up wasting my life like my father. No pain, no gain," Morok said. "You could have just asked me. Didn't you think of that?" Magur asked. "I did, but that kind of answers only make sense if you find them by yourself. Otherwise, they sound just like the ramblings of a fortune teller." "Wise words for someone so simple-minded." Magur snapped her fingers, making 3 spheres of light appear. Remembering what Nalrond had told him, Morok closed into each one of them to make sure that the nature of their trial was the same. The first sphere summoned the battered figure of Menadian, the second the chained Mad King, but the third took him by surprise and almost snapped his neck with a single flick of the wrist. Another Quilla stood in front of him, wearing the deep violet robe of a Magus, and with bloodbines slithering out of her sleeves like twin angry snakes made of adamant. "Does the answer look like Quilla because it's about her or because I like her?" Morok asked, wondering if 3 Quillas were more than he could handle. "Are those your questions?" Judging by her grimace, Magur didn't seem to have liked his attentions. "Now that I think about it, if this is taking place inside my mind, talking or thinking is the same thing," he thought. "It is, you creep," Magur replied. "Now answer my question." "I'm not going to waste my time on such a trivial matter. I'm more intrigued at the idea of how much control I have in here." Morok squinted his eyes as he focused, and the white space around him suddenly turned into the garden surrounding a small cottage. A square fence of wooden stakes held together by wooden planks separated the house from the rest of the world that was still white and empty. The cottage was a 1-story building made of wood with a sloping roof and a door painted a deep green. He could smell the eggs and bacon that his mother prepared him for breakfast on his birthday, but there was no trace of his mother or the food. The smell of the soap she used made the memory even more painful. "How can you still long for the same woman who kicked you out of her life even though you were just an innocent child?" Magur asked. "She's still my mom, and I hope to see if she's all right. Now that I've understood the ground rules, there's only one question left." Morok delicately massaged his temples while focusing more than ever while staring at his opponents. "You're a remarkable man, Morok Eerie," Magur said. "You accepted your past and the scars that it inflicted upon you without letting it ruin your life. It's no wonder that your soul is at peace."